Chapter 31. Yuletide Dreams. You know you don't have to go back if you don't want to, Harry reminded Kane for the dozenth time. The werewolf offered him a wan smile as he continued packing his trunk. The Christmas holidays had finally arrived at Durmstrang, and as ever, most had opted to return home for the duration of the festive period, Kane included. I do, he sighed. I need to know why they didn't come, Harry. Harry patted him on the shoulder as he nodded his understanding. Well, my offer always stands, he said sincerely. If you need a way out of there, you'll always have a place with me. After everything that had happened, and what Kane had almost done to all three of his roommates, he was so incredibly touched by this sentiment. None had held it against him, and had even protected him from the backlash of the rest of the school, who demanded to know every detail which led to him transforming outside of the full moon. As ever, it had been Harry who had gotten him through the difficulty he had faced, who had protected him as his own parents should have. It wasn't always easy being friends with Harry Potter. He tended to overshadow you without much effort on his part, but living in his shadow and under his protection was not such a bad place to be. So, when were you going to tell us about you and Zabini? Harry choked on his response, and Kane grinned at the other boy. I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry denied. Kane released a deep sigh and shook his head disappointedly. I'm a werewolf, he pointed. I can smell her all over you. You've been rutting like animals in heat for weeks now. Evidently, Harry saw no way to deny it any longer. Bloody hell, do the others know? Kane shrugged. I've not said a word, but I bet the elf and the vampire do, he replied with a shrug. Anna will be able to sense Zabini all over you, and Lucinda, well, she has a keen sense of smell too, doesn't she? Harry frowned as his cheeks reddened slightly, and Kane clapped him on the shoulder. Maybe try showering when you're done, he suggested. I love you, Harry, but I don't need to know what you and she have been getting up to. Harry lowered his embarrassment. Why didn't you say anything before now? He groaned. It was funny that you thought you had a secret, Kane snorted. Anyway, for what it is it worth, you're a lucky bastard. Zabini is, well, you know. Harry could only shake his head. What do I say to the others? What do you mean? Well, if they ask, what do I tell them? To mind their own business, Kane answered simply. It's got nothing to do with them what you do and who with. It's like when they found out about you and the Greengrass girl, they all acted like you'd spurned them. It was quite pathetic, really. You can't not enjoy yourself because it might hurt someone's feelings, especially people who are supposed to be your friends. Have any of them told you that they're interested in you like that? Harry shook his head. Then you have no reason to feel bad or hide what you are doing, Kane huffed. If they want a piece of you, isn't up to them to make that clear. You make it sound so seedy, Harry muttered. Kane smirked in response. I'm a wolf, Harry, he pointed out. Yes, I may find a mate at some point, but monogamy is not really in my nature. It's different for those that were marred before being turned. They somehow retain that level of commitment. Me, I will probably never develop feelings that deeply. So, you will spend your life rutting like a wolf, as you so elegantly put it. Maybe, Kane answered with a shrug. Anyway, all three of the girls act as though you belong to them in their own way. Viktor said something similar, Harry replied with a frown. He's not wrong, Kane sighed. There are plenty of girls here interested in you. They're just too scared to speak with you, let alone anything else. Come off it, Harry snorted. Kane offered him a pointed look. Listen, I've heard some of the comments made about you, especially in the dueling room when people think they can't be overheard. Even the purebloods girls. Honestly, if you knew what was said by some of them. Bloody hell, Harry muttered to himself. Kane chuckled amusedly. I'll leave you with that, he declared. Have a good Christmas. You too, Harry returned as he began packing his own trunk, his thoughts now consumed by the conversation he'd shared with Kane. He had been feeling bad for sneaking off with Alesha and not mentioning it to the others, but Kane and Viktor were right. In truth, it was no one else's business what he did and with whom. With that in mind, He finished his packing and readied himself for some much-needed time away from the school. As much as he would miss his friends, it had been 2 years since he'd had Christmas with Cassie, and it would be the first one he was going to be sharing with Sirius. His godfather had been a man of his word. Throughout the year thus far, Harry had received several letters from Sirius, and even a few from Remus with them, and he had come to look forward to hearing from the two men. They were both funny in their own way, and always had stories to share about their time at Hogwarts with his parents. Somehow, even though he barely remembered James and Lily Potter, hearing about them and what they were like at his age made him feel closer to them, like he was now accumulating more memories of the parents he had never gotten to know. Harry appreciated it more than he could express, and he was looking forward to hearing his godfather and the werewolf recount more tales over the duration of the holidays. Break. He's been with her again, Lucinda muttered as she closed her trunk. Zabini, Elinor whispered. Lucinda's nostrils flared as she nodded. Elinor offered her a sympathetic smile. It's hard enough for me to see it. I can't imagine how difficult it is for you. For you, Lucinda questioned. Elinor shrugged, a playful grin tugging at her lips. I can't say that I would complain if Harry wanted to give me that kind of attention. Lucinda grimaced before releasing a deep sigh. I don't know if it would be worse being you or her. I'd be worse than Zabini. I didn't mean it like that, Lucinda assured the other girl. It's just that Zabini will be gone by the end of the year and you'll still be here. It would be hard to see you like that with him. Then I won't tell you if it happens, Elinor responded with a smirk, ducking as a laughing Lucinda threw a pillow at her. I think I'd rather it was you, the vampire decided. At least you wouldn't try to take him from me, even if we will only ever be friends. Is that what worries you about any other girl? Lucinda nodded. How many girls do you think would let Harry be friends with a vampire, let alone one who has such complicated feelings about him? True, Elinor conceded, but the thing you should be asking is that would Harry be with someone who would take his friends away? Lucinda smiled sadly. He adores you, Elinor sighed. If you could see it how the rest of us do, you'd understand. Oh, I know he does, Lucinda snorted. I can smell his hormones reacting to me whenever I'm close, and I'm not too stupid to see how attentive he is to me, but will it last? Is it that he just wants me physically even if he doesn't realize it yet? Elinor shook her head. Why don't you talk to him about it? Because I'm terrified, Lucinda admitted, and I want him to figure it out for himself. I don't want to push anything and then it goes wrong. I can wait for whatever might happen between us. I have all the time in the world for that. What about him being with other girls, even just physically? I don't like it, Lucinda replied irritably, but no human woman could ever compare to a vampire in that way. If and when I get my chance with him, no mortal will measure up. I don't know if I should be intrigued or disgusted, Elinor replied. I suppose I'd best get there first then. Well, I could always go into details if you wish, Lucinda offered. Elinor shook her head. No, thank you, she answered firmly. Lucinda shrugged in response. Your loss. What's her loss? Harry asked as he joined them. Nothing, Lucinda answered airily. Nothing at all. Break. They were looking at him with varying degrees of suspicion, many evidently believing that he was indeed innocent of the crimes he had been imprisoned for. For Sirius, this was the first time in many years he had seen most of these people, or any people in fact. Azkaban had been a lonely, miserable experience, and though he was no longer a prisoner within the island fortress, he had still all but traded one cell for another. Grimmauld Place held too many unpleasant memories for him, and if it weren't for Voldemort's impending rise to prominence, he would perhaps have accepted Cassiopeia's offer of inhabiting one of the other Black properties on the continent. That was not to be, however. He was needed here, for Harry, and to play his part in righting the wrongs of the past. Sirius wanted Wormtail. More than anything else, he wanted to get the rat and make him pay for what he had done. He had dreamed of it for over a decade now, of having Wormtail at his mercy, pleading for his pathetic life. There would be no reprieve, not for him. Sirius, do you have anything you wish to add? Dumbledore questioned. He shook his head in response. No. Then that will be all for this evening, Dumbledore announced. Elphias, if you hear of Lucius attempting to pressure anyone else, do inform as quickly as you can. Of course, Doge acquiesced. I will call for you all again, Dumbledore said dismissively. Sirius stood with the others and accompanied Remus to the fireplace, where they waited their turn to use the Floo network. When they arrived back in Grimmauld Place, it was not to the empty study they had left only an hour prior. Cassiopeia was waiting for them, her expression one he remembered only too well from his childhood. Even in her advancing years, the woman cut quite the terrifying figure, and her gaze could still freeze any in their tracks. How was your meeting? She asked. Meeting? Sirius asked. Cassiopeia nodded. You're a part of Dumbledore's not-so-secret club, aren't you? Do not lie to me, Sirius. I know all about the Order of the Phoenix. Are you a member? Sirius felt Remus roll his eyes at him. If she was a member, she would have been there, you idiot. Good point, Sirius conceded, falling silent as he caught sight of Cassiopeia's glare. By all means, work with Dumbledore if you must, but your loyalty is to Harry. Do not forget that, boy. Of course my loyalty is Harry's. And mine, Remus added. Cassiopeia hummed. Good, because he will have so few allies by the time he returns. He will need some that he can rely on. Sirius nodded his understanding. He will have us, he assured her sincerely, no matter what. Cassiopeia merely nodded. Why don't you join the Order? Remus asked. Cassiopeia giggled, the very notion of doing so evidently proving to be hilarious to the woman. The Order is not what will win the war, not with Dumbledore running it, she replied frustratedly. He is unwilling to do what is necessary, and soon enough, you will find yourselves in a similar or worse state than you were the last time around. Stunning spells and taking prisoners is useless when you are facing an enemy that is trying to kill you. It is an uneven battlefield, and that will end in only one way, lots of death of those you choose to fight with. Dumbledore clings on to his morals, and all they have done is get others killed. Tell me, how many of Voldemort's lot were eliminated during the last war? Sirius shrugged, a frown creasing his brow. Not many, he admitted. And how many Order members gave their lives? Too many, Remus sighed worriedly. And that is why you can't win this war, Cassiopeia sighed. Harry will win it, though. He is willing to do what is needed, and more than that, he wants to. He will not shy away from putting an end to his enemies, and he will make them suffer for everything he has endured because of them. You don't really expect him to fight in a war, do you? Cassiopeia shook her head. No, all I expect from him is that he will be a good lord for both the Potter and Black families, but Harry expects it from himself. For 15 years, he has carried what happened to his parents with him, and he will not be satisfied unless he puts an end to Voldemort personally. That is not what James and Lily would want, Sirius grumbled. James and Lily are dead, Cassiopeia said bluntly. And believe me, if I had my way, I would keep Harry as far from all of this as possible, but I have no right to do that. When the time comes, he will make his way here and Merlin help Voldemort and his followers. They do not know it yet, but their fates are already sealed. He will do to them what they have done. He will hunt them down, and he will make an example of them. You sound almost proud of that, Remus muttered. Cassiopeia nodded unashamedly. I am proud of the man I know my Harry will be, she declared. He will be just as Charles, but as ruthless as Arcturus with all the magical ability both possessed, and so much more. His enemies will fall, and he will rise. Mark my words, the name Harry Potter will be remembered as one of the greatest to walk among us. Sirius shared a look with Remus. After such an impassioned speech, he found it all but impossible to disbelieve. Better than Grindelwald? He asked. Cassiopeia's nostrils flared at his temerity, but she nodded without hesitation. Harry will surpass both Gellert and Dumbledore. The woman wore a knowing smirk, almost as though she acknowledged that no other possessed. That would not surprise Sirius. Cassiopeia, always seemed to know more than anyone else around her. "Harry will have my loyalty and my wand," he reiterated. "I shirked my responsibility once, and that won't happen again. If necessary, I will go to hell and back to make sure that kid comes out of this all right." His words were sincere, his tone unwavering, and he met the penetrating gaze of Cassiopeia as hers bored into his. After a moment, she nodded satisfactorily. "I believe you," she replied simply before taking her leave of the room. Both Sirius and Remus remained silent for several moments before the werewolf broke it with a deep sigh. "Bloody hell, that was intense." "It was," Sirius agreed. However, he understood why, and though he had questioned her motivation for taking Harry in when she had so little to gain from doing so, Sirius had no doubt that she loved Harry more than she had anyone else. She had raised him, cared for him, and undoubtedly taught him much of what he knew. Cassiopeia Black had become something she had never intended to. A parent, and though it had not changed her much as a person on the surface, it had indeed changed her where it mattered most. Harry was her priority, and she wanted nothing more than to see him thrive, and to live a life that had been taken from him before he was truly able to appreciate it. "Come on," Sirius murmured. "To where?" "To the library first, and then to the basement," he explained as he left the study with Remus following suit. "If we are really going to war, we need to be prepared. Dumbledore won't like it, but this could be Harry's life weighing in the balance. I never thought I would say it, but Cassiopeia is right." Remus nodded his agreement. "For Harry." "And for James and Lily," Sirius added as he pushed the door open to the library. There would be little of use to the werewolf, and Sirius had avoided this place for his entire life. But if there was ever a time to be here, it was now when he would likely need it most. He was a Black, after all, so perhaps it was time he truly lived up to the name that he carried. For Harry, he could do that. Break. He'd been back with the pack for but a day, but already, Kane could feel the mixture of emotion and tension amongst them. Both were palpable, and many were in a state of frenzy seldom seen in places like this. It was almost, though there was a sense of hope in the air, though not in a way that boded well for any. It was the worst-kept secret that Greyback planned to move them on from their home, and Kane was no fool. To move a pack as large as this would garner much attention, and none of it good. He regretted returning here. Wishing he had taken Harry up on his offer, he reminded himself of why he had come. He wanted answers. He wanted to know why, when he was on his deathbed, his parents had not come to him. Did he mean so little to his own mother and father now? Not that he had been presented with an opportunity to speak with them. They had not been home when he'd arrived, and he simply could not bring himself to look for them amongst the other emotional werewolves. Even from the house, he could hear the baying of the pack, the inevitable fights that broke out, and the screams of those that dared speak out against the evident plans as they were torn to shreds by either Fenrir or the others. It was not a good place to be, but here he was. Kane needed answers, and if truth be told, despite Harry's offer, a wolf needed to belong to a pack. Lone wolves did not fare well in a world that despised them. "There you are," his mother admonished as she entered his room. "Here I am," Kane echoed. His mother frowned at him. "Why are you not with the rest of us?" Kane snorted humorlessly. "You mean watching them tear each other apart? No thanks, I'd much rather stay out of it." His mother was not pleased by the answer, her eyes flashing a dangerous amber color. "Are you not a member of this pack?" "You tell me," Kane chuckled darkly. "Aren't we supposed to look out for one another?" "Of course," his mother answered irritably. "Then who was looking out for me when I was fucking dying?" Kane spat, the days of anger and frustration he'd felt bubbling to the surface. "Dying?" his mother asked amusedly. "We were assured that you were fine." "Fine, I was poisoned and was so close to dying that I transformed in a room full of other students. I could have killed them or them me. What then? Would you say that it was fine?" His mother narrowed her wolfish eyes at him. Kane knew he had crossed the line with her, but he didn't care. For her to be so dismissive of what had happened hurt him as much as it infuriated him. "You will watch your tone, boy," she growled. "You're no longer a cub." Kane nodded his understanding. "Fine," he returned evenly. "If there is nothing else, I have work to be getting on with." He turned from her, swallowing the lump that had formed in his throat. He knew that werewolves were not so maternal for the most part, but he had hoped, when she knew just how gravely ill he had been, that there would be something akin to care from the woman. There had been nothing. All she seemed to care for was Greyback's grand plan, and all but worshipping the ground, their alpha walked on. "Fenrir wishes to speak with you," his mother announced. Kane's attention snapped back towards the woman. "Why me?" he asked suspiciously. "He wishes to check on you for himself," his mother answered with a shrug. "So much for the pack not caring about you." With that, she turned and left the room. "He will arrive in an hour," she called from the foot of the stairs. Kane could only frown thoughtfully. Greyback wasn't merely coming to check on him. The alpha wanted something from him, of that he was certain. But what could that be? Kane was a student and had nothing to offer the pack. Still, he did not believe for one moment Fenrir Greyback wished to check on his well-being. No, something else was the catalyst of the impending visit. Whilst he waited, he played over every possible scenario in his mind. But even as he heard the heavy footfalls of the alpha draw closer as he climbed the stairs, Kane was at a loss. Nevertheless, an involuntary shudder worked its way down his spine as the enormous man entered his room bringing the heady aroma of blood, sweat, and death with him. Despite this, the look he gave Kane appeared to be one of concern as he took a seat on the edge of the bed. "Your mother has been worried about you," Greyback sighed. "What's been happening, kid?" Kane shrugged. "I don't know," he answered. "Everything here just feels different, and with what happened at school." He broke off. "What did happen? Your mother mentioned that someone poisoned you and that it made you transform." Kane nodded. "They did and I did," he murmured. "They wouldn't tell me what happened, though." He wasn't going to pass on that information to Greyback. There was no doubt in Kane's mind that he was sick enough to poison members of the pack in an attempt to replicate it. A scowl crossed the older werewolf's features, but he schooled his expression quickly. "But you are okay." "I am," Kane confirmed. "Good," Greyback declared. "I would have been devastated to lose you." He rubbed Kane's shoulder comfortingly, and even through his clothes, he could feel the rough skin of his hands and the sharp nails at the end of Greyback's fingers. "What of your friends? I bet they were worried." "The other werewolves were," Kane replied carefully. "My other friend, Jonas, he's a son of a hag, he was worried too." "Your other friend, is he the only other you have?" Kane felt a sense of dread fill him. Fenrir wasn't here out of concern, nor to check that he had indeed recovered. He wanted information. "None of the purebloods speak to me, and the half-bloods don't want much to do with the creatures," he explained. "That is the world we live in, unfortunately," Greyback sighed. "What are the other students like?" Kane shrugged in response, as he pondered his reply carefully. "They don't bully us, not really," he answered. "We're mostly left alone, but some of the pureblood ones try to when they are bored. They don't get very far, though. There are a lot of us there, and we all look out for one another, even if we aren't pack outside of school." Greyback, his lips pulled over his yellow teeth as he nodded. "That is good," he declared. "What of Harry Potter? I understand he is a student there." And there it was. Greyback had guided the conversation to precisely this, and once more, Kane's stomach filled with a deeper sense of dread. What interest could Fenrir possibly have in Harry? "He is," Kane confirmed. It was no good to deny it, not when it was now common knowledge. "He mostly keeps himself to himself," he continued. "He doesn't cause anyone any problems, but he doesn't have any friends other than a few pureblood students. He doesn't mix with the likes of us." Greyback scowled once more. "What have you noticed about him?" "Not much," Kane replied with a thoughtful frown. "He likes to play pranks on people sometimes, and they say that he is good at transfiguration and charms. I've not paid much attention to him, really." Greyback nodded as he stood. "I'd like you to observe him," he instructed. "Learn as much as you can about him and report it back to me. Do you think you could do that for the pack?" Kane swallowed deeply as he nodded. "I can," he confirmed. "I won't let you down." Greyback smiled, though it came across as more of a leer than anything else. "Good," he growled gently. "The pack will only benefit from it." Kane listened as Greyback's footsteps receded down the staircase and out of the house before he dared breathe again. For reasons unknown to him, the pack had now taken an interest in Harry, and instead of playing his part as he would be expected to do, there was only one thing on his mind. He needed to tell his friend, to warn Harry of the danger he might be in. Here, these wolves might call him pack, but none of them looked out for him, no longer cared for him, not like Harry always had. Not a day passed that his friend did not make sure that he was okay, that he had everything he needed, and that his transformations were bearable when the full moon came. Kane owed Harry his life for everything he had done, and though he might indeed find himself as a lone wolf or even a dead one for doing so, he would not stab Harry in the back. Not for the pack, not for his parents, and certainly not for Fenrir Greyback. Fear filled every fiber of him as he pondered just why Greyback was interested in his friend, but Kane quickly realized that the reasoning did not matter. Fenrir only took an interest in humans for two things: food or torture. Kane would never see Harry become either for the monster, not that it would likely come to pass. Greyback was an infamous killer, perhaps the most prolific werewolf to ever live, but Harry was Harry. He certainly would not submit to any, and Kane had no doubt that Greyback would be biting off more than he could chew should he take too much of an interest in his friend. "Break." "Most impressive, Harry," Gellert praised as he watched the boy casting the spells he himself had painstakingly created. It was quite the sight to behold, and though the former Dark Lord had provided the knowledge, the hard work of utilizing it was all Harry's. It filled the old man with pride to see someone so dedicated, so driven to succeed, and as ruthless as he had once been. Gellert still and always would harbor his ambition to see the world molded in his perfect image of it. That would never come to be, but knowing there were those like Harry that could bring some needed changes made his wholly unsatisfying existence just that more tolerable. "Does it tire you out using them?" Gellert asked. Harry shook his head. "They did at first, but not anymore," he explained. "I got used to them quickly. I suppose the Elder Wand helps." Gellert nodded thoughtfully. "Well, whatever you are doing is undoubtedly working. Keep up the work, Harry, and there will be very little you cannot achieve if you put your mind to it." The boy smiled, reminding Gellert that he was still just that. For all of his ability and potential, Harry was still a child in many ways, but not so in others. He was indeed on the cusp of manhood, and a fine one he would make. "I brought you a present," Harry declared as he removed his trunk and resized it. "I know there isn't much you are allowed in here, but I checked, and this is fine." He reached in and produced an ornate box that he handed to Gellert, who accepted it with a curious quirk of his eyebrow. Within, he found a pensive, and he chuckled to himself. "You might not be able to take over the world now, but you can revisit your attempt at it," Harry snorted. "I'm sure there are other memories you would wish to see again." Gellert smiled warmly at the boy. It was the most thoughtful gift he could have given him. For as detached as he could be towards others at times, deep down, Harry truly was a very kind person. Cassiopeia had indeed done a fine job raising him. "It is the most wonderful gift I have ever received," Gellert replied sincerely. "Now it is Christmas morning. Should you not be with the others?" Harry nodded. "I'm going, but I wanted to make sure you got your gift too," he explained as he shrunk his trunk and placed it back within his robes. "Oh, there's something else too." He removed a box from his pocket and placed it on the floor on Gellert's side of the cell. Tapping it with his wand, it increased in size considerably, and the most enticing smells filled the entire corridor. I can't imagine the food you get in here is great, so I had Elgar make a few things for you. It is Christmas, Harry said with a shrug. Gellert opened the box to find it filled with an array of foods, roasted meats, potatoes, and too many sweet treats to count. Merry Christmas, Gellert, Harry offered, waving as he made his way towards the exit. Merry Christmas, Harry, Gellert whispered in response, his eyes fixed on the hamper of food he'd been given. Merry Christmas. Break. This won't end well for you, Cassiopeia warned amusedly. Sirius growled in response from his hiding place behind the kitchen door. Harry had yet to meet his dog form, and Christmas Day was the perfect time to introduce his godson to his other side. Cassiopeia didn't know what she was talking about. Sirius would pin the boy down. Don't say I didn't warn you, Cassiopeia sighed. Sirius ignored the woman, his ears perking up as he heard the front door open, and he squatted down on his haunches, ready to leap at the unsuspecting Harry. His tail began to wag as the footsteps drew nearer, and before Harry had even fully entered the room, Sirius pounced. What happened next was as confusing as it was surprising for the animagus. One moment, he was airborne, his tongue lolling out of the side of his mouth as he flew towards his godson. The next, he found himself in a tangle of his own limbs and the many branches of the Christmas tree. He whimpered helplessly as the laughter of his aunt could be heard. It was a thoroughly embarrassing situation he found himself in, and it only got worse as he finally managed to free himself. Instead of being greeted by the sight of the laughing woman or even an admonishing glare from Remus, he found himself staring into the eyes of a snarling wolf. Sirius was filled with terror, and without thought, his tail was tucked between his legs as he bolted from his own kitchen. Much to his dismay, the wolf gave chase, and a yelp escaped him as a chunk of fur was pulled from one of his hind legs. The wolf was faster than him, and there was seemingly no escape. Sirius howled pleadingly as he found himself pinned to the floor, the slobbering wolf dribbling as it took the dominant position. All right, that's enough, Harry, he heard Cassiopeia huff. The wolf looked towards the woman before allowing Sirius to stand, and it was then the former Azkaban prisoner realized that the wolf was Harry and not a creature he had conjured. Reverting back to his human form, he felt a mixture of pride, embarrassment, and irritation. He had not comported himself well in the face of the beast, much to his shame. You're a bloody wolf, he groaned. Harry grinned smugly in response. Better than a mangy dog. I do not have mange. That's enough from both of you, Cassiopeia grumbled. Come on, creature will have dinner ready soon. Sirius cursed under his breath as he and Harry followed the woman back to the kitchen, where Remus was attempting to repair the damage to the tree. Did you know about this? Sirius demanded. Remus held his hands up innocently. I had no idea, the werewolf assured him amusedly. Sirius hummed disbelievingly. Remus had known, and judging by the expression he wore, he found the entire situation hilarious. It's not funny, Sirius mumbled. But it would have been if you got me, Harry asked. Sirius nodded. It would have made my Christmas. Both Harry and Remus shook their heads. Has he always been so petty? Harry questioned. You have no idea, the werewolf replied. He once tried to prank your dad but wasn't so subtle about it. James heard everything and Sirius ended up bald for 2 weeks before Lily took pity on him and fixed it. I never did get the get back for that, Sirius broke in sadly. So, you're going to try to take it out on me? Sirius grinned as he nodded. I'll get you, Harry. It's just a matter of time. Harry quirked a challenging eyebrow in return. We'll see. We will, Sirius agreed. Come on, dinner is ready, Cassiopeia announced. The two of you can sit on opposite sides of the table. Neither of you can be trusted. You mean Sirius can't be trusted? Harry snorted. You can't be trusted, Sirius fired back petulantly. Merlin, help me, Cassiopeia groaned. It's like having 2 children. Are you planning on spending the night here, Harry? I don't see why not, Harry answered. I've finished my homework and sent all my presents to everyone. You mean to your girlfriend, Sirius teased. I don't have a girlfriend. What happened to the Greengrass girl? Harry shrugged. Nothing, but we both agreed that having a relationship when we are so far apart just wouldn't work. That's very mature, Remus commented. So there isn't anyone else, Sirius probed. Maybe, Harry answered cryptically, but not anything serious. Don't, Remus warned as Sirius opened his mouth to reply. Just don't. Sirius scowled at his friend as he took his seat at the table where Creature began serving them their meals. Do you really have a vampire for a friend? The werewolf asked curiously. Harry nodded as he removed a photo from within his robes. Lucinda, he confirmed. That's her there, he added, pointing to a pale, dark-haired girl amongst a group of teenagers. The others are the rest of my friends. James would be so proud, Sirius chuckled. 3 pretty girls, Harry. They're my friends, Harry sighed. Nothing has happened with any of them. But you are interested in another girl. I bet they don't like that much. Not really, Harry answered, but that's my business. Sirius nodded his agreement. I do hope you are not disrespecting these young women, Cassiopeia interjected. If he is, then he doesn't take after James, Sirius pointed out. Lily was the only girl for him from the moment he saw her. It was quite pathetic. Pathetic because he wasn't caught in a broom cupboard with someone new every week, Remus asked. Sirius smirked unashamedly. Hey, I'm not complaining. He just left more girls for me. That's enough of that talk, Cassiopeia snapped. Harry does not need your encouragement to become a lout like you. He is doing a fine job of that himself. I'm nothing like him, Harry defended. Cassiopeia hummed disbelievingly. Next time, do not leave the notes that Alessia gives you in your robes, she advised. Harry's eyes widened in realization. You didn't read that, did you? No, but Elgar did, Cassiopeia explained. Just don't get the girl pregnant. If you do, you will be marrying her. Good luck trying to make that happen, Harry muttered. Excuse me. Nothing, Harry answered quickly, shooting a glare at the guffawing Sirius and Remus. Break. He had not experienced such excitement for so long that he had almost forgotten what it felt like, and now that he had been reminded, he was more eager than ever to press forward with his plans. He watched the blaze in the distance, the smell of burning timber, and the items that were within the manor as they were reduced to nothing but ash, a smile cresting his lips. Perhaps he should not have returned so soon, even if it was just for a single excursion, but his patience was not boundless, and the urge to come here and rid himself of a powerful enemy had been too strong to ignore. Still, he had already been gone too long, and as he witnessed the arrival of the Aurors, Lord Voldemort vanished, leaving no trace of his presence behind. Break. Harry woke in a cold sweat. His breathing labored as he sat up and poured himself a glass of water with a trembling hand. It had been some time since he'd had such a vivid dream, so long that he had felt the euphoria from the misery of others. He had come to know where these visions were from, and if Voldemort was feeling such happiness, it meant that someone else was suffering. But whom? With Voldemort, it could be anyone, but somehow the Dark Lord felt close. Much closer than Harry had felt him before. It was not a comforting thought, and cautiously, he moved the corner of the curtain just enough that he could see into the street outside, where he expected to find a shadowy figure waiting for him. The square outside Grimmauld Place was empty, but Voldemort had not been far away. Releasing a deep breath, he drew the Elder Wand and held it as he climbed back into bed. How he would fare in a fight against the man that had murdered his parents, Harry knew not, but he was not foolish enough to believe that he was ready, not yet. He yearned for the day that he would be, that he could sleep peacefully without bearing witness to the atrocities of his foe. But that day was still far into the future. Until then, he would do what he always had. He would endure and he would learn. There was little else to be done until Voldemort was truly dead. Chapter 32, Parting Ways Bones Manor Burns. By Rita Skeeter. In what can only be described as a shocking incident, the evening of Christmas Day saw the home of one of Britain's oldest and most respected pureblood families razed to the ground. Bones Manor has been the ancestral seat of the family for several centuries and has overseen many generations come and go throughout its existence. Sadly, that will no longer be the case. At around midnight on Christmas evening, Aurors responded to a report of a blaze at the property and arrived to find that most of it had been destroyed by the fire. Thankfully, Madame Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and her niece, Susan, were not home at the time. The former was unavailable to comment on the incident, but Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, had this to say. "This is a most unfortunate incident, and one that has been thoroughly investigated by a team of senior Aurors," he explained. "From what little evidence that has been gathered, it appears that the blaze was accidental in nature. We are grateful that Madame Bones nor her niece were not present at the time, and the ministry is at their disposal for any assistance they require." An accident such as this seems to be quite unlikely. The manor has stood proudly for centuries, and Madame Bones is certainly not a careless woman. Is there something that our minister is not telling us? Until further information is given, we can merely speculate, but this reporter has her doubts to the veracity of this claim. It had been a little over 6 months ago now that Harry had unwittingly watched as the home of the Bones family had been burned to the ground, and the subsequent article released by Rita informing the public of what had happened. Harry did not know how a thorough investigation was carried out by the Aurors, but it was clear something had gone amiss during it. He knew the truth of the matter, and he could not help but think that Fudge had a hand in covering up what had happened. Perhaps the minister did not wish to panic the public, or maybe Amelia Bones herself had wanted the nature of the fire to remain unknown, though Harry had his doubts of the latter. He did not know the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but it made little sense for her to conceal it. Regardless, although Voldemort had succeeded in destroying the manor, his endeavor had certainly not borne the fruit he had desired. Amelia yet lived, and those he had spoken with of the women were all of the same mind. Amelia Bones was beyond corruption, and would not simply allow Voldemort to exert his will over magical Britain. During the last war, she had lost much of her family to the man, her brothers, her parents, and even Susan's mother, all of whom having resisted the efforts of the Death Eaters to their own detriment. No, the woman would not be compromised. Nonetheless, as talented as she was said to be, it would be Voldemort she was defying, and when the Dark Lord decided you had been a nuisance for long enough, you seldom lived much longer. "Have you finished packing?" Kane asked, breaking into Harry's thoughts. He nodded as he placed the copy of the article on top of his belongings before closing the lid and shrinking it. Placing it in the pocket of his robes, he turned to be greeted by the nervous visage of his friend. "I do wish you would do as you're bloody told," Harry muttered irritably. Kane smirked at him in response, though there was little behind the gesture. "We've been through this," he pointed out. "I need to go back. I need to see what else I can find out about what is happening." Harry shook his head. "It doesn't matter, Kane," he huffed. "Your pack will join up with him. It doesn't matter when, we both know it will happen. I'm trying to save your life." "You already have," Kane replied with a sincere smile. "Now it's my turn to help you." The sentiment was undeniable, and it warmed Harry to know that the other boy was willing to risk it all to help him, despite how fearful he was, and with good reason. Greyback was one of the monsters that parents warned their children of, and though Kane had never hidden the fact that he was a part of the notorious Wolf's Pack, it had never been an issue between them until now. Flashback. For the most part, his time away from Durmstrang for the Christmas break had been enjoyable. He'd spent much of his time with Cassie, Sirius, and Remus, and had even ventured to Godric's Hollow to visit his parents' grave. Still, the holiday had come to an end, sooner than her would have liked, and Harry once more found himself in his dormitory after spending several hours on the school ship. "Harry, are you awake?" Kane whispered through the darkness. It had long passed midnight, and it was odd for the werewolf to be awake beyond it. But Kane had been distracted for the entire return journey to school and had barely spoken to the others all evening. Harry thought that perhaps he was still feeling the effects from his latest transformation, but even at his worst, he was never this subdued. No, something was evidently bothering his friend. "What do you need?" Harry asked. Kane released a deep breath, seemingly pondering how to broach the subject he wished to discuss. It was a moment later that the werewolf came into view and sat at the end of Harry's bed, his posture slumped, an expression of dismay marring his features. "Can you think of any reason why Greyback would be interested in you?" "What do you mean?" Harry asked. Kane shrugged. "He asked me about you," he revealed. "He wants me to find out any information I can. I didn't tell him anything," he added quickly. Harry held up a hand to calm the other boy. "The only reason he would be asking after me is because of Voldemort." "Voldemort," Kane whispered worriedly. Harry nodded. "I expect he has made contact with Greyback," he sighed. "He supported him during the last war." "But Voldemort is dead." "No, he isn't," Harry murmured. "He's still alive. He's just biding his time before he comes back. Greyback will be one of the allies he wishes to reconnect with." "Shit," Kane groaned. "That's what he keeps going on about." Harry shot him a question look, and Kane deflated. "He's been rallying the pack, promising us that we will be moving on to have a better life. He means that he's going to take them to join up with Voldemort, doesn't he?" "Yes," Harry answered bluntly. There was no use in lying to the boy, nor was there any point in attempting to soften the blow. Kane swallowed deeply as he shook his head. "I won't do it. I will not serve the man that killed your parents." Harry felt for the boy. Kane was his best friend, and he was being torn into two opposing directions. Whichever one he chose to follow, he would be betraying the other, but Harry perhaps had a solution to that. "You don't have to go against your pack," he pointed out. "When Voldemort returns, it will be my war to fight. I can't promise that I won't find myself fighting against them too, Kane." "I know," the werewolf replied sadly. "You don't have to go back. I can keep you out of it." Kane shook his head. "Who else is going to be in a better position to pass information you will need on to you?" "Don't be stupid," Harry huffed. "That's too dangerous. I won't let you do that." Kane offered him a smile. "I love my parents, Harry. Despite everything, I still hope that I can get them out of this mess. I might be stupid for thinking it, but if helping you can help them, then I'll gladly do it. It might be your war, but it involves me now too." Harry could only curse under his breath in response. End flashback. "It doesn't work that way," Harry sighed. "Why do you have to be such a stubborn shit? Why do you have to try to shoulder all the responsibility in the world?" Kane returned. "If there is a war coming, you can't fight it alone." "I know," Harry murmured, "but forgive me for wanting to keep my friends safe from it." "You don't have to go back. You can spend the summer with me. We can figure everything else out afterwards." Kane chuckled. "They would find me eventually," he pointed out. "You don't just walk away from the pack." Harry could only shake his head in response. "Fine, but the moment you sense that you are in any danger, you get a message to me and I will find you. Deal?" "If it gets you to shut up, then deal," Kane agreed. It was the best that Harry would get out of the boy, and though he did not like it, there was little else that he could say or do to deter him. He understood. Kane wished to save his parents, and the best way of doing that was to be with them, but even knowing that did little to assuage his worries. "Come on, instead of trying to find a way of changing my mind, let's get some dinner. It will be our last one here for a while," Kane reminded him. Reluctantly conceding to the other boy, Harry could only shake his head as he followed him from the room. They would be returning home for the summer in the morning, and he wished to enjoy his final evening of his 5th year here without such a dark cloud hanging over him. Break. During Tom's last rise to prominence, any time there was a lull in activity or an apparent period of peace was upon them, it unsettled Albus deeply. On the surface, It may seem that the Dark Lord was taking a reprieve for himself and his followers, but the headmaster knew the man better. Tom never rested, and when he wasn't carrying out attacks, there was no doubt that something else was afoot. Why he had decided to suddenly attack the home of Madame Bones was rather baffling, especially considering that the woman was not there. Tom had always been rather reckless and unequivocally arrogant, but to not check that his target would be caught up on his destruction had been an error on his part, and not a mistake Albus expected he would make again. Cornelius may have been content to deem the incident little more than an unfortunate accident, but Madame Bones had not been fooled, an opinion she had expressed to Albus when he had met with her shortly before the students returned from their Christmas holiday away from the castle. Flashback. It had not been the peaceful break that Albus had anticipated, and though what happened to the home of Amelia Bones could certainly have yielded much worse results, it was still a disaster nonetheless. For the past couple of days, the headmaster had been exceedingly busy learning what he could about what had transpired, and even without the expertise of advanced Auror training, it was not so difficult to draw his conclusions. Now, he merely needed to share them with the very woman that would be joining him momentarily. It was only a minute later that the fireplace flared into life, and without preamble, Albus admitted Amelia into his office. She removed the dust from her robes with a wave of her wand before stepping forward, the bags under her eyes deep and prominent, though she remained as sharp as ever. "It is perhaps an insensitive question, but how are you?" Albus asked. Amelia's nostrils flared slightly as she took the seat opposite him. "Given the circumstances, things could be better," she sighed. Albus offered her a sympathetic smile. "Was it truly an accident?" Amelia raised an eyebrow in his direction. A gesture gave Albus all the answer he needed. "Cornelius believes that making it public knowledge that it was intentional will only embolden the attacker to act rashly and try again. We both know that is crap. Dawlish told me exactly how the fire happened." Dumbledore hummed thoughtfully. He had strongly suspected a differing version of events, having been provided to the public at large. "Perhaps I can shed a little more light on the matter for you." "What do you mean?" Amelia asked suspiciously. "I have not even been allowed to return there yet, so if you know something, Albus." Albus held up a hand to calm the woman. "You have my apologies for interfering, but I visited your property myself to confirm my own thoughts as to what happened," he explained. "What did you find?" Amelia pressed, a deep frown creasing her brow. "The fire was undoubtedly started intentionally," Albus revealed. "By whom?" Albus released a deep breath. By whom? That was the question indeed, one with an answer likely stunned the usually unshakable woman. "I expect it is rather difficult to believe, but you know me well enough to know that I am not one for dramatics or speaking such things if I was not confident in my findings." Amelia huffed irritably. "Please just get on with it," she urged. "Who burned down my home?" "Voldemort." Much to her credit, Amelia did not flinch at the mention of the infamous Dark Lord like most others would. However, when she realized what Albus said, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Voldemort," she scoffed. "Then I expect you will be able to explain to me how a man that has been dead for close to 15 years now was able to destroy my family home." Albus nodded in response. "I will do just that," he assured her. "He is not dead, Amelia. He did not die when we believed it so, and he has been quietly planning his return, well, not so quietly in some cases. You are not his first victim." Amelia frowned questioningly at Albus. "Who?" she pressed. "Barty." Amelia shook her head. "This is all very far-fetched, Albus," she pointed. "It is," the headmaster agreed, "but if you grant me a few moments of your time, I have much proof that I can offer." Amelia eyed him sternly, evidently deciding whether or not Albus had completely lost his mind. "Very well," she decided. "I will hear you out." Albus nodded gratefully as he gestured towards the pensive behind him. "If you would join me for a brief trip down memory lane, I believe it will put your most understandable doubts to rest." Somewhat reluctantly, Amelia stood and Albus drew the two memories he wished to share with her before placing them into the stone basin and swirling them around. "After you," he offered courteously when he was finished preparing. Offering Albus a final look of skepticism, the redhead plunged her face into the bowl, and the headmaster followed suit to relive two of his most recent, unpleasant memories. When they re-emerged several moments later, Amelia said nothing as she returned to her seat, her expression unreadable. "This is no joke," she whispered severely. Albus shook his head. "I wish that it were," he sighed. He truly did possess a former professor and Miss Weasley the following year. "And you have seen nor heard anything of him since?" "Not until Severus confirmed that he has indeed returned," Albus explained. "At great risk to himself, he will continue to serve the Dark Lord as a vital asset to ourselves." Amelia pursed her lips in displeasure. "And I expect that you and your group will also be resuming the same work you did previously." Albus offered the woman an innocent smile and rubbed her eyes tiredly. "This is not good," she murmured. "The ministry is in such a pitiful state, and Cornelius will never believe this." "Which is why I have not discussed it with him," Albus replied. "Those that surround him are those that were able to avoid prosecution the last time around," Amelia finished. "The Auror department in particular is not in great shape. Most are older and past their best, and the younger one lack the needed experience to cope with war, Albus. We certainly do not have the funds to strengthen what we have, and Cornelius will never grant additional gold." Albus nodded his understanding. "What the hell can we do?" Amelia sighed, the first hint of concern breaking through in the tone of her voice. "We prepare as best we can," Albus answered, "for all eventualities." Amelia grimaced at the thought, her already tired expression taking on the added stress immediately. End flashback. Albus had not expected anything less from Amelia Bones than to take the revelation of Tom's return in her stride, and though her resources were limited, she had indeed been doing all she could to face the impending war. According to Kingsley and Nymphadora, she had been training the Aurors harder, ensuring that they had the best fighting chance possible to endure what was to come. It would likely be for naught, but Amelia was not one to simply give up in the face of adversity. No, she would fight until her final breath, something Albus hoped would not come for many years. Wizarding Britain needed people like Amelia, now more than ever, even if her efforts would be little more than enough to hinder Tom's progress. The war itself would not be concluded by the Aurors, the Death Eaters, or even Albus and the Order. It would be decided between Harry and Tom, and the headmaster could only hope that the cost of the victory he believed so wholeheartedly in would not be too high. The likelihood of such, however, was slim. People would die on both sides, and though he wished he could prevent the unnecessary loss of life, he was not so naive to believe that it could be so. It was a maudlin thought. Death in such circumstances was always so morbid, so needless, but it would come no matter what action he took. Absent-mindedly, he began stroking Fawkes' plumage as he helped himself to a sherbet lemon. Now, it was little more than a matter of time before the war would truly begin, and when it did, an oppressive shadow would once more descend over Britain until it could be lifted for good. Break. It had been a strange year at Durmstrang. As happy as she was to have Harry back, his return had been marred by his something of a relationship he had delved into with the Zabini girl. Was it a relationship? Lucinda didn't know how to define what had been going on between the two. They were never seen in public together beyond dueling in the evenings, and even then, there was no indication of any affection between the two. Had she not been able to smell them on one another whenever she was in close proximity to them, she would have been none the wiser to whatever it was they got up to behind closed doors. Still, it would come to an end soon. It was Zabini's last evening as a student here, and come September, Harry would be back without the older girl. The thought brought a sense of relief to the vampire. Lucinda didn't despise feeling jealous. It was simply a part of her nature. After all, She merely detested admitting it to anyone other than herself. Nevertheless, there would be no need for such feelings any longer. A rare smile graced her lips as she entered the library to return the last of the books she had borrowed throughout the year. Things would return to normal after tonight. Placing them on the trolley under the glare of the librarian, she turned to leave, only to gasp as she found someone in her personal space, much closer than she allowed anyone to be to her. Lucinda scowled at the smiling Zabini as she fought the urge to curse the girl. Zabini did not miss her fingers twitching toward her wand, and she quirked an eyebrow at her. "How tempted have you been to curse me all year?" she whispered interestedly. Lucinda rolled her eyes in response. "Don't flatter yourself," she huffed. Zabini laughed as she held up her hands. "I come in peace," she assured the wary Lucinda. "I just wanted to speak with you." "Why?" Zabini offered her a curious smile as her gaze drifted over her, leaving Lucinda feeling rather violated. "I just wanted to know what it is that makes you so special," she answered after a moment. "What do you mean?" Zabini laughed once more and gestured for Lucinda to follow her. With her curiosity getting the better of her, she reluctantly did so, and found herself wandering the shelves with the soon-to-be ex-student. "You want him for yourself." "Excuse me," Lucinda choked. "Harry, you want him. Don't deny it. I've seen the way you look at me as though I've stolen something that belongs to you." Zabini wasn't angry. If anything, she seemed to be rather amused. "What are you going to do about it?" the older girl pressed. "I don't see how this is any of your business." "It's not," Zabini returned with a shrug. "But if you think I'm going to be the only beautiful girl interested in him, you have another thing coming. Harry and I got into what we have knowing it would be nothing but some harmless fun, but it may not be the same with others." "Harmless fun," Lucinda pressed. Zabini nodded unashamedly. "I like him, even more now that I've spent so much time with him this year. I had not even entertained the notion that I might start to fall for him, and there is a part of me that is glad that I am leaving to escape it, and another part that is heartbroken. But our agreement was our agreement. I will move on with my life, and maybe if I am lucky I will find myself married to someone who is even a fraction of what Harry Potter will be." "You love him." "How can I not?" Zabini chuckled humorlessly. "And I know that there is a part of him that will hold on to what we had, but this is all that it was meant to be. We got to share something incredible, and neither of us will forget it." "But you don't want anything more. You used him," Lucinda accused. "No, I did not use him," Zabini corrected. "We both knew what this was, and besides, Harry feels the same as I do. He hasn't said it in as many words, but he doesn't need to. There is that part of me that wishes I could approach my father and demand he negotiates a contract for us." "Then why don't you?" "Because Harry Potter does not belong to me," Zabini answered simply. "I never thought I would envy another girl, let alone a vampire, but here I am." "Me?" Zabini nodded soberly. "I had him for this year, and there may be other girls that have the privilege of some time with him, but you will always get in the way of them." "I didn't do anything to get in between the two of you," Lucinda hissed. "You didn't," Zabini agreed, "but Harry cares for you more than he does anyone else. I don't know if it is a sisterly affection or that he has feelings for you that he hasn't recognized, but he would never do anything that would intentionally hurt you. You're the one person he speaks of more than anyone else, and he does it with such fondness and care. I don't think even you would believe it. My only question is, do you care for him as much, or do you just not want anyone else to have him?" "I let you have him, didn't I?" Zabini grinned triumphantly before her expression softened, and she took Lucinda by the hands, shuddering at the coldness of the touch. "Maybe at first I wanted to use him for my own enjoyment," she admitted. "I didn't count on coming to care for him the way I do, but it happened. A piece of my heart will always be his, and maybe I will keep a little of Harry's for myself, but I think that even if he is too dense to see it right now, he is already set on someone else." "Me?" Zabini nodded. "Maybe it will never come to anything, or maybe the differences between the two of you will prove to be too much to overcome, but despite what happens or what he does, don't forget how much he cares for you. Any idiot can see it, but I suppose Harry is a special kind of idiot." Lucinda snorted amusedly, and Zabini squeezed her hands. "No matter what happens, take care of him for me," she almost pleaded. "He deserves to be cared for as much as he cares for others, don't you think?" Lucinda nodded before she laughed to herself. "I spent this entire year wishing something horrible would happen to you," she sighed. "Now I feel bad for thinking it. You're not so bad. Thank you for this." Zabini offered her a sincere smile. "I did it for him," she explained. "If it is you that will make him happy, then so be it. I am curious about something, though." "What?" Lucinda questioned. "Is every part of you as cold as your hands?" Zabini asked pointedly. Lucinda quirked an eyebrow at the girl. She'd never been asked such a personal question so brazenly. Not that she was embarrassed by it. On the contrary, she found the question to be quite understandable and humorous. "I can assure you I can provide all the warmth needed," Lucinda replied. Zabini shuddered once more as Lucinda pushed a wave of heat through her hands. "Now that is interesting," she commented. "Anything else you wish to know?" Zabini shook her head, a grin tugging at her lips. "No, that was everything," she sighed. "Take care of him for me. He's a lot more sensitive than most would believe." "I will," Lucinda assured her. With that, Zabini gave her a final smile, her eyes watery as she turned and took her leave of the library. Lucinda stood rooted to the spot for several moments as she replayed the conversation over in her mind. She had despised the girl, but now she felt that she understood her more. Zabini didn't want to take Harry from her. She merely wanted a little of him to herself, and in truth, Lucinda could not hate her for that. Oddly, it helped knowing that what the two of them had shared wasn't entirely empty and meaningless. Zabini cared for Harry, and it somehow brought some comfort to the vampire. It brought a sad smile to her lips. In a way, she felt sorry for the other girl, but was equally grateful. Although she had not planned on developing feelings when she and Harry had begun their dalliance, it had happened nonetheless, and yet there was no bitterness from her towards Lucinda. It had been an unexpected conversation, but one that the vampire appreciated for what it was. Zabini was looking out for Harry, and as something of a final gesture of care and affection towards him, she had taken steps to ensure that he would be cared for now that she wouldn't be around. He would be. No matter what happened, Lucinda would care for him. Even if he was a frustrating, irritating idiot that did his best to provoke certain reactions from her. She shook her head as she too left the library. Despite his ability to wind her up, she wouldn't have him any other way. Well, she would, but that would perhaps have to wait until both of them were ready to face what it was they felt for one another. If of course their affections did indeed go further than the platonic displays they had shown thus far. For now, Lucinda was content to see what would happen. As much as she knew that she wanted him for herself, she would rather have him as she did now than not at all, and if she were to admit her feelings now, it could serve to only push him away. That she could not comprehend facing, and though Zabini had offered her more assurances than she could have asked for, the doubts she felt still lingered at the back of her mind. Break. His attempt to draw first blood against Britain had ultimately failed, something that irked the Dark Lord more than he cared to admit. Failure was not something that was familiar to him, and to experience it so early on was not the beginning to his resurgence he had desired. Still, he would not be deterred by such a minor inconvenience. Bones would die, as would all others that opposed him. It was merely a matter of time. "What news do you bring me, Lucius?" Voldemort questioned irritably. The Dark Lord was becoming restless, his already short temper taking little to provoke recently. He longed to truly get the war underway, to fulfill the destiny that had been almost snatched away from him more than a decade ago. "I bring much news, my lord," Lucius replied with a bow. Were it not for the blonde and his insistence on being patient, perhaps the war would be well on the way to being concluded by now. But the Dark Lord knew that despite how much it infuriated him to wait, Lucius understood the current state of the country better than him. 15 years was a long time to be absent. Well, Voldemort snapped. Lucius hurriedly flicked through the pages of parchment he held before handing a sheet to him. Those are the names of the families that will oppose us without hesitation, he explained. They will not be bribed, blackmailed, or intimidated. Voldemort nodded thoughtfully as he read through them, each name familiar to him as old foes. And how would you suggest we handle them? All bar one has an heir, so killing the lord or lady of the family would not eliminate the line. However, I would recommend taking hostages, my lord. People tend to cooperate when it is their loved ones' lives on the line. It would be easier to kill them, Voldemort grumbled. In the short term, yes, Lucius replied carefully. But if entire families are being wiped out, it will only strengthen the resistance against us. For the time being at least, until your position is secured, we must present a front of cooperation as to not arouse too much suspicion. You must be willing to appoint representatives to work on your behalf, for public image purposes, of course. Voldemort hummed unhappily. Fine, he agreed. I suppose this will take time to implement. It will, my lord, Lucius confirmed, but I have information that will be immediately more welcome to you. Voldemort frowned and gestured for the man to continue. Azkaban is ready whenever you are to free the others. The Dark Lord felt a surge of excitement before he narrowed his eyes at the man. You have been very vocal in your efforts to prevent me from freeing them. Why now? Because I have the perfect scapegoat to ensure none will suspect the truth behind the breakout, Lucius explained confidently. Leave it with me, my lord. I will handle the fallout. Voldemort nodded appreciatively. Then let us not stand on ceremony, he whispered excitedly, the sibilance in his words drawing out in anticipation. Without preamble, he stood from the seat he had been occupying and vanished in a plume of thick, dark smoke. His efforts at Christmas may not have proven to be fruitful, but this would undoubtedly be different. Break. I must say, Potter, you have certainly exceeded my expectations already, Novik declared proudly. We will continue when you return in September, where we will move on to some truly advanced magic. Be on your way and enjoy your summer. You too, Professor, Harry returned, placing his wand in its holster before taking his leave of the room. The additional lessons with the man had been a boon to him, and Harry was looking forward to resuming them. Novik's knowledge of the dark arts was exceptional, and Harry was grateful to have it at his disposal. It would be most useful to him in the coming years, when he would be faced with those who had studied them extensively. However, no one, other than Voldemort, would have dedicated themselves to it the same way Harry had. His dedication to magic as a whole would be one of the few advantages he held over most of his enemies. Thinking of what was to come only added to his already maudlin thoughts. He and Alessia had spent a final evening together, had enjoyed each other's company as they had been doing for much of the year, and had said their goodbyes. Harry had not expected it to be so hard to do, nor did he expect there to be a lingering sting in his chest at the thought of not seeing her again. Despite the agreement they had made, he had indeed come to care for the girl more than he knew he should have allowed himself to. He would miss her deeply. He already did. Nevertheless, he entered the main hall for breakfast, his expression giving nothing away to how he was truly feeling. There he is, Kane announced as Harry approached their table. Where have you been? With Novik, Harry answered as he took a seat next to the werewolf. Not all of us are scratching our fleas in bed until breakfast time. For a wolf, you're such a lazy shit. He's right, Jonas snorted. Maybe, Kane conceded with a shrug, but I don't have fleas. Wait, do hags get fleas with all the hair they have? Jonas shrugged. I've not gotten close enough to my mother to find out, he explained. They're not exactly the most maternal creatures. My dad took care of me when I was a baby. So, you've never hugged your mother? Anna asked curiously. Jonas shook his head. Would you want to hug a hag? I can't say that I would, Anna grimaced. Exactly, Jonas chuckled. a frown creasing his brow as he glanced towards the door where Barkis and his usual group of lackeys had just entered through. "I'm glad we will finally be rid of him." Harry nodded his agreement, a smirk tugging at his lips. "What have you done?" Lucinda sighed. I have done nothing," Harry denied. "Well, not yet." "Harry," Kane pressed. "You always have to ruin my fun," Harry huffed dramatically. "Just watch, and you will be in for a treat." The group watched Barkis and his friends intently as they helped themselves to their final breakfast as Durmstrang students. It was a moment later that Barkis stood, a sudden discomfort seemingly having taken hold of him. Without warning, he vomited across the width of the table, covering some of his friends. Before the boy could compose himself, however, he was suddenly hoisted into the air where he dangled helplessly by his ankle, and he screamed. "Is he wearing women's underwear?" Hugo gasped. He was. It was a final addition Harry had decided to include as a final touch of humiliation for Barkis, though it wasn't quite over with yet. A collective groan of disgust sounded as the boy lost control of his bowels and excrement was sprayed over him and the table below. The students that were seated there ran from the hall, followed by the rest as the stench wafted throughout, with many trying to not follow suit in vomiting. "That wasn't a treat, you bastard," Jonas gagged. Harry merely laughed in response as the others glared at him. He may not have been able to prove Barkis's involvement with what had happened to Kane, and perhaps he wasn't involved at all, but Barkis was still one of the most unpleasant people he'd had the displeasure of meeting, and he couldn't simply let him leave Durmstrang without a parting gift. "It was for me," Harry replied as they made it into the courtyard and away from the awful stink Barkis had created. "Personally, I can't think of a better way to end the year for him. A lot of shit for a shit," he added with a chuckle. The others did not seem to agree, but it served to cheer Harry up somewhat, even if it would not lift his mood for long. Catching sight of Alessia on the other side of the courtyard, he felt what little joy he'd managed to create for himself dwindle. With Daphne, he'd been able to simply move on. Maybe it was that they had not made everything so final when they had parted. With Alessia, he knew what they had was at an end. And despite not regretting a single moment he'd spent with her, he could do without the heartache. Chapter 33. The Order of the Phoenix. It wasn't often that Cassiopeia regretted teaching Harry occlumency from when he had been but a boy, and she was proud that he was able to remain composed despite what inner turmoil he was facing. However, just like now when something was bothering him, she wished he had not excelled in the mind arts so quickly. The news of the Azkaban breakout had disturbed the boy, but as he always did when anything pertaining to Voldemort occurred, he had seemingly taken it in his stride. Still, he was not himself, and had not been since he'd returned from school. The change within him was not such an obvious one that many would pick up on it, but Cassie knew Harry better than any, and he could not hide it from her, despite his best efforts. "Good," Gellert praised as Harry demonstrated some of the spells he'd managed to put the finishing touches to since they'd last met. "You have such a proclivity towards magic. It truly astounds me." Harry offered the man a smile. Cassie was pleased to see them getting on so well, especially with just who Gellert was. Perhaps Harry found it difficult to associate the somewhat feeble man trapped in a cell with the strongly built, magical powerhouse Cassie remembered. Nonetheless, they worked well together, and Harry was undoubtedly learning much from Gellert. "I did hear a most amusing development from Cassiopeia," Gellert said curiously. "You are an animagus." Harry nodded, and transformed seamlessly into the wolf Cassie had seen only one other time. Gellert chuckled as he clapped. "That is indeed quite the feat," he declared. "Has it had any effect on your human form?" Harry nodded after he had reverted back. "My hearing is stronger, and my sense of smell." "Both quite useful additions," Gellert observed thoughtfully. "What of your physical strength?" "I think I'm stronger and fitter," Harry replied. "But I've always been active, so I don't know if that is just from my usual work." Gellert hummed. "It could be just that," he acknowledged. Still, completing an animagus transformation is an excellent achievement for any. My dad did it too, and without any help, Harry revealed. He was a stag. He even taught 2 of his friends how to do it, and one of them is mostly useless at everything. Then, he must have been an exceptional practitioner of transfiguration. He was, the voice of Dumbledore sounded from the entrance to the row of cells. The only person I could even consider comparing him to in terms of his most excellent ability is Minerva, and she has often said that James would have outperformed her. Sadly, that is something we will never see. It is good to meet you again, Harry. Cassiopeia was going to respond on his behalf, but was beaten to it by the boy himself. And you, Professor, he replied in kind. Are we really going to pretend that you being here at the same time as me is a coincidence? Albus chuckled as he shook his head. No, I would not insult your intelligence by attempting to do so. I would like to speak with you on a few matters, and I would be reluctant to do so through mail. I'm sure you understand. I do, Harry murmured, the mood of both shifting from a rather jovial greeting to one more subdued. What can I do for you? Well, I discussed the idea with Sirius, and he rightly suggested that I speak with you regarding using Grimmauld Place as a base of operations for the Order, Albus explained. It is a secure building in a convenient location, and I would like your permission to host meetings there. Cassie's thoughts on the matter were simple. She did not want Dumbledore and his little group running rampant through the house, but ultimately, it was Harry's decision to make. He frowned thoughtfully for several moments before answering. I will allow it, but there are stipulations that are non-negotiable, he replied firmly. What are your terms? Albus requested. The Order will be limited to the first floor of the house only, Harry began. The library especially is off limits, and any other room other than the kitchen, and the living room is to only be accessed by any other than Sirius and Remus without my express permission. That is fair, Albus agreed readily. Anything else? No one is to touch anything in the house, Harry continued. Many of the items are exceedingly dangerous and are to be left where they are. Of course. Good, Harry declared. That just about sums it up for now, but I reserve the right to revisit this conversation if I feel it is necessary. Thank you, Harry, Albus returned gratefully. It is most gracious of you to allow us to use it. Harry merely nodded in response. I don't suppose you have spoken to Fudge about his pathetic accusation of Sirius being responsible for the escape of the Death Eaters. Albus deflated as he shook his head. I have requested meetings with him, but I'm afraid Cornelius does not wish to discuss the matter. Harry snorted. Of course he doesn't, he sighed. Still, what choice did he have? Using Sirius as his scapegoat was his only option. It isn't as though he is going to look any deeper into it than necessary, is it? I'm afraid not, Albus murmured. He is. A shit minister who would prefer to have his tongue rammed up Malfoy's arse than actually do his job. Harry, Cassie chided, scowling at Gellert as he laughed heartily at Harry's assessment. The boy smirked as he shrugged. Tell me I'm wrong, he challenged. I wouldn't have put it in such a manner myself, but I suspect it was Lucius who would have suggested such an explanation, Albus concurred. Well, Fudge certainly didn't come up with it, Harry grumbled. He couldn't find his own tackle with both hands. He is going to be useless, isn't he? Albus nodded darkly. Cornelius is not a leader for such difficult times, he explained, and with his closeness to Lucius and other unsavory individuals, he will remain ignorant of what is happening until it is too late. You mean until he is on his knees in front of Voldemort and his life is about to be snuffed out, Harry chuckled. You may as well just let Voldemort take Britain for all the good Fudge will do. Albus grimaced, but he offered no argument to the contrary. I fear that difficult days do indeed lay ahead, the man sighed. The task of ending the war will seem insurmountable at times. Not enough people will have the courage to resist what is to come, so it will be down to the few who refuse to accept it to keep fighting. He won't win, Harry declared. He may think he has when he does inevitably take control of Britain, but that will be nothing more than a token victory. We both know what the future holds, and when the time comes for us to meet, I will destroy everything he has worked for, and I will send every single one of his followers to hell with him. There won't be any forgiveness this time. It has to be definitive. Albus did not seem to like Harry's thoughts on the matter, but he did not comment on them. The man was weak when it came to doing what was necessary, but Harry wasn't. He would not shy away from dirtying his hands in a way that Albus never could. "Good lad," Gellert declared proudly. Cassiopeia nodded her agreement. "There is one other thing I wish to discuss," Albus announced, changing the subject. "I believe I am close to discovering the whereabouts of another of the items. I will keep you informed of my progress." "That is good news," Gellert acknowledged. "Indeed," Albus returned with a bow. "And just one final thing, if you would be so kind, Harry. I would like you to attend a meeting of the Order so that you may be introduced to the members. I believe yourself and Madame Bones should be acquainted at the very least, as she will be leading the Fighting Aurors when it is necessary to do so." "You convinced Amelia Bones to join the Order?" Harry asked. "Not as such," Albus chuckled. "She is willing to work with us, but her loyalty is to her position. However, the two of you will need to have a strong relationship in the future, and I believe the sooner you meet, the better it will be for you." "Fine," Harry agreed. "I will meet with the Order and with Bones. She will be a useful contact to have at least." Albus nodded his agreement. "Then I will be in touch shortly to make the arrangements," he declared. "Again, thank you for allowing us the use of Grimmauld Place. It will truly make a difference to our efforts. Until next time." With that, the headmaster took his leave, and Cassiopeia narrowed her eyes at his retreating form. "He's got some nerve asking to use the house," she muttered. "It will be more to my advantage than his," Harry pointed out with a shrug. "Dumbledore isn't the most forthcoming of people, but if he wishes to hold his meetings at Grimmauld Place, then I will make sure that the walls have ears. I will know of everything they discuss in there." Cassiopeia smiled proudly at the boy. It was a move worthy of her own brother. "Anyway, I should be leaving," Harry sighed. "I have letters to write and homework to get on with. Are you coming?" Cassie shook her head. "No, I will catch you up shortly," she explained. Harry nodded, before turning his attention towards Gellert. "Is there anything you would suggest I work on?" "Keep doing what you are, Harry," Gellert urged, "and come and see me again before you return to school." "I will," Harry assured him before offering the pair a wave and taking his leave of Nurmengard. "Something is wrong with him," Cassie murmured. "Even before they announced the Azkaban breakout, he wasn't himself." Gellert chuckled amusedly. "What's funny?" Cassie demanded. "Do you know something I don't?" "My dear, I know many things that you don't," Gellert snorted. "But with this, I will be of little use to Harry. I believe is having a problem pertaining to the opposite sex." "A girl?" Cassie asked with a frown. Gellert nodded. "He has that faraway look in his eyes that can only mean one thing. His mind is occupied by another. Have you by chance discussed such things with him?" Cassie's frown deepened. "No," she answered. "He is almost 16, Gellert pointed out. "Do you not think it is long overdue?" Cassiopeia grimaced. "I don't need to explain. Well, you know, to him, do I?" Gellert guffawed. "No, I imagine that he has figured that out for himself by now," he sighed lightly. "I mean things like relationships and how they work." "I'm hardly an expert," Cassiopeia huffed. "And what do you mean he's probably figured that out for himself?" Gellert held up a hand to placate the woman. "Harry is a good-looking, well-known young man," he reminded her. "I expect he has several would-be suitors interested in him. You can't possibly think that a boy of his age would not have shown an interest by now." "Bugger," Cassie groaned. "You don't think he has been?" Gellert shrugged. "If he has, then you should take comfort in the fact that you have taught him well, and that he would not take any foolish risks. My concern is that Harry may not understand the emotional repercussions of involving himself in those activities." Cassie nodded thoughtfully. It wasn't something she understood either, but she knew someone who did and would relish the opportunity to have something he could help Harry with. Leave it with me, she sighed. I think this is a job for someone who certainly isn't lacking experience with girls. Break. The liberation of the followers that did not denounce him when they had been captured had been much easier than the Dark Lord had anticipated. Azkaban was quite the impressive fortress, but the fault in its design was that it was intended to keep prisoners in and not others who wished to enter out. Not that many would be so keen to venture there. The Dementors were enough of a deterrent for most. To Lord Voldemort, however, they were allies, ones he had easily convinced to rejoin his ranks. In all, his 10 most loyal followers had been returned to their rightful place among his inner circle, though it would be some time before they would be of use to him. 15 years in Azkaban had taken its toll on each of them, and they would need extensive rehabilitation in the coming months. Already, the Dark Lord had instructed Severus to begin brewing and providing his strongest healing potions so that the treatment could get underway. "My lord, she is still demanding to see you," Lucius informed him as he peered his head around the door. Until the prisoners were healthy enough to travel, they would be staying at Malfoy Manor, and after spending several days under the roof here already, the Dark Lord could not wait to take his leave of the place. "Send her in, Lucius," he instructed. Voldemort did not need to hazard a guess at who was so insistent on seeing him. Bellatrix had been making the demand since she'd arrived. It was a moment later that she walked in, draped in robes that were much too big for her skeletal frame, and though she had taken a bath since she'd arrived here, the dank smell of the prison clung to her. Bellatrix smiled brightly at him, the teeth that had been blackened by years of neglect having been restored to a brilliant white. Still, her years under the care of the Dementors was apparent. Her thick, curly hair was streaked liberally with gray, and she had aged considerably during her incarceration. The once vibrant violet eyes she possessed were dull, and the bags and wrinkles around them deep and prominent. "My lord," she greeted him with a curtsy, "thank you for seeing me." "You are supposed to be focusing on your health, Bella," Voldemort chided. "I am as strong as ever," the woman replied. The Dark Lord chuckled amusedly. "It pleases me to see you so eager to return to my side, but you are no good to me in your current state. I need you at your very best for what is to come." Bellatrix pouted petulantly. "It is boring, my lord," she huffed. "The others are weak, and my sister has been reduced to a simpering broodmare for Lucius. The boy is as pathetic as his father." "Draco will prove himself in time," Voldemort assured her. Bellatrix giggled. "He is mediocre," she declared. "According to Sissy, he is in line to be the next Lord Black. He is not worthy of the title." "Then ensure that he is," Voldemort urged. "Your task from me, if you are so unwilling to rest, is to prepare him. Train him so that he is not such a disappointment to you." Bellatrix frowned before offering him a bow. "If that is your wish, my lord, I will do what I can." "Thank you, Bella," Voldemort offered gratefully. "I am sure your efforts will not be in vain. Now, eat and rest. If your task is as monumental as you believe, you will need much of both." Bellatrix nodded, her scowl firmly in place as she left the room, leaving the Dark Lord to breathe a sigh of relief. At least now, she would not be bothering him at every moment of the day. Her assessment of Lucius's boy was indeed correct. Draco was a spoiled braggart, but he possessed a cruelty that could perhaps be put to use if he proved himself somewhat capable in the coming weeks under his aunt's tutelage. "Break. I can't believe you're here," Pansy whispered as she squeezed the air from Harry's lungs, only releasing him when she realized he couldn't breathe properly. "Sorry," she added sheepishly. Harry waved her off as he offered her a smile. "I told you I'd come." Pansy nodded as she took him by the hand and began leading him through Diagon Alley. "Why are you here?" she asked curiously. "I have some things to do," Harry answered, a frown marring his features, "but I wanted to see you more than anything else. How was school this year?" Pansy shrugged. "Quieter than the last. Draco was a little less of a prat, but that won't last." Harry hummed. Well, Draco can always be dealt with if he gets too big for his tiny boots, he replied. What about Daphne? She's the same as ever, Pansy snorted. You've been writing to each other, haven't you? Here and there, Harry answered. Not as much I write to you. Pansy smiled. She still talks about you, she revealed, but she did start seeing Blaze a few months ago. Harry chuckled as he shook his head. That's quite ironic, since I was seeing his sister for a while. Oh. It just kind of happened, but she's done with school now, and we agreed it wouldn't be anything serious. So, you won't see her again? No, I think I'll keep out of the dating scene for a while. Harry seemed rather down about it, but before Pansy could press him further, he pulled her towards a stall that was being manned by two familiar redheads, both smiling brightly as they approached. Ah, now here comes a young man of fine taste, of the Weasley twins declared. Step this way, Harry, and browse our wares for yourself. What is all this? Harry asked curiously. Only the finest assortment of pranking goods, the other twin broke in. Harry nodded appreciatively, and Pansy got the impression the students of Durmstrang would soon be introduced to some of the Weasleys' very best items. Skiving snack boxes. For the procrastinators among us, one of the twins explained. You simply eat one end of the confection, and the effect will take hold in a matter of seconds. When the desired result is achieved, simply eat the other and you will be no worse for wear. Do these actually work? Do these work? The twins scoffed. We would not get very far in our line of business if our products did not do as advertised. These things are amazing, Harry murmured thoughtfully as he continued inspecting the goods on offer. You should open a shop. That is the plan, one of the Weasleys replied. A prank store extraordinaire for every practical joke need. How many products do you have? Around 1,000. We have been inventing them since before we started school. Harry nodded, evidently impressed by their dedication to their craft. How much do you need to get a shop? He asked. You couple of clowns are going to make a fortune from this lot. The twins beamed. We have already saved 200 galleons. We need another 300 to buy a lease for a shop big enough. Harry frowned thoughtfully. So, if I gave you 1,000 galleons, that would be more than enough to get this going. Give us, one of the twins choked. Harry nodded. I'd like to see this become real, he explained. Why? The other twin asked cautiously. Because maybe this is something that I may have wanted to do myself if things were different, Harry answered. Besides, my dad would have loved this stuff. I can't think of a better way to honor his memory than invest in something like this. Are you serious, or are you pulling our legs? I am very serious, Harry assured them. You two are bloody brilliant, and the world could always do with more laughs. It will be an anonymous gift to the two of you to get the shop started, no strings attached. What do you say? We'd be pretty stupid to say no, wouldn't we? And you don't strike me as idiots, Harry chuckled. The twins shared a look of utter disbelief. If you really mean it, then of course we will accept. Good, Harry declared as he offered each of them his hand in turn. I will have the bank draft drawn up and sent to you. I look forward to seeing the shop when it is ready. With that, Harry left the two dumbstruck twins in his wake, as he walked towards Florian Forskew's with Pansy following closely. Do you have any idea of the hell you have just unleashed on Britain? She asked. Harry nodded, a mischievous grin tugging at his lips. I know exactly what I have done, he said unashamedly. I can't wait to see the results. Pansy could only shake her head. Hogwarts would be a nightmare to navigate when the Weasleys' shop was opened, but she couldn't find it in herself to be irritated with Harry. His interaction with the twins had cheered him up considerably, so whatever was to come because of his investment would be worth it. Knowing that he had a hand in every prank courtesy of a Weasley product would only make him enjoy it all the more too. Oh dear, Pansy murmured amusedly, releasing a deep sigh as Harry simply grinned at her. Break. It was odd to see the members of the Order filing into the kitchen of his childhood home. Even when the Black family was at its biggest, it was a rare sight to see any part of the house so full, and especially with those that did not carry the name or who wasn't a pureblood. Neither Sirius's father nor grandfather would entertain even the thought of allowing any other than other purebloods into Grimmauld Place. The thought that he was once more somehow defying both men filled him with a petty sense of joy. "What are you smirking at?" Remus asked, breaking into Sirius's thoughts. "Nothing," he denied. "Nothing at all." It was only a moment later that Dumbledore entered the room and took a seat at the head of the table, where he smiled at the assembled members in turn before clearing his throat. "We will begin shortly," he declared. "We are waiting for 2 others to join us for this meeting." Whispers of curiosity broke out at the announcement, each person speculating just who it was who would be attending. The first of the guests arrived, and Sirius felt a jolt of worry at the sight of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Amelia Bones was the last person he needed to see him, and the flaring of her nostrils as she spotted him at the large table left no doubt that she was not pleased by his presence. Her glare only hardened as she also noticed 2 of her serving aurors seated only a short distance away from Sirius, and both Kingsley and Tonks appeared to be more nervous than him. "I will pretend that I did not see you here," the redhead said sharply to her subordinates, "and you are fortunate that Albus had the foresight to explain your status to me, Black." Sirius nodded his understanding, and yet the nervousness he felt remained. Amelia Bones was not a woman to cross, and though he was indeed innocent of the crimes he had been imprisoned for, she had a way of making you feel guilty with little more than a stare. "Thank you for joining us, Madame Bones," Albus said appreciatively. She merely nodded in response, before taking a seat next to Moody, who was undoubtedly amused by the effect she'd had on the others who had been surprised to see her. The response to Bones entering the room, however, paled in comparison to the reactions of the Order members when Harry followed suit a few moments later. At first, all were silent until it was broken by Dumbledore as he stood and offered Harry the seat he had been occupying. "Thank you for joining us, Harry," the headmaster greeted the teen. "I assume my message reached you." Harry nodded. "It did," he confirmed, his gaze sweeping over the other occupants of the room, all of whom, with the exception of Sirius and Remus, still sitting in shocked silence. "Now that our guests have arrived, perhaps we should begin with some introductions," Dumbledore suggested. "For those of you who are not familiar, this is Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." The introduction to the woman was elementary. There wasn't a person in Wizarding Britain who did not know of or couldn't recognize Amelia Bones. Bones simply nodded at the group at large. "And of course, we are also joined by Harry Potter," Dumbledore continued. Another unnecessary introduction, in truth, and Sirius suspected the headmaster only followed through in an attempt to break the ice. Harry was one of the most famous wizards in recent memory, and his likeness to James would leave no doubt whom he was in any circle up and down the country. "Might I inquire as to why Mr. Potter is here?" Sturgis Podmore questioned. "The Order is no place for a child." Many of the other members nodded and murmured their agreement, but before Dumbledore could answer, Harry did so on his own behalf. "I would argue that war is no place for those not willing to fight it," he countered sharply. "Make no mistake, what is coming is not going to be a political struggle for power. Voldemort isn't here to push through agendas on the Wisengamot. He is here to seize control of the country, and I'm sure many of you will remember how he went about that last time. If you think that was unpleasant, it will be worse this time. He will murder those that he cannot control, and he will bribe and blackmail those too cowardly to resist. When he takes control of Britain, which is inevitable, there will be only one way to deal with him and his followers." "You speak as though he already runs the country," Elphia's Doge scoffed. "The moment he chooses to, he will," Harry replied with a shrug. "What do we have in place to stop him? The Department of Magical Law Enforcement is not prepared for a war of the magnitude that is coming. When Voldemort takes control of the ministry, those who resist will be killed, and those that don't will be in no position to not follow orders. Many of the Aurors have spouses and children that will be used against them. Isn't that right, or Shacklebolt? The dark-skinned man nodded. And who can blame them for not wanting to put them at risk? Harry continued. They will comply if only to keep their loved ones safe. And what will your role be in all of this? Bill Weasley asked curiously. Harry's expression darkened. My role will be to put an end to it, he answered simply. Voldemort and his Death Eaters rely and feed on the fear of their victims. I will be what is it they fear, and I will eliminate each and every one of them. You will kill them, Elphia's Doge gasped. That is usually what happens in war, Harry snorted. What, did you expect that Voldemort would simply allow himself to be arrested and left to rot in Azkaban? No, he will fight until his last breath, and it will be me that tears it from his lungs. It has to be different from last time. The war was all but lost until the night he killed my parents, or have you all forgotten at how close to defeat you were? We haven't forgotten, lad, Moody piped up. Then you understand what has to be done, Harry sighed. You may be willing to fight the good fight and defend those who cannot or are unwilling to defend themselves, but it won't be enough. The solution has to be permanent, or you may as well all go home now and just wait for him to take over, because whether you want to accept it or not, it is going to happen. All we can do is mitigate the fallout and fight back with everything we have. You speak so easily of killing, Shacklebolt broke in. It is not so easy to take a life. On the contrary, it is the easiest thing in the world when you have been preparing for it your whole life, Harry pointed out. When every day you are reminded of the monsters that have the blood of your loved ones on their hands. I watched my mother being murdered in front of me whilst the man that did it laughed as she pleaded for my life. I will show him and his followers the same mercy they have shown everyone else. You may not like it, but when they take control, someone will need to step up to do what is necessary. Even Dumbledore understands that this war won't be won by attempting to capture them, and by the time it is needed, the Ministry will be in no position to give the Aurors those powers. Sirius swallowed deeply. It was one thing, knowing that Harry would be the one to throw himself into the heat of war, but hearing him speak of what Britain would soon become was chilling in itself. As much as he wished to believe that his godson was wrong, he could comprehend no scenario that it would be different from what he was predicting. Now, it only felt more real. Already things were happening to support what Harry was saying, and though he wished he could remain ignorant of it unfolding around him, it was not something that could be ignored. To attempt to do so would be foolish, and he could see amongst the other members the very same reality he was facing was beginning to set in. He is right, Madame Bones spoke as she eyed Harry critically. The Ministry is not in a strong position to resist him, and the Minister has surrounded himself with those that manipulate him too easily. A storm is coming, and we must prepare as best we can to weather it. Not that I am in a position to support Mr. Potter's future intentions. However, it is all but inevitable that they will be necessary. What good will locking up his followers do when he can simply break them out again? Sirius nodded his agreement, as did a visibly reluctant Dumbledore. Does that mean Potter is now a member of the Order? Arthur asked. No, Harry answered firmly. You will do whatever it is the headmaster requires, and I will follow my own path. Maybe ours will cross in the future, but I will not formally become a member of the Order. Why ever not? Arthur pressed. Because my goal is not to disrupt and impede him and his followers, Harry answered. My job is to put an end to them. Why? Bill questioned. Why is it your job to put an end to him? Because only I can, Harry answered cryptically before standing. I do not know what it is Dumbledore has told you all, but I'm sure he can confirm that for you. The members of the Order looked towards their leader, who merely nodded. It is Harry that will end this war, he sighed sadly. I can say no more on the matter, but I ask that you trust me as many of you have for many years now. Most of the gathered members nodded without hesitation, though they seemed to be rather unsettled by the turn the conversation had taken. The prospect of killing Death Eaters was not something that had been discussed amongst them, and with good reason. Only a few at the table had likely taken a life in their line of work, and the others had probably not even considered such a thing. Without another word, Harry left the kitchen and was quickly followed by Amelia Bones, leaving the Order of the Phoenix to discuss the conversation that had just taken place. Are we really relying on him to kill Voldemort? Tonks questioned the others. He's just a bloody kid. Moody chuckled darkly as he shook his head. I've seen some of what the lad is capable of, he declared. Believe me, he's got more than enough in him to put the shits up anyone. Don't underestimate Potter. He's a vicious little bugger that you wouldn't want to find yourself on the wrong side of. Isn't that right, Albus? Dumbledore nodded severely. He is an exceptional young man, more so than any of you would believe, he answered cryptically. We will need him in the coming years, and I have no doubt that when he returns to Britain, he will be ready to face what is necessary for us to win the war. Many of the members of the Order did not appear to be convinced, but Sirius had every faith in Harry, even if the thought of knowing what he had to terrified the man. Nevertheless, he couldn't be any prouder of his godson. There were so few who would have the necessary gumption to do what he would need to, but Harry had not flinched once during the meeting, and Sirius did not expect his resolve would waver in the future. Harry was not like any of the others here, and he would need to be different. He would need to be willing to take the lives of those that would see him dead in the blink of an eye. And though there would always be a part of Sirius that wished Harry would simply stay out of it and live his life far away from Britain, no one had the right to do so. Still, that didn't stop him hopping that Harry's assessment of what was to come was indeed wrong, but deep down, he knew the boy was right. Break. You made quite the impression in there. The voice of Amelia Bones sounded from the end of the hallway. Harry paused as he was about to begin climbing the stairs to the second floor of Grimmauld Place. It wasn't my intention to make an impression. They all just needed to hear the truth. Some won't like the truth. Harry shrugged. Is it better to live in blissful ignorance? Bones shook her head. She eyed him speculatively. No, but the truth is difficult for most to face. And what about you, Madame Bones? I prefer reality to the security of a lie, she replied. I lost most of my family to him during the last war, and very nearly fell victim to him myself only recently. My niece. The woman swallowed deeply. Is a sweet girl who would not have deserved such a fate, Harry finished. I met Susan during my time at Hogwarts. She is a credit to you and your family. Amelia nodded. Professionally speaking, I should be condemning you for your intentions. But you have lost more than most and understand what needs to be done, Harry pointed out. Why else do you think I would be so confident to declare my intentions in front of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? First and foremost, keeping Susan safe is your priority, even more so than putting effort into stopping me when I am one of the few who will be doing what is necessary. Bones once more eyed him thoughtfully. It was still a risk. A minimal one in comparison to what we face, Harry sighed. When people start vanishing and attacks are taking place, who will they all look towards to fix it? You, Amelia answered bluntly. The same person that put an end to it before. And I will not be able to do that by follow Dumbledore's example, Harry returned. He cannot bring himself to do what is needed. It is like I said in here, the same mistakes cannot be made, and forgiveness cannot be an option. Those who carry his mark do so proudly, and too many were simply let off for their crimes. Each of them have the blood of the innocent on their hands. I will treat them all exactly as they deserve, even if that means taking on the might of the Ministry. Amelia chuckled amusedly. If any other was speaking the way you are, I would think them to have taken leave of their senses, but for some reason, I find it difficult to disbelieve. I have been around dangerous men most of my life, and I have an ear for picking out the ones who make empty threats. Then you know that my words are truthful. Bones nodded. I do, she agreed. As much as I wish none of this was happening, I am not one to choose blissful ignorance. I choose life for Susan, and for those in our world that are good people. Officially, I can offer little to you, Potter, but personally, you need only reach out if needed, and I will do all I can to ensure your success. Harry offered the woman an appreciative bow. Amelia Bones would be a most useful ally to him. Thank you, he replied. I cannot promise that I will not make a mess, but war is never cleanly waged. Unfortunately for us, we understand how much it can destroy lives. This time around, it will be those that deserve it who will suffer. Let us hope so, Potter, Bones sighed as she turned to make her way towards the front door. She offered him a final look and nod of encouragement before taking her leave, and Harry made his way towards the study on the second floor, a room he would be spending much time in over the next decades of his life, should he defy the odds and emerge victorious from the impending conflict. Chapter 34. Under the mark for as much as he had enjoyed his summer break for the most part, Harry could not deny that it had felt different from previous years. Yes, he had spent his time doing much the same as he normally would, training, flying, and visiting with those he did not see during school months. But there was an undeniable added tension and pressure to everything he did. It was as though there was an oppressive force skirting around the very edge of his conscience, a shadowy tendril prodding at his very being. Voldemort. There was no ignoring that the man was out there, and as much as Harry wished his presence in the world did not or would not affect him until necessary, he simply did. Harry could not push away the knowledge that the man who had killed his parents was indeed out there, thriving, consolidating his power, and biding his time before his intended resurgence. Come one, Harry, Cassie's voice broke into his thoughts. It's time to get on the boat. The woman, though she would seldom admit it, never became any less sad when it came to him returning to school. She would always declare that she could not wait to have the house to herself, and that she craved peace from Harry's antics, but there had never been any truth to her words. It had become something of a running joke between the two of them. Offering her a smile, Harry wrapped his arms around the woman that had raised him, uncaring of all the onlookers who were here to drop off their own children. Put me down, Cassie hissed, her cheeks reddening. Harry did so as he grinned at her. If only your enemies could see you now, he sighed teasingly. The great Cassiopeia Black, hugged by her teenage nephew. Don't think that I am beyond taking a swing at you, Cassie grumbled before placing a kiss on his cheek. Go on, away with you, and do be careful, Harry. Harry offered her a solemn nod before making his way onto the ship, where he quickly found a cabin for himself and his friends when they would arrive. He wasn't kept waiting long. Only a few moments after he had settled in, the door opened, and a tired but seemingly relieved Kane entered and took a seat opposite. How are things? Harry asked. To ensure the closeness of their friendship was not discovered by anyone in the pack, the two had agreed to minimal contact over the summer. It was one of the things that had been playing on Harry's mind, and to see Kane was quite the relief to him, too. The werewolf shook his head. Tense, he sighed. Greyback is in a foul mood. He killed 6 others over the summer for questioning when he would deliver on his promise of a better life. That means he has been told to stay put for the time being, Harry mused aloud. I expect it won't be long before he is given the go-ahead. Voldemort is not known for his patience. Kane nodded as an expression of worry formed. Are you sure about this, Harry? He whispered worriedly. Could you not just stay on the continent? Harry offered the boy a sad smile. You know I can't do that. My whole life has led to what is coming. If I don't kill him, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. After what he did to me, it can't be any other way. What can't be any other way? Lucinda questioned as she entered with the others. Nothing, Harry replied quickly. He and Kane shared a look of understanding, one that was not missed by the vampire. You two have been acting weird since you came back from the Christmas break, she pointed out. What is going on? Kane looked at Harry almost pleadingly. You can't keep it from them forever, he murmured. Keep what from us? Elinor demanded. It was not often that she was assertive with the others. For the most part, she took everything in her stride and never pushed any to talk of things that made them uncomfortable. Voldemort, Harry huffed, he's back. The revelation was met by a moment of silence before Lucinda scoffed. Back, he died the night he tried to kill you, didn't he? Harry shook his head. No, he didn't. He wasn't in a good way for some time, but he's back. He broke his followers out of prison, and he's preparing to pick up where he left off. So, he will be coming after you, Anna deduced quickly. Harry shrugged. Probably, he acknowledged, but I will be hunting him and his followers too, all of them. Wait, so you're going to go looking for the man that murdered your parents? Elinor questioned. Of course he is, Jonas spoke up. I'd do the same if I was in his position. Elinor frowned disapprovingly at the boy. Harry's not as idiotic as you, she muttered irritably. I've read about what he did, if even half of it is true, Harry. She stopped speaking as Harry's nostrils flared. I know exactly what he is capable of, he snapped. I remember exactly what he did to my parents and everyone else he decided to kill. I know exactly what I am getting myself into. Elinor shook her head as she looked towards the others for support. What if you die too? Anna pressed. Maybe I will, Harry sighed. I accepted long ago that could happen. Silence fell once more for several moments. What about us? Elinor asked. Do you not think we would care if anything happened to you? Harry released a deep breath. It's not as simple as just saying I won't go after him, he murmured. Not only do I want to, but I have to. I will never be able to live my life until I take his from him. But you're better than that, Anna interjected once more. Harry shook his head. No, I'm not, he disagreed. I have been preparing for this for as long as I can remember. He will destroy Britain if no one stops him, and it has to be me for several reasons. It's not just about what he did to my parents. You acknowledged yourself that he will come looking for me. I choose to be the hunter rather than the prey. None of the girls seemed happy with his explanation. And what does he have to do with it? Lucinda asked, nodding towards Kane. My pack supported him during the last war, Kane explained. Greyback has already been asking me about Harry. What did you tell him? Nothing, Kane denied hotly. I would never sell Harry out. Lucinda nodded approvingly, before her gaze shifted towards Harry. So, he has the support of the werewolves. And Dementors, and who knows what bloody else, Harry chuckled humorlessly. He had giants last time. Lucinda shook her head. I don't suppose anything anyone will say will change your mind. No, Harry said firmly. By the time I am done with school, it will probably be time for me to go home and face whatever mess the country is in. Again, none looked pleased by his intentions, but they did not comment further on the matter. Lucinda simply took a seat next to him, took his hand on her own, and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Idiot, she muttered sadly. You wouldn't have me any other way, Harry snorted. I'd rather have you alive. Harry opened his mouth to offer a witty, flirty response, but paused as he remembered the conversation he'd shared with Sirius during the summer. His godfather had sought him out after the meeting of the Order of the Phoenix, evidently at the behest of Cassiopeia. Having explained his rather downtrodden mood after he and Alessia had parted ways, Sirius had some rather useful, sage advice for him. Well, you could always do what I did to get over breaking up with a girl, Sirius suggested. Instead of dealing with the heartache, I would move on to the next one to forget about the other. Did that work? I thought it did, but you only ever end up in a vicious circle of starting something new as something ends, and you just end up avoiding your feelings. Harry nodded his understanding. Or you handle it the correct way, Sirius had offered with a shrug. You wait until you have processed your feelings and are ready to move on. The correct course of action, Remus had interjected. Although it had been a topic he would not have chosen to discuss with any, Harry was grateful for his godfather's intervention. He had been stuck in a rut over the summer months, and opening up to Sirius had helped him more than he would have thought possible. Instead of following in the man's rather poor example of simply moving on, Harry had decided to take a break from dadding, and it was this that had curbed his tongue when readying a reply to Lucinda. Choosing not to offer the rebuttal, he simply fell silent for a moment whilst the girl looked at him expectantly. When she realized nothing was forthcoming, she frowned questioningly, but Harry did not know what to say. This was Lucinda. They had always flirted in their own way, but now he just didn't much feel like it. I can't believe we only have 2 years left at Durmstrang, Harry offered lamely. I know, Kane sighed. At least we don't have to worry about our skis anymore, though. Harry nodded his agreement. Without the older boy at the school, things would certainly be different, and if truth be told, he was looking forward to returning to school, if only to use it as an escape from the fate that awaited him on the outside. Break. The Dark Lord observed those around, scrutinizing each member of his inner circle as he assessed their readiness for what was to come. The time to act was now. It had been almost a year that he had been returned to a body he could call his own, and there was no longer any reason to be so cautious. He had made overtures to those he had once considered his allies, and all had returned to the fold as expected. Currently, Macnair was escorting a contingent of giants to Britain. The Dementors and Greyback were simply awaiting further instructions from him. All that remained was for his campaign to begin, and then he would be ready to recruit more to his cause. Yes, he had been idle long enough, but that would no longer be the case. Bella, he spoke in little more than a whisper, you shall be granted your wish. You are to take the others and lead them as you once did. Do my bidding and remind those beneath us why we should be feared. The woman's expression brightened immediately, the beaming smile of gratitude she offered promising nothing but misery for her victims. The others followed suit, offering words of gratitude for the task they had been given. They were ready. In the months that had passed since they had been freed, they had grown stronger. His Death Eaters were no longer emaciated, tired, and physically broken. No, they were strong and ready to serve their purpose as they had so many years prior, and evidently eager to do so. Of course, my lord, Bellatrix whispered excitedly. Voldemort offered her an anticipatory smile. He had always looked forward to whatever Bellatrix could produce on the raids she led, and she never failed to provide a detailed account of those that had pleaded for mercy at the tip of her wand. Lucius, the Dark Lord continued, addressing the more reserved blonde, your work is to continue, but I wish for you to begin making strides in bringing our more prominent foes to heel. Allow Bellatrix some time to re-establish our reputation for those that may have foolishly forgotten, and then remind those that would resist us why they should not. I will, my lord, Lucius assured him. May I ask something, my lord? Voldemort nodded. Might I inquire as to the whereabouts of Barty? He pressed gently. He has not been seen amongst us since the others were liberated. Barty is exactly where I wish for him to be, the Dark Lord answered cryptically. More information will be provided when it is necessary. Worry not, Lucius, I have not forgotten him. Lucius did not appear to be appeased by the explanation, but he knew better than to push further than he already had. Yes, my lord, the man replied with a bow. If there are no other questions, you will proceed with your tasks, Voldemort instructed. Do not let me down, he added firmly. You are to take no foolish risks that will result in your capture. Am I clear? Yes, my lord, the Death Eaters echoed, and Voldemort dismissed them with a wave. Once they had taken their leave of the room, his thoughts turned to the very person that Lucius had mentioned. Barty had not remained in contact with any consistency. Azkaban had undoubtedly left its mark on him as it had with the others, and though the Dark Lord was not overly concerned by his silence, Barty should have kept him informed of his findings and progress. Voldemort frowned to himself as he sent a summons to the man. He understood that Barty's position was somewhat delicate, but there was no excuse for his lack of contact. The Dark Lord wanted results, and with the rest of his Death Eaters about to be unleashed upon the world, he wanted progress on all fronts. Having summoned his wayward follower, he took a seat behind the desk that he did not intend to occupy for much longer. He had returned to Albania shortly after releasing his followers from Azkaban, but it was not here he needed to be. No, he would be needed at home, where he could begin cementing his legacy and elevating himself to the position he longed for. He had not been born into privilege like Lucius and the others, but the blood that flowed through his veins was of a much richer stock, of the greatest magical family that had existed in Britain. The Slytherin line may have fallen from grace through generations of squandering wealth and refusing to expand the bloodline, but it had led to him being born. The Dark Lord may not be pure of blood, but the noble blood he possessed was stronger than any other and deserving to be held in the highest esteem. And to achieve that, he needed the world to remember just why Salazar Slytherin was considered one of the greatest wizards to have ever lived. Lord Voldemort, however, would be better. In the generations to come, it would not be Slytherin himself the people spoke of. No, the name that crossed their lips would be Lord Voldemort, the last remaining Slytherin who brought about a resurgence for the ages, who restored the traditions that had been lost to time, as those who were inferior had been allowed to run roughshod and unchecked. As things were, it would take only a few braver mudbloods to realize that they were the ones who truly held the power in magical Britain, that if they chose to, they could subvert control to themselves. That could not be allowed. The Dark Lord was pulled from his thoughts as the door opened, and a rather tired Barty Crouch entered. "Ah, Barty," he greeted the man. "What news do you have to share?" Barty did frown frustratedly. "Very little of use, my lord," he huffed, "but I have a plan to change that." Voldemort released a deep breath. "You have been at your post for months," he pointed out. "I know, my lord, but it has not been as easy as you would think," Barty explained. "Without cooperation, it is much more difficult, and I cannot force it." Voldemort nodded his understanding. "Then tell me of your plan," he instructed. Barty grinned as he did so, and the more he spoke, the more the Dark Lord found himself agreeing with the idea. Break. He had missed this. Dueling at Durmstrang had always presented an escape from anything that was plaguing his mind, and worked equally well for Harry to experiment with different types of magic and see how he would fare using them in combat situations. However, despite having been looking forward to partaking once more, the caliber of opponents on offer had certainly dwindled over the years. Even facing off with 3 seventh-year students at the same time had not presented enough of a challenge to push him to even break a sweat. If for no other reason, he would miss Alessia for her ability here. Even though she had never managed to best him, she had always proven to be tough competition. "Why do you not try your luck against one of the professors?" Novik suggested from the sidelines. "I believe that is an excellent idea," Karkaroff declared curiously. "Professor Sidorova, would you do the honors?" The Vila nodded, a bright smile cresting her lips as she stepped onto the dueling platform and drew her wand. Harry looked towards his friends who, like the other gathered students, were whispering excitedly amongst themselves. "There is no need to hold back, Potter," Sidorova called. "I can assure you I am well versed in the art of dueling." Suddenly, Harry felt the pressure of the moment settle on his shoulders. He had never tested himself against any of the professors of the school. They simply came here to supervise the students, but evidently, the Charms professor was willing to break that tradition. In his duels with Cassie, Harry managed to hold his own for the most part, but the woman was crafty, and the magic she wielded as dangerous as any he would likely ever face. He did not know how he would fare against Professor Sidorova, but the thought of pushing himself with a new, much more advanced opponent was as exciting as it was nerve-wracking. There would be no room for error, and as Professor Karkaroff stepped between them to begin the impromptu contest, the nerves faded and Harry focused only on the task at hand. Begin. Most opponents he faced would usually attempt to overwhelm him from the very start, hopping to seize an early advantage, but Sidorova did not take this approach. Instead, she waited, studying his stance, her gaze shifting between his wand and any movement he made. She was being much more calculated and was seemingly confident in her ability to last long enough to figure out his approach. With a shrug, Harry engaged her, probing her defenses with a few minor curses and jinxes to see how she would react. Her defensive technique proved to be flawless, and she flicked the spells aside as though they were little more than an inconvenience to her. Nodding to himself, Harry knew he was about to endure perhaps one of the toughest duels of his life. Having dealt with his offering, Sidorova took it upon herself to return the favor. And it was Harry's turn to be on the defensive as she fired a plethora of spiels towards him, much quicker than he had been anticipating. Nonetheless, he nullified them before any could pass his stance, and he offered the woman an appreciative nod. She certainly knew a thing or two about magical combat. Once more, it was Sidorova who pressed the action, sending forth a few tricky charms and hexes to test Harry's ability to overcome adversity when faced with different types of spells. Judging by the smile it elicited from the woman, she was impressed with how he had done so, his wand having been used to sweep them aside or absorb them into a hastily conjured shield. Sidorova, Harry was quickly beginning to realize, was merely beginning to find her flow. Something that only became more apparent as she upped the pace, increasing the speed in which she cast her spells and managed to avoid falling victim to the returning myriad of curses and transfiguration Harry had employed. She was indeed well versed in the art of dueling, and as Harry began matching her pace, he knew he had quite the duel on his hands, as both were only still very much in the feeling-out stage of the contest. Nodding to himself, Harry decided it was his turn to truly test the woman, and with an emphatic flick of his wand, one of the spells he had learned courtesy of Dumbledore careened towards the charm's professor. Her eyes widened as the cannon blast reverberated off the walls, and she shrouded herself in a golden flame to negate the effects, though she was sent several feet back by the force of the spell. Fortunately for Sidorova, she managed to prevent herself falling from the platform, but her eyes narrowed challengingly as she retook her position and began twirling her wand between her fingers. With a sudden jabbing motion, she launched a purple ball of fire towards Harry, manipulating it whilst it was airborne so that it curved outwards and wrapped around him, hiding his opponent from view as the temperature increased dramatically. It was a sweating Harry that dropped to the floor in the nick of time to avoid the follow-up spells sent his way, and with some quick work of his own, he incorporated his own magic into the flames before banishing them back towards Sidorova. A loud explosion rent the air as she diverted it into the platform between them, sending large pieces of wood and debris in all directions. The woman acknowledged Harry's effort with a nod, but she was no longer smiling, and she did not remain idle. With a wave of her wand, she conjured a trio of eagles that dived towards Harry whilst she busied herself with her next spell. Harry immediately recognized the birds for the distraction they were, and a powerful gust of wind knocked them off course, leaving him enough time to defend himself against the first of several balls of fire sent his way. Sidorova was rather adept with the element. She was a creature of air and fire, and though Harry managed to avoid being severely burned by the flames, they became ever-increasingly difficult to banish or shield from, and he could smell his robes beginning to burn with how close each one came. Sidorova only increased the frequency with which she conjured them, sensing that a breakthrough of Harry's defenses was imminent, but as ever when he found himself under pressure, the teen fought back. Stepping out of the path of one of the fireballs, he cut deeply into his own palm until the blood flowed freely, and he snatched the next projectile out of the air. The blood mixing with the fire caused a loud hiss, and Harry grit his teeth as he fought to take control of the magic, throwing the now green ball of flame back towards Sidorova when he did so. Those within the room gasped as it took the form of a phoenix, and it was only a plume of her own fire that prevented the professor from being horribly burned by it. The phoenix exploded in a shower of sparks, the effort to defend herself from Harry's creation leaving the Vila rather breathless. Still, she remained undeterred. Her golden eyes narrowed with determination as her face began to elongate, and a large pair of wings spread from her back. Harry had never seen a Vila transformation, and as the professor took to the air and hovered above the smoldering platform, he found himself rather impressed. It was intimidating, to say the least, and he felt her glare bore into him as though he was little more than a meal for her to devour. Harry, however, was no mere rat, nor anything else any bird would feast on. Nodding to himself, he already knew what he needed to do. Sidorova was of air and fire, but even the hardiest of avian fled from a storm. Whipping his wand in an upward motion, he sent a trio of concussion, hexes, towards the woman in a bid to buy himself enough time. With the professor suitably distracted, he focused on the magic he had been working tirelessly on to master, and when he felt the power building within his palm, he blew into it and unleashed his own element upon the room. The dark cloud that formed crackled and rumbled in a mix of thunder and lightning, and the pouring rain soaked everything within the room. For the first time, an expression of concern became apparent across the avian features of the professor, but she remained undeterred. Creating another ball of molten fire, she hurled it towards Harry, but he had been prepared for such a reaction. With a flick of his wand, he sent it into the cloud, and the thunder and lightning increased in intensity, the wind of the storm forcing Sidorova to flap her wings harder to avoid being blown away. Now Harry knew he had her where he wanted her, and with a sweeping motion of his wand, he began to manipulate the storm he had created. With a loud screech, the cloud shifted, coalescing into the shape of the creature that Harry had woken up to in the Chamber of Secrets, and the Thunderbird swooped towards the shocked Charms professor. To her credit, she did not balk nor hesitate to fight back, and Harry could only look on with the other spectators as the woman was engulfed in fire, and she engaged the shadowy cloud, the two of them wrestling in midair. Lightning crackled, and thunder sounded as the airborne battle commenced, and much to Harry's surprise, Sidorova seemed to get the upper hand, shoving the cloud backwards before it too burst into flames. The woman eyed warring elements cautiously as the burning mass hovered between her and Harry, neither seemingly knowing what to do in the moment. The magics at play were volatile, as proven only a moment later when both combatants found themselves sent sprawling, landing painfully on what remained of the platform as the combination of elements exploded. Harry had been winded, and he groaned as he fought to inhale air into his lungs. When he did manage to sit up a moment or so later, it was to find Professor Sidorova in a similar state, though she had reverted back to her human form. "Draw," Harry wheezed. Despite her own difficulty in breathing, the woman smiled as she nodded, and Harry returned the gesture. It was perhaps the most difficult duel he had ever contested, and although he found himself aching and sore in more places than he could count, he had enjoyed the experience immensely. The sound of clapping broke into his thoughts, and for the first time since he and Sidorova had engaged one another, he looked around the room to see a sodden gathering of students and professors alike, showing their shocked appreciation for what they had witnessed. "A damned good show," Karkaroff declared as he shook his head. "I think you should both head to the medical bay, don't you? I don't think the room is in any fit state for any more duels this evening." The students laughed, and Harry managed to push himself to his feet and navigate his way out of the sheer destruction he and the Charms professor had wrought over the past moments. "Are you all right?" Kane questioned as he reached his rather subdued friends. Harry nodded. "A few broken bones and burns," he grimaced, "but nothing too damaging." Kane snorted as he took on some of Harry's weight, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. "That was brilliant," the werewolf declared as the group left the dueling room. "It was," Honor agreed, "and you almost won." Harry chuckled, wincing as a sharp pain lanced through his ribs. "I'm happy with the draw," he murmured sincerely. "It just goes to show that there are levels to this." "But you held your own," Jonas pointed out. "I did," Harry agreed, "but I have to be better." "Could you have done better?" Kane questioned curiously. Harry frowned before he nodded. "I could have," he decided, "but I did not want to hurt or kill her, and she wouldn't have wanted the same for me. It was a good duel." "Well, I certainly won't be messing with either of you," Kane replied with a grin. "Nor me," Jonas laughed. Harry could only grunt in response as they continued on their way towards the medical bay. He was in pain that was only becoming worse with each passing moment, and despite how much he had enjoyed the duel, he wanted nothing more now than to be healed and have a comfortable bed to rest in so that he could recover from the injuries he had sustained. "Break." She all but skipped down the secluded street in the West Country city they had arrived in only a few moments prior, listening to the symphony of screams and agonized pleading from the muggles she had set the other Death Eaters upon. After so long having been locked away in Azkaban, it truly was music to her ears. Bellatrix knew that the day would come that her master would free her, that she would stand at her rightful place by his side once more. It was that thought alone that helped her cling to her clarity during her years in cold and miserable solitude. And now, she was serving him again, reminding the filth of their place in the world. "Crucio!" she screeched gleefully, leveling her wand at a man trying to flee from one of her cohorts. The muggle collapsed to the ground, his own screams adding to the others already filling the air. Bellatrix held him under the curse until the screaming stopped, and he was nothing more than a dribbling, unmoving heap upon the ground. She shivered at the thrill it elicited within her, and her eyes scanned the area for her next victim. "Oh, no you don't," she giggled, felling another with a tripping jinx before subjecting the woman to the same treatment as the man, cackling gleefully at the look of confusion and terror etched into her fingers. Bellatrix pouted as her latest victim fell limp. She had offered almost no resistance, and hadn't even had the decency to beg for her wretched life. No matter. There were many others, just waiting for her ministrations. "Bella," the voice of Rodolphus called, "this one is a witch." Bellatrix quirked an eyebrow at the fool and the little girl he had seized by the hair, and she smiled as the girl kicked him in the groin. Rodolphus doubled over in pain, and Bellatrix took no small amount of glee in it. Her husband, though he had his uses at times, was pathetic compared to their master. All men were when measured against the Dark Lord. Bellatrix rolled her eyes as the little girl ran, only making it a dozen or so feet before she tripped over her nightdress. She didn't even bother to attempt to get back up and simply remained on the floor, trembling and cowering in fear. "You will leave her," Bellatrix snapped as Rodolphus approached her. Her husband scowled in response, but knew better than to argue with her. With little more than a grunt, he wandered off to find another victim, and Bellatrix crouched down next to the girl. "What is your name?" she asked gently. "C. Celestine," the girl stammered. Bellatrix offered the girl a bright smile as she cupped her cheek. "Oh, my poor child," she cooed. "You found yourself in the wrong place at the wrong time, didn't you?" Celestine nodded, her lower lip trembling in fear as tears spilled down her cheek. "Don't worry," Bellatrix sighed as she wiped them away with her thumb. "It will all be over soon enough. Would you like to see something really special?" Celestine said nothing. "Of course you do," Bella chuckled, paying no mind to the lack of answer from the girl. "Look up towards the sky." Reluctantly, Celestine did so. Morsmortar. In only a matter of seconds, the dark mark shone brightly above them, the green light of the spell illuminating the street below. "I told you it was special, didn't I?" Bellatrix whispered reverently as she pointed her wand at the girl. "It is quite the honor that it will be the last thing that you see, but just for you, I will make this painless. It will be like falling asleep." Before the girl could protest, Bellatrix placed a hand over her mouth and shushed her, a grin tugging at her own lips. "Avada Kedavra." The little witch, Celestine, fell limp immediately, her still open eyes devoid of any life, and Bella nodded satisfactorily to herself as she simply stood and continued skipping down the street, already seeking out her next victim under the light of the dark mark that hung prominently above her. Break. It was feeling of someone's weight settling on the end of his bed that woke Harry from his slumber, and as he opened his eyes, it was to be greeted by the sight of the charms professor he had dueled only hours before. Sidorova's hair had not been styled, and she wore a hospital gown with one of her arms having been strapped tightly to her chest. Several minor cuts and bruises littered the skin Harry could see, but the woman was smiling nonetheless. "How are you, Potter?" she asked. Harry stretched before shrugging once he had sat up. "I feel fine," he answered the woman. She frowned curiously, her gaze roaming over him as she seemingly looked for any lingering injuries, and she shook her head. "You can't be fine already," she sighed. I heal quickly, Harry returned, moving his own arms to demonstrate nothing was hindering his movement. You had a broken arm, Sidorova reminded him, and several cuts, bruises, and a partially collapsed lung. You couldn't have healed so quickly, even with magic. Well, I did, Harry chuckled, thanking whatever healing ability had been gifted to him by Fawkes during the unwitting ritual he had completed in the Chamber of Secrets. That is rather astounding, Sidorova replied curiously. Anyway, I wish to apologize to you for my conduct. We Vila are prideful creatures, and I took the duel too far. Harry shook his head as he chuckled. That was the most competitive and enjoyable duel I have had other than with my aunt, he explained. There is nothing to apologize for. It is good to be pushed. It is, Sidorova agreed, but not too much too soon. I must say I am exceedingly impressed with you. From the moment you arrived here, you have dedicated yourself to your studies. Even Professor Karkaroff often praises your efforts, and the results speak for themselves. Harry offered the woman an appreciative nod, shooting his friends a questioning look as they entered the medical bay, each of them sporting a rather grim expression. Your paper arrived, Kane informed him, handing over the copy of the Daily Prophet he had brought. Harry frowned as he accepted it, his stomach filling with dread at the image below the bold headline. 31 found dead under the dark mark. By Rita Skeeter. Harry swallowed deeply as he read the article, his anger and frustration only growing as he did so. Minister Fudge has vowed to double his efforts to find Sirius Black, whom he believes is leading the escaped Death Eaters. It is clear that Black is responsible for this, the minister declared. Rest assured, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement will not rest until Black and the rest of the Death Eaters are back in Azkaban, where they belong. I urge the public to be vigilant, and under no circumstances are any of these individuals to be approached. Any sightings should be reported immediately to the Horror Department. Harry's grip around the newspaper tightened as he digested just how much of a fool Fudge was proving to be. Once more, it was clear that Malfoy was pulling the minister's strings, and so long as he did so, the man would choose to remain woefully ignorant of what was unfolding around him. Harry, Lucinda pressed gently. Harry said nothing. The cold fury he felt threatened to spill over, and as had become customary when his anger began to get the better of him, bolts of lightning began to crackle at his fingertips. The newspaper smoldered within his grip, crumbling to ash as he continued to stare at where it had been long after it had disintegrated. Already he knew he had quite the monumental task ahead of him, but with men like Fudge in control, it would only make things harder. It was less than a year now that he could claim his seats on the Wisengamot, but between now and then, anything could happen, and Harry did not hold out much hope that this would be the last Britain would hear from the Death Eaters. They had finally struck a blow, and there was no doubt in Harry's mind that it was merely the first of many. Chapter 35. Tidings the Dark Lord's gaze swept over his gathered followers, their numbers having swelled over the past weeks with the recruitment effort that had been made. Soon enough, there would not a gathered force that could hope to withstand them, not the Aurors and certainly not Dumbledore's pathetic group, despite their best attempts over the intervening weeks since he had unleashed his Death Eaters upon Britain. All around, Voldemort was pleased with the progress he had seen. Raids had been conducted and were increasing in frequency under Bella's leadership, and as ever, Lucius was continuing with his own, unseen work, ensuring that the minister continued to remain ignorant of what was truly happening. Using Black as a scapegoat had been quite the stroke of genius, and the Dark Lord would continue to do so until it was no longer a viable option. You are all dismissed, Voldemort declared. Not you, Lucius. Augustus, you will also stay. Bellatrix shot the duo, look of envy, before departing. She did not like any other having his attention. My lord, Lucius questioned curiously when the room had emptied. How are you progressing with the other lords and ladies? Most seem to understand what is happening, Lucius answered, and I have made it quite clear to those that would resist that they should not. Your return is now the worst-kept secret in the Wisengamot, but none are brave enough to discuss it publicly. Voldemort nodded satisfactorily. Good, he murmured. Perhaps you should make an example of one or two of them to ensure they remain unvocal. Of course, my lord, Lucius complied with a bow. Do you have any preference? The Dark Lord leaned back in his chair and scratched his hairless chin thoughtfully. I will leave that to your discretion, he decided. I want it to make a statement, but I do not wish to draw too much attention to us yet. We must continue to break them first before we eliminate anyone of true prominence. Lucius nodded his understanding. I will not let you down, my lord. See that you don't, Lucius, Voldemort warned, and rein your son in. I am receiving reports of his conduct, and he is drawing unwanted attention to himself. He acts as though I have accepted him among us, and that I will do his bidding for him if he makes an enemy he cannot measure up to. Fix it, Lucius, or I will. Lucius swallowed deeply as he bowed. I will, my lord, at once. Good, Voldemort declared. Leave us. Without preamble, the blonde hurried from the room, and the Dark Lord flared his nostrils in irritation. Severus had raised the issue of Draco. The boy had become belligerent, and somehow more cocksure of himself than his father. With a shake of his head, Voldemort turned his attention to the waiting Augustus Rookwood. The man was amongst his most valued Death Eaters. Augustus had been gifted enough to be offered employment in the Department of Mysteries upon graduating from Hogwarts. He truly was an exceptional talent, but it was not his many gifts the Dark Lord wished to put to use or discuss with the man. I require information regarding your former place of employment, Voldemort requested. The Department of Mysteries, Rookwood sighed. What is it you wish to know, my lord? Voldemort eyed the man curiously. Our conversation is to go no further until it is necessary, he said firmly. I wish to know about the room that contains prophecies. Rookwood could not hide his surprise at the revelation, and the man nodded to himself thoughtfully. It is deep within the department, he explained. As I am sure you are aware, my lord, it contains all of the recorded prophecies dating back centuries, both fulfilled and unfulfilled alike. And what are the security measures in place? It may have changed in my absence, Rookwood pointed out. It has been 15 years since I was last there. Is it likely they have changed? Rookwood shook his head. No, my lord, he murmured. Accessing the room is not difficult, and even when you enter, you can roam quite freely. The security is around the prophecy orbs, each one individually protected so that they cannot be tampered with. The Dark Lord gestured for the man to continue. We were explicitly instructed not to attempt to remove any from the shelves, Augustus explained. Only the people that the prophecy refers to can do so, as can the seer that spoke it and the individual that heard it. And if any other was to attempt it, what would happen? Augustus released a deep breath. I cannot be certain, my lord, but I would expect the repercussions to be quite dire. The department is very protective of the prophecies. It is a branch of magic they wish to get a better understanding of. Voldemort nodded his understanding. Do you believe in them? He asked curiously. Augustus frowned for a moment before nodding. I am a logical man by nature, but I have seen things in the department that defy logic, he mused aloud. I wouldn't say I am a strong believer of traditional divination, but there is magic in the spoken word. If magic can grant us the wondrous things it does, is it so far-fetched to believe that it can guide us towards a point of destiny? My thoughts exactly, the Dark Lord replied. Thank you, Augustus. You have given me much to consider. Do you wish for me to see if I can still access the hall, my lord? Voldemort considered the offer for a moment. I do, he confirmed. It would not do well to not have an insight into the workings of the department, and Augustus was his most able follower for the task. Then it shall be done as quickly as I can manage without being detected, Rookwood declared as he stood. Thank you, Augustus, and do tell Wormtail that I wish to see him next, Voldemort instructed. He has skulked around at my feet for long enough. It is time that he puts what limited ability he has to use. Of course, my lord. With that, Augustus took his leave of the room, and the Dark Lord absent-mindedly ran his fingers across the top of Nagini's head, whilst he waited for the rat to answer his summons. "Break. You're going to Britain, aren't you?" Kane asked as Harry pocketed his shrunken trunk. Barely a week had passed since the first attack had taken place that another hadn't followed. The death toll of the Muggles caught up in a war they didn't even know existed, only growing with the attacks. Harry felt useless here, and though Sirius and Cassie had both written to him numerous times assuring him the Order was doing all they could to prevent them, it simply wasn't enough. Voldemort was having all the success he could hope for, and still the Ministry were seemingly doing nothing about it. Fudge offered platitudes to the public, often declared his intention to find Sirius and put an end to the attacks, but the fool was looking in the wrong place despite the truth being right in front of him. "I am," Harry confirmed. "I need to see it for myself." Kane deflated as he shook his head. "Do you think it is a good idea?" he pressed. "They will be looking out for you, won't they?" "Probably," Harry snorted. "But even if I am seen, Voldemort will have to come and get me himself. When he does, everyone will know he is back." "I don't think he would be that stupid, Harry," Kane sighed. "Everything is going well for him, with everyone thinking Sirius is behind what the Death Eaters are doing. Why would he risk exposing himself, even if it was for the chance to get to you?" He made a good point, but Harry would not be deterred. "Then I have nothing to worry about, do I?" he returned stubbornly. Kane muttered incoherently under his breath. "It's not like you're going to listen to me, or anyone," he huffed irritably. "Just be careful. I don't want to see your name plastered across the headlines announcing your death." Harry offered the boy an appreciative smile. "I will be," he promised. "I just have to see it for myself. I need to know what I will be getting myself into." "War," Kane chuckled humorlessly. "You'll be getting yourself into a war." "Something I've been preparing for all my life," Harry reminded him. "You might not like it, but that is the hand I have been dealt. Eventually, Tom and I will meet, and it will be the end for one of us." Kane chose to ignore the last part of the statement. He had attempted to get an explanation from Harry several times of why he was so sure it would culminate in a fight between the two of them. "I still don't get how the purebloods allow themselves to be led by a half-blood," he grumbled. "Because they either don't know his origins or they don't care," Harry replied with a shrug. "He is a powerful wizard that they can follow to their own ends. They will choose to remain ignorant so long as it serves them." "Just like your ministry," Kane snorted. Harry nodded his agreement. "It seems that ignorance works for most," he sighed. "But not for me. There is no ignoring what is to come, and if I have to put an end to it myself, then so be it." Kane said nothing else on the matter, but offered Harry a firm clap on the shoulder. "You'll win," he said confidently before taking his leave of the dormitory, followed by Harry. The rest of the group were waiting for them in the common room, each of them having packed to return home for the Christmas holidays. The mood amongst them had been somber since news of the first attack had been published in the Daily Prophet. To them, the war in Britain was a world away, and something none of them had been affected by. Harry believed they found it difficult to understand why he was so invested in it, other than what had happened to his parents when he had been a baby. But it went far beyond the murders of James and Lily Potter. Harry simply did not know how to explain it to them in a way they would understand. Anna was the first to approach him, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and resting her head on his chest. "Don't do anything stupid," she pleaded. Evidently, it was no secret that he would be going to Britain for the holidays, something his friends had subsequently been discussing. "I'm not planning to," Harry replied. He wasn't, but he could not deny the possibility that trouble might just find him when he was there. Anna offered him a smile, and Jonas punched him on the shoulder. "That's for just being you," he snorted, offering him a grin. Harry frowned at the boy, but he was pleased to at least see him smile. It had become a rare sight to see it from any of his friends. Lucinda merely offered him a sad smile. With Harry's mood having become rather less jovial in recent weeks, she had been the one to struggle with it most, and the dynamic between them had shifted. It was not something that Harry had intended, and he found that he missed the back and forth the two of them often shared. There was no longer any flirting between them, nor the impromptu wrestling matches where she would quickly put him in his place. It was as though she was distancing himself from him, and Harry did not like it, though he knew it was his own demeanor that was the cause. With a shake of his head, he pulled her into a tight embrace, and the girl hesitated for only a brief second before melting into it. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered. Lucinda hummed and narrowed her eyes at him as they broke apart. "Sorry might not be enough this time," she said airily. "If you want my forgiveness, you have to work for it," she added, prodding him smartly in the chest. Harry snorted amusedly. "Yes, princess," he sighed. Lucinda scowled at him, but the ghost of a smirk tugged at her lips as she nodded. "That's better," she declared. "Don't get yourself killed. We already know you can't be trusted to not do something idiotic. Just be careful," she finished worriedly. "I will be," Harry promised. "Come on, if we hang round here any longer, we will miss Christmas completely." It was almost as though none of them wished for him to be out of their sight as they followed him out of the common room, and for the duration of the short walk to the courtyard, where their parents were waiting for them. As ever, Cassiopeia was standing to one side, away from the others. She had never made any attempt to engage them in conversation. Her reputation from the war and who she had supported was well documented, after all. "My grandmother is here," Elinor whispered excitedly. "You have to meet her." Before Harry could even spot the Summerby family, he was being all but dragged towards them by the girl, and he soon found himself standing before her familiar mother and father, whom he had met previously, but also another, older woman he had yet to make the acquaintance of. "Grandmother," Elinor gushed as she threw herself into the elderly woman's arm. "Look at you," the woman wheezed, barely able to breathe due to how tight she was being held. "All grown up. You look just like me when I was your age. Now who is your—" She broke off as her gaze shifted towards Harry, her mouth falling agape as she stared at him dumbly. "Grandmother," Elinor questioned worriedly as the woman stepped towards Harry. "It can't be," she whispered. "The resemblance is uncanny." Harry was confused and thought perhaps the woman was having an episode of sorts, but he did not flinch as she cupped his cheek with a wrinkled, trembling hand, looking at him almost longingly. "I'm sorry, I think you are mistaking me for someone else," he said gently. The woman nodded as her look of wonder faded. "I am," she said sadly. "Who do I remind you of?" Harry asked curiously. "Just a man I knew a lifetime ago now." "What happened to him?" The woman shrugged. "I don't know. I suppose it will always be a mystery as to what happened to Harry Evans." "Harry Evans? Is the name familiar?" Harry shook his head. "No, but my mother's maiden name was Evans. She married my father, James Potter." "Is that so?" the woman questioned with something akin to a knowing grin. "Well, I don't believe much in coincidences, Harry. As to what happened to the hit wizard I met, I will likely never uncover the truth, but you remind me of him so much, down to those brilliant green eyes of yours." Harry was taken aback as the woman kissed him gently on the cheek and smiled at him the same way Elinor often did. It was one of fondness, and though the situation he currently found himself in was strange to say the least, he found that he quite liked the woman. "Do come and see me sometime," she requested. "I'd quite like to speak with you more." "I will," Harry assured her with a smile of his own. The woman gave his hand a firm squeeze before turning away. "Say goodbye to your friend, Elinor," she instructed as she walked steadily back to her son and daughter-in-law. Harry watched her for a moment, perplexed by what had just happened. "What was that all about?" he asked an equally confused Elinor. "My grandmother told me about Harry Evans once," she explained. "He was a hit wizard that arrested her and then broke her out of jail during the Grindelwald War. He vanished soon after. She told me she believed he survived the war and that his death would have been made known by Grindelwald. She says that she thinks he had a different calling, that he was needed somewhere else." "How strange," Harry commented thoughtfully. Elinor nodded her agreement. I think she was in love with him, she whispered amusedly. Anyway, remember to be careful. I don't want you to become my Harry Evans. She followed her grandmother's example and kissed him on the cheek before leaving the school grounds with her parents and grandmother, who shot Harry a final sad smile as they departed. Harry could only frown as he made his way towards Cassiopeia, his mind momentarily occupied by the odd exchange. However, his own reality weighed heavily on him once more as he reached his aunt. Sirius is waiting for you, she explained as she withdrew a portkey from within her robes. Harry merely nodded as he took hold of it and felt himself pulled across the continent, where he was deposited into the study in Grimmauld Place only a moment later. It wasn't until he entered the kitchen that he found his godfather, seated at the table and nursing a cup of coffee between his hands. Despite how exhausted Sirius looked, his expression brightened as he looked up to see who had arrived, and he stood to pull Harry into a tight embrace. How are you? The man asked fondly. Better than you, obviously, Harry snorted. What's been happening? It had been too risky to disclose too much in any letters between them, and as useful as it was to receive the Daily Prophet, the articles were still lacking in relevant information. Nothing good, Sirius sighed. We've not seen a single one of the Death Eaters. They vanish long before we get there. It's just like last time, but we have less useful people on our side. Honestly, I'm almost grateful they flee before we make it to an attack. Most of the Order wouldn't be much use in a fight. Harry nodded his agreement. Having met them himself, he was of a similar mind. The Aurors would fare well enough, and perhaps Bill Weasley along with Sirius and Remus, but the others were little more than paper pushers in the Ministry, or far beyond their best years. What was the Order like before? Harry asked curiously. The question brought grin to Sirius's lips. Well, there was me, your father and Remus, he began thoughtfully. We had only just graduated from school when we joined with your mother, but we knew how to handle ourselves. James and Lily really were brilliant at what they did, and Remus is just about the best at defense against the dark arts I know, other than Moody and Dumbledore. He paused for a moment, evidently reminiscing about the times he had shared with his friends, before shaking himself from his thoughts. Our best fighter was Dorcas Meadows. Have you heard of her? I can't say that I have, Harry responded with a frown. He wasn't familiar with the members of the Order from the prior war. She was a brilliant witch, Harry, as fierce as they came and with the talent to back it up, Sirius explained. There wasn't a Death Eater among them who could go toe-to-toe with Dorcas. She was killed by Voldemort. Sirius nodded sadly. He attacked her in the dead of night and caught her unprepared, but she still put up a hell of a fight judging by the state of the scene. He did the same to Benji Fenwick. Benji Fenwick. A larger-than-life Irishman, Sirius chuckled. He was huge and scared the crap out of most of us. I once watched him duel 6 Death Eaters by himself, and he killed 3 of them before the others ran. Between Benji and Dorcas, they didn't want to stick around and fight us much. And now, we don't have anyone like them. Other than Moody, no, Sirius murmured. He is cut from the same cloth as them, but he's not what he once was. Between the injuries and the paranoia, he is a shadow of what he used to be. But still the best we have. Other than Dumbledore, Sirius pointed out. Albus is one of the most brilliant wizards born in the last few centuries, but he is not a fighter. He can handle himself, but he lacks the killer instinct to fight a war. He was like that the first time around, too, and the likes of Malfoy walked free. Malfoy. It was Dumbledore that arrested him at the end of the war. If he would have killed him, the country wouldn't be in the state it is now. Harry nodded his agreement. Without Lucius Malfoy around, Britain would certainly be all the better for it. Anyway, let's not waste what time we have ruining what little festive spirit we can feel, Sirius urged. Is there anything you would like to do? We could always set up a prank for the werewolf, Harry suggested. Sirius grinned as he nodded, rubbing his hands together with anticipation. Between the two of them, Remus would not know what had hit him. Break. "This is unacceptable, Minister," Lord Boot scolded. "It is taking too long for the Aurors to respond to these attacks. How is it that our infrastructure in place to detect magic being cast around Muggles is proving to be so useless?" He received only half-hearted murmurs of agreement from some of his peers, with many continuing to simply look at the floor to avoid drawing attention to themselves. Albus had not felt such tension in the Wizengamot chambers since Voldemort's last rays, and it appeared as though history was repeating itself. The lord and ladies that were usually much more outspoken against the radical traditionalist bloc were remaining silent, even those of a typically neutral stance. They were fearful of reprisals, and with how events were currently unfolding, Albus could not blame. Very few possessed the needed audaciousness to speak out, with Lord Boot being one of them. The others, Albus suspected, had already been cowed, and with them refusing to oppose Tom's supporters, things would only get worse from here on out. It had taken weeks for the meeting to be called by Cornelius, days that had been taken advantage of by the likes of Lucius Malfoy and his allies. Now all that remained was to see what direction this session would take. "What would you have the Ministry do, Lord Boot?" Lucius questioned. "The Aurors are already working around the clock and responding as quickly as they can to these most heinous acts. I am keen to hear what suggestions you have. Our infrastructure cannot simply be improved. It would cost thousands of galleons and weeks of manpower to achieve. Now is not the time to make such an investment in resources and gold." Cornelius offered Lucius an appreciative nod. The man was tired, weary, and yet still ignorant of what was happening around him. Cornelius was not typically so foolish, but when it came to conflict, or opposing those who so steadfastly supported him, he demonstrated only reluctance to speak his own mind. Instead, he seemed to be hoping that the Death Eaters would be rounded up by the Aurors, and that he need not do anything some would deem to be drastic and lose the support of those he couldn't possibly not suspect of being involved. "That is not my job to decide," Boot fired back irritably. "The Ministry is failing to protect our Muggle counterparts, and even our own when it comes to these attacks. 9 prospective witches and wizards have been killed already. How many is too many before something is done?" Again, the man received only silent murmurs of agreement from a few. Boot shot his peers a look of disgust. He had always been one of the more outspoken members of the Wizengamot, and unafraid of making enemies, if necessary. Either he did not feel concerned about what was happening, or he too was ignorant of the truth. Albus did not know what was worse. Regardless, Lord Boot was undoubtedly irking the likes of Lucius Malfoy, who was openly glaring at the man. "I have a suggestion, Minister," Lord Knot spoke up. Cornelius's expression morphed into one of relief as he eagerly gestured for the man to speak. "Lord Boot is correct," Knot sighed. "Not enough is being done for the Muggle-borns that are being caught up in these attacks. Might I suggest something that may seem a little over the top, but I believe is necessary?" "Go ahead, Lord Knot," Cornelius urged. Knot offered the minister a bow. "I believe that if we could keep tabs on those that live within the Muggle world, we can be better prepared to protect them, and at the same time take an accurate account of our current population. What I am suggesting is a census of sorts, where every magical person in Britain is to sign a register stating their blood status, their place of residence, and any children they have." "To what end?" Cornelius asked with a frown. "So that the Aurors know which areas to focus their attention on," Knot explained. "If the infrastructure cannot be improved, then is this not the next best thing?" Cornelius nodded thoughtfully. "That in itself is quite the task to arrange," he sighed. "But a much simpler and cost-effective solution than the alternative," Knot pointed out. Cornelius hummed as he pondered the idea, and even Lord Boot seemed to be contemplating it. "It is not something that can be decided immediately," Cornelius sighed. "A detailed plan for doing such a thing must be created before we can even consider it." "I volunteer my services to create the plan," Dolar's Umbridge offered. Cornelius smiled at the woman. "Thank you, Dolars," he said gratefully. "The idea certainly has merit, and if it will assist in keeping the public safe, then I am sure we can find common ground to see it done." Albus frowned unhappily at the smiling Umbridge. This was not good. What Nott had suggested was simply a way that Muggleborns, both adults and children, could be watched closely and targeted when the Death Eaters chose to. They didn't care about the insufficient Auror force that opposed them, and should not get his way. It would only present more opportunities to ambush them when they were patrolling in their standardized pairs. No, this was not good at all. Albus would need to discuss the matter with Cornelius in the hope of making him see sense, though the headmaster doubted his words would be taken on board. Already, Britain was reflecting what it once had during the previous war, and Albus could not help but feel that in only a matter of months, things would only have gotten worse. Break. Harry could only stare at the brightly colored building he stood before in Diagon Alley, shaking his head in amusement at how stark it stood out compared to the others. "Weasley's Wizard Wheezes," he snorted. He had ventured to the alley to complete some last-minute Christmas shopping and had spotted the shop that was only a short walk from Gringotts from the other end of the alley. The Weasley twins had certainly been busy. Entering the shop, every one of his senses was assaulted by odd noises, smells, and too many objects of interest to take in with a single glance. "Ah, Harry," one of the twins greeted him enthusiastically. "What do you think of our humble shop?" "Humble?" Harry questioned with a quirked brow. "It is brilliant." The twins smiled brightly, gesturing to all of the customers around them. "And business is booming," he declared happily. "Thanks to you, of course." "It's your products that have brought them here," Harry pointed out. "I just made it happen a little quicker than it would have." "Well, either way, George and I will always be grateful," Fred whispered. "Whatever you want is on us always." Harry nodded appreciatively as he peered, pausing as he caught sight of a familiar figure skulking past the main window. "I'll be back," he assured the redhead. "There's something I have to do." Fred frowned curiously at him, but said nothing as Harry stepped out of the shop and ducked into a nearby alleyway where he covered himself with his cloak. It took only a few moments to catch up with Draco, who had entered Knockturn Alley, pausing to look around before making his way into Borgin and Burke's. Harry waited, his eyes fixed on the door as he pondered one of the very few letters he'd received from Pansy since September. Draco is worse than ever. No one will stand up to him, and he's already hurt some of the younger students. Snape won't do anything about it either, and I don't know what to do. He hasn't hurt me yet, but he has threatened both me and Daphne. It's only a matter of time before he follows through. Harry's jaw clenched, the same anger he had felt whilst reading the letter for the first time surfacing once more. Draco needed to be reminded of just how significant he was, and if no one else was willing to do it, who was Harry to not take advantage of the opportunity presented to him? It was several moments later that the boy emerged from the shop, stowing away whatever it was he had purchased within his robes before he skulked back towards Diagon Alley. It was when he was passing through the isolated archway that separated the two alleys that Harry struck. Draco did not have time to react before one of the lids of a nearby bin smashed into his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. He attempted to draw his wand, only for Harry to ram his heel into the sensitive flesh of his forearm. Draco cried out in pain as his wand clattered to the floor, and Harry removed his cloak, revealing himself to the fearful boy. "I've been meaning to have a little talk with you, Draco," Harry growled, seizing the other boy by the throat. "I thought today would be perfect. What, you don't think us being here at the same time is purely a coincidence, do you?" It was, but Draco didn't need to know that. "Now I've seen what you have been doing," Harry continued, "and I'm telling you now that it will stop. I know everything, Malfoy. I even know how infrequently you change your skitty pants. This is your first and only warning, do you understand?" The boy was beginning to purple from the tightness of Harry's grip, so he loosened it slightly so that he could breathe. "My father." He was cut off by Harry's fist, plowing into his already bloody nose. "Your father is nothing to me," Harry spat. He will die soon enough, and his master will not be able to prevent that. Voldemort cannot protect you from anything. I'm coming for them all, Draco. Every single person that carries the mark, and you can tell them that from me when you run home crying to your mother. As a matter of fact, I might kill her first." Draco's eyes widened. "She isn't one of them," he protested. Harry shrugged uncaringly. "Maybe not," he chuckled darkly, "but wouldn't it be quite some justice to make your father suffer for all the misery he has caused others? I imagine he is fond of your mother in his own way, and to find her corpse in their marriage bed would be quite something, wouldn't it?" "You wouldn't," Draco choked. "Just keep telling yourself that, Draco," Harry snorted. "Believe me, I have no problem with taking lives. When you witness your own mother being murdered, doing so means very little. Why don't you ask Thorfinn Roll or Titus Yaxley? I met them during the aftermath of the World Cup, and it didn't end well for them, did it?" "UK killed them," Draco stammered. "I did," Harry confirmed, "and they were only the first of many. Now, if you do not want your mother to be pushed to the top of my list, I suggest you change your ways. I can get to her any time I wish. Maybe when she visits the apothecary to get her potions ingredients, or on a Thursday afternoon when she leaves the florist she likes at the bottom of Diagon Alley." Draco swallowed deeply. "Leave my mother out of this, Potter." "Whether I do or don't is on you, Draco," Harry reminded him. "If you behave, she may remain safe, but if you do not, I will make her suffer unspeakable agony and misery before I end her. Understood?" Harry's gaze bore unwaveringly into Draco's, leaving the boy with no doubt to the truth of his words. He received only a nod in response, and Harry stood before turning to take his leave, pausing momentarily to speak once more. "Oh, and Draco, tell Voldemort when you see him that every riddle has a solution. He will know what I mean." With that, Harry headed back into Diagon Alley, leaving a bloodied and confused Draco Malfoy in his wake. "Break." "It is done, my lord," Lucius declared proudly as he entered the parlor the Dark Lord was being hosted in. Voldemort simply nodded, and Lucius frowned, evidently having expected a more gratuitous response. "Is something wrong, my lord?" Lucius pressed. Narcissa said nothing as she sipped her tea. She was deeply uncomfortable in the man's presence and found it best to not draw attention to herself. It was how she had avoided being marked during the First War, and she wished for her skin to remain unblemished. Bellatrix had often bemoaned the fact that Narcissa had not pledged herself to her master the way the others had, and though she supported the movement, she had seen the discomfort the Dark Mark could elicit within the Death Eaters should they find themselves in the bad graces of their lord. "Nothing is wrong, Lucius," Voldemort responded. "I am merely pondering how we should move forward. Not suggestion to the ministry should bear fruit, but it is only the beginning." Before Lucius could respond, the door to the parlor slammed open, and Narcissa gasped as a bloodied and fearful Draco rushed into the room. She ran to him immediately, cupping his cheeks in her hand as she surveyed the damage. His nose was broken quite badly, and both of his eyes were almost swollen shut. "What happened, Draco?" Narcissa whispered worriedly. Her son was trembling from head to toe, and it took him a moment to compose himself. "P. Potter," he stammered. "Potter," the Dark Lord interjected as he stood. Draco nodded, his gaze shifting towards the floor as Voldemort approached. "He attacked me in the alley," he explained. "He made some threats against us, and you, my lord." Voldemort narrowed his red eyes. "What threats?" he demanded. Draco swallowed deeply, and Narcissa looked towards her irate husband. "He has said that he is going to kill my father, and me," Draco choked, "but that he would kill my mother first to make us suffer more." Narcissa felt her blood run cold at the revelation. There had been something rather unsettling about Potter when she had met him briefly at the World Cup. He had shown no fear of her husband, nor the minister despite the influence they carried between them. Was he truly capable of killing her? Narcissa could not be certain, but the threat left her feeling rather disturbed. "He threatened me," Lucius growled, stomping towards Draco. The boy nodded. He killed Roland Yaxley. He told me himself. Lucius paused, looking towards the Dark Lord, who seemed to be impressed, rather than angry as Narcissa expected. Is that so? He questioned amusedly. Well, there is more to Potter than I expected. Allow me to kill him, my lord, Lucius all but demanded. He has threatened my family and attacked my son. Voldemort held up a hand as he shook his head. Potter is mine, he said firmly. Lucius appeared ready to protest, but a single glare from his master changed his mind. Did he say anything else? Draco nodded, finally looking up from the ground. He told me to tell you that every riddle has a solution. Narcissa frowned, and Lucius appeared to be as confused as she and Draco were. But the words evidently meant something to the Dark Lord, whose eyes had narrowed in fury. Get out, he whispered dangerously. My lord, Lucius questioned. Get out. Narcissa dragged Draco from the room, the door slamming behind them and Lucius, just in time as a guttural roar sounded. The entire lower level of the house shook as the Dark Lord unleashed his anger. But it wasn't the damage the man would do to her home that occupied Narcissa's mind. She had never been threatened in such a way, and though she did not doubt that Lucius could protect her, she could not ignore the feeling that if he truly wished to, that Potter would find a way to follow through with his words. Break. Oh, cheer up, Moony, Sirius sighed, unable to prevent the bout of laughter that followed. I'm not talking to either of you. The werewolf returned sulkily as he pawed the ground. If it is any consolation, you do make for a good reindeer, Harry broke in, chuckling unashamedly. Would you like a carrot? The prank had gone better than either Harry or Sirius could have hoped for. They had initially intended to give the man antlers, and perhaps a red nose, but between them, they had managed to create a full transformation. It wasn't a permanent change, but it should last for the duration of Christmas Day. Yes, Remus muttered grumpily. Sirius laughed once more at the sight of Harry feeding Remus a carrot, and even more so as he patted the head of the reindeer. Who's a good boy? Harry cooed. Remus pawed the ground again in irritation. Don't bloody push it. Do you think we could find a way to keep him like this? Sirius asked excitedly. I think I prefer him as a reindeer. Bugger off, Remus growled as Harry shook his head. I wouldn't risk it. I couldn't imagine what would happen during the full moon. I don't think a reindeer-werewolf hybrid would be pleasant. True, Sirius conceded, frowning as a somber Cassiopeia entered the kitchen, pausing as she eyed the reindeer. I don't think I want to know what on earth the three of you are up to, she sighed, but you need to see this. She handed Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet, and any joviality he had felt vanished immediately. He killed the Boot family, he whispered. Why would he do that? To send a message, Cassiopeia explained. Dumbledore said that Boot was one of the few that has been speaking out against Malfoy and his ilk during the Wisengamot meetings. I don't think anyone else will be following his example after this. Bloody hell, Sirius muttered as he took the newspaper from Harry. He killed all of them. To send a message, Harry echoed Cassiopeia's words. If the lords and ladies know that not even their children are safe, they will offer no resistance. Voldemort has all but taken over the Wisengamot. Cassiopeia nodded gravely. I expect things will only get much worse from now. As much as he wished to disagree with his aunt, Sirius knew she was right. Voldemort would be getting his way with just about everything he did now, and there seemed to be no silver lining on the horizon. It would be worse than before, and even then they had come so close to being defeated. That was until the Dark Lord had attacked James, Lily, and Harry, but there would be no miracle to save Britain this time. All that stood between Voldemort and the victory he failed to clinch a little over 15 years ago was a depleted Auror force and the lacking efforts of the Order of the Phoenix. And Harry, the voice at the back of Sirius's mind added. He shook his head of that thought. Not Harry, he protested internally. Still, as he looked upon his godson, it was not fear of what was to come that he saw, but determination, and though Sirius wished the boy would stay out of it, he knew that it was out of the question. Harry would, just like his parents and Charles before them, would go to war. There was nothing that Sirius could envision coming to pass that would stop that. Chapter 36. An unwitting accomplice. Months had passed since the Dark Lord had set Augustus his task, and were it many other of his followers, he would be questioning the man's effort and dedication to what he had been instructed to do. Not Rookwood, however. Augustus had long ago proven his loyalty and willingness to serve in whatever way was seen fit, so Voldemort had no doubt that the former unspeakable was merely being as careful and meticulous as ever. Still, it was a matter of urgency, and the Dark Lord needed answers. He watched as the tired man entered the study he was making use of in the Malfoy home, the bow he received as unwavering as ever. "What have you discovered, Augustus?" "Many things, my lord," Rookwood answered. "Firstly, you have my apologies for the delay. The prophecy itself took much time to locate. But it does indeed exist." Rookwood nodded. "A prophecy pertaining to yourself and Harry James, Potter, as spoken by Sybil Trelawney and heard by Dumbledore." The Dark Lord's nostrils flared at the mention of Potter and Dumbledore. "And you are still of the belief that only one of us named on it can retrieve it?" "Undoubtedly, my lord," Augustus sighed. "It would be foolish for any other to attempt it." The Dark Lord nodded his understanding as he pondered the matter. "The department itself, is it difficult to access?" "No, but navigating it will take weeks for any that are not familiar with it," Rookwood explained. "The security measures in place throughout are second to none, my lord. The real challenge will be obtaining the prophecy. Without any of the named people to do so, it is impossible. The magic surrounding them is ancient, and even if it could be broken or manipulated, it would be a highly dangerous task." "What of the unspeakables? Can they retrieve them?" "No, my lord," Rookwood sighed. "I had considered it, and even have one of them placed under the Imperious Curse, but it will not work. Any other will meet a most terrible end if they are not one of the named individuals." "You have an unspeakable under the Imperious Curse." "Broderick Bode, my lord. We worked together once, and for as gifted and intelligent as he is, his mind has always been weak. I have been using him to lead me through the department to circumvent the security. Without him, it is likely I would have been caught." "Then you have done well," Voldemort praised. "There is something else I have observed," Rookwood replied warily. "There are people there that should not be. I think they are members of Dumbledore's order, but I cannot be certain. They are under an invisibility cloak, and I thought it best not to interfere without discussing it with you first." Voldemort's jaw clenched. Of course, the old fool would have the department watched. "Then we must be cautious," he mused aloud. "Could we use Bode to gain entry?" "We could," Augustus confirmed. "What are you thinking, my lord?" "I haven't decided yet," Voldemort murmured thoughtfully. "We cannot use Dumbledore, and I am loath to risk exposing myself should anything go awry." "The seer, then?" "She is within Hogwarts," Voldemort pointed out. "Getting to her whilst she is under Dumbledore's nose will not be easy. I expect he will be watching her as closely as he is the department. No, it is unlikely either will work. Leave it with me, Augustus. I need to decide our best course of action." "Of course, my lord," Rookwood replied as he stood. "Would you like me to continue with what I have been doing?" Voldemort shook his head. "No, just check in from time to time to ensure there are no changes within the department," he instructed. "There is no use risking yourself being caught when we have all the information we need. Thank you, Augustus. Your efforts are most appreciated." Rookwood offered him a final bow before taking his leave of the room, and the Dark Lord mulled over what he had been told. The seer would be the easiest to force to comply, if only she could be accessed. If he had not proven himself such a cowardly fool, Lucius's son could have perhaps been instructed to fetch her, but the boy could not be trusted with such an important task. No, his next step needed to be considered carefully, but several ideas were already forming. The Dark Lord merely needed to decide which was the most feasible. Break. It was as though he was watching Britain collapse in on itself through a looking glass. The already fragile pillars that held up what it had been since Voldemort's fall slowly, but surely crumbling to dust, and so close to no longer being able to bear the load weighing down on it. Worst of all was that there was nothing that could seemingly prop it up until it could be fixed, and it was only a matter of time before there was nothing left to salvage. It was with reluctance that Harry had returned to Durmstrang, and had only done so at the realization that there was little that he too could do. For all of Dumbledore and the Order's efforts, there was nothing to show but an exhausted and insufficient resistance for what was happening. As things were, Harry was still a child in the eyes of the law, and though he carried influence from his unwitting feet as a child, it was not nearly enough to make a difference. He had not been a presence in Britain either. To most, he was nothing but a distant memory of when times had been unfavorable, and he had somehow achieved the unthinkable. Ever since, other than his brief stint at Hogwarts, Harry Potter had been absent. No, he was currently as useless as the Order. If there was to be any hope of defeating Voldemort and his followers, he needed the influence of his titles on the Wizengamot. With the current power structure, he knew that he could not simply return to Britain and take the fight to the Death Eaters. If he did, he would likely find himself wanted under the guise of murdering a pureblood who was not acting of their own accord. It was the defense the likes of Malfoy had used before, and to great effect. Harry had no doubt it would be used again, and Fudge and his cohorts would lap it up to avoid admitting the truth of what was unfolding. Harry had to be smarter than that. He needed to give Britain hope, but he needed to do it in the right way. In only a matter of weeks, he would have his titles, and he could use the favorable system the purebloods had built for themselves against them. As of now, the name Harry Potter was not at the forefront of any mind, but it soon would be. Harry would make sure of that, by hook and by crook. Although he knew he would need every ounce of political acumen he possessed, it would not be enough. There was only one language the Death Eaters and Voldemort understood, and unfortunately for them, Harry was fluent in it. Politics aside, Harry was under no illusion that he would be entering anything short of a war. And though the fools like Fudge wished to either ignore it or were too stupid to see it for what it was, Harry would not allow it to continue. Magical Registration Act, he muttered, as he read the latest update on the awful legislation that had been passed in the Ministry. It had been done under the guise of protecting the magical population of Britain, but Harry knew better. It was a movement to have every magical person in Britain tracked and registered, and as expected, the Lord and Ladies of the Wizengamot had already found a loophole so that they need not register. For the rest of the country, however, it was now mandatory to present yourself to the Ministry and submit your name, and a myriad of other personal information. At first, it had merely been encouraged, but when so few did so, further legislation had been passed, making it compulsory. For the past weeks, swathes of people had been arriving at the Ministry of Magic to comply, and those that did not were sought out and arrested. Harry shook his head in disgust as he slammed the paper down next to his untouched breakfast. "Do you think it is a good idea to keep reading it?" Anna asked. "It's making you miserable." "I have to," Harry sighed. "I need to know what I am getting myself into." The others shared a look amongst themselves. They were worried about him. Harry would admit that he had not been feeling particularly happy since returning to school. If anything, he knew he was simply waiting until he could act, until he could make a difference, but doing so was deeply frustrating, and it had not had a positive influence on him. When he wasn't in class, he was either dueling or training, and sleeping very little with it. Lucinda had all but forced him to take a measure of dreamless sleep on more than one occasion. Harry had not wished to, but he knew the girl was looking out for him. Not once had she, unlike the others, tried to talk him out of returning to Britain. If anything, she was supportive despite her obvious feelings on the matter. His friends, too, had read the article, and each of them believed, though they had not said it aloud, that Britain was a lost cause, that Voldemort had already won. Harry refused to believe it. Although he had not spent much time there over the years, Britain was his home, and the titles he had inherited meant that he was responsible for it. From what he knew of his grandfather and Arcturus Black, they would both fight until the bitter end for what they believed in, and Harry would do the same. He would need to be the best and worst of the former lords, and he would be just that. Harry Potter would be the difference in the blossoming war, the thorns between the roses of the seeds that Voldemort had planted. He offered Lucinda a reassuring smile as she squeezed his thigh under the table before a grin tugged at his lips. "Any higher and it won't be my leg you're touching," he snorted. Lucinda quirked an eyebrow at him. "Then it seems as though my aim was inaccurate," she quipped. Kane grimaced in disgust as Harry laughed. "Why don't you two just jump into bed and get it over with?" the werewolf huffed. "The scent coming from you both is sickening." "Maybe we will," Lucinda replied with a shrug, "but I'm not sure Potter deserves me with how he has been. He has a lot of ground to cover before he gets anywhere near me." Kane groaned and placed his head in his hands as Harry and Lucinda stared at each other quite intently. "I have," Harry agreed with a sigh. Although he had made considerable effort to not let what was happening get to him so much, it had, and it had been his relationship with his friends that had suffered. He hadn't meant it to, but he had been stuck in his own mind for much of the year. "What is going on, Harry?" Anna pressed gently. "This isn't just the war, is it? You've not quite been yourself since you came back from Hogwarts." "I know," Harry murmured. "Things happened, some I'd rather not talk about, but if anyone deserves some kind of explanation, then it is all of you. Tonight before dinner," he promised. He didn't know how much he would tell them, but he knew he could not keep them in the dark any longer. All of them had been there for him as much as he had for them, since they'd arrived at Durmstrang, and he trusted them all implicitly. They deserved some insight to what was happened, and had already come to pass at the very least. Anna nodded as she reached across the table and squeezed his hand gently. "You're not alone in this, Harry," she whispered. The others nodded their agreement, and the sentiment warmed Harry's heart more than he could express. He truly had gathered an odd, but valuable group of friends, and despite how distracted and sometimes difficult to be around he had been, their loyalty to him had never wavered. "Thank you," he returned gratefully. "Come on, we'd best get to Transfiguration." Taking their leave of the table, it was strange just how at ease he suddenly felt as he made his way towards their lesson. Things were not easy to cope with as they were, and being so distant from everyone had only made Harry feel as though he was truly alone. But that wasn't the case. The war may well hinge on him and what he would do to combat it, and there was no promise that he would even survive the conflict. However, the outcome was so far from his mind right now. There was much he needed to do before he and Tom would clash for a final confrontation, something that seemed so far away, but no less close than it ever was as now. Break. Cassie made a point to spend as little time in Britain as she could. The country was in a deplorable state under the current, foolish regime that were, on the surface, in charge, and she had not thought of it as home since she had been a teenager. Nonetheless, she was intrigued by the perhaps not so unexpected letter she had received, and had spent the past few days here watching the place she had agreed to meet the woman that had reached out to her. Cassiopeia Black was no fool. She would not risk being ambushed. The months that had gone by since Christmas had been frustrating, to say the least. She wished more than anything that she could put an end to the war, that she could relieve Harry of all the burdens he carried, but it was not to be. As Harry had pointed out, this was his war to fight, and though she had argued that there was much she could do to assist him, he had been adamant that she not act on her impulses. Much to her chagrin, she could not find fault in his logic. Cassiopeia Black was not a popular woman here, was loathed by most for her part in Gellert's rising and subsequent campaign, and it would take little for her to be locked away in Azkaban, where she and Harry had no doubt she would be dealt with silently. Her advanced years would be to her detriment under the influence of the Dementors, and there would be nothing stopping the likes of Lucius Malfoy getting to her whilst she was unarmed. She needed to be cautious and exercise patience, something she'd never had in abundance. Perhaps Harry was right. It would serve no purpose to take matters into her own hands, whilst Malfoy had the ear of the minister, and the Dark Lord remained within the shadows. Still, it was frustrating to feel so utterly useless, and it did not help that Gellert seemed to agree with Harry wholeheartedly. It would not do Harry any favors if you were to come to harm or you created political difficulty for him before he has even claimed his titles. Patience is the key here, Cassie. I know you wish only to protect the boy, but he is on the cusp of manhood and he will need you when he returns to Britain. Cassie shook her head of her thoughts as she watched the cloaked figure approaching the Hog's Head from one of the quieter lanes in Hogsmeade, and waited for a few moments to ensure she had not been followed before entering the dank, musty pub. Placing a galleon on the bar to pay for the private room she had requested days before, she found it on the second floor. Drawing her wand, she cast a myriad of privacy and detection charms around the hallway before entering, startling the still cloaked figure seated by the fire. "Narcissa," she greeted the woman. Her great-niece removed her hood, her eyes roaming over the older woman, evidently reassuring herself that it was indeed Cassiopeia Black that stood before. "Aunt Cassie," Narcissa replied reservedly. The woman looked tired. Her skin had always been pale, but it looked waxy in the light of the fire, and the bags under her eyes were thick and dark, making her look older than she was. "What is it you want, girl?" Cassiopeia huffed. Narcissa swallowed deeply. I don't know," she answered with a shake of her head. "Then there is nothing we have to discuss." Cassie turned to leave, irritated that her time had been wasted. "Wait," Narcissa pleaded. "I didn't know you were alive, not until Potter told me at the World Cup." "Why would you?" Cassie returned. "I left Britain and then the family fell to pieces. You married Lucius, Bellatrix married Lestrange, and Andromeda ran away with a filthy mudblood. I had such high hopes for all of you, and I can only say how disappointed I am. Sirius was an insolent whelp, and Regulus was a simpering buffoon who spent too much time trying to please Walburga. The less said about the rest, the better. The Blacks truly fell from grace, and I am disgusted by what the family became. Arcturus was too lax, and your own father wasn't fit to wipe his arse. Orion was a pampered disgrace, and look what happened. You all decided to follow the Dark Lord. Where are the Blacks now, Narcissa?" The woman opened her mouth to speak, but Cassie cut her off. "Dead," she snapped. "Bella isn't." Cassie laughed humorlessly. "I suppose she is staying with you," she snorted. "Bella was the one I had the most faith in, but she proved to be the biggest disappointment of you all, licking the boots of a man that murders women and children before following his lead. She will meet a most unpleasant end, that I can promise you." "You would kill her." Without a second of hesitation, Cassiopeia vowed. Narcissa was taken aback by the declaration and deflated in her chair. "Why Potter?" she asked. "Why did you raise him?" "Because he is family, or did you forget that? He is Doria's grandson." Narcissa shook her head. "He attacked my son in Diagon Alley," she revealed, "and he threatened to kill me just to get to Draco and Lucius." "Did he?" Cassie chuckled. "Well, you had best hope your son and husband do not give him reason to act on that threat." "He would kill me." "My Harry does not make threats he does not keep," Cassie replied simply. "You made your bed, Narcissa, and now you and your sister have to lie in it. You have no idea what storm is coming. Your husband is already dead, and your son will undoubtedly follow soon enough. Voldemort will not win, not against Harry." "You have no idea what he is capable of," Narcissa whispered. "I know more than you could ever imagine, girl," Cassie bit back. "It is your master that does not know what it is he is facing." "He is not my master," Narcissa growled, rolling up her sleeves to show her bare forearms. "You are married to Malfoy and you share a spawn together," Cassie pointed out. "To me and to Harry, you are just as much an enemy. Perhaps I should kill you now." "You wouldn't," Narcissa choked. "I would," Cassie countered sincerely. "You may not run around in a mask murdering innocent people, but you know exactly what your husband does. He murders, he rapes, and he tortures people for his own enjoyment. The fact that you think that you can sit there and deny any guilt is baffling. Your inaction makes you guilty. You are harboring these people, and that makes you just as guilty as them in my eyes. The Malfoy name suits you, Narcissa. You are just as cowardly as your husband. You are not a true Black, and the only reason I will allow you to leave is because I want you to witness your world falling apart around you. Lucius is not as untouchable as you believe, and you are going to learn the hard way what misery life can provide. Narcissa could only look at her fearfully, and Cassiopeia offered her a smirk before taking her leave of the room. The woman had not come because she felt any remorse or sorrow for what was happening. She had come to fish for information and to see how credible the threat against her family was. Cassie did not know that Harry had attacked the Malfoy boy nor that he had threatened Narcissa, and in truth, she did not care. Narcissa was a Malfoy through and through, and the wizarding world would be much better off without them in it. Break. The Dark Lord stared into the roaring fire, the crackling of the flames the only sound to be heard in the study. He had been locked in here for the best part of 2 days as he weighed up his options, eventually deciding he was unable to ignore the one that would bring him the most pleasure. You sent for me, my lord. The voice of Barty pulled him from his thoughts. Voldemort nodded and took a moment pondering his options a final time before leaning back in his chair. It is time, Barty, he answered simply. The man grinned malevolently in response. When? Tonight. It shall be done, my lord. Excellent, now you must follow my instructions to the very letter, the Dark Lord said firmly. We cannot risk anything going awry. Take a seat. There is much for us to discuss. Break. It was a nervous Harry that waited for his friends to arrive on the secluded 6th floor corridor, a place he had come to often so that he could study and practice away from prying eyes. He still did not know what he would tell them all, but he would not break his promise to them. Tonight, they would know much of the truth of what had led him to where he was now, and why the war in Britain was important to him, beyond seeking his vengeance against Voldemort. Was it more important? It was difficult at times to see the bigger picture of what he had to do, and he could not deny that more than anything in life, he wanted Riddle and his followers to suffer immeasurably for all they had done. But his purpose was indeed more than vengeance, even if it was that he chose to focus on to fuel the fire within him. Britain had suffered under the incompetent Fudge, and those that he chose to surround himself with. It was a dreary country, and was only growing more so, with none having a backbone to truly fight back. Harry would not hesitate to do so. He had been prepared and groomed for it his entire life by Cassie, but the betterment of Britain was never going to come down to simply entering the political field and gathering support. No, Voldemort had always been on the horizon, and Harry knew that the man and his followers would have to be dealt with permanently if he wished to see the country thrive. We're here, Kane announced as Harry's friends rounded the corner. It's not very private, is it? Harry snorted as he tapped a series of bricks, revealing a hidden door that his friends gawped at. Are you coming or not? Harry chuckled as he pushed it open. Silently, they followed him inside the room. I didn't know that this was here, Anna whispered as she looked around. Within, there was a large desk piled with books that Harry had accumulated, and a space where he could practice his magic. No one does, he replied with a shrug. There are lots of rooms like this around the school. How many? Anna pressed. Dozens. Realizing that Harry wasn't going to provide any more information, the girl frowned at him. Anyway, the secrets of Durmstrang isn't why we are here, Alina pointed out. It's not, Harry sighed. Honestly, I don't really know where to begin. Everything is just so complicated. Well, you could start by telling us why you need to fight in a war for a country you haven't lived in since you were a baby, Jonas urged. It's not just because of what happened to your parents, is it? Harry shook his head. No, he confirmed. Partly it is because of who I am. My grandfather was a war hero, and from what little I know about my family, many of them have been over the centuries. He fought against Grindelwald, and I suppose I feel like I have to prove myself to an extent. I'd want him to be proud of me. Even if it costs you your life? Anna asked. It's not as simple as that, Harry chuckled dryly. The Potter title is not the only one I have inherited. You're going to be the lord of 2 families, Elinor whispered. As the only pureblood amongst them, albeit having been born to a disgraced family, she understood the magnitude of what that meant. Harry nodded. I will be the next Lord Black. Elinor's eyes widened. And even though the others may not have understood the significance of him taking the mantle of 2 prominent families, they had heard of the Blacks. There were few across the magical world that had not. Shit, Kane whispered. That still doesn't explain why you have to fight in the war, Lucinda pointed out. Fighting for family pride is not a good enough reason, not when the stakes are so high. You don't have any heirs if anything happens to you. It's not a good enough reason, Harry agreed. I wish it was, but there is magic at play here. Magic that I won't even begin to pretend to understand. I suppose it all started even before I was born and the night Voldemort killed my parents. It wasn't them that he came for, Harry revealed. It was you, Lucinda whispered. It was. Why would he come after you? You were only a baby. There's a prophecy. The group were silent for a moment before Kane burst out laughing. Come on, Harry, you can't possibly believe in that. You should not mock things you know nothing of, Anna snapped irritably. Prophetic magical is real. We have sages that live amongst us. Really? Kane asked curiously. Anna nodded. It can be woefully inaccurate magic, and dangerous if it is interpreted incorrectly, but it is very real. There are many stories of elves and others that have fallen victim to it. If there really is a prophecy at play, it should not be ignored. What do you know about the magic? Harry asked Anna. Not much, she admitted apologetically, but the sages I have met have always warned me not to mess with it. What does the prophecy say? I only know a part of it, Harry sighed irritably. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. That's it, Kane scoffed. How do you know it pertains to you? You were born in July, but so were dozens of other Bobbies. Harry shrugged. You need to hear the rest of it, Anna said gravely. Kane is right. It's too vague for you to risk your life over. I know, but it's as though I can feel the magic pulling us together, Harry explained. I'm working on getting the rest of it, but it's not so simple. A copy of it exists in the Department of Mysteries in the British Ministry. Then why don't you request to hear it? Because I cannot trust the ministry or anyone that works there, Harry explained. Voldemort had an unspeakable working for him the last time, and he was one of the Death Eaters he broke out of Azkaban. Unspeakable, Jonas questioned. They work in the department. So they can't be trusted. Harry shook his head. I've visited a couple of times to see if I can find where it is kept, he admitted. And nothing, Harry grumbled. The department is off limits, and even when I managed to get in there, I couldn't find the room. It's difficult to navigate. So, what will you do? I don't know, Harry murmured. I could ask Dumbledore, but then he will question how I know of its existence. How do you know of it? Anna asked. That is even more complicated than anything else I've told you, Harry snorted humorlessly. Try us, the half-elf urged. Harry's gaze shifted over to each of his friends, all of them as curious as the other, though none were absent of the same look of concern. He relented by releasing a deep breath. The night he tried to kill me, something happened that I can't explain, he began, packing back and forth as he pondered the same thing he had many times over the years, never reaching a satisfactory conclusion. You survived the killing curse, Elinor acknowledged. Not just that, Harry murmured with a frown. There's more to it than that. When he tried to kill me, it created a connection of sorts between us. Sometimes I can feel what he feels, and I see things in my dreams that he has done. Terrible things. Him murdering people, Kane gasped. Harry nodded. That and other memories of his, he explained. Not full memories, but glimpses of things I've learned a ton of magic from what I have seen, and he somehow passed other things to me. Other things, Lucinda broke in. Harry released a deep breath as he conjured a large python, and the others took a cautious step backwards. "Come here," Harry instructed. The serpent did so, and the two of them shared a brief conversation before Harry vanished it. "You're a Parselmouth," Kane whispered dumbly. "I'm not related to Slytherin," Harry assured his friends. "The only reason I can speak to snakes is because he can." "I've never heard anything like it," Elinor mused aloud. "You can't just pass on magical abilities like that. If that was possible, people would have found a way to steal others' magic." "I know," Harry huffed. "It doesn't make sense, but not very much does when it comes to what happened between me and him." "You really need to hear the prophecy," Anna reiterated. "Regardless of anything else that may have happened that night, I think it will go a long way in explaining everything, or at least give you a better idea." Harry nodded his agreement. "I'm working on it," he assured the girl. "Anyway, that's all I've got to say right now." There was much more he could tell them, but they were already overwhelmed by what they had learned, and if truth be told, Harry was not ready to explain his somewhat apprenticeship under Grindelwald, and certainly not the Elder Wand. "Come on," Lucinda urged, nudging him with her shoulder. "Let's eat before you wipe the floor with half the school again in the dueling room." Harry snorted as he followed his friends from the room and sealed it behind him. Although he had seemingly achieved nothing by revealing what he had to them, he somehow felt less burdened by all that was weighing him down, and as they reached the main hall to eat their dinner, he was simply grateful that they had listened to him. "Who are you dueling tonight, Harry?" Jonas asked excitedly as they were finishing up. "It might be you," Harry replied thoughtfully. The other boy shook his head. "No thanks," he chuckled. "I'd rather not spend the evening in the medical bay having things pulled from my skin. Fight the vampire." Lucinda bared her fangs at Harry, resting her lips on his ear. "I will not be going to the medical bay to have things removed from me. You will have to do it yourself, Potter," she whispered. Harry shuddered as her cold breath ran down his neck. "The two of you sicken me," Kane grumbled. "Are we going to duel or what?" "We're coming," Lucinda declared as she stood and pulled Harry to his feet. "I think I'll keep hold of you. That way you can't run away from me." "Why would I run?" Harry returned challengingly, cupping her cheek. Lucinda narrowed her eyes at him as she bit her lower lip, and a droplet of blood spilled onto her chin. "Look what you made me do," she huffed. With a shrug, Harry wiped it away with his thumb. "Better." The girl hummed and pushed him ahead of her into the dueling room as they reached it. "Are you sure you're ready for this?" Harry asked. "I'm not afraid of you, Harry," Lucinda replied with a grin as she drew her wand. "Then again, we could always forgo magic and have a vampire's duel." "I'm not falling for that one again," Harry muttered. A vampire's duel was little more than a fight without magic, and Harry knew he had no chance of winning that. He had made the mistake of accepting the challenge only once before, and Lucinda had thrown him around the common room with very little effort on her part until he had admitted defeat. "Shame," Lucinda sighed wistfully. "I was looking forward to getting my hands on you." Before Harry could respond, he felt a hand on his shoulder, and he looked up to see Professor Karkaroff offering his own challenging look. "What do you say, Potter?" he asked. "Are you ready to face me again?" He had only squared off with the headmaster on one occasion, and the two of them had destroyed the dueling room worse than when Harry and Professor Sidorova had pit themselves against one another. Many people he had met had their opinion of Karkaroff, but there was no denying that he was indeed a talented wizard in his own right. "Sounds good to me," Harry accepted with a respectful bow. Karkaroff chuckled as he wrapped an arm around Harry's shoulder and led him on to the platform, the students within the room whispering excitedly amongst themselves in anticipation of the impending show. "Same rules as before," Karkaroff declared. "Nothing immediately fatal and nothing that would see you missing any of your exams next week." Harry nodded his agreement and took a stance that was mirrored by the headmaster. "Begin," the man instructed. The two began trading spells, neither committing to a full frontal attack as both were wary of one another. Harry had certainly proven himself a worthy opponent during their last outing. And Igor Karkaroff was an exceptionally crafty duelist. His ability to disguise what he was casting until he did so was second to none, and something Harry knew he had to be cautious of. He had almost been caught out several times in their last bout. Karkaroff remained content with the back-and-forth pace they had set, and with studying how Harry was reacting to his offerings. Still, such a thing could not last if either wished to emerge victorious. It was Harry that upped the ante only a moment later, firing a trio of curses towards the headmaster who conjured a shield to absorb them, acknowledging the effort with a nod before returning the gesture. The spells came at a blistering pace, and Harry managed to parry them away in only the nick of time. He frowned as he looked down at his wand. He had made a point to continue practicing with it despite having obtained the Elder Wand, but something did not quite feel right with it. It took only a few more exchanges with Karkaroff to realize that it wasn't the wand that was failing to perform for him. There was something amiss with him. His arms had begun to feel heavy, and his movements laborious and more tiring than he was used to. The duo had only been dueling for a matter of minutes, but Harry felt as though he had not slept in days, and that he had been put through his paces continuously. No, something wasn't right, and as he mustered a considerable effort to bat another spell aside, he took a deep breath and attempted to steady his shaking legs. "Break. Is he all right?" Kane asked the others worriedly. "Was he hit with something we didn't see?" Lucinda watched as Harry swayed, his posture and movements sluggish and wand work nothing short of sloppy. Still, he managed to continue to defend himself, even if he could offer no offense. "He must have been," she replied, though she could not think of when anything may have slipped past his defenses. Harry looked terribly pale, and his eyes were becoming rather glazed over. Nonetheless, he continued to fight until he was sent sprawling by a spell that did slip through his rather paltry shield, and even Professor Karkaroff seemed to be concerned now as he approached the downed Harry. "Stand back," the man commanded sharply as he checked him over, frowning as he placed a hand on his forehead and conjured a stretcher. "Professor, what is wrong with him?" Lucinda questioned worriedly. "I'm not sure," Karkaroff replied apologetically as he levitated the unconscious Harry in front of him. "He must be taken to the medical bay to be checked over." Lucinda and the rest of the group followed as the other students whispered amongst themselves in shock. None had ever seen Harry be felled like that, nor had they seen him perform so terribly. Something was undoubtedly wrong with him, but how? He had been himself only a few moments before the duel had started, and even at the beginning of the contest, he had seemed as sharp as ever. Lucinda could only wonder what happened in between. "I'm afraid you will have to wait outside whilst he is assessed," Karkaroff said apologetically as they reached the medical bay. "I will bring news as soon as I can." Although none of the group were pleased, they understood and took up vigil outside. "What do you think happened?" Anna asked. Lucinda shrugged in response, and no answer was forthcoming from the rest. Instead, they remained silent until Professor Karkaroff returned around half an hour later, his expression one of relief. "He will be fine," he assured them. "It seems as though he had a rather unpleasant reaction to something yet to be identified, but the healer assures me he needs only rest and a few potions." "Can we see him?" Lucinda requested. The headmaster shook his head. "Not tonight, but I expect he will be well enough come the morning. He needs to sleep now. You should return to your quarters. Mr. Potter won't be going anywhere tonight." It was reluctantly that the group did so, relieved that Harry would be okay, but no closer to understanding what had left him in such a state. Break. He felt as though he was floating, but he was also aware of the soft, warm mattress he was laying upon. Harry couldn't remember how he got here, and when he tried to think, his thoughts became nothing but a jumbled, incoherent mess. He tried to move, only to huff in frustration at his inability to do so, and his head swam, making him feel nauseous. Unable to even think with any clarity, he allowed himself to drift into the restless sleep that threatened to overcome him. When his eyes fluttered open once more, it was to the sound of muffled voices that he could not make out the words to, and again he fell into a restless slumber. It was a different voice that woke him an inordinate amount of time later. Only this time, he caught snatches of the conversation being shared. "What do you think you're doing?" That was the healer that Harry had become all too familiar with since he'd arrived at Durmstrang. He clamped his eyes shut in protest as a bright light flashed around him, and he did not open them again, the sleep carrying him far away from what was happening around him. There were several voices talking when he found clarity in his thoughts again, but there was no warm mattress below him, and he shuddered from the cold, hard surface against his back. "Be quiet, he is waking up," one of the voices said harshly. That voice was another one he had heard before, but not one he knew well. Harry kept his eyes closed as he tried to make the link, but to no avail. "Are you sure he will be quite helpless?" another asked. "Barty assures me he is quite defenseless," the first replied confidently. "He personally took his wand from him." "Who is Barty?" Carefully, Harry opened his eyes and was greeted by the sight of several cloaked figures peering at him, each sporting a bone-white mask. "Ah, he's awake," one of them declared. Now that he could see just whom he was being surrounded by, he could identify the owner of the voice, despite his sporadic thoughts. Lucius Malfoy. "Welcome to the Department of Mysteries, Potter," the man goaded. "Come now, we have a most important task for you, Imperio." Harry felt the spell wash over him, and to be free from whatever was ailing him was nothing short of bliss. However, the moment the foreign magic met his own, something primal erupted within his chest, and he no longer felt content being under the influence of another. He may be weakened, but Harry was not one to submit to any. And as he allowed himself to be led down the aisles of glass orbs on shelves higher than he could see, he began to ponder just how he could turn the tide of the situation he found himself facing. Chapter 37. The Department of Mysteries. Although he could feel his thoughts becoming clearer, and his body feeling less sluggish with each passing moment, Harry knew that he was in a tight spot. He was heavily outnumbered, still weakened by whatever had been done to him, and seemingly at the mercy of the Death Eaters. The one advantage he did have was that Malfoy and his cohorts believed him to be under the influence of the Imperious Curse, and able to offer no resistance without his wand. Harry had to stop himself from smirking, as he realized that whoever had disarmed him had not thought to check for any other weapon. The Elder Wand was still up his other sleeve, something he took much comfort in. Still, the odds were certainly stacked against him, and as he was led through the Hall of Prophecies, he continued to ponder how he could both turn the situation to his advantage and escape with his life. "The greatest threat to the Dark Lord," a woman snickered. "Do not let his youth fool you, Bellatrix," Lucius warned. "There is more to Potter than meets the eye. Why do you think our Lord insisted he be incapacitated before he was brought to us?" "He is a boy," Bellatrix protested. Harry's jaw clenched. He had been warned by many about Bellatrix Lestrange. She had become quite deranged before Azkaban, and Harry doubted years with the Dementors had done much good for her sanity. "A boy who survived the odds when he should have perished," Lucius reminded her. "Barty warned our master that Potter is beyond the norm with a wand." "He does not have a wand," Bellatrix reminded him. "And for that we should be grateful," Lucius murmured. "Ah, here we are. Come along, Potter, fetch the prophecy and hand it to me. Remember," he added to the other Death Eaters, "we are to do this without drawing attention to ourselves. We get the prophecy and we leave." Bellatrix muttered something Harry could not hear, but he was cheering internally. If they wished to complete their task without drawing attention to themselves, they would be sorely disappointed. Without a word, Harry approached the shelf Malfoy was pointing at and gazed upon the attached label. "SPT to APWBD. Dark Lord and Harry Potter." Harry did not know what the question mark represented, nor did he have time to think about it. "Give it to me, Potter," Lucius commanded forcefully. Swallowing deeply, Harry reached for the orb, relief flooding him as he felt the ease with which his limb moved. All that remained was to continue the facade of being under the effects of the curse, when in reality, the only struggle Harry was enduring was whatever the primal magic was that he felt surging through him. He could not be certain if it was part of the basilisk magic that had become part of his own, or even the Thunderbird. Perhaps it was both. Regardless, it was raw and burned within him as he fought to keep it at bay until an opportune moment. It was as though the Death Eaters were watching him with bated breath as his hand closed over the orb, and Harry knew then just how badly they wished to obtain it. They would be taking the prophecy to Voldemort over his dead body, which was very much a possibility, after all. One thing Harry knew for certain was that he would not be handing it to them. He needed to hear it for himself. "Good, now give it to me," Lucius whispered. Harry turned towards the man and extended his arm, only to pause as he could no longer hold back the grin he had been fighting. "You lot, and Voldemort can go and fuck yourselves." The split second of shock that froze the Death Eaters in place was all Harry needed to slide the Elder Wand into his hand and spring into action. A loud explosion rent the air as he unleashed his chosen spell, and the shelves either side of him collapsed inwards. He didn't know if or how many of the cloaked figures he had managed to hurt, but what he did know was that he needed to get out of there. The one drawback he had not considered was just how he would do that. Where was the exit? Not wanting to waste time, Harry ran in the opposite direction to the destruction he had caused, making it only a dozen or so feet before the spells and shouting began to follow. Evidently, he had not taken out as many of the Death Eaters as he had hoped. "Don't let HIM get away," Malfoy roared. Harry pocketed the prophecy as he rounded the first corner, reading the sign perched on one of the shelves. "Row 97, he groaned to himself, running to the left where the numbers descended. The exit surely had to be near the first row, didn't it? Harry knew not, but he decided to follow his logic as the Death Eaters continued to pursue him, shouting expletives and sending curse after curse in his direction. "He must not be killed," Malfoy shouted after Harry had ducked a killing curse that someone had cast at him, destroying another of the shelves. "Bloody hell," he muttered. It had been too close for comfort. He had survived it once before, but he had his doubts that he could do so again. "Give it to me, Potter," a voice growled from next to him, pulling Harry from his thoughts. He turned to see a Death Eater seemingly flying beside him, but a ball of fire from the tip of his wand sent the man on his way with an agonized scream. 40, Harry murmured as he read the sign on another row of shelves as he passed them. Another curse barely missed him, throwing up shards of stone from the floor that dug into his back. He winced, but did not miss a step as he kept running. With 40 more rows to clear, Harry wasn't sure if he would make it without falling victim to one of the Death Eaters. All he knew was that he could not stop running. To do so would be foolish, and he would only find himself surrounded, and he doubted that, even with the Elder Wand, he could take on so many foes at once. Not that he wouldn't make it as difficult as he could for them, but he was up against some of the best that Voldemort had to offer, and those that found themselves in such a position rarely lived to tell any about it. Break. The trembling of the walls and floor around him were what pulled him from his slumber, and Sturgis Podmore frowned in confusion at his current predicament. He had not remembered falling asleep, but it was difficult to remember much with how much his head was pounding. It was another explosion that pulled him from his thoughts, and he shot to his feet. It had come from within the department, but Albus had not shown them how to access it beyond remaining vigilant in the corridor that led there. "Bugger," he muttered as he heard shouting in the distance and the sounds of more spell fire. Reaching for his wand, he realized he did not have it, and the panic he already felt intensified. He needed to reach Albus, but how? The only solution he could think of would be to reach one of the many fireplaces within the ministry itself and hope he was in his office. As the voices drew nearer, he ran as quickly as his legs would carry him out of the corridor, and he hurried into the elevator, frantically pressing the button for the atrium, hoping there was a guard on duty at this late hour. There wasn't, but spotting the public fires only a short distance away, he sprinted towards the closest one and threw a handful of flue powder into the dying embers. "Hogwarts headmaster's office," Sturgis said desperately, his gaze shifting towards the golden elevator he had just left. Here, he could not hear any of the commotion occurring below, and Sturgis did not know whether that was a good thing or not. "What is the problem, Sturgis?" the concerned voice of Albus spoke. Sturgis had never been so relieved to see Dumbledore, despite the panic he still felt. "Albus, something is happening in the department," he explained hurriedly. "I heard explosions and shouting, and someone has stolen my wand." Albus's expression became grave. "Remain where you are," he instructed firmly. "I will rally the order. Do you have any idea how many are there?" Sturgis shook his head. "Several," he answered apologetically. With a nod, Albus's head vanished, and Sturgis felt no more of the relief. Instead, it was dread that gripped him as he watched the elevator, and as he did so, he would swear that he could hear and feel yet more explosions coming from the floors beneath him. Break. Having made it to the end of the rows of shelves and bursting through the exit, the relief that Harry felt was short-lived. He now found himself in an enormous circular room with a dozen or so doors lining the wall. "Bloody hell," he grumbled, sealing the door he had just entered through with an advanced locking charm. It wouldn't keep the Death Eaters out for long, but it would give him some much-needed time. "That one," he decided, running towards the door directly opposite. The sound of spells smashing against the door he had locked followed him. And as he entered the next room, he heard his pursuers spill into the one he had just left. "Find H.I.M., Lucius Malfoy commanded. Harry took a few breaths as he took in his new surroundings, aware that at any moment he could be discovered. "What the hell is this place?" he murmured to himself as he looked for an exit. Dotted around the room were various oddities. Statues that were spilling sand on the ground that was quickly sucked back up, what appeared to be a well in the center of the room, and even a tank with an overly large brain floating in water. Whatever these things were, Harry had no intention of going near them. They were in the secret department for a reason, and he did not wish to find out why for himself. Crossing the room, he did find another door, but again, he was seemingly no closer to finding his way out as he pushed it open. Instead, it was another room, this one filled with large jars of sand and an array of pendants. Time turners. Harry had never seen one in person before, but he had read about them. Time travel was a dangerous undertaking, so it made sense that it would be the unspeakables that studied it. "He has to be in here," a voice growled from somewhere behind him. Quietly, but as quickly as he could, Harry entered the next room, which turned out to be much larger than the others. It resembled the amphitheaters he had visited in Greece when he was a child. Rows of stone benches stretched around the room, ascending to the very top where the exits were. In the very center of the room was a large archway, the mere sight of it sending a shiver down his spine. Even though the magic pouring off of it felt familiar, whatever that was, Harry knew should be avoided. Still, it was as though dozens of voices were speaking to him from within, and though he could not make out the words, he had no doubt they were offering warnings. With a shake of his head, Harry ran towards the nearest flight of steps that led towards one of the exits above, only to pause as the door burst open, and he found himself confronted by one of the Death Eaters. "He's in here," the man roared, aiming a rather nasty concussion hex at Harry, who returned it towards the caster, following it up with cleaving hex. The Death Eater screamed as the latter caught him just below the knee, and he tumbled down the flight of stone steps he was stood upon, bereft of one of his legs. Not that he would miss it. A loud snap sounded, and his body fell limp before he reached the bottom, his neck now resting at an unnatural angle. He would not be screaming in such a blood-curdling way again. Before Harry had time to seize any advantage from his foe's misfortune, several of the doors above him burst open, and in only a matter of seconds, he found himself surrounded once more by cloaked figures. "Give me the prophecy, Potter," Lucius Malfoy demanded. "There is nowhere else for you to run." He was right. Even the door he had entered the large room via was now guarded, and even if Harry could kill the Death Eater there, he would not make it through in time to avoid the attacks of so many enemies. Besides, he had grown tired of running. With a nod to himself, he removed the glass orb from within his robes. "You're right," he sighed. "There is nowhere else to run, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be handing anything to you. Why don't you come and get it?" he urged. "With pleasure," Bellatrix replied. "CRUCIO." Harry stepped out of the line of fire, and Bellatrix raised her wand again. "No," Malfoy commanded. "It could break you, stupid woman. Potter, I am only going to ask you once more. Hand the prophecy over and we will allow you to leave." Harry snorted. They may not be able to kill him themselves, but they were not going to let him leave. The only advantage that remained was that he had what they so desperately wanted. If he gave that up, then he had nothing to bargain. "Bollocks to that," he chuckled darkly. "I'd still rather you come and get it yourselves." Releasing a deep breath, he turned on the spot as he waved his wand, and a protective ring of blue flames erupted around him. Gellert had been particularly proud of this spell, and Harry could see why. "Get HIM," Malfoy ordered. One of the Death Eaters charged towards him, only for the fire to reduce them to ash before he could reach Harry. "What is that?" one of the other masked figures asked worriedly. "IT doesn't matter. We need the prophecy," Malfoy roared, brandishing his wand as he attempted to stifle the flames. The others joined in with the effort, and Harry shook his head as he resisted their efforts to breach his defense. It was the first time he had used it in a confrontation, and he was far from proficient with it. He made a note to himself to practice with it more so that it could be used to its full potential. Nonetheless, despite not having mastered it, the fire served to keep the Death Eaters at bay, and now all Harry had to do was find another advantage. He could not rely on this stalemate lasting indefinitely, and he was still outnumbered by a dozen or so to one. "Break." "What did Albus actually say?" Sirius questioned as he and Remus ran towards the entrance of the ministry. The werewolf shot him a look of disapproval. He had urged Sirius to remain at Grimmauld Place. The Ministry of Magic was the last place he should be, after all. Sirius, however, had grown tired of being stuck in the house he had always hated, and if what little information he had gotten from Remus already was true, he would be needed. "Not much," Remus huffed. "Just that Sturgis heard explosions and voices coming from the department. So it could be nothing." Remus shrugged as he opened the door to the phone box and dialed the number. A moment later, the two men were descending into the atrium of the ministry, where the order was already gathering. "What are you doing here, Black?" Moody growled irritably. "The same as the rest of you," Sirius replied simply. "Where's Albus?" Even before Moody could reply, one of the nearby fireplaces burst into life and Dumbledore emerged from within, his wand drawn and his expression uncharacteristically severe. He shot Sirius a frown, but made no comment on his presence. "Come," he instructed. "I have a feeling that this will not be such a peaceful excursion." Sirius followed the rest of the members of the order, staying close to both Remus and Albus, who led them to a golden elevator. "What was that?" Kingsley questioned, drawing his wand as a scream sounded from somewhere below them. The others followed suit, none offering the Auror an answer. Silently, they passed through a series of corridors until they reached a circular, stone room where they were confronted by several doors. "Bloody hell, it's hot in here," Bill Weasley commented. "The heat is coming from this room," Albus explained, a frown of curiosity marring his features. Pushing the door open, Sirius gasped as an uncomfortable heat washed over him, but it was something that became far-flung from his mind as he took in the scene before him. Death Eaters were spread throughout the room, attempting to bring an eerily blue fire under control, but it was the person standing in the center of the flames that made the man balk. "Harry," he shouted, pointing needlessly towards his godson. "Break." It was with mixed emotions that Harry realized the members of the Order of the Phoenix had arrived. He was relieved that he now had some assistance in dealing with the Death Eaters, but equally concerned that he saw Sirius amongst them. Along with this, he knew he could no longer rely on his flames as a form of defense. He had conjured them with only the intent of protecting him, and they would not be prejudiced in immolating the members of the Order. Still, he was grateful. The longer the battle between himself and Voldemort's best continued, the more likely it was they would have eventually broken through. Already Harry had been caught with a rather nasty cutting curse that had sliced deeply into his ribs, and he'd had to take a moment to cauterize it with the tip of his wand. Nevertheless, it appeared that the fighting was only now truly beginning. Seeing that most of the Death Eaters were now engaged with the members of the Order, Harry vanquished his flames before throwing himself into the fray, coming to Sirius's aid as he attempted to fight off a pair of masked figures. Despite the Order having come, they were still outnumbered. "Nice one, James," Sirius praised as Harry sent one of the Death Eaters sprawling with a bone-splintering curse that caught his opponent on the collarbone. Sirius, too, ended his fight quickly, blasting the remaining Death Eater across the room. "What the hell are you doing here?" Harry demanded as he blocked a spell sent his way. "I'm here to help," Sirius replied with a grin. Harry could only shake his head as he returned the gesture, ducking below a bright orange curse sent towards him. With a flick of his wand, a cannon-like blast sounded, and the caster was caught in the chest by Harry's offering. The man screamed as he collapsed to his knees, only to be sent skidding across the stone floor by Sirius's follow-up spell. "Watch out!" Harry shouted as another Death Eater attempted to curse his godfather in the back. With a wave of his wand, Sirius was sent out of the path of the spell, and Harry deftly swatted it away. "You do have some tricks," a woman's voice cooed. "I like tricks. Come and play, Potter." The woman removed her mask to reveal the familiar face of one of the Death Eaters that had been freed from Azkaban. Bellatrix Lestrange was an exceedingly dangerous witch with a reputation to match any born to the Black family in recent history. With a nod, Harry obliged, but it was Sirius that sprang into action, snapping a whip of flame towards his cousin. Bellatrix giggled as she simply stepped away from it. "I do not think you want to play with me, Sirius," she warned mockingly. "I would hate to have to kill a member of my own family." "I wouldn't," Sirius growled in response. As the two began casting spells towards one another, Harry quickly found himself caught up in another fight, this time with a Death Eater much more skilled than any other he had faced thus far. The man's dueling stances and footwork were exceptional, and his wand work as fluid as any Harry had seen, so much so that he struggled to keep up with the man. "Just give me the prophecy, Potter," his foe growled, sending a trio of debilitating spells as he spoke. "Piss off," Harry returned, blocking the spells before sweeping his wand across his body. The floor between them erupted into a shower of stone, which he banished towards the Death Eater. A groan of pain sounded through the cloud of dust, and Harry pounced. Shifting into his wolf form, he closed the distance between them and seized the Death Eater by the throat. Biting down with all his might, Harry felt the warm blood fill his mouth as he tore at the flesh, stilling the man in only a matter of seconds. Reverting back into his human form, he looked for another opponent, only to see the Death Eaters making their retreat. It would not do well for them to be caught here, and though there was no doubt that they would be punished for failing to obtain the prophecy, fleeing was preferable for them. "Bella, come," Lucius called from the top of one of the stone stairways, fending off an attack from Moody who was hobbling after them. Harry could almost feel the pout that the woman sported, but she reluctantly began following the others, though not before firing a rather vicious blasting curse towards a seemingly injured Sirius. Harry felt his blood run cold as his godfather failed to raise his wand to defend himself, but as he could only watch on helplessly, another spell collided with Bellatrix's, preventing Sirius from being sent through the archway Harry had avoided. His eyes widened as he looked up to see a furious Cassie, stalking across the room from the very door he had entered. For a moment, Bellatrix looked worried, but she smiled as she backed away towards where the other Death Eaters were exiting the room. "Run back to your master, girl," Cassie called after her. "He cannot protect you forever." Bellatrix opened her mouth to reply, but was pulled roughly by who Harry believed was Lucius Malfoy, who slammed the door shut after them. "How did you know I was here?" Harry whispered as he pulled Cassie into a hug. The woman said nothing, but nodded towards the approaching Dumbledore. "I thought it best to send for her when I saw it was you that had caused the disturbance." "It wasn't me," Harry defended. "Someone brought me here against my will." Dumbledore frowned. "From Durmstrang." Harry nodded. "I heard one of them mention a Barty." "Barty Crouch Jr., I would presume," Dumbledore sighed. "I must say, Harry, I am very impressed with how well you defended yourself, and I know a certain someone who will be rather smug that you chose to wield his magic." It seemed like a useful spell for the moment. "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed, "but perhaps we should leave this place. I do not expect we will be treated favorably by any who might happen upon us here." "What about the dead?" Harry asked. Dumbledore deflated as he looked around the room. From what Harry could see, a few members of the Order had been injured, but none had lost their lives. The Death Eaters that had not been killed had fled, leaving 4 of their own within the room, 2 of which Harry had killed, and another having been consumed by his fire. "Are there others?" Harry shrugged. "Most likely in the Hall of Prophecies. I made quite a mess in there." Dumbledore nodded his understanding. He made no secret that he did not agree with Harry killing Voldemort's followers, but he did not attempt to chide him for it. Not that he would with Cassie here. "I suppose we should leave them," the Hogwarts headmaster sighed. "Perhaps they will draw attention away from any other that may have been here. Come, Harry, I expect you will need to see a healer. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey will be happy to accommodate you." Harry shook his head. "I appreciate the offer, but I have to get back to Durmstrang. I'm fine," he added to the scowling Cassiopeia. "You will not be going back there with a Death Eater in the school," she snapped. "You will leave that to me. I will handle it. Sirius, you will keep him with you. He is not to leave your company until I say otherwise." The man nodded, wincing as he hobbled towards Harry. Cassiopeia shot the teen a look of warning before activating a portkey and vanishing from within the ministry. "How did she do that?" Harry asked as the assembled members of the Order made their way out of the room. Dumbledore was frowning thoughtfully. "I expect that the Death Eaters needed to compromise the protections in place so that they could enter without any being aware of them having done so," he answered. Harry nodded his understanding as his eyes roamed over the Order members. Some were limping and being assisted by the others, and the rest seemed to have fared well in the fighting. Moody, in particular, seemed to be invigorated by the experience, if the grin he wore was anything to go by. "You did well, Harry," Sirius praised. "They would both be proud of you." Harry snorted as he shook his head. "I didn't plan for this to happen," he assured his godfather. Well, that was not entirely true, but he had not intended to visit the Hall of Prophecies under such circumstances. "I know, kid," Sirius murmured as he ruffled Harry's hair, "and thanks for having my back in there." "She really did a number on you, didn't she?" Sirius nodded. "She always was the best of us," he huffed. "There's not many people that could face her and live to tell the tale. What was that blue fire?" "Just a spell I picked up." "That's quite some spell," Remus commented as he joined them in the golden lift. "How many did you get with it?" "Only one with that, but I think I got 3 or 4 others at least." Remus whistled appreciatively. "As impressive as it is, we are just glad that you're okay," Sirius broke in, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulder. The group exited the elevator and entered the atrium where there was no sign that any had been alerted to what had happened below. "How will the Unspeakables react?" Harry asked Dumbledore. "I expect they will be furious, but it is unlikely that what transpired this evening will be made known to any. The department operates in secrecy, Harry, and that means in every capacity. Harry nodded his understanding. Although this was certainly not how he had envisioned obtaining the prophecy, he now had it, nonetheless. Still, his thoughts were not occupied by the glass orb within his robes, but by just what Cassiopeia would do when she made it to Durmstrang. Did she even know how Barty Crouch had gotten into the school? Harry had his own thoughts on the matter, but the only possibility did not offer any comfort. Cassiopeia, however, was no fool. She would not act unless she was certain of what she was doing, and there was a small part of Harry that felt pity for Barty Crouch. His aunt was not a woman to cross, and the fact that the man had the sheer audacity to do what he had and placed Harry in mortal peril would not be lost on Cassie. No, the man would undoubtedly suffer a most unfortunate experience, and remembering just what had happened here, any empathy Harry may have felt was all but forgotten now. Break. The hidden tunnel into the school that Gellert had told her about was thick with dust, and only one other faded pair of footprints had disturbed this place, likely since the school had been built. Gellert believed that it was the very first headmaster of Durmstrang that had created the entrance, and that whomever it was had told no other of its existence. As such, it had remained undiscovered for centuries. Cassiopeia cursed under her breath as she continued on her way. Her anger at what had happened had not begun to abate, but she knew she needed to be careful. This was not her domain, and the school was very much under the control of the very man she suspected to be responsible. If Igor Karkaroff was not, then he was involved at the very least. He simply had to be. No one could gain entry to Durmstrang without his knowledge, so he either allowed Crouch in, or Karkaroff had been compromised in some other fashion. To Cassiopeia, it did not matter which. Eventually reaching the end of the tunnel, she found the brick Gellert had spoken of and traced an arch-like shape with the tip of her wand before touching the very center. With the sound of scraping stone, a narrow opening formed, and she stepped into what she recognized as the main hall of the school. Her steps did not pause as she cast a disillusionment charm on herself. Although it was the early hours of the morning, she did not wish to be detected, and with that in mind, she carefully but quickly made her way towards where she remembered the headmaster's office was. Much to her relief, she reached it without being hindered, but with the mood she was currently in, she truly felt for any who would dare even attempt it. "Who is it?" the voice of Igor Karkaroff called even before she could knock. Why was the man not in bed? Cassiopeia's jaw clenched. He was waiting for news of what had happened at the ministry. "It is Cassiopeia Black," she replied. "I was sent for by Professor Sidorova. She explained that Harry has been injured." There was only a moment of silence before Karkaroff replied. "Of course, Miss Black. Give me just a minute so I can make myself decent. The hour is quite late." Cassiopeia frowned, her grip tightening on her wand as she listened to the movement within room. It was the clicking of the lock of the door that spurred her into action, and after only a few attempts, she managed to gain entry to the office, only to be met by the sight of a man who was not Igor Karkaroff, jumping out of the window having offered her a smug grin. Cassie swore as she peered out of the opening into the darkness below. The man was gone, and despite how frustrated she was that he had escaped, she had not given him much time to do so, which meant that he had likely left some evidence behind. The first thing that grabbed her attention was a goblet on the table, and as Cassie sniffed the contents, she grimaced at the familiarity of it. "Pala juice," she murmured. That meant that Karkaroff was still alive, or had been until few moments ago. He would need to be kept close, so that his hair could be gathered regularly. A search of the rest of the main office did not turn up anything else, and even though Cassiopeia Black had witnessed many unpleasant things during her years at war, nothing could have prepared her for what she found when she managed to open the locked cupboard. She pinched her nose immediately to prevent herself vomiting from the stench alone, but amongst the feces within the small room was the broken, emaciated, and almost hairless form of Igor Karkaroff. He had been tortured, and was missing several fingers from each hand. Cuts, scars, and bruises littered his body, and even one of his eyes had been gouged out. Were it not for the fact that the remaining one was staring at her with abject fear, Cassie would have assumed he was dead. She released a deep breath as she looked upon the pitiful remnants of the man. Seeing that it was not his tormentor returning to inflict more pain upon him, Karkaroff began to sob uncontrollably, and Cassiopeia could only shake her head. There was nothing she could do to him that hadn't already been done, and for once she took pity on the man, even if it was only to be absent of the unbearable smell within the room. Break. The Dark Lord paced slowly in front of the Death Eaters he had entrusted to ensure the prophecy was in his possession. Evidently, this had been a mistake on his part. He could not risk attending himself, as he was still doing his utmost to remain in the shadows, but he had planned for this meticulously, and it should have been an easy undertaking for his followers. He frowned as he realized some were missing, but that was something that could be addressed later. It was not currently as pressing as an explanation of what had occurred. "What happened?" he whispered dangerously. "Potter was not subdued correctly, my lord," Lucius replied. Voldemort narrowed his eyes at the man. He did not tolerate pathetic excuses. "Potter is a boy," the Dark Lord pointed out. "Are you telling me that he bested all of you?" "He did no such thing," Bellatrix protested. "Be quiet, Bella," Voldemort hissed. "I was asking Lucius." The woman fell silent, and Lucius swallowed deeply. "He caught us unawares, my lord," he replied. "I do not know what went amiss. I am sorry, my lord, it will not happen again." Voldemort's nostrils flared. "Barty." From within the shadows of the corner of the room, the tired man emerged wearing an expression of displeasure. "I gave Potter enough of the potion to control a giant," he growled. "I even ensured that he was injured before he was sent to them, my lord," Barty explained. He was telling the truth, and Voldemort's gaze shifted back towards the nervous Lucius. "Not only did you fail in retrieving the prophecy, but you also returned with less of you," he whispered dangerously. "My lord, Potter killed them. We did not know." "Sirius. The Malfoy lord crumbled to the ground, where he writhed and screamed for several seconds under the effect of the curse. "There is no excuse that will satisfy me," Voldemort spat as he relented. "Bellatrix, you will provide me with a memory of what happened. Now get out of my sight." Without another word, the Death Eaters hurried from the room after the woman had complied, and the Dark Lord took a seat by the fire. He needed the prophecy, and it had been his plan to obtain it and kill Potter in one fell swoop, but neither had been achieved. The boy was a problem. In truth, it mattered not what Barty had done, nor that Lucius had failed. What concerned the Dark Lord was just how his plan had gone so catastrophically awry when it had been concocted and executed so meticulously. Potter. For the first time since he had risen, Lord Voldemort felt a pang of concern regarding the boy. Barty had kept him informed of his observations, and though Potter had evidently proven himself to be quite the duelist and even practitioner of magic, there had been no cause for worry until this evening. Potter had somehow escaped the clutches of his best followers, and even killed Travers, Mulciber, and Selwyn in the process. The Dark Lord frowned to himself as he held up the vial provided by Bellatrix. He needed to see for himself what had transpired. Not that it would change anything, but he needed to see just what it was that Potter possessed that had seen him live to see another day. Break. It was an exhausted Harry that took a seat on the edge of the bed, in the room that creature had prepared for him in Grimmauld Place. The note he had received from Cassiopeia only a few moments prior had been vague and hurriedly written. "Crouch fled, and Karkaroff is in a bad way. I will explain when I come to collect you later. Get some rest. Cassiex." Harry could not even begin to fathom just what had happened that had led to him being taken to the Department of Mysteries. With the excitement over, the tiredness and aches and pains had set in, leaving him in no condition to ponder such things. He needed to rest, but he had waited until he'd received the note to even consider it, and had even managed to avoid a lengthy conversation with Dumbledore in the process. It was clear that the man had many things he wished to ask, but much to Harry's relief, he had resisted the urge to press him for information. Not that he would have gotten what he wanted. Sirius had all but kicked everyone out of Grimmauld Place the moment they had returned, and any notion that Dumbledore had of speaking with Harry was quickly forgotten. Harry had been left in the company of his godfather, who had been attended to by a reluctant creature, and Remus, who had chosen to swig from a bottle of fire whiskey. They had spoken little of what had happened, something that Harry appreciated. He did not wish to speak of it, not until he had time to process it for himself. He rubbed his eyes tiredly as he removed his robes, frowning as they hit the floor with a dull thud. The prophecy. He had yet to listen to it, and as he retrieved it from his pocket, he looked upon the glass orb. It was such an inane object, but something that had come to shape his life to what it was now, and what it would be in the future. Despite how tired he felt, and what little clarity he possessed, he knew he would get no sleep until he heard the words in their entirety for himself. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry immediately reached for the scar upon his brow as he chuckled. He would need to consider the words further, but he had heard nothing that gave him concern. He already wanted Voldemort dead, a sentiment shared for him by his foe. In all, the prophecy was quite meaningless other than confirming that one of them would indeed have to die at the hands of the other. Nonetheless, despite changing nothing, it only made everything feel that much more real, that even if he wished to, he could not escape what was coming. Not that such a thought would cross Harry's mind. Even after what he had experienced and endured this evening, his resolve had not wavered. If anything, what had happened in the Department of Mysteries had only steeled it and made Harry more determined to see it through until the very end. No matter what that would be. Chapter 38, My Place. The medical bay is off limits until further notice. Those needing assistance are to report to Professor Sidorova. Lucinda read the sign on the door, looking towards the rest of the group in confusion when she'd finished. If it's off limits, then where is Harry? Kane asked. Lucinda immediately felt the weight of dread fill her stomach. I don't know, she whispered, but I'm going to find out. The others followed as she made her way towards Professor Sidorova's office, knocking on the door as soon as she reached it. It was a tired woman that had evidently gotten little sleep during the night that answered it, her usually kept hair not having been styled. Lucinda was undeterred by the professor's appearance. Where is Harry? She demanded to know. Professor Sidorova offered her a sympathetic smile. You had best come in, she urged, stepping aside to allow the group entry and closing the door behind them. There was an incident last night and Mr. Potter is not currently at Durmstrang. Is he okay? Anna questioned. I have been assured that he is doing quite well under the circumstances, and that he will be returning today. Although she was relieved, Lucinda was not satisfied with the explanation. What happened? She pressed. I have not been made privy to all of the details, Sidorova answered. It will be up to Harry to tell you. I'm sorry, but what little I do know is not something to be discussed with students at the moment. Information will be released when it is necessary to do so. For now, I would like you to attend your classes as normal. I am sure Mr. Potter will find you when he returns. Lucinda frowned, but accepted the dismissal for what it was. They would get nothing else out of the professor. Taking their leave of the office, the group remained silent for a moment before Alina spoke. What do you think happened? With it being Harry, it could be anything, Kane snorted humorlessly. I swear he can't keep out of trouble, even when he's laid up in a hospital bed. Lucinda nodded her agreement. The boy truly attracted trouble, like no other she had ever met. Still, she could not shift the worry she felt for him. He would not simply leave the school for no reason, and not in the state that he was in when he had been taken to the medical bay. No, something significant had to have happened for him to even have been able to stand, let alone venture off elsewhere. What that was, she could not even hazard a guess, but the knowledge that he would be returning at some point in the day certainly eased her mind somewhat. She had no doubt that Harry would tell them what had happened, but nothing they had heard would explain just why the medical bay was off limits. It was with a thoughtful frown that she took a seat with the others in the main hall for breakfast, where each of them barely touched their food, each simply waiting for any word or appearance from their wayward friend. "Break. Bloody hell," Harry muttered as Cassiopeia finished explaining what had happened to Igor Karkaroff throughout the past months. "Will he be okay?" "I don't think so," Cassie sighed. "What he has endured is something he won't ever get over physically or mentally. He'll live, if that's what you mean, but no, he won't fully recover." Harry swallowed deeply as he nodded his understanding. There had been no indication that anything was amiss with the man. Barty Crouch had impersonated him perfectly. "I'm sorry, Harry," Cassie murmured sadly. "For what?" Harry returned with a frown. "For not keeping you safe. You shouldn't have gone through what you did last night." "Don't be stupid," Harry huffed irritably. "You've kept me safe my entire life. You have nothing to apologize for. We've both always known this was coming, and I'll be facing much worse things than I did last night. I'm fine," he assured the woman, taking one of her hands in his own. "There is nothing you will ever have to apologize to me for." Cassiopeia offered him a sad smile. "Are you sure it is wise for you to return to school?" Harry nodded. "I can't let what happened change my course of action," he answered. "I will be an adult soon. I have responsibilities that I have to live up to, and a part of being an adult is doing that." Cassiopeia shook her head. "Where did all the years go?" she chuckled. "We lived them," Harry replied simply. "You raised me, and you taught me everything you could to make me what I am. You didn't do such a bad job," he added with a grin. Cassie snorted amusedly. "You didn't always make it easy." "You made it seem like it was," Harry said sincerely. "I couldn't have asked for anything more from you. I'm sure my parents are somewhere feeling very grateful for what you have done these past 15 years. In a rare show of affection, Cassiopeia wrapped her arms around his neck. "I'm so very proud of you," she whispered. "I've made no secret that your grandfather and I didn't agree on much, but you are going to be a fine lord for both the Potter and Black families." Her words warmed him. Harry had been raised with the knowledge that he would be responsible for two prominent lines, and though the tasks ahead were daunting, he had no intention of shying away from any. "Do you think Arcturus would approve?" Cassiopeia nodded thoughtfully. "He would," she said confidently. "You have the best of both families in you, Harry, and there was not another he respected more than your grandfather. You are like him so much, but I see a lot of Doria in you too. Sirius says I'm a lot like both of my parents. From what little I know of James, he was very much his father's son. I expect that is where you got your mischievous side from. I cannot comment on your mother, but for Doria to accept her, she must have been an exceptional woman." Harry smiled. Speaking about his parents never failed to bring him joy. "I suppose I should get ready," he sighed as he stood. "I can't hang around here all day. I'll have some explaining to do when I get back." Cassie gave his hand a final squeeze. "Be careful, Harry," she pleaded. "Aren't I always?" he replied with a smirk. "Break." Cornelius could only gape at the furious, older man as he glared at the minister, waiting for an answer that wouldn't come. "Well," the man demanded. He had not even introduced himself, but the gray cloak he wore told Cornelius all he needed to of who had barged into his office. "Why are there corpses littered across my department, Fudge?" What do you mean?" Cornelius sputtered. The man growled irritably. "The whole damned place looks as though a bomb has hit it," he snapped. "I have 4 bodies of escaped Azkaban inmates and damage that I cannot even begin to calculate the cost of. What the hell is happening?" Cornelius could only shake his head. He had no idea what the man was talking about. Seeing that no answer was forthcoming, the gray-cloaked man threw a chair against the wall and left the office, slamming the door on his way out. Cornelius breathed a sigh of relief. He'd never had any involvement with the Department of Mysteries, and the sudden intrusion had caught him off guard. What was he supposed to do? "The man is a raving lunatic," Dolores commented. Cornelius nodded his agreement. "Look into it if you would," he instructed. "Is it really necessary to do so, Minister?" Dolores asked. "If it is anything to do with the escaped prisoners, surely Black is responsible, and we are no closer to apprehending him now than we were 3 years ago." "I suppose you are right," Cornelius sighed, wondering just how his morning has started off so badly. The Department of Mysteries was not his concern, after all. The Unspeakables operated as a lone entity within the ministry. They had never offered their assistance when it had been needed, so why should Cornelius? Massaging his temples to stave off the impending headache, he pushed thoughts of the department out of his mind. He had his own things to focus on, and it was not as though anything that happened in the bowels of the ministry would become known outside of it. Break. Igor woke, his breathing labored as he took in his surroundings, gripped by the same fear that had been plaguing him for months. He had been tortured for information, tortured for fun, and humiliated in ways that he had never thought imaginable. Although his ordeal was over, he remembered every second of it. He had wished he was dead, and had long given up hoping that he may survive. Had he survived? No. Igor Karkaroff was a broken man in both mind and body, never to be what he once was again. He held up his heavily bandaged hands, where only a finger and thumb existed on each. The pain of each digit being broken before his nails had been torn out was something he could not describe. He remembered that he had lost consciousness several times from the pain, but Crouch had waited for him to wake before continuing with the torture. In truth, having the fingers removed had been a relief in comparison, the bloodied and mangled state they had been left in. "I would ask how you are doing, but it would be a stupid question," a voice broke into Igor's thoughts. "It would," he croaked as Potter sat in the seat next to the bed. "I was told that the medical bay is off limits. And when have I ever paid much attention to the rules?" Igor chortled, coughing from the tightness of his chest, where his destroyed ribcage was healing. "True," he conceded. Neither said anything else for several moments, and it was the boy that finally broke the silence. "I am sorry for what happened to you, Professor," he sighed. "We both know what you once were, but you have always treated me with indifference and even respect. I wouldn't have wished this on you." "Nor me," Igor snorted. "I expected them to come, but not like that. You do not simply walk away from his service, and there is no forgiveness for what I did. I sacrificed others so that I could buy my freedom, and I paid a higher price for doing so. Will you be staying on?" Igor shook his head. "I do not think I could even if I wanted to," he murmured. "What happened to me here will forever haunt me. Staying would only make it worse." Potter nodded his understanding. "Where will you go?" Igor shrugged. "I expect they will come looking for me again," he acknowledged. "Until then, I think I will go somewhere warmer. I've spent too many years in the cold." Potter chuckled amusedly, before his expression became serious once more. "There is a house in South America that belongs to my family," he revealed. "It is unknown to any other, and you will be safe there. I would like to offer you the use of it for as long as you like." Igor frowned curiously, his eyebrows raising as he realized the boy was being serious. "Why?" "Because I think you have more than paid for anything you have done," Potter answered as he stood. "Just think about it, Professor, and let me know your decision when you have." The boy walked towards the exit, and Igor followed him with his gaze. "I will," he murmured gratefully before sinking back into his pillows, already questioning if the conversation he had shared with the boy had been nothing but a fever dream. Break. The Dark Lord rubbed his tired eyes, having exited his pensive for the umpteenth time. In lieu of sleep, he had been intently studying the memory that Bellatrix had provided him to see just how the task he had set for his Death Eaters had gone so wrong. At the first viewing, He had found himself in a state of disbelief that Potter not only managed to shake off the effects of the potion that Barty had dosed him with, but also the imperious curse that Lucius had placed upon him. The man was an expert with the curse. To add to the shock, Voldemort had watched as the boy had defended himself against his followers, the magic he had wielded as impressive as it was effective. Many of the spells Potter had used were ones that even the Dark Lord was not familiar with, though somehow more concerning was the style with which the boy fought. There were undeniable similarities to his own, down to some of the spells he'd used. Voldemort shook his head. No. He had thought of Potter as a boy for too long. He was no longer that. Harry Potter fought as a man, and wielded his wand better than most the Dark Lord had seen. The only thing he lacked was experience, and at the age of 16, he would gain that if he was to be left unchecked. Once more, Voldemort's mind drifted to the details of the prophecy that he knew. He needed to hear the rest of it. After what he had witnessed in the Pensieve many times now, it was imperative that he obtain it. The Dark Lord frowned as he pondered the other, seemingly minor details of the memory. Potter was an animagus, a wolf that had torn the throat out of Mulciber. Not that the revelation was concerning, but it certainly spoke volumes of his ability. Becoming an animagus was quite the feat in itself, but to achieve it at such a young age was something else entirely. It took discipline and talent in transfiguration to do so. Something Potter seemed to have in spades. Taking a seat by the dying remains of the fire, the Dark Lord leaned back in his chair. Barty had spoken of how gifted Potter was, and much to his chagrin, Voldemort had ignored the man. A mistake he would not repeat where Potter was concerned. No, there was no denying that he needed to be taken seriously, and that it was paramount he was eliminated sooner rather than later. Firstly, however, hearing the prophecy in its entirety was vital. It would be foolish to dismiss it after what the Dark Lord had seen, and he was loath to risk his legacy by doing so. There was indeed more to Potter than met the eye, and it was impossible to ignore the niggle of concern that now plagued Lord Voldemort, having witnessed firsthand the potential his foe possessed. Nodding to himself, he sent for Lucius. Obtaining the prophecy would be difficult now, but it was an absolute priority before even considering proceeding further with his plans beyond what had already been put into motion. Break. It had been all but impossible to focus on her lessons, not knowing what had happened to Harry. Although Professor Sidorova had assured them that he was well, Lucinda would not be satisfied until she saw him for herself. I don't think he will be back yet, Kane huffed as she led them back towards the common room instead of towards the main hall for lunch. Lucinda did not respond, and the rest offered no further protest. They were equally as worried as she was. He is back, Kane declared as they neared their destination. He's walked here recently. I can smell him. Lucinda needed no further prompting, and her pace quickened in her eagerness to see him. Pushing open the door to the common room, she realized that he wasn't there, which meant he could only be in one other place. Not caring that she shouldn't be entering the boys' dormitory, she did so, and was flooded with relief at the sight of the sleeping Harry tucked up in his bed. Maybe we should leave him to rest, Alina suggested once the others had caught up. He must be exhausted after last night. I don't think so, Kane muttered as he closed the distance between himself and the other boy. He doesn't make us worry about him all day and get off so lightly. Get up, Potter. The entire group froze as Harry's wand was immediately pointed at them after Kane kicked the side of the bed. Worse than this, however, was the expression he wore. Lucinda knew that Harry had a temper, but she had never seen him truly angry before, not like this. For the briefest of moments whilst he was figuring out where he was, his face was a mask of unbridled fury, and the tip of his wand crackled with bolts of lightning that struck the stone floor. Harry, it's us, Kane assured him. Harry's gaze drifted over them before he lowered his wand. Bloody hell, don't do that again, he huffed irritably. I wasn't planning to, Kane snorted, breathing a sigh of relief. Are you going to tell us what happened? We came to see you this morning and Sidorova said you weren't here. I wasn't, Harry confirmed with a shake of his head. I was kidnapped in my sleep. It sounded so surreal. And Lucinda, along with the others, were waiting for punchline that never came. Kidnapped, Anna gasped worriedly. Harry shrugged, as though it was little more than a regularly occurring inconvenience. Kidnapped to where? Jonas pressed. A ghost of a smirk tugged at Harry's lips before he responded. The Department of Mysteries. Where the prophecies are kept, Elinor whispered as she sat on the edge of the bed. Harry nodded. Who were you kidnapped by? The blonde pressed. Was it him? Not him personally, but it was done on his orders, Harry explained. Shit, Kane cursed. What happened? Harry released a deep breath. I was drugged by one of the Death Eaters he had placed here. Here, Lucinda scoffed. He's been impersonating Karkaroff all year, Harry informed them. He drugged me, dueled me, and sent me there when I was weakened. Lucinda was as shocked as the others. How did you get out of it? Jonas whispered in disbelief. I don't know, Harry muttered. 1 minute, I had no idea what was going on, and then I suddenly did. They instructed me to take the prophecy, so I did and then may have blown up quite a big part of the room. Of course you did, Lucinda grumbled. Harry offered her a grin that, despite the severity of the situation, elicited one in return. That's it, Kane questioned. I wish, Harry mumbled. No, they chased me across the whole department and trapped me in another room. Thankfully, I managed to defend myself until help arrived. A fight broke out, and they ended up running. Why have I got the feeling you're glossing over some things? Elinor asked. Because it doesn't matter what else happened, Harry returned evenly. I made it out of there alive. But others didn't, Lucinda cut in. Did you? She broke off, not knowing how to finish the question. Harry simply nodded in response. A few, he confirmed, but it isn't the first time. What do you mean? Anna probed. Harry deflated. The World Cup final, he answered. When the Death Eaters attacked after, I killed 2 of them. No one said anything for several moments, whilst they processed what they had learned. And then more last night, Lucinda murmured. Are you okay? I'm fine, Harry said dismissively. If I didn't get them, it would have been me. Again, he was not being entirely forthcoming with them, but the others did not press him further on the matter. What about the prophecy? Kane whispered. Did you hear it? Harry said nothing, but removed a glass orb from within his robes and eyed it before tapping it with his wand. The eerie voice that filled the room was almost as unsettling as the words being spoken. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have. Thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. I don't understand, Lucinda mused aloud. How do you know it means you? Marked as his equal, Harry replied, pointing to the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. The power he knows not. That I am not certain of, Harry answered with a frown. Lucinda knew him well enough to know that he had his own thoughts on it at the very least, even if he did not wish to share them right now. Either must die at the hand of the other, Anna recited worriedly. Is it hard to believe that I think I already knew that before I heard it? Harry snorted. I've always known it would come down to me and him, in the end. And you are okay with that? It is everything I could want, Harry answered coldly, his grip visibly tightening around his wand. Before any could press him further, the door to dormitory opened, and Professor Sidorova entered the room, looking at the gathered teens disapprovingly. You lot should be in class, she pointed out. Off you go. Lucinda was going to refuse to comply, until she felt Harry take her hand, as the others took their leave of the dormitory. We can talk more later, he promised. Just the 2 of us, if you like. I have some things to do myself now anyway. Lucinda nodded, and stood reluctantly. Harry appeared to be fine, but she was not convinced he was doing as well as he had told them. The last thing she wished to do was leave him, but with a final nod of encouragement from the boy, she did so, pausing as he called her name once more. "I will meet you in the common room, tonight when the others are in bed." The sad smile he offered her spoke volumes of whatever warring thoughts and emotions he was experiencing, but now was not the moment to press him on them. He had not said as much, but he wished to be alone for a while whilst he pondered the last 24 hours. Lucinda couldn't blame him, not when she too felt the need to think about everything she had learned throughout the course of the previous moments. She could only imagine what was going through Harry's mind, and though she wished to remain with him, he needed his space. Lucinda would not deprive him of that. "Break. You have my apologies for the delay in answering your summons, Cornelius," Lucius offered as he entered the office. Cornelius waved off the apology dismissively. "Think nothing of it," he replied. "I was hoping I could pick your brain about something that was raised with me this morning." "I am at your disposal," Lucius returned with a bow. According to a head of department that cannot be named, a few of the escaped Death Eaters were found in the ministry this morning. Lucius frowned deeply. "I would know nothing of such a thing, Minister." "No, of course not. But although I do not expect the information to leak, I was hoping you would have a suggestion as to how we can ensure the public that we are continuing to strive to keep them safe." "I am not sure much more can be done, Cornelius," Lucius sighed. "We are already registering them and prioritizing Auror patrols in the more magically populated areas of the country." "I thought as much," Cornelius murmured. "How is that progressing?" he asked Dolors. "Not as well as I had hoped," the woman huffed irritably. "It seems that there are those that do not wish to comply with us, even though it has been made perfectly clear that the registration is mandatory. It appears that there are those who either have something to hide or who are simply defying us." "That will not do," Cornelius muttered. "The point of the register is so that we know where our people are dotted around the country. If they are not registered, then we are blind. Do we have an account of how many have failed to appear thus far?" Dolors nodded as she removed a thick wad of parchment from within her bag. "According to the records of those that have graduated Hogwarts in the past 150 years, we have yet to register around 60% of the known population," she explained. "That does not include those who are older, still at school, or who never attended. Those could quite easily number in the hundreds or even thousands." "That simply will not do," Cornelius grumbled. "Is there nothing else we can implement to increase those numbers?" "We have tried fining people, Minister," Dolors informed him, "but it seems to have had little impact on those arriving to register. The only other option we have would be to send the Aurors to arrest them and bring them in to register." Cornelius shook his head. "No, we do not have the Aurors to spare to do so," he pointed out. "They are needed elsewhere." "Then perhaps you should consider creating another team of people to do so," Lucius suggested. "A team of volunteers. As an incentive, they could be paid for each unregistered person they bring in. I expect it would be quite the success." Cornelius frowned thoughtfully. The idea certainly had merit. "Where would we find these volunteers?" he asked curiously. "I'm sure if Madame Umbridge was to advertise the need for such people, they would come," Lucius mused aloud. "I would be willing to bet that there would be many willing to do the work." Cornelius hummed as he twirled his bowler hat between his hands. "I will agree to it under a trial basis," he decided. "Dolors, I will allow you to run the program for 6 months, and then the effectiveness of it shall be reviewed." "I will not let you down, Minister," the woman assured him. "I shall begin the recruitment process immediately." With that, she took her leave of the office, and Cornelius poured himself, and Lucius a generous measure of whiskey. "What a day," the minister sighed. "It is barely past lunchtime and it has been non-stop." "As is the burden of leading a country," Lucius returned. Cornelius could only nod as he took a sip of his drink. It was not easy being the minister, and he was eternally grateful that he had such loyal people around him to offer guidance when he found himself lacking. Lucius and Dolores truly were invaluable, and Cornelius knew that he would be quite lost without them. Break. Bellatrix had been oddly quiet since the previous evening, and though Narcissa was never made privy to what the Dark Lord and his followers were doing, it was abundantly clear that whatever they had attempted last night had not gone to plan. Those within her home were all rather subdued, whispering amongst themselves for the most part. All that Narcissa could be certain of was that some of them had lost their lives, and the Dark Lord was furious with them. That, however, was not what was irking her older sister. Bellatrix never had possessed the ability to care for others outside of the family, her master being the exception, of course. No, her mind was occupied by something bothersome, and she sported the very same expression she had since she had been a child when she was faced with such. "What is it, Bella?" Narcissa finally plucked up the courage to ask. Bellatrix continued to scowl for several moments before answering. "I saw her," she whispered dangerously. "Aunt Cassie." Narcissa swallowed nervously. Did Bella know she had met with their aunt? She really is on Potter's side. "I did tell you." "How could she do this to us?" Bella hissed. "We are family." In her twisted mind, Bellatrix could not comprehend that it was her that had gone against the wishes of the family when she had become a Death Eater. Their grandfather had not specifically forbidden them from doing so, but he had made it clear that the Blacks as a whole would not support nor fund the pureblood movement. Perhaps if the man had been more insistent on at least remaining neutral, things would have been different. "I can think of no reason why she would choose him," Bella muttered, pulling Narcissa from her thoughts. "Because he is family," the blonde pointed out. "He is Aunt Doria's grandson." Bellatrix's scowl deepened. "He is a filthy half-blood," she fired back. "There is no black left in him." Narcissa could not disagree more. From what little she knew of the boy, he was perhaps the one relative alive that was most like the Blacks of old. Neither Sirius nor Regulus had resembled them much, and though it pained her to admit it, even Draco was a Malfoy through and through. Potter's threat still concerned her, and after her conversation with Cassie, Narcissa was not willing to take the chance that he would not follow through and kill her or Draco simply to get to Lucius. "Maybe," she agreed quietly, "but from what I have heard of him, he is dangerous." "Potter is nothing," Bellatrix denied. "It does not matter what tricks Aunt Cassie may have taught him, it will never be enough." Acting as though she was little more than a petulant child, Bellatrix stalked from the room and slammed the door behind her. She had always been sensitive when it came to the Dark Lord, and quite fanatical by the time she had been locked away in Azkaban. Something that seemed to have only increased during her incarceration. Her devotion would be her eventual downfall, and Narcissa could not help but think the world would be much safer with Bellatrix either back behind bars or dead. If Potter got his way in the coming months or years, that could be the fate of them all that had chosen to side with Lord Voldemort. Break. There had never been a time that Lucinda could think of that she had been nervous at the thought of spending time alone with Harry. Perhaps it was that they had not done so in so long was why she felt it now. It wasn't as though they had purposely avoided doing so this past year, or had they? She frowned at the thought. No, she didn't think they had. Still, they had scarcely spent more than a few moments, with just the two of them being present for more weeks and months than she cared to count. As much as she didn't believe it was intentional, she had missed their time together, and though she was anticipating it more eagerly than she would ever tell him, she could not shake the nervousness. She stood from her seat as the door to the common room opened and Harry entered. He had been absent for the rest of the day, even missing dinner, leaving the rest of the group to question just what he was doing. "Are you ready?" he asked. "Ready for what?" "There's something I want to show you," Harry answered cryptically. Lucinda narrowed her eyes at the boy suspiciously. "If this is one of your tricks, Potter." He cut her off with a chuckle as he held up a hand. "No tricks, I promise." Lucinda hummed skeptically. "Come on," Harry sighed, removing a large, silvery cloak from within his robes. "It's probably best if we go under here to avoid being seen." "Under there? What is it?" "A family heirloom," Harry replied fondly. "It's an invisibility cloak. It should cover us both." Lucinda watched as Harry vanished into the fabric, leaving no trace of himself within the room, not even his scent. It must be quite some cloak to be able to hide that much of him. "Are you coming?" he asked. "I can't even see where you are," Lucinda huffed as she stepped forward, her breath hitching in her chest as she felt the cloak wrap around her. The two of them were barely an inch apart, and she felt her skin suddenly grow warm from the close proximity. "It will be easier if you turn around," Harry chuckled. Lucinda could only nod in response, doing as she was bid before Harry began guiding them out of the common room and through the school. She was very much aware of his breath on the back of her neck, and his body pressed against hers. It sent an involuntary shiver down her spine, though it was not an unpleasant one of dread or discomfort. It was quite the opposite. "Where are you taking me?" she managed to whisper as they stepped out into the courtyard. "You'll see." Lucinda huffed, but did not say another word as Harry steered her through the terrain, past the Quidditch pitch, and through what appeared to be a maze of rocks until the school they had left was far behind them. "Here we are," he declared as they reached a steaming pool of water that was hidden from view. The only way someone would ever know it was here was if they walked to the very edge. The steam pouring off the surface was concealed by the thick fog that permeated the area. "What is it?" Lucinda asked. "It's a hot spring," Harry answered. "And how many other girls have you dragged out here?" Lucinda questioned. Harry frowned, and Lucinda felt a twinge of guilt for asking such a petty question. "None. I've never brought anyone else here." "It's not my business," Lucinda murmured apologetically. "What are we doing here?" Harry shrugged. "I like to come here sometimes," he replied. "It's just somewhere I can think about things and forget about others if I need to." It was odd to hear Harry speak so candidly. For the most part, he would palm off any conversation that was taking a serious turn with an anecdote or a joke of sorts. But as Lucinda held his gaze, she saw something in him she never had before. Harry looked much older than the decade and a half he had lived. Not in his features, but the dullness of his eyes spoke volumes of just what it was he carried, and in that moment, she realized something. He hadn't brought her here to show her the hot spring. He brought her here so that she could see him, unguarded and even a little vulnerable. This was his place where he could simply be himself, where he could forget his burdens or allow them to overwhelm him, even for a short while before he shouldered them once more. "Are you coming in?" he asked. Lucinda quirked a brow in his direction. "I'm hardly dressed for the occasion," she pointed out, gesturing to her robes. "Are you not able to transfigure them?" Harry teased. The grin he sent her way provoked the exact reaction he had intended to, and Lucinda narrowed her eyes as she drew her wand. "Do you plan on watching me change?" "No, I'm sure you can just about manage that." He turned away from her and began removing his own robes, and Lucinda had to avert her own gaze so that she could focus on her own task. By the time she had transfigured her robes into a black bikini, Harry was already seated in the pool up to his neck, still with his back to her. "You can look now," Lucinda snorted. He did so, and she did not miss how his eyes swept over her, making her feel as exposed as it did desirable. She had never worn so little in front of anyone, and though she tried her best to step into the pool gracefully, her legs trembled from the tension between them. "So, you just sit in here?" Lucinda asked, the heat from the water making it rather pleasant to be in the outdoors this far north in the world. "That's about it," Harry answered. "Sometimes it's nice to just sit here and not have to think about or do anything else." "This is your escape, then?" Harry nodded. "Something like that." They fell into a comfortable silence for several moments, the sound of the bubbling water being the only thing heard. Lucinda simply watched Harry. His eyes were closed as he leaned against the edge of the pool, but his posture was as relaxed as she had ever seen it. "What are you thinking about?" she asked curiously. "All the things that have happened already, and the things that are coming," Harry replied quietly. "Like what?" Lucinda probed. Harry opened his eyes and met her gaze. There was an intensity within them, a myriad of emotions that passed from one to the next before she could discern them. Harry was watching her closely, and Lucinda could almost feel him look into her very soul. "Things that have already happened," he murmured. "There's so many of them, things I haven't told anyone." "Not even me," Lucinda asked with a pout. Harry chuckled as he shook his head, though it lacked any humor. "Not even you, Princess." "Then why don't you?" "I wouldn't even know where to begin." Lucinda frowned lightly as she watched his emotions shift once more and settle onto something akin to relief. "I died," he suddenly declared. "When I went to Hogwarts, I did something monumentally stupid and died. I was brought back to life by a phoenix and a thunderbird." For a moment, Lucinda thought that he was merely teasing her, but as he looked in her direction once more, there was no denying the truth in his eyes. "What, how?" she choked when she realized there was no jesting remark forthcoming. Harry stood, and Lucinda gasped as his torso was exposed to the elements. His body was littered with scars that all undoubtedly had their own story, but the most prominent of them was a puckered, purple mark in the center of his chest, with a lightning bolt standing proudly in the middle of it. "It bit me," Harry explained, pointing to the marred flesh. "Its fang went straight into my heart and it killed me." That's what Lucinda had felt when Harry had returned from Hogwarts. She had not been able to miss the difference in his magic, nor in how his presence registered with her. "You died," she choked as she too stood and stepped forward. Harry nodded and did not stop her as she ran her fingers over the scar. If she could not see or feel the depth of the wound for herself, Lucinda would find such a thing impossible to believe, but the irrefutable proof was right in front of her. "The phoenix tears healed you." "It healed the damage," Harry explained. "It was the thunderbird that brought me back. It turns out that I underwent a ritual of sorts. I can't say that I understand it. Even the healer could not tell me what the effects will be. I heal unusually quickly now, and my affinity for lightning is stronger than it was. My entire body was cleansed and repaired." "That is amazing," Lucinda whispered, though she could not shake the thought of him having died in the process. "Where did you come across a basilisk?" "In the Chamber of Secrets," Harry snorted humorlessly. "It belonged to Salazar Slytherin." Lucinda's hand paused on Harry's chest. "That would make it over 1,000 years old," she gasped. Harry nodded. "It was," he confirmed. "I killed it, but it got me too." Lucinda swallowed deeply as she looked up at him. There was acceptance in his eyes, something that she had to face. Despite everything Harry was and all he had done, he was but a human, as flawed as any other in mind and body. Not that any would ever be able to see it. He hid his demons well, but here, she could see them all haunting his gaze. She wanted nothing more than to hide him from the world, to protect him from each of them. The vampire deflated as she realized she could not do that. Harry was a protector. It was in his nature to take a stand for those that could not, even if it would eventually cost him his life. "Why did you bring me here?" Lucinda whispered. "I wanted to share this with you." "You wanted to share this part of you with me," she corrected. Harry offered her a sad smile as he nodded. "I think maybe I just needed to talk about it," he sighed. "It's just one less thing that will burden me as I move forward, I suppose." Lucinda frowned at his words. It wasn't what he had said that stilled her once more, but what he had omitted. "You're not coming back to Durmstrang, are you?" Harry shook his head. "No," he confirmed. "If I sit the war out for another year, it will be too late. It could already be. I have to go home and fix it. There's no one else that can." Despite her best efforts, Lucinda had to choke back a sob, but she could not prevent the tears spilling down her cheeks. Harry immediately wrapped his arms around her tightly, holding her to his chest. For several moments, she simply listened to the rhythmic beating of his heart as she tried to come to terms with what was happening. Harry was leaving to fight a war all but alone, and Lucinda could not comprehend the mixture of emotions she felt. "Please don't go," she whispered. For all the vulnerability Harry had shown her, she found herself doing the very same. In the face of him leaving, there was no use in being aloof or masking her desire with flirting and playful fighting. This was very real as anything she had ever felt. Instead of responding with words he could not likely find, Harry's grip around her tightened. Lucinda allowed him to hold her for some time before she gently pried herself away and cupped his cheek. As she looked into his eyes, she realized that he did not need to say another word. Full of sorrow, he did not shy away from looking at her, and though she was devastated, she still could not ignore her want of him that somehow now felt more of a burning need. Without thought, she pulled him towards her and rested her lips upon his, melting into him as he responded in just the way she had wished and envisioned 1,000 times before. It was not lustful or hurried, as she had perhaps imagined any entanglement between them would be. It was gentle, tentative, but even more passionate than she could have ever hoped for. Lucinda did not know how long they remained this way, but when they broke apart, she was still cupping his cheek. "Just don't say anything, Harry," she whispered as he opened his mouth to speak. He didn't, and Lucinda seized the opportunity to steal his lips once more, grazing her fangs against them as she simply enjoyed the moment they were sharing. Chapter 39, Lordships. He had spent his summer months splitting his time between visiting the seedier bars of Knockturn Alley, listening to conversations in the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade, and anywhere else he could think of where he may be able to hear even a whisper of information that would be of any use to him. Right now, that was what Harry needed more than anything else. When he wasn't occupied with this in the late hours of the evening, he had been observing the coming and goings in Diagon Alley, watching the passers-by, and developing an understanding of the mood within Britain. The magical population was fearful, though none dared discuss openly what was occurring around them. Harry knew that if they chose to remain silent and ignorant on the matter, the war was already lost. He watched as the cloaked figure, who had arrived only moments prior in the Dound, Unicorn finished his conversation with another man before taking his leave of the bar. There was no doubt that the pair had been discussing something either illegal or frowned upon, but neither Voldemort nor his Death Eaters had been the topic. Harry released a deep breath as he leaned against the wall once more, hidden from the other patrons by his cloak. The attacks had begun again, and as ever, the Order and the Aurors had proven to be rather inept in responding to them in a timely manner. Something needed to be done about it. It was just one of many obstacles Harry had to find a way to overcome. Since arriving in Britain just a few short months ago, he had come to realize that the task ahead would not be easy. Killing Voldemort would be perhaps the most difficult thing he faced, but the war would not be so simple to resolve. There were many facets he needed to navigate, but his dedication would not waver. Neither can live whilst the other survives. In the end, it would come down to the two of them, but Harry was under no illusion that a definitive confrontation between himself and Riddle would come so soon. Why would it when the man was having almost all the success he could wish for? No, Harry would need to break his regime, dirty his hands in ways that no one else seemed willing to do. That was his lot in life, for now at least. It would be him that ended the war. Whether it would be in victory or defeat, he could not know, but he would not perish without giving it his all. It was the very same thing he had told Cassie when he informed her of his decision to not return to Durmstrang for his final year. The woman had been quite beside herself in a mixture of anger and concern, but she had understood eventually. As expected, she had come too, and Harry had not even attempted to convince her otherwise. It would have been folly, and in truth, he was grateful for her presence. Harry shook his head at the memory of sharing the same news with the rest of his friends. None had taken it well, and they had collectively begged him not to come here, not until he had finished his schooling. Harry, however, had not been deterred, and though he did not wish to upset them, he knew he was doing the right thing. He had long understood that difficult decisions would need to be made, and that had been one of them. Just like Cassie, the others had come to understand his reasons for cutting his education short, but that did not mean they were happy about it. Nonetheless, no more than a day or so would pass without receiving a letter from one or more of them. Despite their own feelings on the decision he had made, they were still there for him, and Harry could not be more grateful for their correspondence. It was odd how something so simple could give him a much-needed boost when the impossibility of what he was facing weighed down on him. There was nothing more he looked forward to than reading some arcane of Jonas's anecdotes, a quip or two from Alina or Anna, and the letters he received from Lucinda. Even the mere thought of the latter took him back to the night they had shared in the hot spring. He missed all of his friends dearly, but with Lucinda, it was different. She was as much his friend as the others, but it was not so simple to think of her as just that. They had not discussed what had happened between, nor what it meant, but Harry could not ignore what had developed between them that night. His feelings towards her were not necessarily complicated, but he could not quite define them. She was his friend, but there was no denying that what they shared went much further than something so simple as friendship. He shook his head of those thoughts. In the lonely hours he spent beneath his cloak, he had pondered the same thing countless times, and he never drew closer to any satisfactory conclusion on just what the vampire meant to him. He had no doubt that he cared for her so deeply that he would be content with just her presence, but that was as far as he had gotten to figuring out the conundrum. With a murmured curse after having experienced another fruitless night, he left the bar, though he remained in good spirits. In only another day, he would officially be claiming his lordships, and he would then have another avenue of undermining and resisting Voldemort's efforts. Break. In all the decades that Gellert had known her, he had never seen Cassiopeia fret as much as she did now since Harry had returned to Britain. For the former Dark Lord, the young man had made the right decision, despite his most loyal followers' protests. Harry was no longer a boy on the cusp of manhood. He had crossed that threshold, and he needed to take control of his own destiny. Gellert snorted to himself. Had anyone told him that in the years to come after he suffered his final defeat on the continent, that he would be mentoring the grandson of Charles Potter as he attempted to bring the downfall of another Dark Lord, Gellert would believe them to have taken leave of their senses. Yet here he was, and doing so willingly. He often did wonder what his old foe would think of how such a thing had come about. Not that it mattered. Charles Potter was dead, but his grandson was very much alive, and Gellert intended on keeping him that way. "I do wish you would stop packing," he sighed as Cassiopeia passed, his cell for the dozenth time. The woman was giving him a headache. "What am I supposed to do, Gellert?" she asked worriedly. "He is going for his first Wisengamot meeting." "Harry will perform admirably," Gellert returned. "That is what I am afraid of," Cassiopeia huffed. "When have you known him to hold his tongue or resist the urge to provoke those he dislikes?" Gellert smirked at the thought. "From what little I know of your brother, is that not what he would expect from his successor?" Gellert questioned. "It is not Harry you should be concerned with. It is those that will face him tomorrow that should be pitied. Politicians are not accustomed to honesty and bluntness. You raised Harry to have both in spades." "The boy is going to make more enemies," Cassie murmured. "Harry is no longer a boy," Gellert pointed out firmly. "He is a man of age, and it is up to him to make decisions for himself. I'm afraid that him arriving at the Wisengamot and posing as a pliant, spineless fool will do him no favors. He must be strong and represent his titles the way they deserve. As for him making more enemies, that is simply inevitable. He will step on toes, but he would do that whether or not there was a war to consider. This is Harry we are discussing. He likes to create trouble." Cassiopeia, reluctantly, nodded her agreement. "He's going to cause trouble tomorrow, isn't he?" Gellert smirked as he nodded. "Is it wrong of me to feel that I would be disappointed if he did not?" he asked. "I just wish that I could be a fly on the wall when he claims his positions. There will be many upset lord and ladies. But those that will support him." "Undoubtedly," Gellert assured her. "Men like Harry attract support. He is strong and he is willful with all the skill to back up anything he may say. Do not underestimate him, Cassie. I would bet my life that he will make both Arcturus and Charles proud. Cassiopeia deflated as she shook her head. I bet the two of them would be gleeful if they were here to witness it for themselves. Arcturus would find nothing more amusing than to see Harry claiming the Black Lordship right in front of Lucius Malfoy. And Charles would love nothing more than to see his grandson standing tall and as proudly as he once did, Gellert added. I did not like the man, but I never met another who carried themselves the way Charles Potter did. He was strong, and Harry is following in his footsteps. He is, Cassiopeia agreed somewhat reluctantly, but my Harry will be better and stronger than them both. That he will, my dear, Gellert said comfortingly. That he will. Break. He could not help but notice the resemblance he shared with the men in the portraits dotted around the walls of the study in Grimmauld Place, as he donned his Wisengamot robes for the first time. There was no doubting that Harry very much took after his father in appearance, but the similarities with the Lords of Black of old were undeniable. He gazed at himself for several moments in the mirror, barely recognizing himself from the boy who had begun his schooling only 6 years prior. Harry was no longer a boy. He had turned 17 several weeks ago and had been anticipating this day since, the day his entire life had led to. In only a matter of minutes, he would take the mantles of Lord Potter and Lord Black and introduce himself to the political scene of wizarding Britain. Although he had been prepared for these positions, since he was old enough to comprehend what Cassiopeia was telling him, he was nervous. A lot hinged on how he comported himself today, and it was of the utmost importance that he left a lasting impression on his peers. He was pulled from his thoughts by someone snickering at the door. Sorry, but you look like my grandfather, Sirius chuckled, pointing to the unmoving portrait of Arcturus Orion Black that rested above the ornate desk. I noticed, Harry snorted. Perhaps resembling a once greatly respected lord would serve him well. No, Sirius corrected as he shook his head. You look more like your own grandfather. He'd be damned proud of you, Harry. How do you remember him? Sirius grinned at the question. He was bloody terrifying for the most part, but when you got to know him, you realized that he was one of the kindest men you could ever meet. Don't get me wrong, he was not a person you wanted to find yourself on the wrong side of, but he was a family man. He loved your father and grandmother more than anything. Everything he did, it was for them. Harry nodded his understanding. Family. Other than Cassie, and more recently Sirius, Harry had never had one, and it remained the one thing in life that he desired perhaps more than killing Voldemort. You will be fine in there, Sirius spoke once more, clapping Harry on the shoulder. It's in your blood, but if you get stuck, just ask yourself what a Lord Potter or Black would do in your position. Harry nodded gratefully as he checked the clock. I suppose I should get to it then, he declared. Cassie is waiting for you in the kitchen, Sirius informed him. She will want to fuss over you before you go. Harry rolled his eyes as he took his leave of the study and made his way to the kitchen, where he found the woman packing back and forth in front of the fireplace. She paused as he entered, her expression softening as she took in his appearance. You look like a strong man, Harry, she praised as she approached him, smoothing out his robes. Please, just be careful in there. Harry nodded, but the ghost of a smirk tugged at his lips. He had his doubts that he would be allowed to be careful. With whom he would be facing in the chamber, he was expecting a hostile welcome, and he would not be cowed by the likes of Malfoy and his ilk. Too many had allowed themselves to be already, and Harry would not be one of them. I will be fine, he assured the woman. I will even come straight back and tell you all about it. Cassiopeia nodded as she released him. Then it is time for you to become what you were destined to be, she whispered. I cannot begin to tell you how proud of you I am. I am what I am because of you, Harry returned, placing a kiss on Cassie's cheeks. Thank you, he added before leaving the room, pausing by the portrait of Walburga Black. The woman glared at him furiously, and Harry offered her a winning smile. I'm claiming my titles today, he informed her. "I hope that you are turning in your grave, you vile old bag. Imagine that, a half-blood as the Lord Black." Raising a finger in a rather undignified gesture of farewell, Harry stepped out of the front door of Grimmauld Place and apparated to an alleyway a short distance from the entrance to the Ministry of Magic. It was a rather odd sensation to flush himself down one of the toilets to enter, but he pushed the thoughts of disgust from his mind as he did so and straightened his robes once more as he arrived in the atrium. He had not been in the ministry since the debacle in the Department of Mysteries, and though the building was now full of people milling around and going about their business, it seemed to be equally depressing. No one seemingly wanted to draw attention to themselves, but as Harry began crossing the floor towards the wizard on guard duty, the whispers began. "Is that Harry Potter? What is he doing here?" Harry ignored them, focusing his attention on the guard who had stood, his mouth agape as Harry reached him. "Why your wand, Mr. Potter?" he requested. "That won't be necessary," Harry returned. "I am here to attend the meeting of the Wisengamot, unless a lord must now submit his wand." The man shook his head as he swallowed deeply. "You may enter, Lord Potter," he acquiesced. Offering the guard a nod, Harry stepped through and made his way to the elevator, pressing the button that would take him to the lower levels. It was an odd feeling that began to overwhelm him as he descended. The deeper into the ministry the elevator went, the colder it grew. Harry frowned as the door opened, and the chill seeped into his bones. Fighting the urge to shudder under the oppressive magic, he continued on his way until he came to a large set of double doors that was being flanked by 2 aurors. "It is a closed session today," one of the men grunted without even looking at him. The other nudged him with his elbow. "Closed to whom?" Harry pressed. "Members of the public, even you, Potter." "Then it is just as well that I am not a mere member of the public, isn't it?" Harry replied. "What is your name?" "Auror Dawlish," the man answered. "Well, thank you for your diligence, Auror Dawlish," Harry offered sternly. "Now, step aside. I do not need to inform you of my right to be here, do I?" Dawlish frowned, and his colleague shook his head. "That is not necessary, Lord Potter. You may enter," he said with something akin to an amused smirk. Without further preamble, Harry pushed one of the doors open, and the cold he was experiencing became more biting, but it was not this that caught his attention. In truth, he could not quite believe what he was seeing, and it took several seconds to take in the scene before him. Chained to a chair in the middle of the room was a middle-aged woman who was flanked on either side by 2 Dementors. Floating above whatever was unfolding was another dozen or so of the unpleasant creatures, and Harry's jaw clenched in anger as his eyes swept over the gathered lords and ladies of the Wisengamot partaking in what was occurring. "Expecto Patronum," he murmured, having flicked his wand into his hand. The pair of Dementors that had been either side of the woman darted towards the ceiling with the others, pursued by the ethereal Thunderbird, and screeching their displeasure at being attacked. "What the bloody hell is going on here?" Harry demanded as he stepped into the center of the room. The expressions that greeted him were of shock, as though each person in the chamber had been slapped across the face. "Well," Harry demanded when none spoke, "this chamber is off limits to members of the public," a stout witch who had purpled with rage snapped. "Guards, you will remove him." Harry snorted humorlessly. "As I explained to the guards, it is just as well that I am not a member of the public," he returned evenly. "As I have reached my majority, I am here to claim my lordship." "I do not believe the moment is conducive for Mr. Potter to do so," Lucius Malfoy piped up. "I couldn't give a toss what you think," Harry replied with a shrug. "Upon reaching their majority, any lord or lady that is eligible can take residence of their Wisengamot seat at their earliest convenience, and without delay. Is that not what the law states?" "It does," Lord Abbot called. Harry offered the man a nod of appreciation. "This moment is my earliest convenience, so I will be assuming my duties as of now," he declared. "Not without an induction," Lord Knott spoke up. "Any lord of a house must be inducted officially by his peers." Only if they are not of the original 28 families that presided over the Wisengamot, Harry pointed out. Which Potter was not a part of, not fired back with a leer. Then I cannot claim my Potter lordship, Harry sighed. Well, for now, I will just carry out my duties as Lord Black until my induction can be arranged. The Blacks are one of the original families, are they not? What game are you playing, Potter? Lucius Malfoy demanded to know. You are not the Black Heir. You are correct, Harry replied. I am the Lord Black, as accepted by the Lord's ring and named into the position by my godfather, the former heir Sirius Orion Black. The lords and ladies of the Wisengamot murmured amongst themselves. Impossible, Lucius growled as he stood. My son is nothing but your heir, Harry said firmly. I have documented evidence from the Black family lawyer, Mr. Moon, that explains and confirms my position. Any who wishes to are free to peruse it at their leisure. With that being said, should we not continue with whatever this is? He questioned, nodding towards the trembling woman still chained to the chair. This is none of your concern, the stout witch spoke up once more. On the contrary, it very much is my concern, Harry countered. Might I assume that this is a criminal trial? It is. Then where is the minister? Harry pressed. All criminal trials must be presided over by the current Minister of Magic. If the minister is unable to fulfill his duty, then the chief warlock or the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement may take his place. You do not look much like Dumbledore, and I have had the pleasure of meeting Madame Bones. You do not look much like her either. So, who are you? The woman was all but beside herself in a fit of rage, and she gritted her teeth as she replied. My name is Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister himself. I see, Harry mused aloud. So you are aware that you are breaking the law. The Minister granted me the power to oversee these proceedings. Is that so? Harry asked amusedly. And did the Minister grant you these powers without chairing the motion with the Wisengamot? Was it decided by all within this room that the law should be changed to allow an unqualified person to do so? It was not, one of the other lords called. Oh dear, Harry murmured as he shifted his attention to the restrained woman. What is your name? Mary C. Cattermole. Harry offered her a comforting smile as he tapped the chains with his wand. Order Dawlish, he called. The man opened the door and peered his head into the room at being summoned. Would you kindly escort Mrs. Cattermole home? Harry requested. Of course, if you are too busy, find another. I will be checking that she makes it there unharmed. Dawlish looked towards Umbridge, who shook her head. This woman is a prisoner, she snapped furiously. She failed to register herself under the Magical Protection Act, and then when she was apprehended, lied about her heritage. Did she? Harry asked interestedly. What is her claim? That she is distantly related to the Meadows family. They are an extinct line. So you can neither prove nor disprove it, Harry pointed out. Do you not claim to have ties to the Selwyn family, Madame Umbridge? The woman fumbled over her words before Harry cut her off. I'm sure you will be more than pleased to provide the Wisengamot with your documented evidence in a timely manner. Now, as to the fate of Mrs. Cattermole, is there any that believes she should be locked up? Might I remind you that there is no evidence of any crime taking place? None said a word in response, and Harry nodded to Dawlish. On your way, ordered Dawlish. The man nodded dumbly as he helped Mrs. Cattermole from the room. The woman offered Harry a baffled but grateful smile for his intervention. How dare you? Umbridge raged as the door slammed behind the duo. You have interfered with a ministry investigation. An illegal investigation, Harry corrected. Remember, you do not have the authority to preside over matters such as this, regardless of what Fudge believes. I have had just about enough of this. Arrest him. Harry raised an eyebrow at the half-dozen men that reluctantly approached him, each clad in black robes and looking unsure of themselves. Unless you are qualified and licensed aurors, I suggest you stay where you are, he warned. To attempt to bring harm in any capacity to a lord without lawful proof of wrongdoing will see you spend the rest of your days in Azkaban. Not that I would press charges, of courses. I would simply kill you where you stand, as would be within my rights." The men paused as they looked at one another uncertainly. "So these are not Aurors?" Harry questioned the room at large. "Under whose authority do you fall under? You?" Harry questioned, pointing to a rather gormless, pale man. "We work for Madame Umbridge," he answered dumbly. "And how many of you work for her?" The man shrugged. "Maybe 100 or so." Harry raised his eyebrows in faux surprise. He already knew all of this information, but he had not expected to be relying on it so soon. "Well, now that does create quite the problem for you, Madame Umbridge," he sighed dramatically. "This is very serious." "What do you mean, Potter?" Lord Greengrass questioned. "You can address me as Lord Black, if you don't mind, Lord Greengrass. But to answer your question, what Madame Umbridge has done, unwittingly, of course, is formed a militia. It has been illegal in Britain for centuries for one person who is not in an official position designed for such a responsibility to form a group of what can be considered to be a fighting force. Madame Umbridge has such a group, and not the position to be allowed it. This is quite the conundrum. The minister does not have the authority to grant you anything he bloody well wishes," Harry snapped. "Fudge is not as all-powerful as you imagine, but he is only an accessory to this crime. So I suppose the Wisengamot will have to be satisfied with your arrest and detention until a trial can be arranged for you." "You do not have the authority to arrest me," Umbridge protested. "I do not," Harry agreed. "But as I have proven beyond doubt that there are grounds for your arrest, the Aurors are now obligated to carry out their duty in doing so. Gentlemen, if you would." Umbridge's eyes bulged as 2 Aurors clad in their red robes approached her. "Unhand me," the woman snapped. "I am the senior undersecretary to the Minister of Magic." "A position that does not give you carte blanche to break any law you wish," Harry pointed out. "Cornelius will hear about this." "Oh, I hope I am the one who is able to inform him," Harry replied, as the woman was dragged kicking and screaming from the room. He waited for the door to slam, shut once more before speaking. "If I were you, gentlemen, I would put as much distance between myself and what Umbridge has been up to," he urged the gawping men still standing before him. At the very least, they had the intelligence to listen and quickly fled from the room. Again, Harry found himself being stared at, some doing so with interest and curiosity, whilst the rest did so with utter contempt. "Now that we have dealt with that nonsense, perhaps we should get to the real reason why any of us should be here," he suggested. "I have been in Britain for months, watching and observing, and I am disgusted with what I have seen. You all may wish to remain openly ignorant about what is happening, but there is no denying it. You know as well as I do that Voldemort is out there." His declaration elicited almost no reaction from any of the gathered lords and ladies, except for one. "As you can see, Potter is quite unhinged," Lucius Malfoy drawled, those around him laughing at his jab. "And as you can see, Malfoy is as much a smug and pompous prick as he has always been," Harry returned. "He either thinks you are completely stupid, or that he has you all completely cowed by his threats." Those on the opposing side of the room to Malfoy, and his ilk remained silent. "It would almost be funny if it wasn't so serious," Harry chuckled humorlessly. "Over here," he continued, gesturing towards those undoubtedly allied with Voldemort, "I see the same stupid, smug grin on every one of their faces, and then I look to this part of the room. What do you think I see?" None answered. "Fear," Harry spoke once more, "and you should be scared. All of you lived through the last war. You remember what it was like to not know if your best friend was a Death Eater, or if Voldemort himself would come for you if you dared speak out against him. I understand that you are scared for yourselves, and for your loved ones, or are we just going to pretend that what happened to Lord Boot was an unfortunate accident? He spoke out in this very room, and he and his family paid the price for his courage. Being scared will not make this all go away. The only thing that will is showing the same courage that he did. For those of us that do not wish to live in fear, we must come together to put a stop to this. I am not asking you to pick up your wands and fight, but within these walls, you must not remain silent. And see our families killed. Lord Greengrass questioned. To see them live, Harry corrected. I give you my word now, Lord Greengrass, that I am here to fight for you all. I will pick up my wand, and I will put an end to every last masked bastard that believe they have the right to attack innocent people. I give you my word that I will find Voldemort, and I will personally tear the last breath from his lungs whilst he pleads with me for his life. That is my promise, but the rest I cannot do alone. In here, we must be united, or we may as well just bend over and let them shaft us right now. We have a choice to make, and I urge you to make the right one. Today is the day that we choose courage over fear, the day that we refuse to lie down and allow Voldemort to do what he wishes. The lords and ladies surrounding Lord Greengrass murmured amongst themselves, but were cut off by Lucius Malfoy as he stood and clapped mockingly. You really are quite delusional, Potter, he declared. You offer no evidence, and your promises are only empty words. Then go and send for him, Harry challenged. Tell him that Harry Potter is in the Ministry of Magic and that I will provide him with what he wants if he has the stones to come and face me. You know as well as I do what it is he wants. I heard it, and I am right here, Malfoy. Go and press your lips against his arse and tell him. With a flick of his wand, a burst of blue flames erupted from the tip of his wand before vanishing only a second later. But the gesture had gotten the reaction he'd hoped for. Around half a dozen of those, seated around Malfoy, scrambled behind their chairs. Thank you for confirming who was there that night, Harry offered with a bow. If I were all of you, I would not hope to get another peaceful night of sleep. Lucius, are you still here? The blonde glared at Harry venomously, but did not move. Well, if you won't send for the sniveling coward now, then perhaps you will be kind enough to pass on a message for me. You see, Malfoy, I do not need to lurk in the shadows. I will stand in front of you all and tell you that I will gladly slaughter every last one of you. Tell him that he can expect the same, that at my hands, he will experience suffering like nothing he has ever felt before. Tell him that whilst the rest of the world may hide from him, that I will be seeking him and all of his followers out. Tell him that I said that Tom Riddle's days are numbered and that he cannot flee from me. With his message given, Harry shot the other side of the room a look of encouragement before taking his leave through the double doors, pausing as he spotted a familiar beetle perched on the handle. Publish all of it, Rita, he instructed. I do not wish for any to mistake what it is I said. The beetle simply flew towards the end of the corridor, followed by Harry, who donned his invisibility cloak to vanish without a trace. Break. The Dark Lord nodded satisfactorily as he watched Bella putting the recruits through their paces. Covering the entirety of the grounds of the Malfoy estate were men and women clad in his chosen black, each wearing a mask of his own design. The war would be different this time. There would be no lucky downfall, and resistance would soon be futile. The Ministry could not call upon so many to fight their cause the way that Lord Voldemort had. Already, his followers outnumbered the Aurors by around 7-1. Victory was all but assured. What is it, Lucius? He asked as the man hurriedly approached him. My lord, there has been an unexpected development. Voldemort frowned and gestured for the man to explain. Potter arrived at the Wisengamot meeting today. He had Umbridge arrested and then made some rather uncouth comments regarding you. Is that so? Lucius nodded as he swallowed deeply. My lord, he has publicly vowed to kill you, he whispered. He said that he will hunt you down and all of those that follow you. The Dark Lord chuckled amusedly. Empty words, Lucius, he said dismissively. None will support him. Maybe not Potter, Lucius conceded, but there will be those who will rally around the Lord Black. Lord Black. Potter has somehow claimed the lordship for himself, Lucius revealed. I do not think Potter was jesting. He even bade me to come to get you so that you could face him in the Ministry instead of hiding in the shadows, as he put it. Voldemort's nostrils flared. Potter has grown too brazen, he declared. The last thing he should wish for is to be faced with me. It is, Lucius agreed, but he told me to tell you that he has what you want, that he heard it for himself and that if you wish to know it, you will have to face him. The Dark Lord felt his anger begin to boil under the surface. Potter had dared publicly mock, goad, and provoke him. Well, he would not get away with it. Lord Voldemort would have the last laugh as the boy begged for his life. With him at the ministry, my lord, I think any political aspirations we may have had are in jeopardy. Potter knows things that will discredit Fudge. Voldemort hummed thoughtfully. He did not expect his hold over the ministry, in its current state, would last. Then we change the structure, Lucius, he urged. Fudge is of little use to us if he cannot serve us. So, we should rid ourselves of him. Voldemort shook his head. Not yet, but be ready to when it becomes necessary. Perhaps between you both you can salvage the situation. If you cannot, then deal with him and put someone in place that shares our vision. Of course, my lord, Lucius replied, but what of Potter? Potter is of no consequence until he truly acts against us, Voldemort said dismissively. He will meet his end at my hand as planned. Do not fret, Lucius. When he is dead, the Black Fortune will be yours still. Lucius nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Is there anything else you require of me, my lord? No, keep doing what you are and keep a close eye on the political proceedings. If Fudge proves to be useless, then he is to be replaced. That is all. With a bow, Lucius headed back towards the manor, and the Dark Lord's frown deepened. Potter would be a problem. He had seen some of what the boy was capable of, and the fact that he was now in Britain permanently did not sit well with him. He was not Dumbledore, and he was not beholden by the rules that bound the Aurors. No, already the Dark Lord could foresee problems arising in the near future, and if it became unavoidable, he would have to step out of the shadows before he planned to. Break. It had been less than a day that they had returned to Durmstrang, and there was no denying how different it was without Harry. It wasn't like it had been when he'd spent the year at Hogwarts. Then, they had known he would return, but he would never share a day as a student with them again, and for the entire group, it did not sit well. They all continued to write to him regularly, and he always responded as he had, but it was just not the same. What do you think he is doing right now? Jonas asked. Probably getting himself into trouble, Elinor snorted. Lucinda nodded her agreement. Or he might have got himself another girl, Kane chuckled. He has not, Lucinda fired back. The others looked at her questioningly, and the vampire busied herself with her breakfast, cursing herself for not holding her tongue. Is there something you want to tell us, Lucinda? Anna questioned with a grin. No. There's something she's keeping from us, Elinor chimed in. Did something happen between you and a certain absent Potter? All of them were looking at her now with interest, and Lucinda was grateful that she did not have the ability to blush. Whatever may or may not have happened between us is none of your business, she said airily. Oh, she got some, Elinor commented. Ha, you owe me 5 galleons, Kane declared, holding his hand out to a pouting Jonas. The son of a hag muttered under his breath, but handed over the coins, nonetheless. You bet on us, Lucinda questioned the boys dangerously. We did, Kane confirmed with a shrug. I knew you wouldn't be able to keep your hands off each other before the summer. I thought you would wait, Jonas added. I expected better of you, young lady. Kane snorted, though his expression fell, as he opened the newspaper that was placed before him. Oh shit, he cursed. What is it? Lucinda asked. The werewolf had taken out a subscription of the British newspaper when Harry had told them he would not be returning for their final year. Kane merely shook his head as he placed it in the center of the table. Potter's Wisengamot Wallop. Calls out the Dark Lord. By Rita Skeeter. Lucinda could only shake her head as she read the description of what Harry had said and done during his first Wisengamot meeting. She had pleaded with him to be careful, to not do anything brash and foolish, and yet, here he was on the front page of the newspaper, doing the complete opposite. I knew he had a set on him, but he's mad, Jonas muttered. What kind of person calls out a Dark Lord and promises to murder him? Harry, Kane answered with a shake of his head. What did you expect from him? He's never been the kind to keep quiet, has he? He's just painted a huge target on his chest, Anna sighed. He already had a huge target on his chest, Kane pointed out. You heard the prophecy. It won't end until they meet, but Harry seems determined to do as much damage as possible before that happens. Lucinda swallowed deeply. She knew that Harry was going to war, that he was going to Britain to fight, but seeing the article filled her with dread. It was all so real, and yet she was here and not where she felt she needed to be. Oh no, Kane gasped. What is it now? Elinor questioned. The werewolf had paled as he clutched a piece of parchment, a letter he had received. The pack has been instructed to make their way to Britain, he explained worriedly. That means they're going to join him. Lucinda snatched the parchment away from Kane and read the paltry contents. To my son, we are finally moving from this place. Greyback has promised us that Britain will make for a perfect home. We will collect you for the holidays so that you may see for yourself. How big is your pack, Kane? Jonas inquired. There is close to 800 of us, the werewolf answered worriedly. And they are going to fight against Harry, Anna added. Lucinda could only swallow deeply as her gaze shifted between the newspaper and the letter. In the space of 5 minutes, things had gotten decidedly worse, and though she had opted to return to school, she could not help but think she had made the wrong choice. A thought seemingly shared by the rest of the group. Chapter 40. Reinforcements. The mood at Hogwarts had not been what it once was since the Death Eater attacks had commenced so many months prior. It wasn't as though the separate houses intermingled much to begin with, but there had always been polite conversation between them. Other than the Slytherin and Gryffindor students. Now, however, there were no exchanges. Each student in each house spoke only to those wearing the same robes as them, and the tension, because of what was happening outside the castle walls, was palpable within. With news of what had happened to the Boot family, the Ravenclaws had withdrawn, and the Hufflepuffs had followed suit after the fire at Bones Manor. It all made for school being a rather unpleasant experience, and Pansy was grateful that this was her final year. Oddly, the Great Hall seemed to be a little livelier than it had been recently as she entered, and when she took her seat at the Slytherin table, the reason for such was placed in front of her by a concerned Daphne. Is he out of his mind? She questioned. Pansy frowned as she read the headline of the Daily Prophet and shook her head. Skimming through the contents of the article, there was no denying the truth of what had been written, even if it had been produced by Rita Skeeter. Pansy released a deep breath. Harry never does anything without a reason, she replied. I suppose he got tired of what was happening and everyone refusing to acknowledge it. Still, it was a bold and likely foolish move. There would be repercussions for what he had done, but Pansy knew Harry well enough to know that he wouldn't care. Speaking about it publicly, Daphne murmured. Pansy nodded her understanding. The thing is, he means every word of it, she said confidently. Harry would not say it if he didn't, just look at Draco. The Malfoy heir was holding court with the other 7th-year boys, whose parents were undoubtedly already aligned with the Dark Lord. He looks nervous, doesn't he? Draco had been acting rather oddly since he'd returned from the Christmas holidays the previous year. Before then, when the attacks had begun, he had been rather smug and downright cruel to other students he knew he could get away with bullying. Having returned from the holidays, he had been much more subdued and had left the other students alone. Either Lucius had instructed him to conduct himself in such a way, or someone else had done so in a less pleasant manner. Could Harry have gotten to him? Pansy had mentioned Draco's behavior in a letter, and Harry had been in Britain for the festive period. She frowned thoughtfully to herself. Regardless of what had happened, Draco had been much quieter for the remainder of the school year and the beginning of this one. Look at how excited everyone is, Daphne urged, nodding towards the other house tables where the students were discussing the article amongst themselves. He gives them hope, Astoria piped up. He killed him before, didn't he? Maybe everyone thinks that he will do it again. I hope he does. Daphne offered her sister a rare smile as she nodded her agreement. I hope so too, she whispered. Break. A filthy half-blood, Bellatrix raved. She had been packing back and forth around the room since the newspaper had arrived, and though Narcissa was not thrilled that Potter had somehow claimed the Black Lordship, she had somewhat expected it. Did you know about this? I had my suspicions, Narcissa confirmed. Not that there is anything that can be done. The Lord's ring has acknowledged him as the head of the family. Remember, Bella, you may be a Black by blood, but you do not carry the name anymore. Bellatrix narrowed her eyes at Narcissa. He is a half-blood. And the Lord Black, Narcissa reminded her sister. You chose serving the Dark Lord over the family, as did most of us. You didn't, Bellatrix accused. I chose to marry a man who serves him. It is no different in the eyes of the other families. After the choices we made, the Blacks were done. If Potter did not take the lordship, it would have only been absorbed into the Malfoy line. Is that such a bad thing? I don't know, Narcissa murmured. If Potter kills Lucius and Draco, he will do no such thing. Narcissa wished she could believe her sister, but she could not dismiss the feeling that it was indeed a possibility that Harry Potter would get to them if he wished to. Cassiopeia would not throw her lot in with someone she did not have the utmost faith in, after all. Break. It was an apoplectic Cornelius Fudge that stomped towards the offices of the Daily Prophet with his Auror Guard in tow and Lucius Malfoy keeping pace to his right. The previous day, the minister had been enjoying a much-needed respite from the stress of his job, only to be informed that none other than Harry Potter had arrived to the Wisengamot meeting and caused a slew of problems. The boy had the temerity to claim the title of Lord Black. Dolors was now being held in Azkaban and was under investigation for a myriad of ridiculous crimes, and Potter had declared that the Dark Lord had returned publicly. Cornelius did not know what he was playing at, but it was evident that Potter was not of a sound mind. Having met him at the World Cup final, he had hoped that perhaps they would remain on courteous terms, but it seemed that Potter's words had not been empty after all. He had declared that he would make changes when he came of age, and already he had. It was enough to give Cornelius a throbbing headache and undo what good his day off had done for him. I want to see Cuff, and I mean now, he demanded to the receptionist, standing at his full height. The woman behind the desk did not flinch, but tapped a runes before her with the tip of his wand. Only a moment later, she seemingly received a response, and she offered Cornelius and his entourage a smile. Mr. Cuff will see you now, Minister, she replied, her tone laced with faux politeness. Cornelius, however, did not have time to chide meaningless receptionists, not when he had more important things to attend to. His furious pace continued as he made his way through the corridors of the building, and he did not feel compelled to knock as he reached the editor's office. Slamming the door open with an obscenely loud crash, he glared at the rotund man. What is the meaning of this, Cuff? He spat, holding up the copy of the morning edition he had brought along. Isn't it marvelous? Cuff returned excitedly. We are having to complete a second run. It has sold out everywhere. Cornelius's jaw tightened. It is nonsense, he growled. None of this is true. Cuff frowned. Well, considering Rita spoke with several people who were present, I beg to differ, he replied with a shrug. I am compelled to believe what has been written, as I hope are the public. Strange things are happening, Fudge, and you don't seem to be doing a damned thing about them. Sirius Black is behind these attacks, Cornelius explained. It was the only possibility that made sense. Black had escaped Azkaban and returned to free his cousin and the other Death Eaters. We both know that is false, Minister, don't we? A cold voice questioned. Cornelius swallowed deeply as Potter stepped into the office. I wouldn't bother drawing your wand, gentlemen, he added to the accompanying Aurors. I have no intention of harming the minister, not with magic at least. Now, what were you saying about my godfather? Potter took a seat in one of the free chairs and crossed his legs casually, waiting for an answer. Cornelius choked on his words for a moment before managing to formulate a response. It has to be true, he said stubbornly. How else did they escape? The answer to that is in today's newspaper, Potter replied simply. You know as well as I do who killed the muggles Sirius was accused of murdering. You know that Pettigrew is alive, and out of respect for the deal we made, I kept that information out of the public sphere. Now, I am no longer inclined to do so, Fudge. I had hoped that perhaps we could find some common ground and work with one another, but as long as you continue to have your tongue rammed up his arse, he added, jerking a thumb towards Lucius, that will not happen. Cornelius's gaze shifted to Lucius, who was glaring at Potter. He is not back, the minister hissed. Then keep telling yourself that if it makes you feel better, Potter returned with a shrug. The blood of those that are slaughtered is on your hands, minister. You may choose to manipulate the evidence to suit your narrative, but the people are not as foolish as you think. They know the truth, and I will ensure that they see it. There is nothing to see. You mean like the Death Eaters that were found murdered in the Department of Mysteries? Potter questioned. How do you know about that? Cornelius sputtered. Potter stood and approached him, his mere presence forcing a shiver down the minister's spine. I know more than you could imagine, Fudge, he whispered dangerously. I've been having a very interesting and informative chat with our favorite editor here. I have provided him with all the evidence he needs to destroy you, but then if he did that, you wouldn't live much longer. The moment you become useless to the Dark Lord, you will be killed and replaced. I'm not Dumbledore, so I will not implore you to reconsider anything. To me, you are a lost cause and your days are numbered. Unless you choose to stop being an ignorant prick and do what is right, your days are numbered. And no, that isn't a threat from me to you. I can simply sit back and watch, but if you choose to change your mind, you need only reach out to me. Cornelius swallowed deeply. Potter was unhinged. That was the only explanation for this ludicrous behavior. Did you pass on my message, Malfoy? Lucius did not dignify Potter with a response, and the latter laughed humorlessly. Of course you will not confirm it here, he sighed. I expect he is quite angry, and if he isn't, he will be when he reads the paper. Give him my best, will you? Oh, and tell him that my offer stands any time he wishes to accept it. Come and face me in public, and I will give him exactly what he wants. Again, Lucius offered no response, but the vein in his temple pulsed angrily. Auror Dawlish, did Mrs. Cattermole make it home safe? She did, Lord Potter Black, the man corrected. Either is fine, Auror Dawlish, and thank you for your assistance. It is most appreciated. With that, Potter took his leave of the office, and Cornelius could only stare at the door he had left open. Coming here had achieved nothing, and had only served to worsen his headache. Without another word to Cuff, the minister also exited the room and made his way out of the building, followed once more by Lucius and the Aurors. I told you, Cornelius, the boy is quite delusional, the former murmured as they walked the length of the alley with the whispers of the pointing passers-by ringing in their ears. What can be done, Lucius? Well, if Cuff refuses to correct his error, then we can do it ourselves, the man responded thoughtfully. The ministry can produce its own material for the public to read. We can condemn Potter's actions and inform them of the truth. Cornelius swallowed deeply as he nodded. It was all well and good, but the problem the minister had was that he no longer knew what the truth was. Break. The commotion around the kitchen table of Grimmauld Place was quite the sight to behold. Since the order had been reformed, Sirius had not seen the group as animated as they were now, discussing Harry's antics in the Wisengamot. Most seemed to be displeased by his showing, and though Sirius was concerned that provoking Voldemort in such a way was not the wisest move, his inner marauder allowed him to feel amused. He was proud of Harry, and it did not matter what anyone else felt about what he had done. It was reckless, Tiberius Ogden exclaimed. Did you speak up during the meeting? Moody questioned. Well, no, Ogden murmured in response. Moody merely offered the man a grin before taking a sip from his flask. The ex-Auror seemed to be reveling in the chaos around him. Still, the conversation around the table continued until Albus entered the room, his expression unreadable, but Sirius believed he too did not approve of Harry's approach. What are we going to do about him, Albus? Bill Weasley questioned. What are we going to do about him? Sirius scoffed. You are going to do nothing. It's all right, Sirius, Harry broke in as he entered the room and took the seat next to him. I'm more than capable of handling myself and my affairs. The members of the Order stared at him for a few moments, surprised by his presence. What you did was foolish and reckless, Hestia Jones said accusingly. Harry nodded as he helped himself to an orange from the fruit bowl and began peeling it. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Molly Weasley demanded. Harry frowned at the woman. First of all, as you are in my house, you will address me with the respect befitting a man of my status, he chastised. And secondly, I have many things to say. I will get to them in my own time. Dumbledore, do you wish to begin this meeting? Sirius did his best to hide his smirk as he turned his attention to the headmaster, who cleared his throat. Well, I called this meeting to discuss what occurred during the meeting yesterday, Albus explained. What happened was that I prevented an innocent woman from being imprisoned. I had that Umbridge woman sent to Azkaban, and I gave the other idiots that sit on the Wisengamot a much-needed kick up the arse, Harry reeled off. I even managed to ruffle a few feathers along the way, so I would consider it quite the success. The Order members stared at Harry dumbly. Do you think it was the wisest course of action? Albus asked curiously. Probably not, but something drastic had to be done, Harry answered unabashedly. Tell me, how is the war going for our side so far? None answered and Harry snorted. Badly, he continued. None of you have captured any Death Eaters. You have failed to prevent any of the attacks from taking place, and you have failed to gather any useful information. It is a complete shit show and is panning out exactly how the first war against him went. You got lucky last time. I do not intend to rely on luck to put an end to this. It was strange to see such a usually outspoken group of people being cowed by his godson, but even Sirius could find nothing he could disagree with that Harry had said. Goading him like that will provoke an unpleasant reaction, Arthur Weasley pointed out. And further opportunities for us to capitalize on it, Harry returned. I am willing to work with you, but not a single person here can tell me that the Order has been an effective group in this war or the last. You rely on reactive action, and I'm sorry, it is useless. If we want to win this war, we must be proactive. You may not want to get your hands dirty, and that is fine, but I will not sit around with a thumb up my arse waiting for things to happen. You did that last time, and how many died? Too many, Sirius answered tiredly. Harry nodded. You might not like or agree with my tactics, but I have already killed at least 5 Death Eaters. That's 5 more than all of you combined. That is how this war will be won, not by trying to bring them in. That will only get more of you killed, and it will be your own doing. I'm not here to fuck around and be the good guy that everyone roots for. I'm here to kill Voldemort and anyone else who gets in my way of that. Good lad, Moody praised. The others murmured amongst themselves and looked towards Dumbledore, who offered them a sad smile. Harry is right, he sighed, much to the surprise of the others. I cannot say I agree with his methods, but this is war. Those of us old enough to have lived through the Grindelwald years understand what is at stake, and all of us were alive to see Voldemort's first rise to power. We cannot allow it to be the same as it was. So, you wish for us to use lethal force against them? Arthur questioned. No, Albus denied. I am asking that we continue to support Harry in his endeavors. War is an ugly business, and we cannot hope to win without men like him to fight for us. Thank you, Harry huffed. I am not your enemy. I am trying to make sure as few people die as possible, but I can only do so much. I cannot save everyone from what is coming. I will do all I can to put an end to this. I only ask that you continue doing what you are. We will, Sirius declared. The rest of the Order may be unwilling to do what was necessary, but Sirius had already lost too much. He would follow Harry into battle, and he knew that Remus and Moody would be right there with him. Good, Harry declared. Now can we get on with the rest of the meeting? Indeed, Albus replied with a smile. Does anyone have anything to share? I do, Kingsley said gravely. I overheard a conversation whilst I was close to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. It seems that Greyback is on the move across the continent with his pack. Albus nodded severely, and Sirius noticed Harry deflate in his chair. Then I expect I will receive a report from Remus soon informing me of the same, the headmaster murmured. I asked him to see if he could provide an accurate accounting of Greyback's pack. Around 800, Harry spoke up. There are around 800 of them in all. The members of the order paled at the number. And they are all heading for Britain, Tonks asked. They are, Harry confirmed. It will take them some weeks to get here, but Greyback has finally been sent for. Bloody hell, Sirius muttered. 800, how can we fight that many? None had an answer for him, and the animagus leaned back in his chair. The combined forces of the Order, and the Aurors, was already outnumbered considerably. 800 werewolves being added to Voldemort's numbers was nothing short of a disaster. They would run rampant across Britain, and there was nothing that could stop them, not with the Death Eaters attacking as regularly as they were too. Looking towards Harry, Sirius could see his godson pondering that very problem, and though the young man had never given him any reason to doubt their future success, he could not see a way past this latest impending obstacle. Break. Lestrange, the Dark Lord called. My lord, the man asked as he peered his head around the door. Where is Lucius? With the minister, my lord. Would you like me to send for him? Voldemort shook his head as he beckoned his follower forward and gestured to the newspaper on his desk. If Potter wishes to provoke a response, then we will give him one, the Dark Lord declared. Rodolphus grinned eagerly. What do you have in mind, my lord? Assemble the Death Eaters. Which ones? All of them, Rodolphus. It is time we sent Wizarding Britain a message, Voldemort mused aloud. If Potter wishes to be the hero, who are we to deny him the opportunity? Remember, Rodolphus, he is not to be killed. Ensure that your wife is reminded of this. Rodolphus became noticeably uncomfortable at the mention of Bellatrix. I think perhaps it would be best if you told her, my lord. A ghost of a smirk crested Voldemort's lips. Even Rodolphus knew not to cross Bella. She listened only to one person, and it was not the man she had married at the behest of her father. Very well, you have your instructions. I will address them shortly. With a bow, Rodolphus took his leave of the room, and the Dark Lord stroked Nagini's head as he pondered what action he would take. He would of course remain behind, but an indication of what power he wielded was a must, and would hopefully quell any keenness any may feel to side with Potter. Break. Gellert laughed uproariously as he finished reading the article. It had been many years that he had found something so utterly hilarious, though Cassiopeia did not seem to share his amusement. The woman's expression was one of concern, and perhaps it should be, but the former Dark Lord felt it little. Harry had proven himself capable of handling any fallout or reprisals from his performance, which Gellert could not deny had been quite admirable. It is not funny, Cassiopeia huffed. It's my own fault, really. I told him to make an impression. My dear, he kicked in the front door and gave them all the finger, Gellert chuckled. It may seem rather extreme, but it was necessary. He needs to assert himself quickly, and to do that, all of them had to be called out. Cassiopeia, reluctantly, nodded her agreement. Arcturus and Charles would be proud, she sighed. I expect that would be, Gellert replied reassuringly. Tell me, how many of the lords within that room has the guts or means to attempt reprisals against Harry? The Death Eaters. Who are already his enemies, Gellert pointed out. If anything, he may have convinced those that need it that they cannot remain idle in the face of what is happening around them. With someone like Harry to inspire them, perhaps they will find the fortitude to push back. Merlin knows they need to. I hope you're right, Cassie murmured. Not that it will change anything. Harry will fight this war alone until the bitter end if he has to. He has you. Cassie snorted. He is determined to keep me safe. Gellert offered the woman an understanding smile. Can you blame him? He asked. He lost his parents to the man. You are the closest thing he has to a mother, and I have no doubt that he will give his life to save yours if necessary. He does not wish to keep you away from the fighting because he believes you incapable. It's that you are invaluably precious to him. I would do the same for him. I know, Gellert soothed, but it would be the last thing he ever wants. To him, he already knows that he may die, and deep down, he has likely accepted it. I do not put much stock in prophecies, only because I don't understand the magic. We cannot be so dismissive of it. If the prophecy is true, there is every possibility that Harry will die. I have every faith in him that he can be successful, but I had that same faith in myself 50 years ago. Do you think he will win? Gellert smiled as he nodded. Harry is not me, he pointed. He has much more to lose if he fails, and for him, that is not an option. Things are going to become deeply unpleasant, but I would wager anything of any worth I have left that it will be Harry that emerges victorious. Cassiopeia smiled gratefully, and her posture relaxed. Whilst she reveled in her relief, Gellert shifted his attention back to the newspaper once more, chuckling to himself at how Harry had comported himself. Break. Nocturne Alley was a very different place in the later hours than it was during the day. The vendors' various stalls were always removed before the sun set, and those that could be considered regular shoppers bid a hasty retreat with the wares. In only a matter of moments, the demographic shifted, and those that frequented the bars and other unseemly establishments would arrive bringing a less savory mood with them. Harry had grown accustomed to watching the changes, and as fascinating as it was to witness, he was not here to enjoy the nightlife. No, his focus was on one of the more specific businesses that began operating after hours. The building itself was unassuming, and one would think that it was a small block of apartments, but Harry knew better, thanks to the copious notes that Rita had provided him on the persons of interest in Wizarding Britain. Within the seemingly innocuous dwelling was one of the most exclusive places of business, one that was attended to regularly by a certain Lord Knott. Once a week, the man would visit to indulge in what Harry would consider to be his favorite carnal pursuits, and would do so on the same evening. Harry cared not for what pleasures any sought in life. That was none of his concern, but Knott was one of the more prolific Death Eaters in Voldemort's inner circle, and to remove him from the equation would be most beneficial. Now, he just needed the man to stick to his own schedule and make an appearance. The conundrum he did face, however, was whether to attempt to reach him before he tried entering the building, after which was decidedly risky, or wait until Knott's business was concluded. Harry was more drawn to the first option. It could draw attention to him, but he was not familiar with the layout of the inside, nor what he may find within. For all he knew, there could be dozens of enemies, and potentially trapping himself in an enclosed space would be foolish. "Come on, where are you?" he murmured, checking his watch and seeing that it was close to 11 p.m. It was a Friday night, with many revelers, but he was certain he had not missed Lord Knott's arrival. As if in response to his question, Harry's head snapped towards his left as a loud explosion sounded from the adjoining Diagon Alley, followed by screams. "What the foo?" His question was cut off by another loud bang, followed by more shrieking. Forgetting about his task, he sprinted towards the commotion and came to a halt as he entered the alley. A swarm of people were fleeing in his direction, but through the masses, he could see groups upon groups of Death Eaters. They were not attacking the crowd, but the shop seemed to be fair game. "Bastards," Harry muttered as he drew his wand, sending a message to Dumbledore. It seemed as though Voldemort was no longer satisfied with attacking the Muggle cities of Great Britain. Fighting his way through the crowd of civilians, he conjured a large burst of water from the tip of his wand, soaking the ground in front of the apothecary that some of the Death Eaters were heading towards. As they broke out into a run, he froze it, and with another spell, he transfigured the shop front so that it was now adorned with several spikes. Fresh screams filled the air as the Death Eaters were flung into them from their own momentum. "It's Potter," a loud voice shouted. Harry did not expect to go unnoticed in the melee, but he had hoped the crowd would conceal him a little longer. Nonetheless, he now found himself being targeted, and he quickly shifted to a defensive stance, ducking as a familiar green curse was sent his way. "He is not to be killed," one of the Death Eaters roared furiously. Harry grinned in response. He may be outnumbered, but he certainly had no qualms with killing his foes. Still, it wasn't as though he could hope to sustain his defenses indefinitely. Where were the Aurors, and how long would it take for Dumbledore to assemble the Order? With a shake of his head, Harry pushed those thoughts out of his mind. It could be several minutes before help arrived, and he needed to focus on what was happening around him. Break. The members of the Order were frantically trying to organize themselves into something that resembled a competent force to combat the Death Eaters, whilst they waited for the arrival of Albus. Sirius knew nothing of what they would be facing, only that Voldemort had chosen to attack Diagon Alley of all places. He suspected that Harry's visit to the Wisengamot and his rather blunt words had something to do with the sudden decision. "What is going on, Albus?" Moody demanded as the headmaster entered with his wand already in hand. "I received a message from Harry informing me of the attack," Albus explained quickly. "Unless the Aurors have arrived, he is alone and facing a rather large group of Death Eaters. There is no time to waste." Sirius drew his own wand, doing his utmost to not think of what Harry is enduring. "We will apparate to the leaky cauldron and make our way into the alley from there." Sirius turned on the spot, only to remain where he was. "They must have set up anti-apparition wards," Kingsley groaned. "How will we get there?" Sirius felt a sense of panic set in. If they could not get to the alley quickly. He shook his head of the thought. "The alley by the Ministry," Moody urged. "It is not too far from there." Without hesitation, Sirius disappeared with the rest of the Order, praying that Harry could hold out for just another few moments. Break. He did not know how much time had passed since he had sent his message, but Harry knew that the only thing keeping him alive was that the Death Eaters were not trying to kill him, nor could they attack him in great numbers due to the narrow nature of the alley. Still, he'd had no time to mount any offense, and had spent the inordinate passing moments doing all he could to defend himself. He had cursed when he'd realized his ability to apparate had been hampered, but he had continued digging his heels in, fending off attack after attack. "Come on, Dumbledore," he muttered as he batted away another curse that had been sent towards him. It hit him that being unable to apparate would mean the Order would have to find another way here, something that could take several more minutes. Harry released a deep breath. Despite how well he was faring, he could not do this indefinitely. He frowned as the ground beneath his feet began to tremble, and he braced himself to defend himself once more only for his eyes to widen as a wall of dirt and rock formed in front of him and across the breadth of the alley, shielding him from the Death Eaters. Turning, he expected to see Dumbledore approaching with the Order in tow, but the sight that greeted him was another familiar face. "Need a hand?" Jonas questioned with a grin. "What the bloody hell are you doing here?" Harry choked. "Helping," the son of a hag answered simply. Harry could only shake his head as the others emerged from the surrounding shadows. "Is now really the time to be questioning us?" Lucinda huffed. Harry shook himself from his shock as a series of explosions sounded from behind the barrier Jonas had created. "It won't hold for long," Harry murmured. "Keep it up as long as you can. I've got something for them," he added with a grin as he aimed his wand towards the sky. In only a matter of seconds, it began to pour with rain and heavy wind began to blow, bringing the unmistakable sounds of thunder with it. "They're getting through," Jonas warned. Harry doubled down on his efforts, and the thunder grew louder, shaking the buildings around them. "Harry?" Elinor questioned as she struck down a Death Eater that had managed to punch a hole through their defenses with a gouging curse. Giving a final burst of power, the storm Harry had created became raging, and bolts of lightning began tearing into the ground of Diagon Alley, leaving smoking scorch marks in its wake. "Shit!" Jonas cursed as it ripped through the barrier, and even Harry was taken aback by what he had managed to bring forth. "I think we should move," Elena urged worriedly. Harry nodded, and the group began retreating, followed by the Death Eaters brave enough to fight their way through the storm, though several fell victim to the powerful wind and crackles of lightning. It was a malicious screech that pulled Harry's attention away from their retreat, and as he looked towards the sky, he immediately recognized the swooping creature that was reveling in his storm. "Is that?" Lucinda murmured. Harry could only nod as the Thunderbird dove towards the Death Eaters, shrieking its displeasure and sending them scurrying with its own bolts of lightning. "Come on, we have to keep moving," Harry urged, leading the group towards the leaky cauldron. It was the quickest way out of the alley, though now the Death Eaters were fleeing the storm, there didn't seem to be a reason to rush. It took only a moment or so for them to reach their destination, each of them soaked through and breathing heavily from their efforts. Harry looked at each of them in turn, the gratitude and warmth he felt for what they had done for him overwhelming. "What are you doing here?" he repeated. Kane offered him a smile. "We decided that being at Durmstrang whilst you're here was wrong, so we came to find you," he explained. "It's a good thing we did." Lucinda nodded, her nostrils flaring at him. "At what point did you think it was a good idea to get into a fight like that?" she asked. On the surface, she was calm, but Harry knew that she was anything but. "It just happened," he defended. Lucinda hummed. "It did," Harry continued. "I thought help would be here sooner, but—" He was cut off as the back door of the leaky cauldron was slammed open, and Dumbledore emerged from within, followed by the rest of the Order. Lucinda and the others pointed their wands towards them, a gesture that was immediately returned. "Where are the Death Eaters?" Sirius asked. "Running," Harry snorted. "You can lower your wands, you bloody missed it." He knew they couldn't be blamed for not reaching him in a timelier manner, but had it not been for the arrival of his friends, Harry could not fathom what would have happened. "Friends of yours, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded, his mouth closing as he felt a sharp pair of talons digging into his shoulder. "Ouch!" he groaned, looking up at the Thunderbird that had joined them, though he could not hide his awe at the majesty of the creature. Its feathers were golden, but both eyes were electric blue and teeming with power. "Harry, what is that?" Sirius asked worriedly. The Thunderbird screeched at the man, and Harry chuckled. "This little lady arrived when we needed her," he answered amusedly. "She has a knack for coming when I need her most," he added, his thoughts wandering briefly to his experience in the Chamber of Secrets. "Well, as remarkable as she is, I believe it would be best if you were to return home with your friends before the Aurors arrive," Dumbledore urged, his gaze sweeping over the other teens. "We will join you shortly." Harry took the hint. The Aurors would not be pleased to see a vampire, a werewolf, or a half-hag here when they finally decided to do their jobs. With a nod, Harry gestured for the others to follow him into the pub where they could make use of the flu system. "I told you lot you weren't welcome here," a voice growled as they entered. Harry scowled at the barman, who was glaring at the rest of the group. "Is that so?" he questioned dangerously as he stepped forward. "While you were hiding in here shitting yourselves, this lot were out there defending your homes, and you say they are not welcome." "Lord Black," the man stuttered. "I didn't know they were friends of yours." "Now you do," Harry replied quietly. "I think perhaps you need to open your mind a little, don't you? I did not see a single person cowering in here now even attempt to fight back against them. No, you ran for your lives, and I can't say I blame you, but if this is how you treat those that are trying to make a difference, why the bloody hell should we bother?" The barman simply gaped at Harry, whilst the other patrons looked anywhere but at him. "Do you have any objection to us using your flu?" The barman shook his head, and Harry shot him a look of disgust before leading the others to the fireplace and casting a privacy charm around them. "I need to go first so I can let you in from the other side," he explained. "The address is Grimmauld Place." With that, Harry threw a handful of powder into the fire and stepped into the emerald flames, The Thunderbird perched on his shoulder, vanishing in a burst of lightning much to his dismay. Would she come back? Elinor was the first to arrive at Grimmauld Place, pulling him from his thoughts, followed shortly by Cain, then Jonas, and finally Lucinda. "Where is Anna?" Harry asked curiously. "She went home to speak with her leader," Jonas explained. "As an elf, she is not supposed to involve herself in wizard affairs, but she's going to try to join us." Harry nodded his understanding. This wasn't her fight. It wasn't any of his friends' fight, yet here they were. "I don't know what to say," he murmured. "Don't say anything," Cain urged. "You would do the same for any of us. We can't let you do this alone." Harry offered the werewolf a grateful smile as he clapped him on the shoulder. "Bloody hell, you all must be freezing," he sighed, drying them off with a wave of his wand. "Are you hungry?" "I could eat," Jonas answered. "Of course you can," Lucinda muttered, rolling her eyes at the boy. Harry chuckled as he gestured for the group to follow him through to the kitchen. "Creature," he called. The elf answered the summons immediately, bowing and greeting. "How can Creature serve Lord Black?" "Could you prepare some food for our guests?" Creature looked at each of them in turn and nodded, his ears flapping comically. "Creature can, but Creature apologizes, Lord Black. We do not have any human blood for this one." "It's fine," Harry replied dismissively before Lucinda could answer. "I have some stored away from when I bought it for your clan," he explained to the vampire. "Then Creature will prepare everything else," the elf declared, vanishing with a gentle pop. "Take a seat," Harry urged, pointing to the large table. It was odd to see them within his kitchen, but he was not displeased by the sight. He had missed his friends dearly, and to have them here meant more to him than he could put into words. "You'll need rooms," he suddenly realized. "Elgar." "Lord Black," the other house elf greeted him gruffly. "Would you be kind enough to prepare rooms for our guests, please?" "It will be Elgar's pleasure, Lord Black," the elf answered. "Shall I place them on the second floor with you?" "For the time being," Harry returned thoughtfully. With a respectful nod, Elgar disappeared to carry out his task. "Won't it cause problems having us here?" Jonas asked. "This is my house," Harry answered simply. "Sirius will enjoy the extra company, as will Remus. What anyone else thinks doesn't matter." Jonas snorted amusedly. "Who is that lot who arrived late?" "The Order," Harry sighed. "They mean well, but they've not really proven to be useful. It mostly consists of paper pushers and old sods who are past their best. Moody is decent enough, and the other Aurors aren't bad. The rest annoy me." "Everyone annoys you," Elinor pointed out. "True," Harry acknowledged as he removed his trunk from within his robes and enlarged it. Searching through it, he found where he had kept the small barrel of blood and placed it on the table in front of Lucinda, who had taken the seat next to him. "Help yourself. I will get some more for you tomorrow." "You don't have to do that." "Yes, I do," Harry returned. "Now drink up. I can see how hungry you are." Lucinda scowled at him before filling a goblet and taking a sip. Her eyes all but glowed in bliss as the liquid spread across her tongue. "Creature won't be long," Harry assured the others, frowning as he heard a commotion at the front door. The first members of the Order filed into the kitchen, only to pause at the sight of the occupants, eyeing them warily. "It is rude to stare," Harry said sharply. "Indeed it is," Dumbledore agreed tiredly as he entered the room, followed cautiously by the rest. "How are you, Harry?" "I could be better," Harry murmured in response, shaking his head. The headmaster offered him an apologetic smile. "Well, I'm sure you will be pleased to hear that the Death Eaters fled, and that thus far no bones of innocent people have been found," he explained. "There is, however, rather significant damage to Diagon Alley. It will take some time to repair." Harry nodded his understanding. "It seems that the Death Eaters were told to target the buildings only to instill fear, but your presence interfered with that." "Ah, perhaps it would be prudent to introduce ourselves," Dumbledore suggested, noticing the rather tense atmosphere within the room. "I am Albus Dumbledore. I am the headmaster at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Before you are the members of the Order of the Phoenix, a group dedicated to fighting against the Dark Lord. Harry did not appreciate how some members of the Order were looking at his friends, and he would not tolerate it. Jonas Schneider, Jonas introduced himself. I'm this ugly because my mother is a hag, he added with a grin. Harry shook his head amusedly. Eleanor Summerby. My grandmother disgraced our family by robbing branches of Gringotts. Even Dumbledore's beard twitched at that. Kane Jankowski, I'm a werewolf. It wasn't so strange to the Order members to have a werewolf amongst them, but there were those that were looking at Kane with mistrust. Lucinda Tarasova, the vampire finished with a grin, her bared, bloody fangs leaving no question as to what she was. It is a pleasure to meet you all, Dumbledore greeted them with a bow. You are schoolmates of Harry's. Until this morning, Kane answered. We decided that Harry needs us more. Dumbledore nodded his understanding. It is admirable to stand by your friends through the most difficult of times. Will they be joining the Order? Elphia's Doge asked uneasily. No, Harry answered. They will not, but they will be staying with me here. At headquarters, Molly Weasley broke in. Within my home, Harry corrected. I grant you use of it. The only person with authority here is me. If you do not like it, you can conduct your meetings elsewhere. And if there is any that wishes to take issue with my friends, you can piss off and not come back. There will be no issue, Harry, Dumbledore assured him. We are very grateful for their intervention this evening, and I am sure there will be many opportunities for us to get to know one another. For now, I think it is perhaps best that we part ways for this evening. Harry nodded his agreement. If the members of the Order continued as they were, he could not promise he would not lose his temper with them. Much to his relief, they took their leave of Grimmauld Place, leaving only Sirius behind, who was oddly quiet. Sit down, Sirius, Harry huffed. No one is going to bite you. The man did so, and eyed the various plates of food that appeared on the table. Is that raw liver? He asked Jonas. I don't much like it, Jonas sighed, but I have to eat it. Sirius hummed thoughtfully as he chose some food for himself. Sorry. I've never met a half-hag before. Jonas waved him off. It's the vampire you should be more concerned with, he chuckled. You might want to lock your door at night. Sirius's gaze shifted towards Lucinda, who offered him a grin. Don't worry. I've managed to fight the urge to bite Harry for the past 6 years. You'll be fine. Sirius snorted. You must have the patience of a bloody saint, he murmured. If I was a vampire, I would have bitten him already. Oh, there's always time for that, Lucinda declared. Just because I've fought the urge so far, it doesn't mean my patience will last forever. Not this again, Kane muttered irritably. Didn't the two of you get all that out of your system yet? Get what out of their system? Sirius pressed. You don't want to know, Jonas sighed. Harry's gaze shifted towards Lucinda, who rolled her eyes at him. I didn't tell them anything, she assured him. She didn't have to, Kane groaned. Where's the elf? I don't want to sleep anywhere near where you two might be. The realization dawned on Sirius, and he scoffed as he looked at Harry and Lucinda. Bloody hell, he snorted. I'm glad I'm on the 4th floor. Oh, it's going to be fun watching you explain this to Cassie, he added gleefully. Harry shook his head at his godfather. Shut up, Sirius, he grumbled. Chapter 41. Words on Wings. The previous evening had been surreal. From the Death Eaters attacking Diagon Alley so brazenly to the unexpected arrival of his friends, Harry had thought he had been experiencing something of a fever dream. But he hadn't. All of it had occurred as vividly as he remembered, and as he pondered it once more in the shower, he felt an undying gratitude towards those that had come to assist him. He was fortunate to have friends like those he had, and he would always be appreciative for what they had done for him, despite the danger they had placed themselves in. It was not something that rested easy with him, but Kane had been right. Harry would do the same for each and every one of them, so he could not find it within himself to plead with them to not involve themselves. Their choices were their own, and it was not his place to interfere, even if he wanted to. Turning off the shower, he wrapped a towel around himself before re-entering his adjoining bedroom, pausing as he caught sight of the girl sitting casually on the edge of his bed. "How did you get in here?" he asked, feeling rather exposed. It wasn't as though Lucinda had not seen him in such a state of undress, but it was odd that he was in his own room. Still, he could not prevent his mind drifting to the night they had shared in the hot spring. It was one of his most treasured memories, after all, and not merely for what had happened between them. Neither had handled the aftermath particularly well, and had chosen not to discuss it. Perhaps they should have, then Harry would not be feeling as he was in this moment. It wasn't awkwardness as such, but an uncertainty on what he should say or do. "Do you really think a lock would stop me?" the vampire snorted. "No," Harry chuckled. It was strange to see her out of her uniform, and he had almost forgotten her style of fashion. The corset, leather trousers, and boots were much more flattering than the Durmstrang robes. Lucinda noticed his gaze sweeping over her, and she quirked an eyebrow in his direction. "She came back then?" she questioned, nodding towards the Thunderbird perched and sleeping at the end of the bed, choosing to ignore the atmosphere between herself and Harry. "She did," Harry confirmed, eyeing the creature fondly. He had spent such little time in her company, but he already felt affection and kinship with her. She had saved his life and came back to him when he needed her once more. "Is it the same one who?" Harry nodded. "It's her," he answered quietly. "I can feel her magic within me." Lucinda smiled at the slumbering bird. "Do you think she will stay?" Harry shrugged. "I think we have bonded," he mused aloud, "but she's no pet. She doesn't belong to me. But if she feels the same connection, then she will be drawn to you." "I suppose that's possible," Harry replied thoughtfully. "I hope she stays. It just feels right having her here." "And what about me?" Lucinda questioned almost worriedly. "Is it strange?" Harry shook his head. "No," he snorted. "Finding you lurking around has become quite familiar over the past 6 or so years." "Lurking around," Lucinda returned. "If you remember, Potter, you invited me to your little love nest." "The hot spring isn't a love nest, and I didn't know that would happen." "But you thought about it. Didn't you?" Lucinda grinned. "More times than you can imagine," she replied easily. Harry did not know what to say, and the vampire giggled at him. "You're too easy." "You weren't so difficult yourself," Harry quipped. Lucinda narrowed her eyes at him, and Harry knew that he was in trouble. "Wait. I'm going to give you to the count of 10 to start running," she warned. Harry's eyes widened, his gaze shifting towards the wand on his bedside table. Lucinda did not miss it and laughed at his predicament. "We both know you are not quick enough to reach it," she teased. "Bloody hell, I'm only wearing a towel," Harry protested. "You only have 5 seconds," Lucinda cooed. Without any further hesitation, Harry sprinted for the door, holding desperately onto his towel as he passed through it and made his way down the stairs. "Ready or not, Harry?" Harry cringed as he heard the speed of her footfalls and prayed that he could find somewhere to hide before she reached him. "Break." Sirius took a sip of his morning coffee, placing it back on the table as 3 of the 4 teenagers that arrived last night entered the kitchen. Harry had told him much about his friends already, but he didn't know them. "How did you sleep?" he asked the trio. "I'm not complaining," Jonas replied. "After spending years sharing a room with him and his snoring, it's luxury having a room to myself," he added, jerking a thumb towards the werewolf. "Says you," Kane muttered. "It's like sleeping near a walrus." The girl, Elena, shook her head. "They're always squabbling," she explained. "Sometimes they just need their heads banging together." Sirius chuckled as he took another sip of his coffee. "I remember when I used to have to share a room at school," he mused aloud. "Remus was a nightmare, but James found a way of shutting him up." "James was Harry's father, wasn't he?" Elena asked curiously. Sirius nodded, a fond smile cresting his lips. What was he like? A pain in the arse at times, Sirius snorted. He could be quite arrogant, but you would never meet someone as kind as him or the other Potters. They took me in without question when I left home. Sounds a little like Harry, Jonas commented. He's like both of them, James and Lily, Sirius continued, but a lot like his grandfather, too. It was the worst day of my life when I heard what happened to his parents. They deserved much better, especially Harry. What was his mum like? Elinor asked. Lily was a very sweet woman, but not one you wanted to get on the wrong side of. I learned that the hard way a few times, but she was good for James. I love and miss them both dearly. They'd be proud of Harry. Sirius frowned, as the sound of running feet sounded from above. What the bloody hell is that? I expect Harry has found a way to already annoy Lucinda, Elinor sighed. Ready or not, Harry? Only a few seconds passed before Harry, wearing only a towel and an expression of panic, burst into the room. Hide me, he pleaded. Before any could comprehend what was happening, Harry was lifted into the air by a shadowy blur and slammed onto the table. In little more than a blink of an eye, the vampire girl was mounted on top of him, grinning gleefully. Still not quick enough, she whispered, licking her elongated fangs. When am I ever going to be quick enough? Harry grumbled. Then you should learn to hold your tongue, Lucinda urged. You cheated. I used what advantage I had available to me, the vampire countered. Is that not what you told all of us to do? What is going on? Sirius questioned confusedly. You get used to this, Elinor sighed. It's been like it since they first met. Harry says something that Lucinda takes exception to, and well, she broke off, pointing to the duo. The vampire was sitting atop Harry, their faces barely an inch apart. Truce? The latter asked. Lucinda hummed. For now, she agreed before running her tongue along the length of Harry's neck. Do not push me, Potter, she whispered. It would be all too easy. With her final words given, she stood before sliding into a seat next to Elinor as though nothing happened. What's for breakfast? She asked. I don't know, but after what I saw up his towel, I don't want sausages, Jonas grumbled, grimacing at Harry as he worked his way off the table. Oh, shut up, Harry muttered, narrowing his eyes at the smiling Lucinda. Does she kick the shit out of you often? Sirius snorted. Harry shrugged. It's just a little game we play, Lucinda answered. He likes it really. If he didn't, you would have thought that someone as bright as him would have learned after almost 7 years. She's got a point, Harry, Kane piped up. You can shut up too, Harry huffed, eliciting a grin in response. Lord Black, Elgar addressed Harry as he appeared in the room. This just arrived for you. Harry frowned as he accepted the envelope adorned with the ministry seal. An emergency Wisengamot meeting, he explained as he read the missive. I suppose I should get dressed. Harry, what is that scar on your chest? Sirius questioned. A story for another time, his godson answered as he left the room. Will he be all right? Elinor asked. They'll be discussing what happened last night. Harry will be fine, Sirius murmured, his mind distracted by the rather prominent scar he had spotted. He's running rings around the other lords and ladies. Break. Although the atmosphere within the Wisengamot chambers was tense, it was notably less so without the presence of the Dementors that Harry had experienced during his first meeting here. It had taken him less than 20 minutes after he had received the missive to arrive and take his seat, with 10 of those minutes convincing the Thunderbird that it was best that she remained behind. She was not pleased, but had eventually chosen to go back to sleep. It would take some time for Harry to understand her, though he was looking forward to exploring their relationship. Evidently, she was already rather protective of him and wished to accompany him here, where he would undoubtedly face hostility. The other lords and ladies had watched his entrance with interest, and some had even offered him nods of greeting as he had taken his seat next to the vacant one of Lord Boot. There would likely be many more of those before the war was concluded. Instead of engaging in some of the rather animated conversations taking place around him, Harry had chosen to listen to what was in earshot as he took in the other occupants. The public gallery, unlike last time, was full to capacity with journalists who were waiting keenly for the meeting to get underway. And as a visibly tired Cornelius Fudge entered with his entourage, they didn't have to wait long. "Ladies and gentlemen, I call this meeting of the Wisengamot to order," Dumbledore declared, tapping his podium smartly with a gavel and silencing the room. "Minister Fudge, it was you that requested this gathering. Please proceed when you are ready." The minister merely nodded as he approached his own podium, clearing his throat as he shuffled a thick stack of parchment. "I have called you here today to discuss the events of last night," he informed them. "As you can see, I have requested that members of the media are present so that they may also receive my report." The journalists immediately began scratching away with their quills, and Fudge allowed them a moment to finish before speaking once more. "Last night, a large group of witches and wizards took it upon themselves to attack various establishments within Diagon Alley. In the ensuing chaos, 17 of the attackers were killed, and though investigations are ongoing, no other fatalities have been reported." Again, he allowed the journalists a moment to note down the information. Unfortunately, the Aurors were unable to reach the scene in a timely manner, but upon their arrival, the attackers were in the process of fleeing, resulting in no arrests being made. The deceased are currently being processed, and their identities will be released when this is complete, the minister explained. "I wish to assure the public that everything in the power of the ministry is being done to ascertain what happened and what measures are needed to ensure it is not repeated. That concludes my statement, and I will now open the floor to questions." Harry nodded thoughtfully as Fudge finished speaking. For once, the man came across as competent, though if that would continue remained to be seen. "Minister, what of the rumors of a Thunderbird being present during the attack?" Lord Greengrass questioned. "I can neither confirm nor deny that such a creature was involved," Fudge replied. "Of course, Minister, but I believe Lord Potter can, can't you?" Tiberius Ogden spoke up. The other lords and ladies whispered amongst themselves as Harry stood. "If you are asking if I was present, you would be correct, Lord Ogden," Harry confirmed. "There is no point in denying it, as there are likely dozens of witnesses who would have seen me there. I did what I could to protect the fleeing crowds and the businesses that support our economy." Upon hearing his admission, the lords and ladies began whispering to one another once more. "Then you have my gratitude," Lord Davies declared as he stood. "My wife and mother were dining in the alley when the attack took place." "Gratitude?" Lord Knott scoffed as he stood. "If his claims are true, Potter killed several people last night. Are we to simply allow this?" Harry raised an eyebrow at the man. He had no idea how lucky he was that he had lived to see another day. Had the attack not taken place, Lord Knott would have been disposed of. "Are you suggesting he be punished for defending those that were there?" Lord Greengrass questioned. "What an absurd notion. Lord Potter should be rewarded." Many of the others murmured their agreement, but Harry held up a hand to silence them. "I do not seek reward," he said firmly. "I wish to simply put an end to this madness. Most of you believed that these attacks were being carried out only by those that had escaped Azkaban, but last night proves otherwise. You may not wish to admit that the Dark Lord has returned, but none within this room can deny that this is a bigger problem than what you believed. There were dozens of masked men and women in the alley last night, a force much larger than that of the Aurors. It is deeply concerning, to say the least, and I for one wish to know what is to be done about it." The lords and ladies seated around Harry offered their support, demanding the very same be explained to them. "What is to be done about an isolated incident that saw the deaths of only the attackers?" Lucius Malfoy asked as he stood. "I believe we should be cautious in deciding a course of action. Property damage can be fixed, after all." "At whose expense?" Harry returned. "Who is to pay for these damages? There are men and women out there who no longer have an income for their families, and unlikely the funds to restart their businesses. Without them, our economy will be in dire straits." "Lord Potter is correct," Lord Macmillan sighed. "Without Diagon Alley, we will bring in no trade, and without people spending gold, our coffers will empty quickly. The ministry cannot afford to foot the bill, Fudge replied gravely. Our budgets are already tight, and we cannot possibly find the necessary gold. Then take out a loan with Gringotts, Macmillan suggested. We already have several outstanding loans with the goblins, the minister explained. In all the years that Fudge had been in his position, and he had not done a thing to improve the country's financial situation. Then I will loan the ministry the gold, Harry declared, a sudden idea formulating. It would not hurt to have the government beholden to him in some way. Loan us? Fudge questioned curiously. Harry nodded. I will loan the ministry 100,000 galleons to be paid back over a 20-year period on the condition that every last nut is used to improve our financial standing. 20,000 galleons is to be set aside solely to ensure the businesses in Diagon Alley can be repaired and restocked as quickly as possible. I will do that without charging interest. Those sound like reasonable terms, Fudge mused aloud. No interest, you say? Harry's declaration had caused quite the stir, with many questioning why he would do such a thing. We cannot accept a loan from Potter, Malfoy declared. The businesses that can reopen will do so, and those that cannot should be replaced. Then I will simply visit each business owner and give them the required gold, Harry fired back. Malfoy's nostrils flared irritably. May I ask why you would make such an offer? Augusta Longbottom asked diplomatically. Because it is what the people need, Harry answered. Are we not supposed to be servants of the people? Is it not our responsibility to ensure that they can prosper, that they are safe, and that they may live knowing that those that govern them have their best interests at heart? Once more, the gathered lords and ladies murmured amongst themselves. I also make this offer simply because I can, Harry continued. I made a promise the last time I came here that I would do whatever is necessary to put an end to this madness. Our responsibility now does not end with defeating Voldemort and his Death Eaters, but goes as far as giving a hand up to those that find themselves victims of these disgusting attacks. His words were met with only the sound of scratching quills for a moment before any other spoke. Again with the threats, Lord Knott scoffed. Are we to allow this to continue? If there is any here that does not believe I am right, you are free to speak your mind, Harry returned with a shrug. But after what occurred last night, you can no longer afford to bury your heads in the sand. The minister himself explained that there were dozens of Death Eaters present in Diagon Alley. You may not wish to admit it, but they are a threat to the people of Britain, and like it or not, it is our responsibility to deal with them. I stand here as determined as ever to see that they are not successful in what they are attempting to do. I urge you to stand with me or stand aside. I will not be deterred from my path, even if means I do it alone or die trying. His impassioned speech resonated with many, and the journalists were once more scribbling furiously. Harry said nothing else as he took his seat, every lord and lady within the chambers looking at him with a mixture of emotions. He had said his piece, and if it wasn't enough to finally spur the ministry into taking further action, then perhaps he was resigned to fight this war alone. He shook his head of the thought. Harry wouldn't be alone, as he had been only 24 hours ago. There were those that had chosen to fight with him, and now more than ever, he was grateful for the arrival of his friends. Break. It was strange to feel so nervous in front of Ilarion. He was such a gentle soul, and spent much of his time wandering the woods in their lands, picking flowers for his favorite brews, and sometimes singing for the elven children by the edge of the lake. Anna had fond memories of him doing the same for her, but the elf staring at her speculatively through his bright, golden eyes did not give the appearance of someone about to sing a soft lullaby to a child. Although she had not been alive to see it, Ilarion had fought off 8 attempted invasions of their lands. He was battle-hardened, and the scars of his deeds littered his body. Still, it was difficult to imagine him wielding his sword and bringing harm to any. There was no denying his ethereal beauty, the gentle grace with which he moved, but the sternness in his gaze, though unfamiliar to her, left Anna feeling more intimidated than she ever had before. We do not involve ourselves in the affairs of humans. Inanna, he reminded her. We don't, Anna agreed, and I am not asking that any other does. These are my friends, Ilarion, and I cannot just sit back and allow them to fight without me. Ilarion released a deep breath and frowned as the woman seated next to him whispered into his ear. She was one of the sages that he kept on hand to advise him. The sages were not like the other elves here. They did not share the beauty nor elegance and were darker of hair and skin, each of them blinded as part of a ritual they underwent to open their inner eye wider so that they may see beyond the realms of men and creatures. Or so they believed. Harry Potter is a name that I have heard, Ilarion murmured. A boy that survived what many deem to be the impossible. He is the same boy that gifted you the Ithelmer. Anna nodded and frowned as the sage began whispering once more, and Ilarion shook his head, silencing the woman. He has already been touched by death, he mused aloud. Perhaps more than once, he added in surprise, shooting a glance towards the sage who nodded. How very interesting. Do I have your blessing? Anna pressed gently. Ilarion frowned, and the sage leaned in once more to offer him further words. I often forget that you are not just an elf, he sighed. You are as much one of us as even I, but you have experienced the world away from the safety of the trees. When your parents asked for my blessing for you to be schooled in your human magic, I did not hesitate to grant them their wish. Perhaps my decision was led by the fates, that you had another purpose in the world than simply living as an elf. I am an elf, Ilarion, Anna replied. I wish to spend my life living here. But you also feel the need to help your friends, Ilarion finished gently. You have grown to be an admirable woman, Inanna, but I cannot give you my blessing. Anna swallowed deeply as she nodded her understanding. Thank you for considering my request, she replied before turning to leave. She had hoped that Ilarion would see reason, that he would not exile her for doing what she needed to. Despite his decision, it changed nothing for her. She would do what she had unwaveringly intended to do and face the consequences of her decision, whatever they may be. You did not let me finish, the voice of Ilarion sounded. Anna frowned as she turned back towards her leader. I cannot give you my blessing, not until I have met the man you are willing to lose everything for. I see it in your eyes. You seek my blessing out of love and respect for me and our people, but you have already chosen your path. I want to give you my blessing, Inanna, but I cannot until I speak with Harry Potter. Send for him. I wish to see for myself why he was given life when he should have perished. Here, Anna questioned. Ilarion nodded. Harry's invitation would cause quite the commotion amongst the other elves. Humans were simply not invited to the forest. Even her father had not been welcomed warmly. Even after he had married her mother and lived amongst them for many years, he was still eyed with suspicion by most. I will write to him, Anna assured Ilarion, taking her leave of his presence, struggling to comprehend just what had happened. What had the sage whispered to Ilarion to convince him to invite Harry here? Anna knew not, but it was a gesture that was seldom made. She did not know whether to be nervous or excited for Harry to see her home, but at the very least, she knew she had to be cautious. Ilarion may welcome him, but the same could not be promised of the other elves. Break. Having received the report of what had occurred the previous evening, the Dark Lord was in a foul mood, and judging by Lucius's wary disposition as he entered the study, it was unlikely that it would be improved in the coming moments. We have lost the minister, Lucius said simply. He has accepted Potter's offer of a considerable loan, and now he is beholden to him. Voldemort drummed his fingers along the arm of the chair he was seated in. And what of last night? Lucius shook his head. I fear that our efforts to intimidate have not quite gone as foreseen, my lord. The people know we outnumber them considerably, but with Potter acting so brazenly, they are beginning to look to him as a beacon of hope. Again, he has declared his intention to fight us, alone if necessary. He is earning the respect of the other lords and ladies, and I expect even the people. The Dark Lord muttered under his breath as he stood. Then we no longer have cause to be so hesitant, he declared. We must make them fear us, Lucius. Dispose of Fudge. It should create enough chaos to allow Greyback to enter the country undetected and ensure Macnair has the giants ready. We will show them that Potter is no match for us." "Of course, my lord," Lucius replied with a bow. "What is our next move?" Voldemort frowned thoughtfully. "Chaos will be our friend, Lucius. Dispose of Fudge and have someone favorable to our cause put in his place. Can you manage that?" Lucius nodded. "I hold enough sway to ensure it will be." The Dark Lord had his doubts, but it did not matter if Lucius was successful or not. He merely needed a large disruption, so that he may seize an advantage in what had been a series of setbacks. "Then see that it is done," Voldemort said dismissively. With a final bow, Lucius took his leave of the room, and the Dark Lord took his seat once more. Potter was truly becoming a problem, one that needed to be eliminated. Before that could happen, however, the contents of the prophecy needed to be known. It was of paramount importance, and with the Death Eater's venture into the Department of Mysteries proving to be nothing more than a disaster, the options of how it could be obtained were limited. Break. It had been a busy day for Harry. After the Wisengamot meeting had ended, he had taken a trip to Knockturn Alley to run a few errands before sending a letter to the goblins at Gringotts to draw up a deposit slip for the ministry. He would have rather handled the business in person, but Diagon Alley was still closed to the public. Having finished up, he had returned home where he had spent some time in the basement with Sirius, whilst the others rested from their journey to Britain the previous day. Finally, he had managed to take a shower and have a little time to himself, though that became rather short-lived as a knock sounded at his door. "You knocked this time," Harry said dryly, a grin tugging at his lips as he greeted Lucinda. "Well, I can't always break into your room," the vampire sighed. "Is there something I can do for you?" She looked up at him, almost uncertainly for a moment, and swallowed deeply. "I'm hungry." Harry chuckled as he shook his head. "You're in luck," he replied as he walked to his bedside table. "I got you some fresh blood today." As he turned to hand her the shrunken barrel, he found that she had followed him, and the two of them were face to face, their noses barely an inch apart. "It's not that kind of hunger," Lucinda murmured, grabbing the back of his head as she captured his lips with her own. All Harry could do was melt into her touch, her musky scent filling his nose and sending his rational thoughts swimming away. "Break. Remus." Sirius called as Cassie entered the front door of Grimmauld Place. The man's face fell as he entered the hall and realized it was not the returning werewolf that had arrived. "Oh, it's you," he said worriedly. "Where have you been?" "Well, if we are going to be spending our time here for the foreseeable future, I had to set some affairs in order at home," Cassiopeia explained. "What's been happening?" Sirius shook his head and gestured for her to follow him in the kitchen. Cassiopeia frowned as she did so, the expression deepening as she spotted the somewhat familiar young man seated at the table. "We have guests," Sirius announced. "Harry's school friends arrived last night." "All of them?" "Not Anna," the young werewolf explained. "She had to return to her people to speak with her leader." Cassiopeia nodded her understanding. "Creature." The elf appeared immediately and offered her a bow. "A pot of tea, please." "At once, Miss Black," Creature acquiesced before vanishing with a gentle pop. "Diagon Alley was attacked last night," Sirius revealed. "Harry was caught up in the middle of it until this lot arrived." "Is he okay?" Cassie asked worriedly. Sirius nodded. "Thanks to this one and the others," he sighed. "We couldn't get there in time." Cassiopeia released a deep breath, offering Creature a nod of gratitude as he reappeared with a pot of tea. She poured herself a mug, resigning herself to any peace she hoped she might have had no longer being a possibility. "Where is the boy?" Well, he's upstairs," Sirius answered awkwardly. "Would you mind getting him for me?" she asked the werewolf. "It's probably best not to disturb him," Kane replied, his cheeks reddening. "The blonde or the vampire?" Cassie huffed. "Both probably," Sirius returned with a smirk. Cassie raised an eyebrow at her great-nephew. "It is not a laughing matter, Sirius," she snapped. "He is the lord of a prominent family." "Like he cares about that," Sirius snorted. "You know as well as I do that he will do what he wants and with whom." Cassiopeia nodded reluctantly. She had hoped that she would be able to convince him to marry a suitable bride, but Harry had never been conventional. He took his duties seriously, but there was certain aspects of the pureblood lifestyle that he wouldn't adopt. It seemed that she would have to hope that he would make sensible decisions for himself in that regard, though she had her doubts. "Is that a bat?" she questioned, nodding towards the window where a small, winged creature was flapping against the glass. "It is," Kane confirmed as he approached. "It's carrying some parchment." Cassiopeia hummed as she drew her wand. "Let it in," she instructed. It wouldn't be able to breach the perimeter if it intended harm, so there was no need to hesitate to let it in. The bat entered and deposited the parchment on the table before exiting, immediately once it had unburdened itself. "It's addressed to Harry," Sirius pointed out, "who uses bats to send letters." "Vampires," Kane answered gravely. "Maybe Lucinda's people have found out she has left school." "Then why would they write to Harry and not her?" Cassiopeia mused aloud. Kane shrugged, his attention shifting to the door as Alina and Jonas entered. "This came for Harry," the blonde announced as she placed another envelope on the table. This one was not made of parchment, but seemingly of leaves. "It was delivered by a dove," Alina informed them. "That one I can't explain," Kane sighed. "Who's going to disturb them? He will want to know about the letters." "I'll do it," Alina volunteered with a grin. "Maybe I'll see something interesting." Sirius laughed and Cassiopeia grimaced as the girl left the room. She really did not want to know what Harry got up to in the privacy of his own room. Break. Is this going to ruin our friendship? Whatever was happening between him and Lucinda, that was the last thing Harry wanted. He cared for her, more than he had any other in such a way, and he could not help but think of what had happened between him and Alessia. They had gone into their situation knowing how it would end, but he had still gotten hurt despite this. With Lucinda, it was not so simple as each of them merely indulging in their carnal desires for one another. Not for Harry, at least. "Of course it isn't," the vampire whispered against his chest. "I understand what this is. I knew before I allowed it to happen, and I accepted it. Don't make it any more complicated than it is." Harry frowned. She almost choked on her last words. "What do you think this is?" "This is me giving myself to you and expecting nothing else," she answered. "I know my place in the world, Harry." "You know your place," Harry scoffed as he sat up, dislodging her from him. "Don't," Lucinda warned. "Don't go there." Harry released a deep breath. "I don't understand," he sighed. "Accepted what?" "That this is all we will ever be," Lucinda murmured. "I'm a vampire. I will live forever, and you will be gone in what will become nothing but a blink of an eye for me." It was not something Harry had considered, though he knew now that he should have. "I still don't understand," he returned. Lucinda deflated before meeting his gaze. "What do you know about my kind, other than what you have read in books or seen for yourself?" "In what way?" Lucinda hesitated for a moment before she shook her head. "Nothing," she muttered as she moved to stand, only for Harry to take her gently by the hand. "What do you mean?" he pressed softly. Lucinda offered him a sad smile. "We are not emotional creatures," she replied with a shrug. "It is not in our nature to grow fond of others, especially humans. We usually see your kind as enemies or food. Maybe it is our shared history, or it is that we cannot experience the same emotions as you. I don't know, but we are very different in that way." Harry nodded his understanding. "So, to you this is just a way of playing with you food?" he asked confusedly. Lucinda met his gaze, and Harry saw something within it. It was as though his words had hurt her in a way she couldn't quite comprehend. "I wish it was that simple," Lucinda snorted humorlessly. "I do get the urge to feed on you. That is something that I cannot ignore, but I do not see you as food." "Then how do you see me?" Another flash of pain, and she shook her head. "Don't," she whispered once more. "I have worked so hard to not allow it to surface." "Allow what to surface? Please, I'm trying to understand." Lucinda turned away, but Harry did not miss the droplet of blood rolling down her cheek. She wiped it away angrily, and Harry cupped her chin and turned her back towards him. "Why did you have to push it?" Lucinda choked. Harry was confused. He didn't know what he had said to provoke this kind of reaction from her. "I'm sorry," he said dumbly. Although he did not quite know what he was apologizing for, he did not wish to see her upset. It was the last thing he wanted. "It's okay," Lucinda said dismissively. "It's not your fault, it's me that has been stupid. I should have stopped it, but I didn't want to, and now it's too late." "What's too late?" Another red tear broke free before she finally relented. "I don't see you as food, and not as an enemy," she whispered. "It is not easy for us to feel anything resembling affection, but I feel it for you. This isn't just me acting on some kind of primitive, hungry desire for you. I let it become much more than that." "You care for me." Lucinda nodded, and she met his gaze once more, her own full of a vulnerability that Harry had never expected to see from her. "My heart doesn't beat, but it hurts at the thought of losing you. That isn't normal for my kind. I am envious of any other girl that I think may catch your attention," she continued with a shrug. "I don't just imagine what it would be like to share your bed." "What else do you think about?" Lucinda looked at him speculatively, seemingly resigned to the fact that she had already said too much to go back on. "Silly things," she answered. "I think about us taking a walk together through the woods in the autumn with nothing else hanging over us, and we can just walk as much as we like. I think about how we danced when you came to visit me, and hope that we might do that again 100 more times. I think about what it would be like to watch you grow old, and the day you will leave me. That one hurts, but I would endure the eternity of pain for the moments of happiness we would share. I told you it was stupid," she finished. Harry did not know what to say. Her words warmed him as much as they crushed him. "It's not stupid," he whispered as he pulled her into his arms and held her tightly to him. It was a beautiful vision, and though it ended somewhat tragically, Harry could vividly see those moments playing out in front of his eyes. It filled him with a desire to see them come to pass. He was pulled from his thoughts by the sound of someone knocking at the door. "I don't mean to disturb your filth, but a couple of letters have arrived for you, Harry. One of them is from a vampire." Harry sighed irritably. "It didn't take them long to notice you were missing." Lucinda shook her head. "If it was about me, why would the letter be addressed to you?" "I don't know, but we should probably read it and find out." Lucinda nodded and stood to get dressed, but Harry prevented her from doing so, pressing his lips gently to hers. "You better not be at it again." Elinor's voice sounded through the door once more. "We'll be down in a minute," Harry huffed. "You'd better, or I'm coming in next time." Harry and Lucinda laughed as her footsteps faded down the hallway. "She means it," Lucinda chuckled, grabbing her clothes and beginning to dress herself. "I know," Harry muttered as he followed suit. It was only a few moments later that they entered the kitchen, where everyone in the house had congregated. "We didn't disturb you, did we?" Cassiopeia questioned, her lips quirked amusedly. "Shut up," Harry grumbled, shooting a look of warning at Sirius and the others gathered around the table. Without prompt, he picked up the envelope that was made of parchment, frowning at the appearance of the other. He had never seen a letter like that. Shifting his attention back to the one he held, he removed the note within and began to read. "To Harry Potter. It is with haste that I write to you, and ask that you meet with me at your earliest convenience. You have proven yourself a friend of my clan, and we still feed on the blood you so generously provided us. Now it is my turn to present you with a gift, one I believe you will be most grateful to receive. Best wishes, Draken." Harry handed the letter to Lucinda. "What do you think?" he asked. "It's his writing," she confirmed once she had read it. "I don't know what gift he could have for you, but he would not go out of his way to write to you without good reason." Harry hummed thoughtfully as he reached for the other envelope, this one constructed from dried leaves that had been sealed together. At his touch, they crumbled to dust, and he was left holding a scroll made from a material he did not recognize. Dear Harry, I am sorry that I could not come with the others to join you, but it is much more complicated for me to do so for fear of being sent into exile by the other elves. I have spoken to Ilarion, and he has invited you to meet with him. I know that I do not need to explain to you how significant and unheard of this is. If it was not so important to me, I wouldn't ask it of you, but please take this note to any elder tree exactly 2 days from now, and I will be able to find you to bring you here. Love, Anna X. Harry was certainly surprised by the request, though equally cautious. Why would an elf that has lived for centuries, and that does not mix with humans, wish to meet with him? Harry knew not, but it was not an opportunity he was going to turn down, even if he was only doing it for Anna. I suppose we should deal with that as quickly as we can, he mused aloud, gesturing to the letter Lucinda held from Draken. We have time before this one. Where are you going, Harry? Sirius questioned. To meet with the vampires, and then the forest elves, he answered as he summoned his trunk. Why? Because I have been asked to, Harry answered simply. Lucinda placed a hand on his forearm. We don't have to leave right now. Wait. I'm not letting you go alone, not to the clan at least, Lucinda said firmly. We can go in the morning and have plenty of time before you need to meet Anna. Harry nodded gratefully. What about us? Elinor asked. I need you to stay here, Harry requested. If anything happens, I need someone who can get a message to me quickly. You can cast a corporeal patronus. Jonas and Kane will stay with you too. Not me, the werewolf declared. I need to track the pack down. With me being here, we are blind to their movements. I'd be much better off out there, and I can look into what has happened to Remus. No one has heard from him, and Sirius is worried. Are you sure? Harry asked worriedly. Kane smiled and clapped him on the shoulder. It's where I'm most needed. Harry released a deep sigh, but could not argue with his logic. Be careful, you prat, he pleaded as he pulled Kane into a tight embrace. Do not take unnecessary risks. I won't, Kane assured him. I'll go pack. With that, he took his leave of the kitchen, followed by Sirius. I'll help him, the animagus declared, unspeakably grateful for what the werewolf was doing. So you want me and Summerby to stay here? Jonas questioned. Harry nodded. We will be gone for a few days, he explained. Anything could happen in that time. It could, and Harry would take some much-needed comfort in knowing they were here with Cassie and Sirius. It was not the most convenient of times to be leaving Britain, but both requests he had received were undeniably important. Still, he could not fathom what Ilarion wished to achieve by meeting him, nor what gift Draken could have for Harry that he so urgently wished to give him. Chapter 42. The Land of Trees. It had been a sleepless night for Harry. Between the 2 letters he'd received, and Kane insisting he leave immediately to track down his pack, Harry had been unable to rest. Although he wished to keep his werewolf friend with him where he was safe, he could not deny the need to have someone close enough to watch Greyback, and with Remus not having sent word, Harry was as concerned for the man as Sirius. Are you ready? Lucinda asked from the doorway of his bedroom, pulling him from his thoughts. Closing the lid of his trunk before resizing and placing it in his pocket, Harry turned towards her. I just need to speak with the others first, he explained. Lucinda merely nodded in response, and Harry followed her as she made her way to the kitchen, where the others currently staying at Grimmauld Place were waiting for him. Are you sure about this, Harry? Cassiopeia questioned. She was not concerned with him visiting the vampires. He had done so already, and he had parted ways with them amicably. It was his meeting with the elves that the woman was uncertain about. Little was known of them, and the history shared between them and humans was fraught with war and bloodshed. I am, he answered, pulling her into an embrace. Besides, I've got this one with me, he added, nodding towards the Thunderbird perched on his shoulder. There would be no deterring the creature from accompanying him on this trip. She may have reluctantly listened, when he had refused to allow her to attend the Wisengamot meeting, but he already knew she would not be denied this time. It had come as quite a surprise to Cassiopeia that Harry had somehow obtained a Thunderbird as a companion, though she would undoubtedly understand their connection more if Harry was to fill her in on the journey they had already shared. That he would not do. Already the woman worried for him, and to reveal that he had already died and been brought back to life would likely see him locked in a cell next to Grindelwald for his own safety. Reluctantly, Cassie nodded. "Be careful," she urged. "I will be," Harry assured her. "I need you to do something for me whilst I'm gone," he added, a mischievous grin tugging at his lips. "What is it?" Cassie asked, narrowing her eyes at him in suspicion. "I need you to act as my proxy if a meeting is called. You are the only one in a position to do it that I know I can trust." "Thanks," Jonas snorted. "They wouldn't let you in the room because of what you are and Aliner's family aren't exactly highly regarded here," Harry explained to the son of a hag. "Can you do that for me?" Cassiopeia nodded. "I will not be welcomed fondly." "I'm not exactly the favorite person of many," Harry pointed out with a chuckle. "Besides, it would certainly put the wind up a few of them to see you there." Cassiopeia shook her head, though a grin of her own formed. "I will do it if I need to," she promised. "Thank you," Harry replied gratefully. "The two of you will fill in for me if there are any order meetings," he instructed Aliner and Jonas. "The order members won't like that," Sirius pointed out. "Then they can take it up with me when I get back," Harry returned with a shrug. "They don't have to like it, but they will accept it." "Anything else?" Jonas asked. Harry shook his head. "That just about covers everything for now," he answered. "I suppose we should be heading off." "We should," Lucinda agreed. "Don't worry. I'll be able to get us close enough to the coven that it won't take us long to be there." "Do you have a portkey?" Lucinda shook her head as she smirked and took Harry by the hand. The Thunderbird screeched in indignation and took to the air. Before Harry could comprehend what was happening, he felt an unbearable coldness wash over, and he was sent spinning into a blackened void. When he managed to open his eyes a few moments later, he found himself laying on solid ground with his head spinning and stomach turning nauseatingly. "Bloody hell," he grumbled. "You know, there was a time I wanted to learn to travel like that. I think I'll give it a miss." Lucinda laughed at his plight as she pulled him to his feet, and Harry had to hold on to her to prevent himself from falling over. "Don't ever do that to me again," he pleaded. Lucinda grinned in response, but allowed him a moment to recover. "The coven is just over that hill," she explained, pointing in the direction they needed to head in. "Are you feeling better now?" Releasing a deep breath, Harry nodded, and the two of them began making their way up the hill. Neither said anything as they walked. The last time they had spoken, when they had been alone, had been the previous evening, when their conversation had been interrupted. If anything, there was no indication from the vampire that their talk had even taken place. She was now aloof as ever, but before Harry could raise the subject, he spotted the familiar opening of the cave that would take them to the vampire clan. As before when Harry had visited last, they were greeted by a due of guards, both carrying swords at their hips. Evidently, they had not expected Lucinda's presence, but neither commented on it. "Harry Potter," one of the vampires greeted him. "Lord Draken has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Please follow us. We have been instructed to take you to him immediately." With a nod, Harry and Lucinda did so, and soon found themselves being led through the city streets at the other end of the tunnel. Once more, Harry found himself the subject of interest, as those that dwelled within the darkness here had gathered in droves to see the human walk amongst them. "I would have thought that the novelty would have worn off," he commented amusedly. Lucinda shook her head. "Humans rarely come here, and those that do are either quickly turned or killed," she explained. "Well, some of them end up as playthings for a while, but they do not walk here freely, and they never leave." It was a rather ominous explanation, but Harry felt confident enough that he could escape if the need arose. Not that he expected things would come to that. Still, he remained cautious. He may have been invited here by Draken, but he was under no illusion that most here would happily feast on him if given the opportunity. "Harry Potter!" The voice of the clan leader greeted him as they reached the same stairs he had been brought to during his first visit. As ever, Draken seemingly wished to make a spectacle of his presence. "Lord Draken," Harry replied respectfully. The vampire offered him a toothy smile as he beckoned him closer, his gaze flitting towards Lucinda. "As we speak, a feast is being prepared in your honor," Draken explained. "As before, I offer you the hospitality of me and my people." Harry nodded appreciatively. "Your note made it seem that it is a matter of urgency that we meet." "It is not a matter of urgency for me, but perhaps for you. We will get to it momentarily. Perhaps you should explain to your parents why you are not at school," he suggested to Lucinda. She nodded before turning away to do as she was bid, and Draken watched her almost fondly as she left. "I should have known that she would follow you," he sighed. "I didn't ask her to." Draken chuckled. "No, you wouldn't," he replied cryptically. "She has grown into a fine young woman. Even I could not have foreseen just how she has blossomed." "You mean after her parents had her turned?" Harry bit back. Draken frowned before shaking his head confusedly. "Has she not told you why she was turned?" "She told me that her parents chose to be turned and brought her along with them." Draken's eyebrows almost disappeared into his hairline. "Is that what she truly believes?" he asked sadly. "I can assure you the Tarasovs did not seek out my clan because they were enamored with us." "Then why did they?" Draken released a deep breath. "They sought me out to save their daughter." "To save her?" Draken nodded. "The girl was born with a rare disease, one that saw her magic mature too quickly for her body to handle," he explained. "Her parents had been to every human healer possible to find a cure, but one simply does not exist. It was as a last resort that they brought her to me. In jest, I said that the only way to save her would be to turn her. Lucinda had only a matter of weeks to live before the disease would have killed her, and reluctantly I agreed to do it." "Bloody hell," Harry muttered. "They insisted that they were turned too so that they could remain with her," Draken continued. "They did not become one of us out of admiration, but because of how much they love their daughter." "You turned her?" "I did," Draken confirmed. "To balance out her disease with another, she needed a powerful vampire whose own magic would be strong enough. Despite my reservations and doubts, Lucinda survived." "Why would they not tell her?" "Shame, I expect," Draken answered. "The disease the girl was afflicted with came about because both parents each carry a component that creates it within their children. It is a disease that she still carries, but it is balanced by her vampirism. Take a look around, Harry Potter. How many of my kind do you see that appear strong? How many do you believe are capable of casting human magic?" Harry looked around at the crowds of vampires. "Many appear to be weak." "The ability for our kind to use human magic wanes once they are turned," Draken explained. "Some are capable for a few decades or so, but it eventually fades entirely. Lucinda's human magic continued to strengthen even after she was turned. I can only surmise that the disease she carried and the vampirism found a way to coexist within her. Anyway, let us discuss why it is I asked you here." Without another word about Lucinda, he handed Harry an envelope that had been sealed with a wax crest he recognized. With a scowl, Harry removed the letter within. "To Lord Draken. I write to you with an offer that I believe you will be most interested in discussing. It pertains to your current inability to hunt for your own blood, as decreed by the laws of the ICW. I am certain that we can reach common ground so that you may once more adhere to the nature of your kind, without fear of persecution or reprisals. Please reply via the agent who carried this message to you. I eagerly await your response and wish you and your clan well. Lord Voldemort, heir of House Slytherin." Harry's burning gaze bored into the letter. He knew of Riddle's alliance with the werewolves, the giants, and various other creatures he managed to lure into supporting his movement, but nothing of the vampires. How many clans had he written to? He sent the same offer to me a little over a decade before he fell, Draken spoke, pulling Harry from his thoughts. I ignored it then, as I intend to do so now. I will not endanger my clan for a fool, and not one who will perish soon enough. Is that not so, Harry Potter? Harry nodded. He will. Draken grinned, exposing his fangs. Then I feel no concern in handing over the man that delivered this message, he declared, as he led Harry towards a nearby building hewn from jagged stone. He is a most curious one indeed, and went a great lengths to avoid being taken prisoner. I thought you would be particularly interested in him, as he has quite the capability of being a difficult spy to detect. Harry peered into the building through a barred window, his nose wrinkling at the scent of decay that wafted under it. His jaw clenched as he caught sight of the chained man in a mixture of righteous fury and excitement. Well, if it isn't Peter Pettigrew, he greeted the rotund man. Wormtail's expression immediately became one of terror at the sight of Harry. You know this man? Draken questioned. Harry nodded, his gaze never leaving Pettigrew. This is the man that is responsible for the death of my parents, he explained to the vampire. You have no idea what it is you have done for me, Lord Draken. Although Harry had never met Wormtail, he had seen enough photos of the man as a teen to recognize him instantly. Break. Kane had arrived in Britain, with the others knowing that his stay there would be short-lived, but he had hoped that he would have gotten a few days with Harry before he left again. Nonetheless, he was back on the continent now, having apparated across the English Channel into France, and then home to where he had spent his formative years. The village had been empty. All that had been left behind was the remains of those who had evidently protested the movement of the pack at the last minute. The blood splattered around the dismembered limbs was congealed, and the smell of festering flesh meant that the pack had left days prior to Kane's return. Fortunately, he had the advantage of being able to apparate greater distances than the pack could move. Many had once been muggles, so their journey would be completed on foot. Still, Kane did not wish to be detected, and followed the path he believed the other werewolves would take through the Black Forest and into France, where they would then make the journey north towards England. Greyback would not likely risk passing through either the Netherlands or Belgium. Both countries were hostile towards werewolves, and a pack as large as his would not go unnoticed. France was a much bigger country than both, and the rural countryside could be taken advantage of to reach their destination. It wasn't until mid-afternoon that Kane got his first indication that his assumption of their route was correct. It was whilst he was roaming amongst the thickets of the forest that he caught the faint scent of blood some distance away, and upon further investigation, he came across a smattering of it smeared on a large rock. Taking a deep sniff, he nodded to himself. It was werewolf blood. He had been around enough of it being spilled to know the smell intimately. The pack had passed through here, and though the blood was not so fresh that he was likely to happen upon them in the coming minutes or hours, he was undoubtedly one step closer to finding them. With a sigh, he decided to rest for a few moments and eat some of the food that Harry's godfather had insisted he take with him. Kane had only shared a few brief conversations with the man, but he already liked him well enough. His sense of humor was similar to Harry's, and anyone could see how much Sirius cared for him. The werewolf shook his head as he thought back on the previous evening when he had been packing his things. Why are you so loyal to Harry over your pack? Kane was taken aback by the question, but he could understand why any would ask it. Because that lot downstairs are my pack, he answered simply. Harry has been loyal to us all. He brought us together, and he kept us all safe from those that despised us for what we are. Have you ever heard of a werewolf and vampire being friends? Sirius shook his head. It doesn't happen, Kane pointed out, but me and Lucinda, we get on well enough. We have our moments where our natures get the best of us at times, but Harry is always there to fix it. He earned my loyalty and everyone else's. Sirius nodded his understanding. I think that is how Remus always saw us, he sighed. We figured out quickly what he was, and he thought that we would abandon him. Harry's father helped us all become animagi so that we could be with him during his transformations. This was before the Wolfsbane potion came along. Now, there's only the two of us left, if you find him. I will bring him back, Kane promised. He would. If Remus Lupin was with the pack, he would find him and ensure he returned home. Break. Harry watched as the rat frantically tried to escape from the glass box he had placed it in. He had spent much of the day pondering just what he would do with Pettigrew, often having to curb his desire to inflict harm upon the traitor. More than anything, he wished to make Wormtail suffer for his treachery, tear him limb from limb for what he had done to James and Lily Potter. However, as much as Harry wanted to be the one to exact revenge for his parents, he needed Pettigrew alive to secure Sirius's freedom. Besides, if there was any who deserved to take out their anger and pain on the rat, it was Harry's godfather. James and Lily had been murdered because of him, and Harry had grown without knowing his parents. But it was Sirius who had endured more than a decade in Azkaban, with everyone believing him to be the one to have sold the Potters out. Sirius had known James and Lily better than anyone, and though his intentions had been misguided, Harry understood now why he'd done what he had. His godfather had been heartbroken, furious, and felt responsible for what had happened. Harry couldn't blame him for that. Tapping the glass with his finger, he leaned back in the chair he was seated in. Lucinda's parents had been gracious enough to let him stay with them, and though Harry's thoughts had been occupied by his prisoner, he'd attended the feast Draken had held the previous evening. Flashback. Is this one of the 100 dances you want to share with me before I die? Harry asked as he led Lucinda around the dance-floor. She quirked an eyebrow at him. Maybe, she answered with a grin. Maybe I will be satisfied with this being our last. You don't mean that. No, I don't, Lucinda sighed, shaking her head. Well, when you get married, I don't think your wife will like me being around, and certainly not dancing with you. When I get married. Lucinda offered him a pointed look. I may not be a pureblood witch, but I understand how it works. You will be expected to get married to another pureblood, she will have your children, and you will live happily ever after. That's what purebloods do, isn't it? It is, Harry agreed, but I am not a pureblood. I am the lord of 2 houses, but I am beholden to no one except myself. There are no forgotten contracts hanging over me, so as far as I am concerned, I can and will do as I please. I will not marry anyone for political reasons. My parents didn't. Your mother was a Muggle-born, Lucinda murmured thoughtfully. Harry nodded. My father loved her, and even though I doubt that my grandmother was entirely pleased by his decision, he married her for no other reason than for love. I expect most of the other families looked down on him, but he wouldn't have cared. I suppose you have that in common. We do, Harry said firmly. I do not care what anyone thinks. If I did, I would have gone to Hogwarts and began forging friendships and alliances there. It would have made my life easier. Then why didn't you? When have you known me to take the easy way with anything? Harry chuckled. Lucinda rolled her eyes at him. You don't, she huffed. Sometimes I think you're a glutton for punishment. Harry nodded thoughtfully. I have punished myself so that I can punish my enemies, he mused aloud. I wouldn't change a single decision I have made. Not even the dying thing. Harry frowned. No, he decided. Not even that. I came out of it stronger and with an understanding of how easily and quickly death can come for us. It humbled me in a way I needed. Well, I'd rather you didn't die again, not until you're an old man. Harry swallowed deeply at the thought. An old man, he muttered. If Voldemort had his way, Harry wouldn't see his later years, but if he managed to kill the Dark Lord, he did not know how long he would live. According to Healer Galanis, during his last visit with the man, shortly after he'd come of age, Harry's body and magic was only growing stronger, and his ability to heal so efficiently was astounding. Even after some rigorous testing that should have left Harry requiring treatment to some of his organs, none had been necessary. Healer Galanis could not predict how long Harry may live naturally, but his current estimate was for several centuries, so long as he avoided being murdered or contracting a fatal illness. Even then, the man doubted any such ailment would be able to take hold. Both the phoenix and basilisk magic were aggressively reactive to any other foreign substances that entered his body, which explained why he had recovered so quickly when Crouch had dosed him with whatever he had. "May I cut in?" Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Lucinda's mother. "Will your husband not take exception to you dancing with a younger man?" The woman giggled as she gently pulled him away from a pouting Lucinda. "Only if the younger man doesn't keep his hands in a respectful place," she whispered. Harry chuckled as he began leading the woman around the dance-floor. "You dance rather well, Harry Potter," she commented. "I was given lessons," he explained. "I think your daughter would have been quite angry if I stepped on her toes too often." The woman nodded, and the two of them fell silent for a moment. "She is very fond of you. I tried to warn her to curb her feelings, but I do not believe she could." "I know," Harry sighed sadly. He could not forget the conversation they'd shared the previous evening. "Just don't hurt her," the older vampire pleaded. "She is much like any other of our kind, but she has managed to feel more for you than should be possible." "I would never hurt her, not intentionally," Harry assured her. "But why haven't you told her why you had her turned?" The woman looked guilty for a moment before her gaze hardened. "It never came up," she murmured. "We always intended to tell her about her illness, but when we were turned, we changed more than we anticipated. I remember what it is like to feel love for my husband and for my daughter, Harry. I love them still, but being what I am does not allow me to feel it the same way I once did. I do not expect you to understand, nor am I trying to make excuses." "I know you love her," Harry returned with a smile. "You love her so much that you gave up everything just so she could have a chance to live. I think that says more about you than you could ever try to explain. I understand why you did it, and I think it is the bravest and hardest thing you've ever had to do. For what it is worth, I admire you and your husband. It could not have been easy." The woman offered him a grateful smile before kissing him on the cheek. "I will not pretend that I am pleased she has decided to follow you into this war, but I could not stop her even if I wanted to. Just keep her safe as best you can and look after her, Harry. It may not seem like it, but she is the most precious thing to me." With that, she took her leave of the dance-floor, and Lucinda returned only a moment later. "Did you have fun with my mother?" "Not as much fun as I have with you," Harry replied with a smirk. Lucinda narrowed her eyes at him, but accepted his offered hand for another dance. "If we keep going at this rate, I think we may need more than 100 dances," she whispered. Harry nodded. "You might be right." End flashback. "Are you ready to go?" "Just about," Harry answered as he shrunk the glass box and handed it to Lucinda. "Remember, no one is to know about it until I get back. You'll be able to portkey straight into the study." "How long will you be?" Harry shrugged. "I don't know, but I don't expect the elves will want me there longer than necessary." "Then we should get going," Lucinda urged. "There is an elder tree near where we arrived yesterday. I'll take you there before I portkey back to London." She took Harry by the hand, and the two of them made their way out of the city, both watched by a crowd of vampires as they were escorted through the tunnel to the outside of the cave. "I expect we will see you again, Harry Potter," one of the guards commented. "I expect you will," Harry replied, offering the man a bow. "Until then." The vampire guards waved them off, and Lucinda held onto his hand until they reached the elder tree only a short walk away. "I will be back before you know it," Harry assured her. Pulling him into a tight embrace, she pressed her lips gently against his and activated her portkey before Harry could respond. Once more, she was being rather guarded, but Harry did not have time to ponder that at the moment. Not knowing what else to do, he placed his hand on the bark of the elder tree and waited. At first, he felt nothing, but after a few moments, Harry was certain that the tree was almost whispering to him, that something within it was reaching for him. He gasped and took a step back as the trunk opened, and Anna stepped out, dressed in what he could only assume was traditional, elven garb. It was a dress of the purest white, a material he did not recognize hugging her figure, but somehow flowing around the young woman at the same time. She was glowing ethereally, and she smiled at him in greeting. "Come, Ilarion is waiting for you," she urged, holding out a hand towards him. Harry accepted the proffered limb, and he felt the air being forced out of his lungs as she pulled him into the opening of the tree. When they emerged on the other side, it was to a place he would not believe existed if he was not seeing it for himself. He could only compare it to the forbidden forest he had experienced at Hogwarts, though there was no sense of danger here. It was peaceful, untouched nor marred by the presence of humans, and the floral scents of the forest were so many that he could not pick out a single one. Harry thought he could detect a hint of honeysuckle or perhaps mint, but before he could be certain, each smell was replaced with another. "Where are we?" he asked. "Home," Anna answered simply, a blissful smile gracing her lips. "Come on, there's lots for you to see on the way." As she began leading him through a trodden path between the various trees, Harry did his best to take it all in. Somewhere nearby, he could hear the sound of running water, and he suspected there was a waterfall disturbing the lake he could glimpse through the thickets. Sporadically, he would also catch the sight of small figures, bounding between bushes to get a look at him. "The children," Anna explained. "They have never seen a human before." Harry nodded his understanding and waved at a few, though they hid when he did so. "They're shy." "They're wary," Anna corrected. "Humans are not so well thought of here. Many of my kind have fought wars against yours when they have tried to invade our land." "Should I be worried?" Anna smiled as she shook her head. "You are an invited guest," she reminded him, "but I would not do anything that could be perceived as a threat. Ilarion will not take kindly to it." "I have no intention of threatening your people." "I know," Anna replied simply. "Just be careful around him, Harry. His words may not mean much to you, but he is not someone who wastes them." "Sounds like Dumbledore," Harry snorted, falling silent as he spotted a large, white staircase a short distance ahead of them. "Where are the houses?" he asked curiously. "You have to look for them to find them," Anna explained. "You have to know what it is you are trying to see. It is the magic of this place that keeps it all hidden." Harry could only nod confusedly. He could see no houses amongst the trees, or any other building. His focus was on the staircase, so perhaps the magic blinded him to everything else. He knew not, but he could feel it all around him, a protection formed from something he knew was there, but could not seemingly hope to understand. "Elven magic," Anna whispered. "It is not like human magic." "It isn't," Harry agreed as they began their ascent of the staircase. It took only a moment for them to reach the top, where Harry was greeted by the sight of a large elven man, his thick hair tied into a braid. On his hip, he wore a golden sword, and on his back rested a bow next to a quiver of arrows. He too was dressed in white, but the three women who accompanied him favored black. The women's eyes were milky white from blindness, but each looked at him with no small amount of curiosity. "Harry Potter," Ilarion said in just above a whisper as he approached, his expression unreadable as he took in Harry's appearance. "It has been many years since I have interacted with a human that did not result in bloodshed, Inanna's father being the exception, of course." "I have no intention of seeing bloodshed," Harry assured the elf, who nodded appreciatively. "You come in peace," Ilarion stated. "I feel no hostility from you." "Not towards our kind," one of the blind women broke in. "Only for his own, those he deems responsible for the death of his parents. He wishes for justice, but also peace. For both, there must first be blood." "These are our sages," Ilarion explained, gesturing to the women. "They advise me and inform me of events outside our lands. They spoke of you to me some time ago." "He who thwarted death when it was a given." "Twice now," one of the other women interjected a little too happily. Harry could only nod in response. He would not pretend to understand their magic, but as with the prophecy hanging over him, He could not simply dismiss it out of hand. Still, he was taken aback and rather unsettled as the trio of women approached and began walking around him in circles. "Both life and death flows through him," one whispered. "The everlasting and the all-consuming." "The storm," another added excitedly. "He is blessed with the winds, the rain, the thunder, and the lightning." "But his foe is the one who flees death better than any," the third murmured. "His soul torn asunder and scattered." "Death," the first whispered as she stepped towards Harry, their faces barely an inch apart as she breathed in his scent. "What you need will come to you sooner than you think. The trio shall be complete, and then perhaps you can live. Neither can live whilst the other survives, after all, Harry Potter." Harry swallowed deeply as the woman spoke the words of the prophecy. For a moment, she continued to stare at him through unseeing eyes before she reached out to him with a trembling hand. "Death has no master, but where there is yet life, it cannot tread," she said as she cupped his cheek. "There is much life in you, Harry Potter, more than you can comprehend. Should fate favor you in the bloodshed to come, you shall live it, perhaps in perpetuity. The girl should be allowed to go with him. She may have her part to play." Harry did not understand the ominous words, and he frowned as the three women took their seats once more before turning towards Ilarion, who wore an expression of curiosity. "They have spoken," he mused aloud. "Their words may hold little meaning now, but they will one day become clear. I cannot offer you an army. My people do not interfere in the affairs of men, but I shall give Anna my blessing to accompany you. I often forget that she is as much your kind as she is mine, and she should be free to make her own decisions." "Thank you, Ilarion," Anna said with a bow. Ilarion offered her a smile before shifting his focus back to Harry. "I would see you again, Harry Potter. When your war has been fought, I would welcome you to hear tales of your victory. It has been some time since I have heard stories of war, and I expect yours will be most interesting. Humans come and go in what is little more than a moment to our kind. I do not expect you to perish so quickly." Anna merely shook her head as Harry looked towards her for clarification. "We should go," she declared. Harry nodded before offering a bow to the leader of the forest elves. "Thank you for your hospitality, Ilarion. It shall be yours again, should you be victorious." Once more, Harry pondered the ominous words spoken as Anna led him back through the thickets of trees. "I can see houses now," Harry snorted, pointing towards the dwellings concealed within the forest. They stretched as far as he could see, and in each window were others just like Ilarion, some offering him a wave, whilst others watched him warily as he was taken from their home. "Break." It was seldom that Albus would cry, but as he looked upon his blackened hand, he allowed a few tears to break free and spill into his beard. He did not weep for his impending death, nor for his foolishness that had led to him being cursed, but for the sister he had never truly gotten over the death of. "For all of your brilliance, Albus, you always were a fool." Albus chuckled as he stared at the spot the essence of Ariana had occupied only a moment prior. His life traded for a few more minutes with the girl had been worth it, and though Albus was not ready to begin his next great adventure with the state Britain was in, he did not regret retrieving the Horcrux. The now broken ring laid upon his desk, free of the curse Tom had placed upon, and no longer carrying a piece of his soul. Harry would be one step closer to fulfilling the prophecy now, one step closer to putting Tom Riddle to rest. Albus scowled as his dying limb. He had been fortunate that he had returned quickly enough for Severus to slow the effects of the curse, just not in time that it could be countered completely. 1 year at best. That was what would remain of his life, and Albus intended to use it wisely. Firstly, at the behest of Ariana, he would make amends with Aberforth if his younger brother could find it within himself to forgive him. Speaking with Ariana should go some way into mending the rift between the two brothers, though if Abe expected a warm welcome, he would be sorely mistaken. Ariana had admonished Albus the same way their mother had when they had been boys, and Aberforth could expect the same. Albus smiled fondly at his childhood memories, but frowned as he was pulled from his thoughts by the flaring of the fireplace. "Amelia," He greeted the woman as he stood, allowing the sleeve of his robes to cover his hand. "What's wrong?" The woman's expression was grave, and she swallowed deeply before answering. "Cornelius was found dead at his home this afternoon, Albus," she explained. "I cannot say for certain, but everything points to him having been murdered. We will need to call an emergency meeting of the Wisengamot first thing." Albus deflated before nodding his understanding. He had suspected something like this would happen when Tom failed to gain political advantages. Since Harry had arrived at the Wisengamot chambers, he had made waves that even Lucius Malfoy could not contest. As such, Cornelius had paid the ultimate price. "I will be ready," Albus assured the woman. Amelia nodded. "I think it is best you make sure that Potter is present," she urged. "Merlin knows he's the only one with the guts to stand up to the others. We will need him if we are going to stop Lucius manipulating this to his advantage." "Indeed," Albus agreed. "I would not worry about Harry's attendance, Amelia. I expect even your entire Auror force would be able to keep him away." With a mere nod in response, the woman's head vanished from the fire, and Albus took his seat once more. He felt terrible for what happened to Cornelius, but the man had brought everything on himself. Despite being warned at the beginning of his tenure not to involve himself with Lucius, he had done so, and every decision he had made since had led to his untimely demise. Still, it was not the fate of the now former minister that would plague Albus's mind, but what would come next. Who would be able to replace Cornelius and prove to not be as foolish as him? Albus knew not, but the coming meeting would undoubtedly be pivotal in the war against Tom. If a suitable replacement was not found, with the ministry and Wisengamot in disarray, the Dark Lord would certainly seize the advantage. Chapter 43. Devious politicking. It was to a scene of chaos that Harry returned when he entered the kitchen at Grimmauld Place with Anna in tow. The members of the Order of the Phoenix had evidently been summoned to a meeting, and most of them were shouting over one another. Harry frowned as he looked towards Lucinda, Jonas, and Alina, none of whom seemed to have any idea what had caused such fuss. "What the bloody hell is going on?" Harry snapped irritably, the dozen or so raised voices beginning to give him a headache. "We are waiting for Albus to arrive and confirm it, but Minister Fudge was found dead at his home this afternoon," Kingsley Shacklebolt explained. Harry dragged a hand through his hair as he took a seat. He had expected this to happen the moment Fudge proved himself no longer useful to Voldemort. "You are certain of this?" Shacklebolt nodded. "I was with Bones when we received the message from his wife. I saw his body for myself." Harry released a deep breath. "Then there will be an emergency meeting to install a new minister," he mused aloud. "Either Malfoy will push immediately for someone of his choosing, or he will attempt to stall." "Those are my thoughts precisely," Dumbledore agreed gravely as he entered the kitchen. "Then what would you suggest we do?" "I do not know, Harry," Dumbledore sighed tiredly. "The problem we face is that the news will break, and there will be none willing to accept the post from fear that they will be targeted." "I can't say I blame them," Harry muttered. "I suppose the best we can hope for is to prevent Malfoy getting in who he wants, but then that leaves us without a leader. Bollocks," he added irritably. Dumbledore nodded. "It is quite the quandary," he murmured. "What about Bones? Won't she take the position?" "I do not believe so," Dumbledore replied with a frown. "Her own position would be difficult to fill, and she would reluctantly leave it. She will serve us best at her current post." "What about you?" Harry pressed. "Could Professor McGonagall not fill in as headmaster just temporarily?" "Minerva would make a fine headmistress, but I do not believe even if I coveted it, I would be successful in being voted for. I have friends on the Wisengamot, Harry, but there are those that even agree with me politically that would not see me as minister, especially in the times we face now." "Then I am out of ideas," Harry huffed. "I suppose the best we can hope for is to stall whatever plans Malfoy has until we can come up with something." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "The meeting will be called for first thing, and Amelia was quite insistent that you attend." I'll be there, Harry assured the headmaster, already pondering just how to solve this latest, unneeded problem. If there is nothing else, then it would be prudent for us to get some rest, Dumbledore urged. We can meet tomorrow evening to discuss the events of the meeting. It was a rather downcast group of witches and wizards that filed out of the kitchen of Grimmauld Place to take their leave with only a few remaining behind. Do you have any idea of what the plan is, Snape? Harry asked the potion's master. I was not made aware of the intention to kill Fudge, Potter, the man answered simply. Unless I am summoned for a specific purpose, I am just as clueless as everyone else. Tosser, Harry grumbled as Snape swept from the room. You don't fancy being minister, do you, Moody? The grizzled ex-Auror guffawed at the very suggestion. He confirmed amusedly. The day they let me near that office will be the day the entire Wisengamot is as mad as they believe I am. True, Harry snorted. It was just a thought. And a desperate one at that, Moody returned. Albus will figure something out, Potter, he always does. Harry looked towards Dumbledore and could not help but think that this time, the man could well be out of his depth. The headmaster seemed to be exhausted, and just as much at a loss as he was on the matter. What are you going to do, Harry? Lucinda asked. Harry could only shake his head. I don't know, he sighed. Did you manage to get it in? Lucinda nodded. It is in my room. Then take it to mine, he requested. It will be one less thing hanging over me. I will. With that, the vampire left the kitchen, and Harry turned his attention to the rest of his friends. Has anyone heard from Kane? Not a word, Elinor answered worriedly, but it could take some time for him to find the pack. I don't think he has much of it, Harry mused aloud. Now would be the perfect time for Voldemort to get them into the country. Then we had better hope Kane finds them and can keep us informed, Jonas pointed out. He will, Harry said confidently. Creature. Yes, Lord Black, the elf questioned as he appeared in front of Harry. Can you prepare another room for Anna, please? Creature has already seen it done. Harry offered the little elf a smile. Thank you, Creature, that will be all. The elf vanished with a gentle pop, and Harry looked towards his godfather who had just finished speaking with Tonks. I'll be back soon, Harry assured his friends before approaching Sirius, who greeted him with a tight hug. Did everything go as well as you hoped? It did, Harry confirmed, but there is something you need to see. Sirius frowned at the severity of Harry's tone, but followed him from the kitchen and up the stairs, nonetheless. What is it? The man asked impatiently as they entered Harry's room where Lucinda was waiting for them. Harry said nothing, but pointed to the glass case resting on his bedside table. For a moment, Sirius simply stared at it in confusion before he realized what it was he was looking at. Immediately, his face purpled with rage, and he snarled incoherently as he drew his wand. Harry reacted quickly, placing his hand on Sirius's forearm before he could put his wand to use. Wait, he said firmly. Sirius looked at him in confusion before his gaze shifted back towards the tank and the now panicking rat within. He's the reason they're dead, Harry. I know, Harry murmured, and no one has more right to take his life than you do. I know you're angry, but you have a choice to make. A choice? Pettigrew is the only evidence we have of your innocence, Harry pointed out. If you kill him, you will spend the rest of your life on the run from the ministry, and the world will forever believe that it was you that sold my parents out. I won't stop you from killing him, Sirius. He deserves every ounce of agony and misery he has coming, but I would rather see you free to live your life, and I think that is what my parents would want too. Sirius's jaw clenched, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he leveled his wand at the rat. You made a choice a little over 15 years ago, and it was the wrong one. I'm not telling you what you should or shouldn't do. I will accept whatever it is. But don't act rashly, not when he is not worth your freedom. With that, Harry gestured for Lucinda to follow him from the room, and they left Sirius to his own thoughts. What do you think he will do? Lucinda asked curiously. Harry merely shrugged in response. "It doesn't matter," he answered honestly. "If he chooses to kill him, that's fine by me. It is his freedom that he has to consider. If it was up to me, I'd see the little bastard suffer every pain and indignity possible. Is it wrong that there is a part of me that wants Sirius to do that?" "No," Lucinda replied as she took his hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. "He would deserve it for everything he has done." Break. He had quickly become exhausted from his efforts of tracking the pack. Apparating several times in quick succession was tiring enough, but with the full moon only a few days away, it was even more taxing on his body. Nonetheless, Kane persevered. When he could no longer apparate, he continued his journey on foot, looking for any signs that Greyback had passed through the parts of rural France he expected him to lead the pack through. Still, after more than a day, the trail grew only colder. Had they left Germany earlier than he previously thought? Without knowing how the pack would be transported from France to England when they reached their destination, Kane did not feel confident enough to apparate ahead on the chance that his assumptions had been wrong. Releasing a deep breath, he leaned against the trunk of a tree to rest for a moment. He did not know what he would do when he found the pack, he just knew he had to find them. Perhaps he would simply keep his distance and track them so that he could inform Harry of their movements. Not that he wished for them to make it to England. 800 werewolves being added to Voldemort's forces was a rather grim prospect, after all. Maybe Harry already had a plan to prevent that eventuality. With a shake of his head, Kane prepared himself and apparated for what he knew would the final time for an hour or so at the very least, stiffening upon arrival as a familiar scent filled his nose. Blood, sweat, and the undeniable odor of the pack he had spent his life with. They were close, and fortunately for Kane, he had appeared so that the wind was blowing his own scent away from them. Carefully, he progressed on foot through the thick brush and climbed to the top of a large hill, breathing a sigh of relief as he finally caught sight of a long column of people in the distance. Now, he would have to exercise caution. His parents believed him to still be at school, and his presence would raise suspicion. Regardless, he began to follow them at a distance, ensuring that he changed positions with the wind. He had considered using a scent-concealing charm, but in truth, he could not be certain of how effective it would be, so he dared not risk it. Werewolves' sense of smell, even when in human form, was second to none after all. The sun had long set before the column came to a halt, and with several fires lit, Kane felt confident enough to get closer. He had promised that he would see if he could spot Remus Lupin amongst the pack. Armed with only a photo of the man, Kane cast a disillusionment charm over himself and finally added a scent concealer. Hopping the smell of the fires would help him avoid being detected. It seemed to work. None paid him any mind as he worked his way around the makeshift camp, sticking close to the plumes of smoke whilst he went about his task. "How long until we get there?" One of the werewolves grumbled irritably. "We will arrive tomorrow," another answered. "Then what?" "Then we will be taken to England." It was frustrating to say the least that none spoke of just how that would be achieved, but Kane's primary focus was not on the movements of the pack. He had found them now, and could continue to track them as needed. No, he was roaming amongst the werewolves in an attempt to locate the wayward Remus Lupin. Having navigated most of the camp without any sign of an outsider, Kane was all but ready to acknowledge that Remus was not here, however. That notion was readily dismissed when he heard a familiar voice barking orders near where the leaders of the column had settled for the night. "Chain him up," Greyback barked. With a frown, Kane made his way towards where it had sounded, swallowing deeply as he stepped through a final cloud of smoke and spotted the limp figure being tied to a post that had been stabbed deeply into the ground. As bloodied and beaten as he was, there was no mistaking the unconscious form of Remus Lupin. Were it not for the heaving of his chest, Kane would have thought him to be dead, but evidently Greyback wished for the man to suffer. "I'm going to send Dumbledore your head," Greyback declared. His hands were swollen, and dripping with blood from where he had just finished beating Lupin, who did not respond to the threat. If he was not freed and given treatment soon, it was likely he would not live more than another day or so. Kane needed to act quickly, though even if he did manage to free Remus, he did not know what he would do. In his current state, he would be unable to travel magically, and it did not appear that he would be walking of his own accord any time soon. "Shit," Kane muttered as he began retreating from the camp, pondering just what it was he could do. Break. It had been yet another sleepless night for Harry after the revelation of Fudge's murder, and though he had pondered little else, he was no closer to reaching a solution to the problem he now faced. He simply could not allow Malfoy and his ilk dictate who would replace the man, but he also couldn't afford too long a delay. Without a minister in place, the Wisengamot would be in chaos. Even though Fudge had been all but useless and somewhat complicit in what was happening in Wizarding Britain, his presence maintained a semblance of order, at the very least. "Who's the letter from?" Lucinda asked as she entered the kitchen. It was still early, and the sun had barely crested the horizon, so the rest of the house was still sleeping. "Karkaroff," Harry yawned as he poured himself a cup of coffee from the pot Elgar had brought him an hour or so prior. "What happened to him?" Lucinda questioned curiously. "He just never returned in September." "I gave him use of a safe house in South America," Harry explained. "Voldemort won't find him there, and it has given him the chance to come to terms with what happened." "How is he?" Harry shrugged in response. "As well as can be expected. Physically, he's doing better, but I doubt he'll ever be what he once was. He was a nervous wreck when he left Durmstrang, so if he wasn't paranoid enough before, he will be now." Lucinda nodded her understanding before taking a sip of Harry's coffee, grimacing when she had done so. "Not to your taste," Harry snorted. "It just tastes like ash to me." Harry chuckled as he folded Karkaroff's letter and placed it within his robes. "Do you know what you are going to do?" Lucinda probed gently. Harry shook his head. "Not entirely, but I have an idea," he mused aloud, turning his attention towards the door as a bleary-eyed Sirius entered, clutching the glass tank with the seemingly unharmed Pettigrew still inside. "I want him dead," he huffed, "but I want my freedom." Harry nodded his approval as he relieved the man of his burden, though Sirius's glare did not shift from the rat. "I think you've made the right choice," Harry offered sincerely. "Besides, you managed to break out of Azkaban. Once he is in there, what's stopping you breaking back in?" Sirius's eyes widened, and Wormtail began squeaking loudly. "I never thought of that," Sirius groaned. "Well, then it is a good job you have a godson that does use his brain, isn't it?" Harry mocked. Sirius glared at him, but his mood had improved considerably at the poorly veiled suggestion. "You were testing me," he accused. Harry shook his head. "I wanted you to see beyond your anger for what happened to them," he corrected. "We can't change the past, Sirius, but we can shape what happens now. You made a mistake the night they were killed, and it cost you your freedom. How do you think my dad would feel about that?" "He'd probably kick my arse," Sirius sighed. "James always was the more level-headed one." "And now you have me to be that for you," Harry pointed out. "Bloody hell, go and get some sleep." Sirius nodded gratefully and headed towards the door, pausing before passing through it. "Did you know what choice I would make?" "No," Harry answered honestly. "But you wanted me to not kill him." "I wanted you to do what you felt was right," Harry explained. "For what it is worth, I think you have, for your own sake." Sirius nodded as he took his leave of the room. "I thought he would kill him," Lucinda commented. "It wouldn't have surprised me if he did." The vampire offered him a smile as she took his hand under the table, tightening her grip slightly as the others began arriving for breakfast. "Anything from Kane?" Elinor asked worriedly. "Not yet," Harry sighed. "It could take a few days yet." They were all worried for the werewolf, and Harry regretted allowing Kane to leave. Something just felt off about the excursion, but until he heard any differently, he had to assume all was well. Or was it? He shook his head of those maudlin thoughts as Cassiopeia entered the kitchen. "Are you ready for today?" she questioned. "The question is, are you ready?" Harry returned with a smirk. "Excuse me." "You're going to act as my proxy today," Harry revealed, much to the surprise of the woman. "I'll be there," he assured her, "but I want to see the dynamics of the Wisengamot when I'm absent. I want to see how cocky Malfoy will act." "Are you sure about this?" Cassie pressed. Harry nodded. "I am. It will be funny to watch him shit himself when he sees you," Harry chuckled, earning himself a chastising look from the woman. "Harry, this is not a game," she sighed. "It is a game," Harry corrected, "and it is one I intend on winning. By the end of the day, Malfoy and the rest of them will understand why they shouldn't fuck with me." Break. The only other that had arrived before Albus to the Wisengamot chambers had been a rather grim and depleted Amelia Bones, who had called the meeting a little after sunrise. "I have a bad feeling about this, Albus," she murmured. Albus could not help but share the sentiment. For most of the night, he had pondered just what could be done to prevent Lucius Malfoy exacting his will upon the other lords and ladies that oversaw the governing of Wizarding Britain. Much to his consternation, he could think of nothing. At best, he could hope to delay the appointment of an unfavorable minister of magic, but even then, it meant the country would be without much-needed leadership. "I must concur," Albus sighed. "I expect we shall find ourselves in a most disadvantageous position before the day is out." Amelia released a deep sigh as she headed towards the podium where she would address the Wisengamot to inform those not aware of Cornelius's passing. Albus, too, took his place behind his raised chair and watched as the members of the Wisengamot began arriving, most seemingly not knowing the news. It took around 20 minutes or so for the room to fill, but Albus could not ignore that one person of particular note had yet to arrive. Just as he was pondering why it was that Harry was so late, the door opened, and Albus, along with the rest of those that had gathered, balked as Cassiopeia Black entered the room, her expression very much mirroring that of her brothers as she took seat belonging to the Black family. "This woman should be arrested," Lucius Malfoy declared, eyeing Cassiopeia warily. "I was not aware that I am currently wanted for any crimes in Britain," the woman returned airily, looking towards Amelia, who cleared her throat. "You are not," she confirmed with a frown. Cassiopeia merely nodded in response to the taken aback head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "Excellent," she declared, "but do feel free to attempt to apprehend me, Lucius. Nothing would give me greater pleasure than to relieve you of your organs in a way that the Blacks of old would certainly approve of." Lucius glared at the woman, but chose rather wisely to hold his tongue. Albus did not know what Harry was playing at. The chief warlock had no doubt the young man was in the room with them, but why had he decided to place Cassiopeia in his stead? Albus frowned thoughtfully, though he was granted little time to do so, as Amelia stood to address the lords, ladies, and members of the media in the public gallery. "Before we begin, I have an announcement to make," she said gravely. "Yesterday afternoon, we received a report of an individual who had perished at home. Having attended the scene, it was quickly established that the individual was none other than Cornelius Fudge." At the revelation, those who were not aware of the incident were in uproar, and the journalists began demanding answers to the many questions they had. Albus banged his gavel atop his podium to silence the room, and when that failed, he drew his wand and unleashed a cannon-like sound that reverberated off the walls. Amelia offered him an appreciative nod. "I will arrange for the members of the media to ask questions, but for now, I can confirm that we are treating the death as suspicious," she explained. "It appears that Minister Fudge was purposely poisoned." "Murdered, then?" Amos Diggory asked gruffly. "That is the assumption we are working under," Amelia clarified. "The investigation is ongoing and will continue, but that is not why we are gathered today. It is of the utmost importance that we install another minister as quickly as possible, even if it is only a temporary placement. I will now open the floor to those who wish to nominate themselves or put a name forward of anyone not in attendance who would be a suitable candidate. "I nominate Pew's Thickness," Lucius Malfoy declared immediately, receiving calls of approval from those within his block. Amelia noted the name down with a scowl. Thickness had been suspected of being a Voldemort supporter during the last war, but no evidence had been found of his involvement with the Dark Lord. He may not be a Death Eater, but he was a sympathizer at the very least. "Is there any other?" Amelia called. Her request was met with silence. Albus had expected such when Cornelius's murder was revealed. Every pair of eyes he looked into were fearful, marred with worry, but also frustration. If only one of them could show enough bravery to nominate themselves, then all was not lost. "Is there no other?" Amelia repeated. The lords and ladies that would usually resist Lucius simply out of principle would not even look in the man's direction now, choosing to look towards the floor instead. "Very well," Amelia murmured worriedly. "We will hold an official vote for Mr. Thickness." "I nominate Cassiopeia Black." Albus scoffed as he looked towards where the journalists were seated to see Harry amongst them. Upon giving his nomination, he stepped down from the public gallery, cutting an impressive figure as he walked to the center of the room with a thunderbird perched on his shoulder. The lords and ladies were talking animatedly amongst themselves, and Albus noted a look of concern from Lucius that gave him a glimmer of hope. The prospect of Cassiopeia serving as minister was not one that filled him with joy, but he could not help but acknowledge that it was quite the stroke of genius by Harry. The woman herself, however, did not seem pleased and was glaring furiously at the young man. "You must be joking," Lord Knott snorted over the cacophony of noise. "Black as our minister." "I think she would be perfect," Harry returned evenly. "She has fought in a war and comes from the most prominent family Britain has to offer. She has my personal endorsement to lead us through what we cannot deny is here. Fudge was murdered because he was no longer useful to Voldemort, and now he wishes to place his own man in the highest office in the land. If we allow this, we may as well concede defeat, and then you can spend your remaining days hopping he does not decide you are disposable." "Most of us are purebloods," Lord Davies pointed out. "Lord Boot and his family were purebloods," Harry reminded the man. "The McKinnons, the Privets, and the Follies were too. The list of families no longer with us because they stood for what is right goes on." Again with the baseless accusations, Lucius chuckled. "Baseless?" Harry questioned. "Then what do you call what is happening around us, Malfoy?" "It is the work of Sirius Black." Harry laughed heartily as he shook his head, and Albus frowned in confusion. "Well, considering I have apprehended the man responsible for the murder of my parents, I think we can finally rule out Sirius Black's involvement, don't you, Lucius?" Lucius was unsettled by Harry's words. "What do you mean, Lord Black?" Amelia broke in. "I found Peter Pettigrew," Harry revealed. Once more, Harry caused an uproar within the chamber, and Albus had to resort to using his wand to silence it. "You have Pettigrew?" Lord Greengrass questioned. "I do," Harry confirmed as he removed a small glass box from within his robes and resized it. Within was a rat, scurrying back and forth in an attempt to escape. "He is an animagus and has spent the last 15 years in this form, for the most part," Harry explained. All of the blood had drained from Lucius's face as he looked at the rat, and for a moment, Albus thought the man may attempt something foolish. "Sirius Black never supported Voldemort," Harry said firmly. "Pettigrew was the one who gave my parents away. He then murdered those 13 muggles before escaping, leaving Sirius to be blamed." The lords and ladies in the opposing block to Malfoy murmured amongst themselves. "Now is the time that I need you to show courage," Harry implored. "You can no longer deny what is happening here, and as I vowed to you the first time I visited, I will fight for you, but I need you to fight for me now. If Malfoy is allowed to have his way, there will be little I can do to end this. Vote for Cassiopeia Black. She is our best hope for what is coming." Albus watched the reaction of those Harry had appealed to. They were no longer looking at the floor, but towards him as though they were trying to see something that inspired the needed courage. "Can you win?" Amos Diggory asked bluntly. Harry nodded. I will kill him even if it costs me my own life, he replied sincerely. Albus believed him, as did Amelia, and as he looked around the room, it seemed that there was none that doubted Harry's solemn words. Even Lucius and his ilk had become decidedly uncomfortable by the vow, and were talking amongst themselves. Do you accept the nomination, Miss Black? Amelia questioned. With a final glare towards Harry, Cassiopeia flared her nostrils before nodding. I do. Then we shall hold a vote, Amelia announced. All of those voting for Pew's thickness, show your wands. Around half of the room did so, and Albus felt his heart sink. Harry's words had not been enough to make the needed difference. It took a moment for Amelia to count the votes for thickness, and even she deflated when she had finished. Those who wished to abstain. Albus sighed as more than a dozen lords and ladies raised their wands to do so. It was a pointless gesture. Voldemort would not forgive them for such an approach. Those who wished to vote for Cassiopeia Black, Amelia asked. Once more, it was around half the room that raised their wands, but Albus could not be certain how close the voting was. At first glance, there seemed to be as many voting for Cassiopeia as there was for thickness. The vote stands at 39 votes apiece for Pew's thickness and Cassiopeia Black, Amelia announced. Albus sank back into his chair. With a draw having been declared, the Wisengamot meeting would be adjourned, and Lucius would undoubtedly find a way of stalling further votes until it was to Voldemort's advantage. My vote is for Cassiopeia Black. The entirety of Lucius's block turned to where the voice sounded from within their own group, each of them speechless, as was the rest of the room, at the sight of Lord Parkinson having raised his wand as he made his declaration. What are you doing, Parkinson? Lucius snapped. I'm doing what is right, Parkinson replied simply, offering Harry a respectful bow. My vote is for Cassiopeia Black. If my math is correct, that would give her 40 to thickness's 39. It would, Amelia confirmed, shaking off the shock that she too was feeling at Parkinson's choice. This will be the end of you, Lucius warned. You know what you are doing is foolish. So be it, Parkinson returned. My vote stands. With that, the man took his leave of the room, and Albus suspected he would not be seen for some time, if he managed to go into hiding before Voldemort found him. Are there any other votes? Amelia questioned the room a final time. When none spoke, it was with an unmistakable sense of unease that she tapped the podium with her own gavel. Then, by a majority vote, I hereby name Cassiopeia Black as our new Minister of Magic. Lucius and his allies were positively seething, but equally nervous. They would have to break the news to Voldemort that they had failed in their efforts, and that he now faced a minister who was all but untouchable to him. Whatever Tom had planned had backfired spectacularly, and he would be quite wroth. Knowing they had lost the day, Lucius and his comrades reluctantly left the room, knowing there was nothing that could be done about the turn of events. Albus could see that Harry was feeling rather pleased with himself, and as the meeting began to break up, he made his way towards the young man. She does not seem happy, he commented. Harry nodded his agreement. No, but she is what we need, he replied. It is those that do not seek power that are often best to be given it. Albus chuckled. That is quite the pearl of wisdom. Let us hope that it will be enough to placate Miss Black. Oh, she's going to tear into me, Harry snorted, but she'll come around. Albus was not convinced. Cassiopeia looked decidedly uncomfortable as many approached to offer their congratulations, and even more so when she found herself flanked by a team of Aurors. Eventually, she managed to excuse herself from the company of the other lords and ladies, and immediately made a beeline for Harry. What on earth do you think you are playing at? She hissed. You did not mention this to me. I didn't plan it, Harry defended. The idea came to me whilst I was watching. Cassiopeia's nostrils flared. I do not have the first clue on how to run a damned country. You can't be any worse than Fudge, Harry pointed out. You will be fine. You just have to surround yourself with people who do know what they are doing. I think you should speak to Bones first and hold a meeting with the heads of the departments." Cassiopeia shook her head. "Why didn't you just put yourself forward?" "Because I do not have the time to be arsing around in an office," Harry explained. "I have every faith in you. I need you to do this for me." Cassiopeia deflated. "Fine," she agreed, "but the minute he is gone, I get to stand down." "Agreed," Harry returned readily. "And don't worry, whilst you are here, you will have the best security team imaginable," he added with a grin. "The vampire?" Harry nodded. "I trust them implicitly to keep you safe. The same cannot be said for anyone else here. Now, Minister Black, don't you have some work to be getting on with?" Cassiopeia narrowed her eyes at Harry. "I could throttle you sometimes. I really could." "It's too late for that now," Harry replied innocently. "Come on, I will stay with you until I can get the others here." With that, they took their leave of the chambers, and Albus could not help but think that perhaps Harry had made the right move. He may not often agree with Cassiopeia Black, but maybe, just maybe, she was exactly the kind of leader Britain needed right now. Break. He had hoped to have had Remus freed by the next evening at the very latest, but with the full moon so close, the pack was at their most restless and feral. As ever, skirmishes broke out amongst them, and Greyback has his hands full keeping the werewolves in line. Tonight, however, was different. The fatigue of their condition would get the better of them, and they would be at their most vulnerable. Kane knew from his own experiences that the night before the coming of the full moon was the worst. He was feeling the effects of his lycanthropy, the weakness, the lethargy, and the need to rest. Despite this, he knew that now was the best time to liberate the outsider and get him to a place of safety. Where that was, he knew not, but he would get no other chance to free Remus Lupin. Already, he could smell the faint aroma of salt on the air. The pack had almost reached the coast of France, and although Kane did not know how they intended to cross in Britain, he could not wait another night. He had been watching as best he could from afar, and Remus had not walked a single step of his own volition for the more than a day now. Were it not for the werewolves taking it in turns to carry him, Kane would assume the man had already perished. Greyback would not waste time in bringing a corpse along, after all. With the makeshift camp having grown quiet, Kane disillusioned himself and once more used the smoke from the burning fires to conceal his scent. As expected, most of the werewolves were already sleeping, and those that weren't were barely conscious and unable to pay too much heed to what was happening around them. "Shit," Kane murmured as he reached the unmoving form of Remus Lupin. How the man was still alive was beyond him, and yet he continued to draw pained and rattling breaths. His body was broken, however, and as Kane carefully moved him, Lupin groaned weakly. "No more," he pleaded. Kane placed a hand on his forehead. Along with the injuries inflicted upon him, Lupin had contracted a fever, and a cold sweat glistened upon his brow. "You have to be quiet," Kane whispered. "I'm a friend of Harry's, and I've come to get you out of here." "Harry," Remus wheezed, his swollen eyes opening just enough to look up at him. Kane nodded. "This is going to hurt, but don't scream. If they catch us, we will both be dead." Remus licked his cracked and dry lips before nodding, biting down on them as Kane cast a disillusionment charm, hoisted him from the ground, and placed him over his shoulder. As gently as he could so not to exacerbate the man's wounds, Kane carried him away from the campsite and kept walking until he no longer could from his own fatigue. Somewhere along the way, Lupin had passed out, but groaned once more when he was placed on the ground. Despite breathing heavily and feeling the need for sleep, Kane removed the charm on the older werewolf and began inspecting his wounds. He was in a bad way. Several bones had been broken, and his flesh had been pulled off in lumps. If he had been scarred before, it was nothing compared to how he would look if he managed to pull through. For that, he would need immediate treatment, and though Kane was certainly no healer, he had brought along some potions that would help. Silencing Lupin with a flick of his wand, he began pouring several down his throat, holding his mouth shut until he swallowed them completely. blood-replenishing potions, pain relievers, skill grow, and others that would help with the infected wounds. When the cocktail had been consumed, Kane set to work repairing as much as the damage as he dared attempt, crudely cauterizing some of the more serious wounds. Although Lupin thrashed around in agony, the silencing charm ensured he did not make a sound, and he soon passed out once more from the agony. Kane could only watch the sleeping man in a sense of wonder. How Lupin had not died was nothing short of a miracle, but he was not out of the woods yet. It could take days for him to recover, and it was this thought that filled Kane with dread. Lupin's absence would not go unnoticed, and in less than 24 hours, the pack would transform. Greyback would have every werewolf searching for Remus the moment he was aware of him being missing, a search that would continue long into the night. Shit, Kane cursed once more before heaving Lupin over his shoulder. With Lupin in the condition he was, they could not magically transport, and with that in mind, Kane began walking once more, his pace much quicker than before. He needed to put as much distance between them and the pack, because when they transformed, they truly would become the hunted. Chapter 44, From the Shadows, Part 1, Crucio, the Dark Lord spat, reveling in the screams of agony he tore from Lucius. The man cowered on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Even when Voldemort ended the curse, Lucius continued to whimper. "You have become rather useless to me," the Dark Lord sighed as he stepped around the prone form of his follower. "You failed to secure the prophecy, and now you cannot even rig an election. Tell me, Lucius, what purpose do you serve?" "My Lord Potter." Sirius. Lucius's words were replaced with another offering of screams and pleading for mercy. "I am not interested in Potter," Voldemort seethed. "The boy has been involved in politics for all of 5 minutes, and you cannot even stifle his efforts. Now, we have a minister who is not sympathetic to our cause and has already undone all of your work." The Dark Lord threw a copy of the Daily Prophet to the floor. Cassiopeia Black had been in office for less than a day, and she had already repealed the Magical Registration Act, vowing to destroy all records that had been gathered thus far. It would only be the beginning, and though he had hoped to conduct most of his takeover from the shadows, it would no longer be possible. Politically, he had been castrated, and the only hope the Dark Lord had for success was to destroy his enemies until they cowered before him, pleading for their lives, just as Lucius was doing now. "Pathetic," Voldemort muttered. "Get out of my sight, Lucius, and think yourself fortunate that you find yourself able to do so." Lucius all but scrambled from the room as quickly as his tortured body would allow him, and the Dark Lord took his seat and a few calming breaths. There was nothing for it. No matter how much he pondered his predicament, he reached the same conclusion. It was inevitable that he would have to make his presence known. "Macnair." "Yes, my lord," the man asked as he entered the room. "I have received word that Greyback will reach the coast of France tomorrow. See that he and his pack reach England without being detected." "Of course, my lord," Macnair complied immediately. "Do not let me down, Walden," Voldemort warned. "There have been too many failings recently, and no more will be tolerated." Macnair swallowed deeply before nodding and taking his leave of the room. Even since Potter had returned to England, the Dark Lord's efforts were amounting to little, and now the boy had managed to manipulate the Wisengamot into doing his bidding. He would need to be dealt with. As young as he was, Potter was proving to be his greatest threat, and as they did whenever his thoughts drifted to the boy, the prophecy was soon his point of focus. He had still failed to obtain it, and the more Potter proved himself a worthy foe, the more the need grew to hear it in full. Nodding to himself, Voldemort concocted a plan, one that would not only test the limits of the prophecy, but one that would get the attention of Britain as a whole. "Break." Cassiopeia scowled as Gellert laughed uproariously, his eyes watering with glee as he was doubled over from the amusement he felt. "Are you done?" she huffed irritably. It took several moments for the man to compose himself, and he wiped a tear from his eye as he did his best not to succumb to another bout of laughter. He made you Minister of Magic. Cassiopeia nodded, glaring at Gellert, daring him to laugh again. I'm sorry, but this is the best thing he has ever done, he declared triumphantly. The boy should be given a medal for that accomplishment. It is not funny, Cassiopeia growled. I could honestly throttle him for this. Gellert chuckled once more, before holding up his hands placatingly. Who else would he trust with something so important? He asked. Come on, my dear, you are perfect for the position. You are incorruptible, you come from a powerful family, and you will do what is necessary. Cassiopeia hated when Gellert was right about anything involving Harry, but she could not deny he had made good points. I don't know if I'm up to it, she sighed. Of course you are, Gellert returned simply. You just need to surround yourself with those that share your interests and be rid of the rest. Bones said the same thing, Cassie muttered. She had taken Harry's advice and met with the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement before any other, and though they would never become friends, Amelia Bones seemed willing to help Cassie find her feet in her new position. Already, she had fired 4 of Fudge's team and would be replacing them soon enough, amongst the other seemingly endless tasks she had to complete. Then you should have every faith in yourself that Harry does, Gellert advised. You will be fantastic at this, Cassie, better than you think you will be. Harry would not have done what he has if he didn't feel it necessary. He trusts you with his life and to do what needs to be done. Cassiopeia nodded reluctantly. Any advice? She snorted. You do not need it, my dear, Gellert offered comfortingly. You know what to do, and I have no doubt that you will do it well. How is Harry? I have not seen him for some time. Busy, Cassiopeia snorted. He still feels the need to take on the world, but he seems to be doing better since his friends arrived. They are loyal to him, Gellert pointed out with a smile. He has a way of inspiring loyalty, and it will serve him well. You seem to have your concerns. Cassie released a deep breath. He seems to be rather taken with one of them, a vampire. I see, Gellert murmured. You were hoping that he would marry a pureblood. I can't say that I wasn't under that impression, Cassie sighed. He knows his responsibilities, Gellert. But this is something you could not enforce, Gellert pointed out. No, and it isn't that I dislike the girl, but what kind of future can they have together? She is an immortal creature, and he is. Harry, Gellert broke in. Powerful wizards live for a long time, my dear. With every choice Harry has had taken from him, do you not think he should have at least this one? He should, Cassiopeia agreed. Bones mentioned discussing a contract for her niece. I do not believe it to be her trying to obtain any influence, but more to preserve her line. Amelia and the girl are all that is left. Gellert shook his head. Harry will never agree to it out of principle. His parents did not have a contract, and I expect it will be one of the things he wishes to emulate. Can vampires even have children? Cassie asked curiously. They can, Gellert replied thoughtfully. It is rare for such a thing to happen, but it is not impossible. Perhaps you should discuss it with them if you believe they are intent on one another. Cassiopeia snorted. They both need their heads banging together, she grumbled. They dance around each other, but you cannot miss the way she looks at him. It goes both ways, Gellert. He is besotted with her, even if he won't admit it to himself. Then you should give them time. Cassiopeia hummed. She did not quite understand the dynamic between Harry and Lucinda. Everyone who lived in Grimmauld Place knew that their relationship was physical, but there seemed to be something preventing either of them discussing what they felt for one another. It was frustrating, to say the least, and Cassie thought it was perhaps Harry struggling to choose between what he truly wanted and his responsibilities. Regardless, they would need to figure things out on their own. Cassiopeia had more pressing matters to focus on, after all. Break. Smell it, you bitch, Fenrir commanded, ramming the woman's face into the ground as he held on to a handful of her hair. That is the smell of your boy. He has taken my prisoner. Kane would never, the woman protested weakly. He is a traitor, Fenrir snapped, pulling the woman to her feet before striking her with the back of his hand. I want HIM found now. Please, there must be some kind of mistake, the woman pleaded. He loves you, Fenrir. He would never do this. Fenrir spat on the woman before stomping away. I want Lupin alive. The boy is yours to do with as you please. The pack quickly worked themselves into a frenzy as they broke up into hunting parties, and Fenrir grinned to himself. They wouldn't get far. Not with his pack tracking them down. Break. Kane did not know how many miles he had walked, but he had pressed on towards the smell of the sea until his legs could no longer carry him and he was forced to stop. I think you're as mad as Harry, Remus croaked. The man had regained consciousness a few hours after the sun had risen, and though his condition was already improving, he was still in no fit state to walk. Not knowing what else Kane could do for him, he had heavily bandaged his healing legs and fed him another cocktail of potions. It wouldn't be enough to heal Remus fully, but it would help. I've spent too much time around him, Kane snorted. The world would be a much better place with more people like him in it. He's made quite the impression on you. There's not many who would turn away from the safety of such a large pack. Kane merely shrugged as he picked at some grass. Why aren't you part of a pack? He asked curiously. I was, Remus replied sadly, but it all fell apart the night James and Lily died. Sirius, Peter, and James were my pack, just like Harry and your friends are yours. Kane smiled at the thought of the others. They were his pack, more than Greyback and the rest of the werewolves ever had been. We're not going to make it to safety before the sun sets, he pointed out matter-of-factly. They'll already be looking for us, and they cover more ground. Remus nodded his agreement. Then you should go, he urged. There's no point in both of us dying. Fuck that, Kane chuckled humorlessly as he stood and began pulling a protesting Remus back onto his shoulders. I came here to get you, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Come on, we can't just give up yet. Harry wouldn't. Again, despite the exhaustion, he walked. Every step was a battle in itself, but the smell of the sea was growing stronger. He did not know what he would do when, and if he reached the coast of France, but the thought of doing so was what kept him going. It was an hour or so later that Kane had to stop once more. If he listened hard enough, he was certain he could hear the lapping of the waves in the distance. I don't know if I can go any further, he panted. He could no longer feel his legs, and his shoes had filled with blood from his efforts. You could without me, Remus huffed. I already told you I'm not leaving you behind, Kane snapped irritably. Sorry, he added, the full moon. Remus nodded his understanding. It gets a little easier the more you experience it, he comforted. Thanks to Harry, I've not had to, Kane snorted, but it does raise a problem. What problem? How are we going to react to each other when we transform, if we can avoid the pack before that happens? Remus swallowed deeply. I don't know, he said gravely. We do not see each other as packmates. Kane rubbed his eyes tiredly. It was another thing he had not considered before rescuing Remus, but the more the afternoon passed them by, the more of a reality it became. Nodding to himself, he cast a numbing charm on his feet and lifted Remus from the ground. What are you doing? The man demanded. Kane could only shake his head in response as he plowed forward, knowing he would pay the price for his stubbornness if they made it out of this alive. I need to find somewhere to hide you so that you will be safe, he answered. What do you mean? Kane said nothing else on the matter, choosing to focus his efforts onto doing just as he'd explained. Much to his relief, his assumption that they were close to the coast proved to be correct, and in only a couple of hours more struggling at a much slower pace than he would have liked, they reached the beach. In there, Kane declared, nodding towards a small cave that was tucked in between some protruding rocks. We will be pinned down in there, Remus said worriedly. But you will be safe, Kane returned. With much effort, he managed to slide Remus into the crevice. It was a tight fit, but once he was through, there was a little more room so that he would be able to remain comfortable for the duration. This won't keep me in, Remus sighed. I'll be able to break out of this. Kane shook his head, as he removed his trunk from his pocket. Having resized it, he removed a single vial of smoking potion. Wolfsbane. Kane nodded before handing it to Remus. It will keep you in if you're not trying to break out, he explained. But it won't keep anything out. Kane merely offered him a pointed look, and Remus frowned at the potion, his gaze shifting towards Kane in realization. What about you? It will be up to me to act as a distraction, Kane explained. They're coming. I can smell them getting closer. Don't be stupid, Remus grumbled as he tried to move, yelping in pain. Well, it's not like you can do it, Kane snorted. Here, he said, offering the older werewolf his wand. Take the potion and barricade yourself in as best you can. I'll do my best to keep them away from you. Remus shook his head. No, I can't do. Yes, you can, Kane snapped, his temper getting the better of him. Now isn't the time to be a noble fool. Just do as I say. I have a much better chance of getting away from them than you. It was clear that Remus wanted nothing more than for Kane to take his place, but the boy was stubborn and would have none of it. Fine, he reluctantly agreed, but only because I think you might actually be able to pull it off. With little more than a nod, Kane turned his back on Remus and walked for a while across the breadth of the beach. He had never been to the coast before, and if he was to die here tonight, he couldn't think of a more beautiful place to meet his end. He watched as the sky shifted through various shades of blue, pink, and orange as the sun set, and when it eventually disappeared over the horizon and took the final vestiges of what little warmth it gave with it, Kane felt a chill set in. It wasn't the cold that bothered him, but the distant screams and howls that sounded an inordinate amount of time later. The pack was close. With a howl of his own, he collapsed on all fours as the agony began tearing through him, and the last thing he remembered before his mind was consumed by his inner wolf was the smell of the salt he had quickly grown fond of. Break. Lucinda hadn't known what to think when Harry had returned from the Wisengamot meeting, announced that somehow Cassiopeia was now the Minister of Magic, and that he wished for her and the others to act as her personal guard. At first, she had thought he had done so to put some distance between them. Neither had mentioned the conversation they'd shared the night before they had left to meet with the coven. Harry had been busy since, and Lucinda understood, but she could feel an unresolved tension between them. She didn't expect anything from Harry, though she wished he would say something on the matter. Often it appeared as though he would, but as he would open his mouth to speak, he would prevent himself from doing so. Did he want to keep her away from him after she had poured her heart out? If that was so, he had a strange way of showing it. Ever since he had asked for her to help protect Cassiopeia whenever she was at the ministry, he too had been there for the most part, even if he did have other things occupying his mind. He was quieter than usual, and he shot furtive glances towards the clock. Lucinda was worried about him, but as ever, he did not share what was evidently bothering him. Not that she needed him to. He was worried for Kane. The werewolf had been gone for almost 4 days now, and there had been no word from him. What is it now? Cassiopeia huffed as a knock sounded at the door to her new office. Come in. Lucinda's grip on her wand relaxed as the man that entered was one she recognized. You have my apologies for disturbing you, Minister, Amos Diggory said respectfully. But I have just received a report from my French counterpart informing me the country has gone into magical lockdown due to a large werewolf pack they have been tracking through the country. Large werewolf pack, Harry interjected. Diggory nodded. According to the report, they have reached the northern coast, and with the full moon being tonight, they have taken the measure to keep their citizens safe. The Aurors there are on high alert, but they will not act unless necessary. I believe the French are under the impression that the pack only wishes to cross into England, so they will not intervene. Useless bastards, Harry grumbled, his worried gaze shifting towards the clock once more. The full moon, he added to himself. Thank you, Diggory, Cassiopeia said dismissively. With a nod, the man took his leave of the office. Kane is out there, Harry murmured, and Lucinda felt herself filled with dread. "You're going to do something stupid." "Aren't you?" she huffed. "I know that look, Harry. I can't leave him out there on his own." "You can't take on an entire werewolf pack," Lucinda returned heatedly. Harry frowned unhappily before a grin tugged at his lips. "Who says I need to?" he replied cryptically. "What are you playing at?" Cassie demanded. "Do not be stupid, Harry." "I'm not," Harry sighed before kissing her on the cheek. "I will be back as soon as I can be. I'm the reason Kane is out there. I need to make sure he is okay. I will be fine," he added firmly before following in Diggory's footsteps and leaving the office. "He's going to do something monumentally stupid, isn't he?" Cassie asked. Lucinda wished she could dispute the observation, but she knew she couldn't. If Harry found that Kane was in danger, he would undoubtedly do whatever was necessary to help him. "How have you not had a heart attack?" Lucinda questioned the older woman. "I don't bloody know," Cassie muttered. The two sat in silence for several minutes, each lost in their own thoughts before an alarm sounded. "What is that?" Lucinda asked, stepping in front of the desk to shield Cassie from anyone who may enter the office. "Minister," a voice sounded from the fireplace. Lucinda turned to see the head of Amelia Bones, floating within the flames. "There is an attack taking place in Hogsmeade. Albus is already assembling his group. What would you have me do?" "Send every person we have available," Cassiopeia instructed. With only a nod, Bones vanished from the fireplace and Cassiopeia turned towards Lucinda. "Come along, dear. Let's not leave the fun for everyone else." "You can't," Lucinda returned with a frown. "I told Harry I would keep you safe." "Then you had better be as handy with your wand as I hope," Cassiopeia said with a grin. "If you want to protect me, you will have to do so whilst we are fighting. Harry will hit the roof." "Harry is not here," Cassiopeia pointed out. "They need everyone capable out there to help them." Lucinda worried her lower lip as Cassie pulled on her jacket and drew her wand. Oh, this is going to be bad. She wanted to help, wanted to do something more useful than guarding Cassie, but Harry would not like that she allowed his aunt to put herself in such danger. Nevertheless, the woman was capable of making her own decisions, and it was not as though anything Lucinda said would deter her. She was just as stubborn as Harry. "Stay with me," Lucinda said firmly. Cassiopeia merely grinned. "It will be just like the old days," she replied whimsically. "Break. What are we expecting, Albus?" Arthur Weasley asked as the assembled members of the Order marched out of the gates of Hogwarts and towards the village. Already, the spell fire could be seen in the distance, and the sounds of raucous shouting mingled with screams carried all the way to the school. With a deft flick of his wand and a muttered incantation, the school was sealed behind them, and Albus stalked towards the village. "I do not know," he answered gravely. "Kingsley's message was vague and hurried." That in itself was not a positive omen, and as the village came into view, Albus was left in no doubt that it would be a long and difficult night. Catching sight of a masked figure a short distance away pursuing an almost naked local, the headmaster wielded his wand in a similar manner to an angler, and his invisible line caught the Death Eater around the neck. The man was jerked back suddenly with a scream, and his head bounced off the pavement. Albus did not have time to check on his condition, as he was immediately set upon by another trio of Tom's followers. "It's Diumbili, one yelled in warning. With practiced ease, Albus deflected a series of spells sent towards him, acutely aware that the members of the Order had joined the fray around him. With a twirling of his wand, a loud bang echoed across the village, and the three opponents he faced found themselves falling into the crevice he had created. Having dispatched of them, Albus frowned as he realized that no attempt to keep anyone in nor out had been made, and it was then that the realization hit him. This wasn't merely an attack. The Death Eaters wanted either the Order, the Ministry, or both to intervene, but with the warnings having been sent and the battle very much underway, there was little that could be done to backtrack now. Moving quickly, belying his advanced years, Albus sidestepped out of the path of a particularly nasty rupturing curse and engaged another attacker, his thoughts drifting to what had inspired such a bold move. It could simply be a retaliation to Cassiopeia Black being named Minister of Magic. But Albus knew his former student well enough to know that Tom would not do something so brazen for mere retaliation. No, there was much more to it than that. Shielding himself from a blasting curse and returning fire with a well-placed bludgeoning hex that sent his opponent sprawling and gasping for breath, Albus was not sure if he felt a wave of relief wash over him or a deep concern as he spotted Amelia Bones and scores of Aurors arriving on the scene. What certainly concerned him, however, was the appearance of Cassiopeia Black, who was flanked by the vampire, and Harry's other friends who were currently residing at Grimmauld Place. Such an observation raised only one more question for Albus. Amongst all of the ensuing chaos, where was Harry? Before he could ponder that very thing, he was once more pulled from his thoughts as a bright, green effigy of a skull with a snake protruding from its mouth filled the night sky, and Albus again felt a sense of dread wash over him. Although he could not see him, there was no doubt in his mind that Tom was here. He knew the man's magic quite intimately by now, and as he rubbed the pad of his thumb over the ring he wore on his blackened hand, it reminded him of just how intimate his relationship with it had become. It may not be tonight, or even in the coming days and weeks, but Albus would die by Voldemort's hand. "I should have known you would not be able to hide in the shadows forever, Tom," he murmured in greeting, his gaze falling upon what he could only describe as an abomination to humanity. The figure standing before him was impossibly pale, his head hairless, and his red eyes and slits for nostrils giving him a serpent-like appearance. Whatever Tom had done to regain his body could only have involved delving into magics of a despicable nature. "Why allow my Death Eaters all the fun?" Voldemort replied with a smirk, his elongated fingers gripping his wand in anticipation for the impending duel. "Are you prepared to die, Dumbledore?" The Dark Lord could not possibly fathom just how prepared Albus was, a thought that offered the headmaster little comfort. "Death is nothing more than the beginning of our next great adventure, Tom. It is a shame that you fail to understand this," Albus sighed. "I truly hope you do before you face your demise." Voldemort's eyes narrowed in fury as he brought his wand to bear, unleashing a barrage of curses in lieu of offering a response. For the first time in a decade and a half, Albus was reminded of the power Tom Riddle wielded, and though he knew he could not hope to emerge victorious from this fight, he had to try to hold the Dark Lord off at the very least. Break. It had taken Harry only a matter of minutes from leaving the Ministry before he found himself flying above the northern coast of France on his firebolt. Apparating into another country in such a way was not strictly legal, but with the French having placed themselves under magical lockdown, Harry doubted that anyone was going to come and investigate his arrival even if it had been detected. He had much more pressing matters on his mind, to say the least, than upsetting a foreign government. Kane was here somewhere alone, and Harry needed to see for himself that he was okay. France was no small country, and the location he had been given was vague at best. Still, he was here, and being atop his broom coupled with the sharp hearing of his animagus form would help him locate his wayward friend. Casting a warming charm on himself, he began flying towards the more remote areas of the coastline. Greyback would be banking on entering England quietly, so he would avoid populated areas, even if it was just for one turning of the moon. Kane, too, would not place himself anywhere near where he might encounter others, so the desolate areas were where Harry was mostly likely to encounter the werewolves. Much to his surprise, it didn't take him long to hear the distant sounds of howling that could only be made by werewolves, and with 800 of them in the vicinity, it took little time for Harry to find the enormous pack. Bloody hell! He grumbled as he saw them running pell-mell through a woodland area that would take them to the beach. Despite being high up on his broom and far out of their reach, it was undeniably quite the frightening sight to behold. The pack simply could not be allowed to make it to England. Harry frowned as he tracked the path of the stamping pack, squinting through the darkness to see what had gotten them in such a frenzy. It was then that he realized that they were not running aimlessly. They were pursuing another of their kind, and Harry's heart sank as he realized it could be only one person. Lying flat on his broom, he urged it forwards as quickly as it could carry him, when he realized that Kane had nowhere else to go. In only a matter of seconds, he would be surrounded by the pack on one side and the sea on the other. Could werewolves even swim? Harry shook his head of the thought as he dropped into a deep dive, conjuring a large wall of fire between Kane and his approaching pack when he was near enough to do so. It would not keep them at bay for long, but it would give Harry a much-needed moment to do what he intended. Continuing his dive, he made his way towards his friend, only to evade a swipe of Kane's claws. "It's me, you prat," Harry called. Kane paid him no heed as he bounded towards Harry, the look in his eyes as feral as it had been the night he had transformed in their dorm room. He hadn't taken his potion. Why he had chosen not to, Harry knew not, and he took to the sky once more, adding another layer of fire to keep the pack away a moment longer. With a shake of his head, he took in the situation below him. For now, the werewolves were cowering from the heat of the flames, but it wouldn't last, and Kane would be torn limb from limb if Harry didn't do something. Heading towards the ground once more, he hovered just out of range from Kane's claws. "Are we really going to have to do this again?" Harry growled. Kane lunged at him, and Harry barely avoided another attack as he skirted around the werewolf, who had landed in the shallows of the sea, but stood immediately and shook his sodden fur. Still not knowing what to do, Harry's mind was seemingly made up for him as something heavy impacted against his back, and he felt the flesh around his shoulder torn open as he too was deposited into the water. Hissing in agony, he stumbled back to his feet and felt the warmth of his own blood trickling steadily down his back, but it was not this he was focused on. Only half a dozen feet away stood a werewolf that made Kane look as though he was a mere pup. This had to be Greyback. The monster unleashed a howl before launching himself at Harry, his bared fangs promising nothing but an agonizing death. Fortunately, Harry managed to duck beneath him without further harm to himself, and as Greyback fought to right himself, it gave Harry a much-needed reprieve to prepare himself. Greyback proved to be as relentless as he expected. Without delay, he bounded towards Harry once more only to halt as a whip made of flame snapped towards. Still, it did not deter the beast, and Harry was forced to take evasive action again as Greyback persevered, despite the searing the flesh on his neck as he attacked. "Shit!" Harry cursed as he spotted Kane out of the corner of his eye running towards him. Turning on the spot, Harry vanished and appeared a short distance away to see his friend being thrown aside by Greyback. Kane whimpered pathetically on the ground as blood poured from his muzzle. One of his rear legs was twisted grotesquely. In the few seconds it had taken for Harry to apparate, the damage had been done, and Greyback was now focused on Harry once more. The werewolf's paws thudded against the sand as he broke into a run, and Harry nodded to himself as an idea began to form. With a flick of his wand, a bolt of lightning crackled towards Greyback and struck him in the chest. The alpha wolf was fast and undoubtedly strong, but he was still a feral beast with his mind focused on one thing. Greyback howled in pain as he flailed back to his feet and bounded towards Harry again. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. The bolt of lightning he'd conjured should have killed the werewolf, but not only had it barely caused any damage, Greyback was still intent on killing him, and was certainly more than capable of doing so. Seeing that the flames that were keeping the rest of the pack at bay were dwindling, Harry banished them towards the werewolves before whipping his wand back in Greyback's direction, hissing as he did so. As the enormous werewolf launched towards him, he was intercepted by the striking serpent Harry had conjured from sand. Greyback yelped as he struggled within the maw of the snake, but the more he did so, the tighter it held onto him. Harry approached the pinned werewolf, wincing from the pain of his wound. Although he was very much at Harry's mercy now, Greyback continued to snarl in fury and attempt to bite him, yelping as the sand snake followed suit. With a muttered curse, Harry conjured an axe and swung it with all his might. The sound of steel thudding into the thick neck of the werewolf was morbid, dull, and yet one swing was not enough to remove Greyback's head. Again, Harry swung, repeating the action until his wound would no longer allow him to lift the axe, and he released a deep breath as the werewolf fell limp, the gaping wound of his neck jagged and unclean where it had been severed. "Bastard!" Harry grumbled breathily as he picked up the head, taking no small amount of joy of the agonized expression Fenrir Greyback had worn in his final throes of life. With the threat seemingly dealt with, he turned his attention to the still whimpering Kane who had been crawling towards him. "Are you finished?" Harry snorted humorlessly. Kane growled in response, baring his teeth. Harry shook his head before binding his friend with thick chains, ensuring his feet and mouth were firmly secured. "Come on, let's get you out of here." Tapping a nearby pebble with the tip of his wand, Harry bent down to retrieve it, only for his focus to snap towards the sound of nearby howling. "Bloody hell," he groaned as the pack of werewolves charged towards him once more. Holding Greyback's head aloft, his wand crackled with bolts of lightning as his own anger surfaced. He'd had enough for one night. He was bleeding, Kane was injured, and he'd already fought and killed Greyback. What more did he have to do to deter them from attacking him? With only a flick of his wand, most of the werewolves stopped in their tracks, and the rest followed when a number of them were struck by lightning. The smell of scorched flesh and fur filled the air as Harry stared them down. "He's dead," he growled irritably. "Go home or the rest of you will join him." One of the braver members of the pack lunged forward, but was caught in the chest by a curse that reduced him to little more than a few scattered limbs and a smear of blood in the sand. "Go home," Harry commanded before shifting into his own wolf form and snarling in fury. The werewolves maybe did not understand English, or even that Harry could kill them much more easily than they could him. They did, however, seemingly understand the threat of another wolf, and they took a final look at Greyback's severed head before retreating, much to Harry's relief. Once he was certain they were indeed gone, he reverted back to his human form and retrieved the pebble he had turned into a portkey. "Oh, shut up," he muttered to the growling Kane, grimacing from damage to his shoulder as he raised his wand for what he hoped would be the final time this evening. "Accio firebolt." Harry snatched his broom from the air and shrunk it before placing it in his pocket with his trunk. Ensuring he had not left anything behind, he seized one of the chains he had used to subdue his friend and activated the portkey, breathing heavily as they landed in front of the fireplace in the study of Grimmauld Place. "Lord Black is hurt," the voice of Creature greeted him a moment later. "I'm fine," Harry said dismissively. "Can you put Kane in a cage until he turns back?" With a click of the elf's fingers, Kane was suitably housed for the rest of the night, and Harry sat up. "Lord Black is bleeding," Creature pointed out. Harry chuckled as he nodded. "Can you send for Anna?" he requested. "She'll be able to help me." "Elf Lady is not here, Lord Black." "Who is here?" Harry asked with a frown. "No one is here, Master. They all went to the village." "The village?" "The magic village." "Hogsmeade." Creature nodded. "They is fighting the man who hurt Master Regulus." Harry's blood ran cold at the revelation. "Voldemort is there." "He is," Creature confirmed darkly. Whatever pain, tiredness, and discomfort Harry felt had all but evaporated as he stood. He did not know what had been happening in his absence, but not a single one of them could hope to beat Voldemort. Only Harry could do that, but as he readied himself to throw himself into another fray, a worrying thought crossed his mind. "Creature, where is Cassie?" "Mistress is there too." Harry did not need to hear another word from the elf. With only a whistle, the Thunderbird appeared in the room. "I might just need you tonight, girl," Harry murmured. The bird merely trilled in response before vanishing in a crash of thunder, and Harry turned on the spot, taking his leave of Grimmauld Place sooner than he'd hoped after how the night had unfolded thus far.